Chapter 81. Stealing dried meat. Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps coming from outside. The master and the servants hurriedly shut their mouths and stood by the rumbling cooker, looking at the bone soup boiling inside. The person who came was Chiu Ming. He saw that when Lin Evening went out, she only brought her cloak and didn't take the soup granny, and purposely sent it over. Young master, the emperor has woken up. Lin Evening and Chun Chi saw and looked at each other with quite a bracing expression. And then they were extremely quick to collect their thoughts, revealing a happy look again. Oh, today, His Majesty slept shorter. Is there something wrong? Nuns don't know. Master invited little master to go over there. About the emperor wants to summon. Good. This is going. Receiving the soup granny. The warmth traveled from her fingertips to the soles of her feet again. Lin Wani walked in front. Chiu Ming and Xian followed behind. As for Chun Chi, she was still hiding in the small kitchen as usual. Just as he was about to enter the bedchamber, he heard some voices coming from inside intermittently. Lord is waiting. Well, I'll go over right now. Lin Evening he didn't hear it, and walked around the screen to see Dong Yuzhong waiting for the emperor to get dressed. This cool shirt was made by Lin Wani herself last time, and now that she was wearing it, it was really comfortable. The sun outside is even bigger, but it won't cover up some prickly heat like before. His Majesty is awake? Are you going out? Well, there's something going on in the front court. I have to go back to the Qiqing Hall. He used the word surprisingly return, which meant that he still had to return to Huifang Yuan. How Lin Lian hoped that he could stay in the Qiqing Palace peacefully. Even the newly married couple did not need to stick to one place all the time. Not to mention that her husband is still the monarch of the world. Immediately understood and said, Your Majesty don't need to miss me. Everything is fine here. The servant girl will also use the medicine and eat properly. The emperor nodded, obviously very satisfied with Lin Wui's well-behaved appearance. Go. Yes. Concubine servant respectfully sends the emperor off. The emperor brought Dong Yuzhong and strutted off towards the outside. And as Lin Lian he saluted from behind, the corners of her mouth were gritting up to her ears, greedily breathing in this bedchamber without the emperor's presence. Only now did Lin Evening feel really much more at ease. Xian, slave girl is here. Go and call Chunchi over. She's shrinking in the small kitchen day in and day out. She's a bit worse off than me. Okay. Slave girl will go now. Xian was also jumping for joy. The three of them had originally entered the palace together. According to their relationship, the one who waited beside the young master day in and day out should be Chunchi. It was thanks to the fact that she was a straightforward person. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would have already stabbed herself. Soon, the two of them came from the kitchen at a brisk pace. Chunchi also carried a food box in her hand. Lin Wani was a little curious when she saw it. What's in here? Hee. Little master said last time that she wanted to eat baked dried meat. So the slave girl made some in the past few days, and sprinkled some sesame seeds and chili. Little master will love it. Lin Wanyi's eyes lit up when she heard this. God knows how uninteresting it is for her to follow the emperor and eat lightly day after day lately. Quickly, take it out for me to see. Chunchi laughed happily, and while taking it, she also turned back to look outside to see if there could be anyone standing. I only saw that the dried meat was roasted dry. The meat was distinctly shredded, and sesame seeds were embedded on top. Chili is not much to see about because Lin Wani is still drinking medicine. So spicy food or to eat less for good. Picking up a piece, Lin Wani ate it. The meaty aroma in her mouth made her instantly feel like she had come back to life. After taking medicine for a long time, my mouth is tasteless. It's still Chunchi who understands me, knows I'm pitiful, and rushed to send the elixir. Hee. It's good that little master likes it. Turning around, he took a few slices and handed them to Xian. You also taste it. I have made it with all my heart. The fire of that oven is not easy to control. I have spaced out the tiles to dry it. Xian shook her head and smiled. When it comes to eating, no one can compare to Chun Chi. You keep it, and I'll eat it later. Little Lord also needs to use less of it. Otherwise it will affect the efficacy of the medicine. Lin Lian ate 2 slices before Chun Chi took them away. Xian is right. When the little master is well and clear, the slave girl will have no problem doing it day after day. Right now it's still the body that is important. To relieve a craving will be okay. Fortunately, Lin Lian is not a glutton. although this dried meat is very delicious. But really taken away, she is not anxious. With these 2 slices of dried meat in her stomach, she felt much better. So she asked Xiaoan to bring over a volume of books and read it herself. Chuanqi carried the food box and slowly withdrew. Just as she was about to find a tarpaulin to wrap up the dried meat, she saw Qiuming blocking her in. Bringing food to little lord again? Chun-Chi smiled sarcastically, itching to hide the food box behind her. As soon as Qiuming saw her like this, he knew that there must be something fishy going on. You should guard outside the door. If those 2 maids send any food to Lin Chengzai in private, pay them up and have them sent to the Qiqing Hall. Yes. Slave obeyed, thinking of the emperor's instructions before he left. It really hadn't escaped his suspicions at all. Take it out. Chun-Chi couldn't argue, and could only just give the food box away. Qiuming opened it, and looked at it with a hint of sulking. Chun-Chi was afraid that he would blame him, and ran away in fear. That look made Qiuming laugh, and then called out to Xiao Luzi, who was not far away. Xiao Luzi, minion is here. You go. Take this food box to the Qiqing Hall, and give it to Eunuch Dong. Yes. Xiao Luzi were to think about the other. Only thought it was the little master enlightenment. No heartache to the emperor, to send food to the emperor. It immediately cleaned his hands, and lifted the food box, walking towards the outside. Not the slightest fear of the sun. Zepping Zhou. Qiqing Hall. The emperor is holding a folded paper in his hand. What is written on it is not known. But Dong Yuzhong saw that the emperor's face was becoming more and more ironic. So he stood beside it with bated breath, carefully waiting. Snapped. That Zhangzhuo was as hard smashed on the ground. And the person kneeling in front of him was none other than Geng Kaiyu, who he hadn't seen in days. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Humph. The Lu family really did produce a good grandson. The Lu family? Wasn't that talking about Consort Yi's maiden family? The grandson of the Northwest Marquis? This Northwest Marquis and his wife had a total of 3 sons. And the family had sons. So who is the emperor referring to with this sentence about a good grandson? Dong Yuzhong heart is guessing. Just to hear that Geng Kaiyu immediately replied. The 3rd son of Lu is the youngest grandson of the Marquis wife. And not in the army. Since childhood was raised in Shengjing City. Naturally to be pampered. Just this time the matter. It is inevitable to make a bit of a big deal. So the Microchin had to come to report. It turned out to be 3rd Duke Lu. This was not surprising. That said, this Lu San Duke is the only son of the 3rd son of the Northwest Marquis. Lu Qichuan is Lady Yi's own cousin. Ever since he was a child, he was a troublemaker. Chapter 82, the 1st grandson of the Lu family. The only grandson of the Lu family is the only son of the 3rd son. Lu Qichuan, who is the 1st grandson of the Lu family, and the only son of the 3rd son of the Lu family. Everyone hangs his head on the waist of his trousers. Only today's life. Do not see tomorrow's life. Therefore, the youngest grandson was born. The Marquis wife Guan will not allow to take to the battlefield. Said how to give the Lu family to leave a posterior. Therefore, this Lu suppression was born on the knees of the Ho wife raised. Day and night. Spoiled. Shengjing City soil and water to foster some people. Not like the Northwest at the wind rustling. Plying sand and gravel. So the young grandson of the Lu family has become a young man with red lips and white teeth. Now is also 17 or 18 up and down the age. Do not think of building a career to get the title. For the family glory? For their own fight a future. On the contrary, it is also a matter of robbing people's women and forcing them to become prostitutes. The woman's father and mother saw their daughter die so tragically. So they ran all the way to the entrance of the Lu mansion with drums and gongs. Wearing plain clothes. Wearing plain strips. Holding their daughter's tablet in their hands. And touched the pillar and died. Before dying in front of the Lu family will be all the things are greatly publicized. So the people are outraged. Can't wait to be that kills people will be pulled out of the willow 3rd son to die to thank for the crime. The emperor looked at the Zhang fold. His face so heavy that it could drip water. This time? Make it bigger? This is out of 3 people's lives. Is only considered to make a big deal? Geng Kaiyu. I see you this cannon school division of the commander of the position is to do enough. Such words can also be dignified from your mouth out. The emperor was furious. That Geng Kaiyu was naturally implicated. Under the iron mask. He could not see his expression clearly. But his figure was prostrate even more to the ground. Your Majesty rests his anger. The Microchin misspoke. The emperor took a deep breath. Also knew that the fault for this was the Lu family, and had nothing to do with him. So slowed down before opening his mouth and said, "Go. Have someone organize this matter into a pleading paper. Send it to Yingtianfu. Tell the prefect that if this matter is not investigated to give an account to the people, then he doesn't have to do this, son." "Yes." Geng Kaiyu got up and slowly retreated. After he left, Dong Yuzhong then hurriedly picked up the Zhang folders and placed them before the imperial table. "Emperor, rest your anger. This hot day, if you get angry and hurt your body, it can be troublesome." The emperor paced back and forth. Looking at the Zhangzhua is bored beyond measure. Lu family. In the end, also because of the Northwest Marquis support, otherwise so many years, on their family of those who kill people early disposal of things. The 4 auxiliary ministers of the year. Originally Su Guogong is the main. Unfortunately, the eldest prince, Su Guogong and Queen Su died one after another. The Su family has no outstanding descendants. So in order to keep the family peaceful, the emperor agreed to their decision to move back to their hometown of Dangzhou. Since then, the Su family basically withdrew from the court, and the original 4 auxiliary government became a 3-legged situation. Minister Lin was related to the Zhan royal house, and the Zhan royal house had been in confrontation with the Northwest Marquis for many years. So in the former dynasty, there was a hidden 2-against-1 situation. All of the men in the Lu family are in the Northwest Army, leaving only such a waste at home. Certainly there are reasons why the Marquis wife overly spoiled, but there is no shortage of Zhan Wangfu from the handwriting of the obstruction. After all, the Zhan royal family on the Lu family in the military power, but coveted for a long time. If the Lu family collapsed, the emperor would have to face the dominance of Minister Lin and the Zhan royal family. With his current abilities, it would be too early to fight against them. So even if he was reluctant, this weighing of pros and cons still had to be done. After thinking for a long time, he took a seat, and then he commanded Dong Yuzhong. "In these few days, what is the movement at Yifei?" Back to the emperor. Lady Yifei brought concubine Bai and Lady He, and from time to time, they were canoeing and enjoying the flowers around Lotus Lake. It looked like the news hadn't reached Consort Yi's ears yet. The emperor settled his mind and continued. "Receive both the 2nd and 3rd prince to Zepingzhou, and say to the public that I want to personally teach and raise them." Yes, being able to be personally raised by the emperor was a supreme favor. There were only 2 emperors in the palace, and everyone could see that the frail and sickly 2nd prince could not compete with the strong and intelligent 3rd prince. But this imperial decree, all the people, and do not understand. But do not understand is useless. The sin still have to sin. Yifei's place to the 3rd prince is 100 times. When you go to Zepingzhou, everything should be done carefully. In front of your father. Don't just think about showing yourself. You still have to take into account your 2nd royal brother. Do you know? Mother consort, don't worry. Son knows how to do it. Consort Yi smiled and nodded. For this son, that she had cultivated and cared for with her heart, she had always been very proud. If according to her nature before entering the palace, such as the 2nd prince, this kind of obstruction would have been kicked away. But right now, the role of keeping the 2nd prince can be much greater than kicking him away. After all, there is no comparison. And how to set off the ability of the 3rd prince? A look of motherly kindness and filial piety made concubine Bai and Yang Zihe, who were sitting next to her, so envious. After the 3rd prince was picked up, concubine Bai then lamented, "Your Highness is so lucky to have a son as accomplished as the 3rd prince. You will definitely be blessed in the future." This was something that concubine had heard for many years. But every time she heard it, she still felt comfortable and happy in her heart. So smiled and looked at concubine White. "Mood quite good," said. "Now that concubine Lan and Ingui concubine are waiting for their children to land, this palace sees that Sister Bai is also a blessed one. About soon. I also hope so. Just since the palace, not to mention the concubines up and down the 6 palaces, who has to His Majesty summoned it." At the mention of this, the emotions that were not high suddenly became sharp again. Humph. It's all because of that Lin Chengzai. Even if he's useless, he even dragged His Majesty into being trapped by the heavenly phenomena and had to move to Zepingzhou. She was already displeased with Lin Evening E, and now she was even putting all the problems on her. Concubine E listened with disdain in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. She only picked up the tea at hand and took a sip. The taste is sweet. Aftertaste. He Nyangzi at home is a good at observing people. Now see this situation. Afraid of white concubine a careless and annoyed Ife. She can be very troublesome. So she rushed to change the subject. Or your majesty here comfortable. Maidservant concubine small courtyard around although planted trees. But the head of the sun is still useless. Even the wind is rare. Not to mention the ice cooling. She is not so bitter summer. Only hot for a long time. Naturally also difficult. Consort E was the most honorable of the consort positions. And Yangzi he didn't even mix with the position of promise. So how could she be compared? About as your consort is busy looking for the murderer. So can't care sister there. Later when leaving. Tell the lackeys to bring some ice back. This hot day. No ice to cool down. How to sleep peacefully. What your majesty said is right. Thank you for your compassion. Concubine by glanced at Nyangzi he. Really is the daughter of a merchant, who can't get on the stage. Chapter 83, Relocation of the Emperor. Just a piece of ice. Is it worth her being so happy? Only now we are all in the same boat. She did not bother to say more. Her heart and eyes were full of thoughts on how to excel during the 7 coincidental festivals, to make the emperor interested in her again. The third prince was picked up early. But it was Consort Lan here. The second prince had to pack really much. Without mentioning anything else. With his medicine pot body. He had to bring more things to save his life. Outside the sun is big. You carefully collect things. On the way remember to give the second prince an umbrella no? The person who came was Lan Fei's side of the big palace made chasing clouds. The delivery of everything in detail. And then said to Sister Chai who had been taking care of the second prince. Sister take care of the second prince carefully. His body is weak. Our mother has made a lot of effort to raise him since he was a child. And now that he is moving to the emperor's side. That is a great thing. But also remember to remind the second prince that he must not be strong in everything. Chasing clouds girl don't worry is. There are old slaves in. Will not let the second prince suffer is. The body is obese. And the face is kind. It was a kindly looking old sister. And has been reclining on the couch of the second prince at the moment is like a pool of stagnant water. No ripples. Chasing the clouds handed over to the palace people. And only then walked to the front of the second prince. Said in a nice voice. Consort Lan was going to send the second prince. But you also know that the mother now body gold. Always sleepy. Now still lying in bed resting. So the second prince can never be sympathetic seeing the second prince has no reaction. That chasing clouds repeat. The second prince's body is weak. Not compared to ordinary people. Medicine must remember to eat is. The slave girl has already instructed Sister Chai. And will send it to you every day. Hearing this, the second prince then opened his eyes to look at chasing cloud. It was clearly just a young child who was not yet 6 years old. But the waves in his eyes caused chasing cloud. A large palace made in her 20s. To feel a chill. Noisy. Only gently said these 2 words. And then continued to close her eyes and rest. Instead, it made chasing cloud lose face. Disgust flickered on his clear face. Later on, as if he thought of something, he lightly smiled and saluted and left. And that Sister Chai continued to direct the crowd to move things. And did not notice the scene. When chasing cloud returned to Consort Lan's bedchamber, he saw that he was sitting on the couch, sewing a bib for his child who was about to be born. The tiger's head on the bib was alive and well. And chasing Moon, who accompanied her on the threads, was also praising it. See her back? Lan Fei has stopped the hand of the needlework and then quickly asked, have you arranged for the second prince? Arranged? Your Highness don't worry about it. Well, that's good. Seeing Consort Lan sigh, chasing Moon immediately comforted. Your Highness has raised the second prince for so many years. But he has not been close to you. After all is said and done. It's still because it's not a mother and son connected by blood. It's useless for you to be sad. Lan Fei faced with a little bit of miserable. Remembered that since childhood, not with their own not very good relations with the son. The more I think the more headache. Obviously. Since his birth, he has always been raised in Yan'an Palace. How come? 6 years of time. Even a stone can be warmed up. But he is still so cold-hearted and cold. Sometimes Lan Fei even think. He does not seem like a child. Clearly concubine Su is so gentle and modest. Even some cowardly nature. How can give birth to such a son? The tip of the needle accidentally poked Consort Lan's finger. It hurt so much that she let out a sob. Frightened, Chasing Moon and Chasing Cloud immediately looked over. Fortunately, just a little bead of blood bubbled up. Your Highness, now that you have your own child in your belly, you must pay more attention in the future. These needlework tasks can be left to the slave girls. Concubine Lon smiled, looking at the pattern on that bellyband. The pain in her eyes are going to melt away. This child of hers, too, was not easy to have. Since Yuan he entered the palace in the 9th year, there have been 8 years of full counting. If not for the family a year ago to send a medical woman chasing ya into the palace, I'm afraid that she is now this pregnancy still cannot conceive it. Thinking of this, they asked curiously, Chasing ya? Back to your Highness. She is frying the fetus analyzing medicine for your Highness. Chasing the Moon glanced outside and saw no one, and immediately whispered again. It's said that the medicine has good stuff in it, and will definitely ensure that the Queen's fetus will be a royal son. Hearing this, Consort Lon smiled more and more happily. Saying that she hoped it would be a princess was just words to put off noble Consort Lin. In a palace full of people, who wouldn't want to have a prince? That is what they look forward to in the future. How can a princess be more important than a prince? Otherwise, she would not have raised the second prince in her lap for no reason. Isn't that what she was trying to do? Seemingly sensing Consort Lan's thoughts, the child in that stomach suddenly stirred. Ouch. Your Highness. But the child kicked you again? Yes. This kicking has caused some pain in this belly of mine. This is a good thing. When slave mother gave birth to her younger brother before, she also moved as much as your Highness did day after day. And the younger brother she gave birth to behind her was really fit and healthy. Hearing these words, Consort Lon smiled with her eyebrows arched. Zepping Zhou. In the back of Qiqing Hall, Dong Yuzhong was busy arranging the luggage for the 2 emperors. Each person had 3 rooms, all in a north-south situation, seemingly connected together, but separated by a small garden that wasn't very big. Since the 2 emperors were born, it was the first time they lived so close together. The third prince is still as courteous as ever. Don't look at him, just 5 years old. Can speak and do things old and dignified very much. Plus he is now the emperor's most healthy prince. The future is very likely to ascend the throne. So the palace people are more attentive to him. Accompanied by 4 sisters, 3 eunuchs, plus a master. Each and every one of them are handpicked by Yi Fei. Loyal and protective of the master not to say, but also very good at pulling together the hearts of the people above and below. Only this half a moment's effort. Zepping Zhou and most of the waiting palace people have mixed a familiar face. On the contrary, the second prince here, but is much more cold. Maybe it's because of his eccentricity. Or maybe it's because he's weak and sick, and has accumulated a lot of anger. That's why the idle generation didn't dare to get close to him, for fear of angering him at some point, and not knowing what happened. Sister Chai took a look, and the face that was still kinda chasing Moon was now showing its original form. In her tone, she said rather impatiently, the second prince's body is not useful. This temperament should be changed. You look at the next yard of the third prince. The threshold is almost broken. And then look at our yard. Cold fire, cold stove. Even a tea delivery of water palace maids do not see. Said in a hurry. Spittle all along the recent sprayed out. She wiped it with her sleeve and continued. If it's not that Lady Lunfei is kind to the old slaves. The old slaves are not willing to suffer this aggravation for so many years. Chapter 84. Difficult slaves deceive their lord. While saying this, her face was quite fierce. Unfortunately, the second prince had already seen more than enough of this kind of face before and after her. He had long since become numb. Left ear in, right ear out. She could say whatever she liked. And it wasn't the first time she had heard such words anyway. When Sister Chai saw that the second prince still had a look of oil and salt, her anger bubbled up even more. However, this was under the feet of the emperor, so she had some scruples about her actions. With a cold snort, she retreated. Before leaving, even the rules are not done. Can imagine? In the daytime is how the tricky slaves bully the master. The door was closed, and only when the second prince heard no more movement outside did he slowly open his eyes. After years of uninterrupted medication, his body was weak. His face was also always waxy and yellow. And even his size was no match for the third prince, who was still more than a year younger than him. Every year, spring and autumn were the most difficult times for him. It was the summer that was more comfortable, because Lan Fei wanted to do face in front of people, which forced him to also come to the palace. So he has been holding that breath in his heart. No one in the palace will do for him. That Lanfei said good. Do more decent. People before and after all pretending to be a good mother consort's face. Deceived the whole palace up and down, thought they were raised by her how good. But only the second prince understands in his heart. This sincerely treat people and false feelings. How much difference in the middle. He does not have many brothers and sisters. Queen Su and the eldest prince is still alive. To him is a sincere care. Unfortunately, God does not bless good people. One after another. They all died of illness. He was about 2 or 3 years old at that time. Obviously should be the most lively and active time. Instead, he remembered the pain of parting early. Since then, he was never close to anyone. Cough. Cough. A sharp cough made his small face redden and his veins burst. And he barely managed to catch his breath, reaching out to pour himself a cup of warm water to drink. The result was that the pot did not even have cool water. Not to mention warm water. Lying down on the rocking chair again, he tried his best to calm down. Over the years, this kind of slowness was not 1 or 2 times. He has long been accustomed to it. Looking out the window to the main hall not far away, he was actually thinking. If he opened his mouth and went to tell his father, would he believe the soft and kind consort Lan? Or would he believe the cold-hearted and eccentric himself? The small eyes gradually turned red. But he still bit down on his whitened lips, refusing to show any weakness at all. In this way, after the 2 princes moved to Zepingzhou, the emperor also did not go to Huifangya courtyard to rest. After Dong Yuzhong personally went to inform Lin Wanyi, she was full of joy. The feeling of loss is not seen at all, she said to Dong Yuzhong in a nice voice. His Majesty is always exhausting himself for the affairs of the country. It's not easy to share the joy of heaven with the 2 emperors. It's really a great thing. Please report back to His Majesty. Everything is safe and sound here. Well, well, well. Little Lord is indeed a good-tempered person. I think His Majesty will also be happy when he knows. Lin Lianyi smiled and didn't say anything back. Turning to look at Xiaoan, she commanded. Xiaoan, you bring those 2 wooden oxen and horses that father built for me to eunuch Dong. Yes. Wooden ox-flow horses? Dong Yuzhong was curious about this thing. Lin Lianyi explained to him then. The thing isn't expensive. It's better because it's interesting. So eunuch Dong take it back to the 2nd and 3rd emperors to play with. Xiaoan took the thing over and placed it on the ground. Only to see that the wooden oxen and horses didn't even need to be moved. They would walk on their own. It made Dong Yuzhong's eyes light up. Strange. Lin Lianyi had seen her father pouring these since she was a child. So she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, she said to him, the 2 emperors are not very old, and will be interested in these about. But before giving it to them, please ask the eunuch to find a eunuch to see if there is something wrong. After all, Lin Lianyi didn't put words in her mouth. But Dong Yuzhong understood her concerns. The emperor did not have many heirs. And these 2 imperial sons could be very valuable. If someone tampered with the things they sent, and used the opportunity to try to frame her, it would be troublesome. Therefore, it was better to let the eunuch take a look in advance. Little Lord, don't worry. It just so happens that later on, Imperial Dr. Chung is going to ask for a peaceful pulse for the 2nd Imperial Prince. So let him check it out as well. That's good. But the 2nd Prince's illness is still not good? Lin Lianyi had been in the palace for a short time, and had never come into contact with this 2nd Prince. So she knew very little about his condition. He only knew that he was born with a congenital deficiency. A weakness that was carried in his mother's womb. But what powerful doctor in the palace is not? What expensive medicinal herbs cannot come out? How can it be cured for many years or not good? Dong Yuzhong heard her question and couldn't help but sigh. I can't do this eunuch before and after to see many years. Or with the gold expensive medicine hanging. Poor 2nd Prince. Hit the birth of the medicine. So many years have not broken. Lin Lianyi suddenly gave birth to a feeling of being the same person at the end of the world. She was also a medicine drinker for some years. Therefore, emotionally, she quite understood the 2nd Prince. After sending Dong Yuzhong away, Lin Huai was still not refreshed by what she had just said. On the contrary, Chun Chi, who had sent medicine again, looked at her like this and asked with a strange frown, Young master, what's wrong with you? Lin Wanyi didn't reply, and only after a moment did she slowly say to Chun Chi, next time you make dried fruits, prepare more. The 2nd Prince is about to eat medicine so much that his mouth is tasteless. You make some for us to send. It's also a token of appreciation. This is simple. Slave girl, wait for that peach is ripe. Go pick some back. After the peaches are dried in the sun, they are sweet and sour, and it's easiest to use them to relieve the taste of the medicine in your mouth. Lin Lianyi nodded. In the teaching hall, the emperor's desk originally had a thick pile of zhang folders on it. Now there was only a food box, and the 2 wooden oxen and horses that had just been brought from Huifang Yayuan. The food box is exactly Qiu Ming from the hands of Spring Chi sees that meat preserved. Dong Yuzhong had preserved it well, so it had not gone bad. As soon as the lid was opened, the aroma of the dried meat slowly wafted out. Then he looked at the wooden oxen and horses next to it, which looked very funny and naive. I don't know how, but many images related to Lin Yi appeared in my mind. Sitting quietly on top of the dragon chair, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose. Picking up a piece of dried meat, he carefully tasted it. The sesame seeds on top increased the aroma, and the chili added flavor. It was the first time the emperor had eaten this type of thing. There was still some stopping in his heart. He couldn't help but imagine that sesame seed grain accidentally staining the edge of Lin Yi's mouth. With that proud look, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Dong Yuzhong, who was next to him, did not know what was going on, but thought that the dried meat was so delicious that even the emperor could not put it down. He thought that if he had the chance, he would also ask his disciple Qiu Ming to ask for 2 pieces to taste. Chapter 85. Wooden Bulls and Quicksilver Horses. The back hall of the Qiqing Palace, where the second prince resided. At the moment, it was full of people. Sister Cha was respectfully waiting at the head of the room, and had resumed the kindly look she had in the past. The emperor stood with his arms folded, standing next to the bed, watching Dr. Chung carefully question the doctor. Only after a few moments did Imperial Dr. Chung open his mouth and say, "The second prince's illness is not a problem, but it is still necessary to think less and recuperate more quietly. Yes, yes, yes. The slave girls are also advising the second prince day in and day out to be more relaxed. Take good medicine, rest well, and don't dare to slack off even for a moment." That Sister Cha was full of energy when she spoke. The second prince glanced at her, and then closed his eyes, never making a single sound again. Sister Cha had long been accustomed to the fact that no one in the palace would genuinely make decisions for the second prince anyway. So if one wanted to make a living under her hand, it was better to obediently shut up. On this point, she was quite relieved. The emperor looked at this weak son in front of him. His brows wrinkled to the point of bulging, thinking of how he was sick when he was young. He didn't know how to open his mouth to comfort. "I thought that you were also not fond of hilarity in your illness, so I brought you a machinima toy to relieve your boredom on weekdays. This disease of yours needs your mind to be relaxed in order to get well quickly. Don't hold it in all day long. Do you know?" The emperor deliberately slowed down his tone of voice. After hearing this, the second prince opened his eyes and nodded, but his face was still not at all glowing. Looking at him like this, the emperor's heart did not feel pain. He had been pushed onto the throne since he was a child, and if his mind was not strong, he would have been pulled off his horse many times over. So in his heart, he still thinks that only strong can protect himself. And the people around him, such as the second prince of this in the world, are no reminiscence of the appearance. Is his least favorite. But the person is sick. He is not good to speak out to reprimand. So he gave a few words of advice and left. Sister Chai, on the contrary, sent the emperor away in a disciplined manner, and then glanced at the things placed on that table. Quite disdainfully, she said, "It's just a pile of wood. Does the second prince want to play with it? If you don't want to play, the old slave will put it away." The arrogance of his attitude was like a different person from just now. "Bring it!" The second prince was rarely angered, and looked at Sister Chai with an expression like a hungry wolf cub, with a green light in his eyes. Sister Chai was so coldly shocked by his look that her hand shivered and the wooden oxen and horses fell to the ground. In an instant, the wooden pieces separated, and there was no longer the lively look it had just had. This is the second prince scaring the old slave. The old slave just missed a look of evil. Angry second prince picked up the pillow at hand and smashed it. Pillow soft. Hit, then also not much pain. Instead, it was that Sister Chai who said viciously, "Humph. Since the second prince wants to lose his temper, he can do it himself. The old slave will not serve." Saying that, he turned around and left the bedchamber, only leaving behind a floor of wood splinters. Looking at these, The second prince could no longer hold back a whimper from his throat. Unfortunately, this sound was unnoticed in the vast palace. Since the two emperors had moved to the Chiching Palace, the emperor had accompanied them day in and day out. In particular, the third prince, who was less than 5 years old, had already shown excessive intelligence and boldness. When the emperor looked at him, his eyes were always full of appreciation and fondness. But sometimes there would also be more complicated emotions, as if he wished he wasn't so outstanding. And the second prince, the vast majority of the time, are lying in the house to recuperate. Over time, naturally, even more no one asked. He has long been accustomed to this kind of coldness. In the Lan Fei Palace when he was recuperating, so now is also the same. Just a pair of small hands constantly in those pieces of wood back and forth to put together, hoping to be able to that wooden ox flow horse to put back. But no amount of struggling seemed to help. Just like his body, it was still as broken as a pile of rubbish. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Plus the fact that he didn't feel comfortable at all staying inside the bedchamber. So he sought out a time when Sister Chai was not around, and quietly slipped out, as in the beginning, often to the Imperial garden alone to distraction that way. He had a good memory and was petite, although it is the first time to come to Zeppingzhou. But by mistake, but let him go out, has not been found. But after leaving Zeppingzhou, he was a bit confused. He hadn't been in this neighborhood before, so everywhere he looked felt unfamiliar. Wanting to turn back, he felt that going back at this moment would definitely be gray. So he simply gritted his teeth and insisted on walking forward. The sun is big, his body bones and weak. Walk for a long time, did not see people. Just feel a darkness in front of his eyes. The person is going to fall to the ground. This time, must not fall. A bruised face is strange. In his heart, he wanted to hide, but he was also powerless. So he had to listen to God's fate. Who knows that when he was just about to fall to the ground, he was lifted up by the little eunuch. That person was none other than Xiao Luzi. Who are you? The second prince also had a smelly face towards his savior, so it was no wonder that people in the palace didn't dare to approach easily. Xiao Luzi had only seen the second prince twice. One time as the inner court department to Lan Fei's Yangdan Palace to send things to occasionally ran into. One time was at the palace banquet. He was responsible for serving tea and water when he saw. So Xiao Luzi recognized it at once. None Xiao Luzi is the eunuch of the Yihua Palace's Idle Intentions Hall. Why are you here? Not far ahead is the Huifanya Yuan where Lin Changzai resides. Shouldn't the second prince be in Zeppingzhou? How come he ran out? The second prince was caught in the act. Naturally his arrogance did not go up. Looking at Xiao Luzi, he reverted back to that cold look from the past in an attempt to scare him. Mind your own business. Unfortunately, Xiao Luzi could even withstand eunuch Qiu Ming's cold face, let alone a childish boy's display of acting cool. So there was no fear. Seeing that Xiao Luzi didn't react, the second prince snorted coldly and didn't care about him. Straight away, he wanted to leave. Nay. Xiao Luzi looked around and saw that no one was following. So he guessed that it was about the second prince himself who ran out. If something goes wrong, that could be very bad. So he followed behind him step by step. Walked out about 10 meters away. The second prince noticed someone behind him. Turning back to look, it was still Xiao Luzi. All of a sudden that feeling of being confined came up. Do you want to die? What are you following me for? Minion doesn't want to die. But if I don't follow the second prince, I'm only really looking for death. You? For the first time, the second prince was dumbfounded by someone's dislike. Looking at Xiao Luzi's calm and collected expression, he suddenly ran out of ideas. In the past, when he had a cold face, not to mention the palace staff, even Sister Chai, that old hag, wouldn't approach at will. But this little eunuch was so uninterested. The second prince did not bother to pay attention to him, and went straight ahead to continue walking. But as he walked, he saw a small courtyard in the forest. The small face reveals a difficult expression. Chapter 86 The Heart of Beware. To enter? Or not to enter? He was so thirsty that if he went in to have a drink of water, it shouldn't hurt. But not by the small eunuch at the back to look down? When he was struggling, he happened to meet Qiu Ming walking out from the small courtyard. He saw the second prince with a red face, and a few steps behind him, followed by the little eunuchs. Immediately, he frowned and went forward and said, "Why did the second prince come over?" He pursed his lips and didn't answer. Xiaoming looked up at Xiao Luzi, and the two of them exchanged glances, and quickly understood what was going on. Facing Xiaoming, even if the second prince was no longer stubborn, he couldn't afford to look cold. Just how to open his mouth became a difficult task. It was Xiaoming who took the initiative to come forward and said, "The second prince quickly followed the servant into the house. This hot day. Carefully heat stroke. With a step down." The second prince was not that uneducated. So after glancing at Xiaoming, he nodded his head. The three of them entered the Huifang yard. And although the second prince was curious, he still looked ahead and did not look around. This behavior made the corner of Xiaoming's mouth rise slightly. He is a determined one. But unfortunately, his body bones are not good. It just so happened that Lin Wani was doing the emperor's regular clothes at the moment. So she was a little surprised when Xiaoming led the second prince into the room. "Eunuch Xiao. This is... young master. This is the second prince. The sun is too big outside. So the slave had the guts to invite the second prince to come to our courtyard to have a drink and hide from the sun. It should be." Lin Lianyi smiled. So she just looked at him and did not continue to speak. After Xiaoming said this, Xiaoan immediately went to pour. Because of Lin Wanyi's body, there was warm water in the house at all times. Xiaoan carried a cup and handed it to the second prince and respectfully said, "Second prince, please." But although he was small, he had a big frame. Letting Xiaoan just hold it like this. He didn't say anything, nor did he take it. Lin Wanyi cocked her head and quickly understood. So she got up and walked over to the pot that was filled with warm water, poured herself a cup as well, and tilted her head back before drinking. Turning the cup upside down, she raised her eyebrows and glanced at the second prince. It seemed to be saying, "No poison. Drink it." The second prince's mind was being torn apart like this to his face, and he didn't feel embarrassed. After thinking about it, before he brought the cup up and gulped it down in one gulp. In this warm water, a little bit of honey was added. It tasted a bit sweet. Plus the temperature of the water is also appropriate. But it is to let the second prince of the long-dried throat get moisturized. A cup of down seems to be not enough. Handed the cup to Xiaoan. But the eyes still looked towards that warm water pot. Lin Lianyi guffawed and instructed Xiaoan. "Pour another cup for the second prince." "Yes." 2 cups of water only. But the second prince felt that the dizziness he had just experienced was much less. At the moment, it was impossible to sit or stand. He and Lin Evening he had never met before. And at this moment, he didn't even know what to say. The little man felt a little embarrassed. But he held his status and refused to take the lead. Lin Evening he looked outside, then asked in a soft voice, "Has the second prince had his meal?" "Not yet." Just as the words left his mouth, the second prince frowned. Obviously what he wanted to say was that there is no need for you to manage. How could he look at Lin Lianyi's face and not be able to say anything? "That's just right. There's food in the concubine's small kitchen. I'll have them send it over." Seeing this, Xiao Luzi immediately rushed to talk to Chun Qi. As for the second prince, he wasn't as formal as he was when he first arrived, and searched for a round stool and sat down. Lin Lianyi looked at him. He was not big in age or size, but he had a lot of thoughts. Not only is he wary of poisoning himself in the water, but from the time he entered the door, he looked like an honorable prince, afraid of losing his power in front of him. Lin Lianyi cannot help but think in her heart, if this second prince is not frail and sickly, I'm afraid that Yifei is not so rampant today. But the royal family is so, once hung on the reputation of infirmity. Basically with the throne has no chance. But good. At least, he will be less calculated a lot. Looking at each other without words, Lin Wanyi found a few sentences of homely words to open up. The second prince did not even pay attention to her. Xiaoming and Xiaoan are lackeys and slave girls. It is not good to say anything. But Lin Evening Yi found it very interesting. Maybe it is because she was also sick all the way through her youth. So she has a little more understanding. Sick people. The mood is not good. He was lucky to have his grandfather's family take care of him for 5 years. So in order to recover from the disease, more peace. But this second prince in the palace, his own mother died early. His own father, and have no time to care for him. Although Consort Lan has always been attentive care. But observe today he can sneak out of things. Only afraid of which also do not see how much sincerity. That is why he will behave as if he has thorns on his body. Whoever came to stab him. Therefore, Lin Wani didn't mind, since he didn't want to speak. Then he himself didn't ask much, so she continued sewing the work in her hands. Daylight slowly shone in from outside the window, as if she had a layer of gentle and soft light on her body. The second prince was a little bit mesmerized as he watched for a moment. Somehow, his nose suddenly felt sour, and immediately lowered his head. All the whimpering and sadness was strangled at the very beginning. A few moments later, raising his head again, he resumed the cold and self-possessed look he had just worn. Chun Chi and Xiao Luzi brought 2 dishes and 1 soup. The portions were small, and they were all served on small plates. But the presentation was exquisite, and the food looked mouth-watering. The slave girl doesn't know what the second prince likes to eat, but on this hot day, if you can eat something hot and sour, it might be appetizing. Saying that, he twisted a bit of the disc of cold shredded tripe in his hand and placed it on the white porcelain plate in front of him. And what was placed on the side was not rice, but a bowl of noodles and clear soup. It looked plain and ordinary, but the soup was made by Chuanchi with old hen, by constantly skimming off the blood foam and adding meat puree into the back and forth wash, and finally got this clear as white water chicken soup base. To make noodles is a bit of a big deal, but Chuanchi thought that the second prince's health is not good, but also need to make up for it. So he thought of this method. As for the other dish, put his shrimp scrambled eggs. The second prince took a look at this dish, and a hint of surprise came out of his small eyes. And then, there was a boundless loss. Sister Chai always used the reason that his body was not well, and most of the time it was either thin rice or white porridge on weekdays, and the small dishes that were served with it were also of little taste. So over time, all that was left in his mouth was the bitter taste of medicine, along with the medicine to eat more. The face has become more and more waxy. If he does not say, this palace is afraid that no one knows. The hall of the second prince, even by a tricky slave to make hunger, has become a habit. In front of the food, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then glanced at Lin Evening E. This time, there was no more suspicion. Picked up the chopsticks and feasted. Chapter 87, accompanying the face sage. Because the portion was small, everything was all down by the second prince. This was about the fullest he had ever eaten since he could remember. Looking at the bare dishes before suddenly reacting, the face seems to appear a silk redness. Some defense said, I didn't eat breakfast, so I used more. The crowd looked at him as a small child because he ate a little more rice actually showed a look of embarrassment. All of them were very unforgiving, especially Chuanchi. She liked it when other people ate everything they made. There was always a full sense of accomplishment. So with a smile, she said to the second prince, if the second prince likes it, in the future, you can often come to our Huifanya courtyard. The slave girl will definitely make food for you in different ways. Really? The second prince's eyes were filled with a few moments of surprise. But it quickly dimmed. Now that he was in Zepping continent, he would have to go back to Concubine Land's place again in a few days. No matter where he was, wanting to eat these was nothing more than a fantasy. So before he even waited for Chuanchi to reply, he said faintly, forget it. It's not much to eat. These words were nothing more than what the second prince used to deceive himself. So none of the people present minded. Lin Lian Yi put down the needle and thread in her hands and looked outside. Then she softly asked, Second prince, you've been out for a long time. Should I let the servant girl send someone to send you back? Hearing this, the second prince's face stiffened. He didn't want to be sent back just like that. Sister Chai would definitely not let him have a good time there. But if he didn't go back, how long could he stay? So with his eyes lowered, he said a moment later, Lin Lian Yi glanced at Chiu Ming, who nodded. He could still handle this little matter. So he prepared to leave. Before he left, he was stopped by Lin Evening Yi. Eunuch Chiu, have Chuanchi send a copy of that chicken soup with cabbage that was made today to the Imperial court. And say that the second prince likes it when he eats it. And I think that his majesty will like it as well. Chiu Ming gave her a deep look and quickly realized what she meant by that. For Lin Lian Yi, this was perhaps the only place she could help. Anything more than that would not be able to. Although the second prince was small, his brain and heart had been soaked up in the palace. He also understood what Lin Lian Yi's intentions were. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't grateful. But because of his face, he didn't say anything more. He followed Chiu Ming and left. Zepping Zhou. In the Qiqing Hall, Dong Yuzhong looked at the second prince in front of him and the food box Chiu Ming was carrying. With a loving face, he said to the second prince, "Second prince, don't panic. The grandma beside you did not publicize this matter. So the emperor does not yet know about you leaving Zepping continent privately." The second prince opened his mouth slightly, but shut it again after thinking about it. Seeing him in this state, Dong Yuzhong spoke again. "The emperor is free now. Would the second prince like to go in and pay his respects?" "May I?" "Of course. You've been sick before this, and the third prince has come several times," Dong Yuzhong said with a smile. The third prince was a diligent man, coming once a day, whether he could see the emperor or not. But rain or shine, the second prince thought about it, and still felt that he should forget about it. Shaking his head, he was about to say something, when he heard the emperor ask from inside, "But the third prince is here?" The second prince let out a bitter smile, hiding all the grievances that filled his heart. Dong Yuzhong immediately walked in and then said, back to the emperor, "It's not the third prince. It's the second prince, as well as Chiu Ming, who is always by Lin's side, who also came over." "Oh, how did they come?" "Pass it on." "Yes." The emperor rubbed his eyes, that sour feeling coming back up, thinking of Lin Evening who massaged him. The corners of his mouth rose. It's been a few days since he's seen him. Outside the door, the second prince heard the emperor ask him to go in. His small face knitted. Instead, Dong Yuzhong smiled and came to his side, whispering, "The second prince, don't be afraid. The emperor is actually more concerned about you." "Care?" When the second prince heard this, for a moment he felt very amused. Was there really? If so, why was there never anyone by his side when he was sad? But at this moment, it was difficult to ride the tiger, so he had no choice but to go in. Although the person was small, the rules were still well practiced. As soon as he saw the emperor, he earnestly bowed. "My son has met my father. Please, father, all hail. Flatten yourself. Your body bones are not good. There is no need to perform a kneeling salute in the future." "Yes." Although the words were said this way, the second prince's heart was sad. He didn't like this kind of differentiation, as if his illness had become something that made him out of place. But in front of the emperor, he didn't dare to speak carelessly. "Chiu Ming, none is here. Why did you come over? But your little master's body is not ironed." Back to the emperor. "Everything is fine with the little lord." "Well, that's fine. I came today to send something to the emperor. The chicken soup and cabbage in this food box. The second prince used it and liked it. So the little lord sent a slave to send it to the emperor to try." When the emperor heard this, he suddenly frowned. And then when he looked at the second prince's head that was hanging low, he was a little moved to anger. "You snuck out?" The second prince was young, and when he was suddenly reprimanded like this, even if his bones were hard, he would be scared. But he didn't lie because he was afraid like other children. After fixing his mind, he nodded his head. The emperor grunted. His face was already insecure. But seeing the second prince's slightly trembling body, it was only then that he suppressed his anger and opened his mouth to say, "How long has it been out?" "About 2 hours." 2 hours. And the sister who normally looked after him didn't even notice a thing? The emperor instantly launched into a fire. "Good. I thought that Consort Land's search for the sisters was much more attentive. The second prince has been lost for 2 hours, and no one has even come to report it. Just how does one look after my son?" Hearing this, Dong Yuzhong immediately said, "Your Majesty, calm your anger. I will go to the back hall to see what that Sister Chai is doing." After saying this, he immediately went. The second prince looked at his back as he left, and in his heart, he was even more grateful to Lin Evening if she hadn't asked Chiu Ming to accompany her on this trip. I'm afraid the emperor wouldn't have been able to discover this matter. That Sister Chai was used to being lazy in her daily life. Plus, she had only seen the emperor once since she came to Zeipingzhou. Her original vigilance has long been loosened. Otherwise, how could she not have noticed that the second prince had been out for so long? The emperor had been sitting in the court for 20 years. So how could he not know about this bit of devious trickery? So looking at the second prince's expression, it carried a lot of complexity. Chiu Ming served the chicken soup on the rosewood table in front of the bright window, and then retired. In the middle of the main hall, only the emperor and the second prince were left. There was silence for a long time. Neither of them were good at expressing their feelings. In the end, it was the emperor who took the lead to break the deadlock. Chapter 88. The Dirty Slave's Artful Argument. Nothing is wrong. Right? This sudden concern was what made the second prince a little surprised. He thought that his father would punish himself severely. After all, with his body sneaking out, if he hadn't run into Xiao Luzi and Qiu Ming, I was only afraid that it would cause another wave in the palace. So with some guilt and some self-reproach, he said, "My son has nothing to do." On the way I met Xiao Luzi beside Aunt Lin and followed him back to Huifang. Aunt Lin had someone make food for my son. My son liked it very much. The second prince was usually a man of few words, and suddenly said so many words. The emperor was a bit surprised. But on second thought, Lin Wani did have this kind of ability. So he seemed to be relieved. "Next time you want to go over, send someone to tell Dong Yuzhong. Let him arrange it. This kind of sneaky thing. No more. Got it?" "I know." The second prince looked at the emperor with a bit of surprise. He thought that the emperor didn't like him to have more contact with the concubines in the harem. Especially this Empress Lin. I heard that she is a person with strong holy favor nowadays. However, it is good to be able to go. Not to mention, the food there is top-notch. Even the water is extra sweet. The two of them are talking. Feel that the chicken soup cabbage fragrance straight into the nose. Food box put 2 pairs of chopsticks. The emperor picked up a pair and asked, "What did you eat in Huifang? Back to father." "A bowl of clear noodles and chicken soup. A dish of shrimp scrambled eggs. And a dish of hot and sour shredded belly." It sounded good. But the food in her courtyard was never like this. Simple but not without good flavor. Thinking this way, the cravings in the emperor's belly were tickled again. Just as he was thinking that it would be good to make a trip over there at night, he saw that Sister Chai, who was in charge of taking care of the second prince, had arrived. Seeing that she was slightly chubby, she was walking behind Dong Yuzhong. There was a slight tension in her appearance, especially when she saw the second prince's cold expression. Her heart was even more pained. But on his face, he still had to pretend to be a nobody. "Slave girl Chai Baobao Vase has met the emperor. Please Emperor Wanan. Have met the second prince. Please second Prince Jinan." She prostrated herself on the ground, her fingers slightly trembling. What kind of sharp-eyed person was the emperor? He could instantly see that her heart was weak. His heart was even more furious. Opening his mouth, he rebuked. The second prince disappeared for so long. You even do not come to report. In the end is negligence. Or AWOL. Your Majesty spare your life. Your Majesty? It was the first time the second prince had seen Sister Chai so defeated. And that bad breath in his heart came out quite a bit. And Dong Yuzhong didn't give her a chance to argue. Immediately speaking back to the emperor. When I found the second prince's courtyard, there were only 2 courtiers outside sweeping. And this should be close to take care of the second prince's Chai's sister will enjoy it very much. When I crashed the door open, people are sleeping sweetly. Hearing this, Sister Chai sweated like a pig. How could she have known that in the time it took her to take a nap, the second prince would actually run out? Even if he ran out, he even came back to complain in front of the emperor. It was really because she had been too indulgent to him during the day that he had become so bold. Immediately cried out and said, "Emperor, slave girl is innocent. Dong gong gong see slave girl in the nap is good. But slave girl this is a reason." And then pointed to the second prince said, "The second prince bitter summer. So every night are tossing and turning. Slave girl afraid to open the window of the cool wind will give the second prince blowing sick. So day by day are guarding the side to give him a bushel fan. So daytime will sleep a little. If the slave girl knew that the second prince would sneak out, she must not dare to be like this. But please your Majesty to be clear." Hearing these words of sophistry, the second prince was furious. The original wax yellow face was red with anger. Pointing at that Sister Chai, he cursed. "When did you guard my side and beat the bushel? Bitter summer? Oh, I didn't even know I had such a problem." The second prince had been dissatisfied with Sister Chai for a long time. But since no one was in charge, he had to endure it. But today's such a good opportunity. If you do not seize, will be completely pulled down to her. I'm afraid that in the future in her hands under the life will be even more difficult. So the tone of voice does not leave any concession. Sister Chai served in the palace for so long. Naturally there are some means. Only to see her immediately is a look of being wrong to immediately go to death expression. Crying out and said, "Slave girl knows that I'm stupid. Serving the second prince is not as good as the others. But this true heart is real." The second prince said that he is not bitter summer. Then why is it that once the summer is always sleep uneasily? Every time the slave girl has to decoct tranquilizing medicine for you to drink before going to bed. Why is that? Why? Aren't you clear in your own heart? Although the second prince was young, he was eloquent, and was not at all afraid of being confronted in front of the emperor. Hearing him speak in such a firm tone, the emperor also heard the foulness in it. Immediately, he had someone go find Imperial Dr. Chung to come over. Immediately after that, he turned to the second prince and asked, "How long have you been taking the tranquilizer pill?" The second prince's eyes darkened for a moment before he said, "Ever since I had the impression that I have been using it. But half a year ago, I had a big fight with Sister Chai. And ever since then, the tranquilizing pills that she served, I haven't taken them again." Hearing this, the emperor looked at Sister Chai with some ruthlessness in his eyes. He didn't have many children, so each one was raised carefully. Princess Mingruo was with noble consort Lin, and the third prince was with consort Yi, all of whom were raised very carefully. But the second prince was raised at consort Lan's place, and he was always sick, simply because he brought a weakness out of his mother's womb. So everyone felt that it was normal for medicine to not leave his mouth. Therefore no one was even behind the scenes to care what would happen to such a young child if he was over-medicated. Thinking of this, the emperor's anger was not in the right place. Looking at the second prince's waxy little face, and always thin body, for the first time, he felt that sending the child to be raised by concubine Lan was a mistake. And then he looked at Sister Chai and said word for word, "You'd better pray that there's nothing wrong with that medicine, or else I'll have your entire family buried with you." When Sister Chai heard this, she trembled in fear. She hadn't even expected the emperor to suddenly investigate this, so she hadn't prepared it all beforehand. Her teeth shivered in fear, and she no longer had the same look of sophistry that she had just had. When Imperial Dr. Chung came, there was also Imperial Dr. Do standing beside him. The emperor glanced at Dong Yuzhong, only to see him immediately return. "It just so happens that the two eunuchs are on duty. I thought of inviting them all together to take a look, to make sure everything is safe." It had to be said that there was a reason why Dong Yuzhong had been able to serve in front of the imperial court for so long without making any mistakes. This carefulness and attentiveness of his was not something that anyone could do. How repulsive the second prince was to that tranquilizing medicine. Dong Yuzhong saw it in his eyes. Chapter 89, Examining the dregs of the medicine. If only Imperial Dr. Chung was called in. He was afraid that it would be useless. So in the end, Imperial Dr. Do, who was good at detecting toxins, was also invited. That would ensure that the results were not wrong. At the same time, the dregs of the tranquilizer medicine, the formula and the undecocted medicine, and even the cooker, pot, and charcoal used for decocting the medicine were all brought over. Even the things for fetching water and the handkerchief for lifting the lid were also included. There was nothing left at all. Seeing this, Sister Chai's swallowing of saliva became more and more frequent. For today's solution, she could only pray for God's blessing to make these two imperial doctors wrong. Otherwise, she was only afraid that she would really have to bring her entire family along to die. Imperial Dr. Chung was responsible for checking the dregs of the medicine, while Imperial Dr. Do took all the decoction utensils and checked them one by one. The two refused to check the wrong places at all. And then, they switched over and looked at what the other had already checked again. Time seemed to pass exceptionally long. The heat wave outside melted a lot of the ice in the room. But even so, that Sister Chai still had her back wet with sweat, leaving behind a sweat stain. The two eunuchs looked at each other after checking. And then, they said to the emperor, "Back to the emperor. All the things. I have checked and found nothing wrong. The dosage of this tranquilizer medicine is also normal. And it is indeed effective for people with insomnia." Once these words came out, that Sister Chai's high-hanging heart finally fell. Humph. The second prince has lost his chance this time. After he turns over, he will go back and clean him up in detail. The second prince clenched his fists, immediately shouted, "Impossible. That tranquilizing medicine makes me dizzy day after day. I have no strength at all. But since I cut off the medicine half a year ago, although the sickness is still there, it's not like before when I needed to stay sick day after day. How could it be possible that this medicine hasn't been tampered with?" Sister Chai was also not willing to show weakness, and immediately spoke back. "Unjustly old slave, unjustly The second prince's illness is not for a day or two. Once the imperial doctor also asserted that it would not live for long. But Andy Lan took care of it carefully day after day, which allowed the second prince to live until today. Said while crying, "Your Highness's good intentions How did the second prince's mouth become poisoned? If the Empress knew, I'm afraid that her heart would be saddened into what kind of sadness is unknown. The second prince was so angry that his hands were trembling. This dodgy slave was really difficult to deal with. Opening and closing his mouth is pulling Consort Lan to be a shield, but is to hide himself behind. Dong Yuzhong glanced at the second prince's red eyes. Naturally also knew that there was something fishy. But the eunuchs couldn't find out. Could it be that the thing that makes the second prince weak day after day isn't medicine, but something else? Just thinking about whether to open his mouth to say it, he heard the emperor already commanding. Dong Yuzhong, you take the eunuchs and go. Turn over the second prince's courtyard, and the place where Sister Chai lives all carefully. If there is anything suspicious, report it immediately. Yes. Sister Chai originally thought that such a matter was over and done with. She didn't expect that she would continue to pursue the matter. She wasn't afraid to find out anything suspicious. After all, that thing wasn't in her house at all. But she has a number of things there are from the second prince deductions. If Eunuch Dong went to investigate, wouldn't he immediately reveal the pie? Thinking of this, the heart that had just been put down hung up again. I'm afraid that I won't be able to escape this time. I hoped that Bingmei would see the hint before she was brought in by Dong Yuzhong and hurry to find concubine Lan to save her life. Time passed by minute by minute. Sister Chai was a bit old and used to enjoying her blessings on weekdays. Kneeling hands and feet are numb. But the emperor did not let her get up. Bean-sized beads of sweat were hanging on her forehead. Behind the clothes also went a large piece. In her heart, she kept chanting that she hoped for the Bodhisattva's blessing. Concubine Lan has arrived. When Sister Chai heard this voice, it was like heavenly music. Her teeth almost didn't hit the roof of her mouth in excitement. If Concubine Lan had come, then naturally, there would be someone to rule for her. With tears in her eyes, she looked outside, only to see Consort Lan hurrying in with her stomach, looking very anxious. As soon as she entered the door, she looked towards the second prince, the worry in her eyes showing through. How are you all right? The moment these words came out, everyone froze. It was rare for the second prince to see Consort Lan being so caring and considerate. Many times, she was very polite to herself. Polite and even a little detached. How come today? She had a worried and cherished expression on her face, causing the second prince's heart to sink a few points deeper. So after coughing twice, he said calmly, "There is nothing wrong with my son." The loving motherly look that Consort Lan originally wanted to show was thus blocked by the second prince's coldness. She lifted a breath and turned to the emperor and said with affection, "Your Majesty, I have lost my manners. I heard that the second prince suddenly left Zephyr continent, so I rushed over here in a hurry. Fortunately, the second prince is fine. Otherwise, I have done too much incompetence as a mother consort." She was still wiping her tears as she spoke. Originally, she was pregnant, so when her emotions came up, the teardrops were like broken threads. They kept falling down. The emperor was originally a little impatient, but when he saw her towering belly, he had to suppress his irritation. Turning to Sister Chai, he then said, "You're quite the one who would seek farther away from home." The words were not said thoroughly, but Concubine Lan understood at once. It seems that this Sister Chai is a private message to her, and the emperor is what attitude is still a little puzzled. So curbed the sobbing, silently stood aside. Instead, it was the chasing clouds that followed by her side that immediately reminded. The Empress is already 8 months pregnant. The doctor said it is not long to stand. Hearing this, the emperor waved his hand and said calmly to Consort Lan, "Sit down first. Be careful, child." "Yes." Subject concubine obeys. She needed to hold her waist when she sat down. Otherwise she would easily flash. And the first thing she did when she sat down was to beckon to the second prince and say, "Quickly come over and sit with mother consort. I haven't seen you for a few days. I've missed you a lot." Facing Sister Chai, the second prince could be cold and desperate. But when facing Consort Lan, he had a kind of indescribable emotional entanglement in it. After all, ever since he was born, apart from those sister maids, the one he had the most contact with was Consort Lan. He had also wanted to treat Consort Lan as his own direct mother. But reality always slapped him in the face. Not to mention the fact that after Empress Su passed away, his days fell apart. There were just those 2 times when he went to ask for peace. He could always hear Consort Lan talking about wanting to have a pregnancy with the person next to her. For him, this was undoubtedly a blow. But from Consort Lan's point of view, This matter was also normal. Who wouldn't want to have a child of their own? If she had already had a child in the first place, I'm afraid she wouldn't have taken care of the motherless second prince. Chapter 90. The mountain rain desires to come. Therefore, the second prince was both disappointed and hopeful towards concubine Lan. Walking forward, there was still no expression on his face. Consort Lan is used to seeing him like this. Her heart is naturally not happy, but in front of the emperor, also cannot help but to show some. Reaching out, she touched his forehead and then pasted her own. Fortunately, no fever. Your body is the most afraid of heat. Outside the sun so hot. You still sneak outside? Chaima heard that you're not there. Anxious straight to send people looking for mother consort to find you. And then said to the emperor slightly sorry. Your Majesty, Chai Mama is serving the second prince since childhood. The old man grew up. The second prince sneaks out. She is more anxious than anyone else. The reason why did not report to eunuch Dong. Is afraid of disturbing the emperor to deal with the state affairs. After I learned of this, I immediately sent people around to search for him. Sister Chai cried out in joy. As Consort Lan said this, it pulled her towards life. Yes, concubine Lan is right. The old slave has been serving by the side of the Empress for a long time. So I thought of the Empress as soon as something went wrong. Please don't be angry about this. The old slave won't dare to do it again next time. Looking at the way this master and servant duo were doing their theater, the only little bit of hope in the second prince's heart for concubine Lan was also completely uprooted. He let out a bitter smile. He despised his current self. In his heart, he kept questioning himself. What is there to look forward to? This is not the result that you have known for a long time? And then he kept his head hung low and did not say another word. In his heart, he felt that his father would punish a negligent old slave, but would not implicate a concubine who was pregnant and still had power in the previous dynasty. Therefore, striking a stone with an egg was bound to be a defeat. Solely, there was silence. The emperor glanced at concubine Lan, and that look carried a disappointment that concubine Lan had never seen before. This glance made consort Lan instantly startled. Could it be that she had said something wrong? Her heart was slightly flustered, but her face still had to pretend that nothing was wrong. Just also no longer open her mouth to say anything more. For a time, the whole house returned to the same silence as before consort Lan came. But Xiao Ming, who was standing outside waiting, had a feeling of worry that a mountain rain was coming. As expected, Dong Yuzhong soon returned with two eunuchs with serious faces. When he saw consort Lan, there was a brief moment of shock in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down. Your servant greets His Majesty, and greets Auntie Lan. Eunuch Dong is polite. Consort Lan had always been gentle and kind and good-tempered, so no one commented on this behavior. After performing the salute, Dong Yuzhong said in a straightforward manner, Your Majesty, the slave with two eunuchs properly searched the second prince's courtyard as well as Sister Chai's and other people's houses, and found out quite a lot of things. Saying that, he let the people bring out all the things. 100 years of ginseng, huge dongzu, arm-sized jade carvings of mountain stones. Not many things, but everything was very valuable. Seeing these, Sister Chai instantly fell limp on the ground. She just couldn't say anything even if she had 18 mouths. Consort Lan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger and hatred. Could it be that a good chess piece was going to be lost like this? Only to see eunuch Dong say expressionlessly, all of these things were rummaged out of Sister Chai's box and cage, and the things used in the second prince's bedchamber are all very ordinary. Then glancing at Sister Chai on the ground, even he felt that it was a bit excessive. Your Majesty, in the second prince's bedchamber, not even a cup of water was seen. As soon as these words came out, everyone knew that this Sister Chai couldn't run away from the charge of neglecting her duties and stealing from the guards. Just a mere slave girl. How dare she be so arrogant? I'm afraid there's someone high up behind her. Thinking of this, Lan Fei already cannot care about their round tummy. Gesture on the knees. Crying with pear blossom rain said, Your Majesty, my concubine is guilty. Sister Chai usually takes care of the second prince is very ironic. But would be the negligence of my concubine to make the second prince suffer. Please Your Majesty chastise. She didn't shirk her responsibility, but saying so was tantamount to breaking her arm to survive. Sister Chai's mouth opened, but she thought that there was still a family outside the palace that relied on concubine Lan's family to live. She could only admit it even if she died. So she kowtowed to Consort Lon and said, "Your Highness, do not need to blame yourself. Our old slaves a moment of wealth will want to give the second prince's reward are swallowed. Is the old slave's sin the old slave to bear is." Turning to the emperor, he continued to say pleadingly, "The old slave lard blinded the heart. Do not dare to ask the emperor and the second prince's forgiveness. But the old and young at home know nothing about this. The old slave is willing to die to thank for the crime. But also ask the emperor not to wreak havoc on the family is," said, deeply looked at Consort Lon. The meaning of the trust in the eyes is very obvious. Consort Lon, in order to avoid suspicion, only turned to do not see. On the contrary, it was the chasing clouds beside her that nodded slightly. And only after seeing this did that Sister Chai put her heart down, pulling down the hairpin on her head. She gritted her teeth and plunged it into her own heart. The people in the hall did not expect her to die with such determination. They were scared out of their wits. Especially the second prince, who was still young, froze on the spot. Although he was very disgusted with Sister Chai, he had also thought of putting her to death. But the appearance of committing suicide so right in front of his face still left a deep mark in the second prince's young heart. He suddenly convulsed and pouted all of a sudden. Fortunately, the emperor was standing not far from him, and caught his head when he fell and smashed the ground. Otherwise this fall would have been a big deal. When Consort Lon saw this, she also pretended to be shocked. Covering her stomach, she cried out in pain. All of a sudden, the entire teaching hall was a mess. Fortunately, the doctor was right in front of us. Immediately came forward to diagnose and treat. That Lan Fei pregnant. At this moment is not good to sleep flat. Dong Yuzhong hastily left the chase cloud and chased the moon to help send her to the side of the hall to rest first. And Chung Doctor also followed the pass to see the situation. 8 months pregnant. If it is really premature birth, it is very dangerous. Everyone didn't dare to delay. On the other hand, the emperor held the second prince and placed him on the couch under the bright window, and immediately summoned Dr. Do, very anxious to ask, "How is the second prince?" Dr. Do did not speak, held his breath, and began to diagnose the pulse. Seeing this, the emperor also closed his mouth, looking towards the gurgling and bleeding Sister Chai on the ground. The loathing in his eyes became more and more obvious. "What are you waiting for? Don't throw her body out to feed the dogs. If anything happens to the second prince, I will have her entire family buried with her." Yes. In the midst of the rage, no one dared to approach the emperor, fearing that they would be implicated. And Imperial Dr. Do, who was checking the pulse at the side, also frowned tightly. Turning to the emperor, he said, "Your Majesty, the second prince's fainting was caused by the rush of anger. Nothing serious. Microcosmic ministers applying needles will be able to do it. But..." Chapter 91, Behind the Scenes. But what? But... The Microchan detected an abnormality in the second prince's pulse. It seems to be that he is poisoned. Poisoned? Hearing this, the emperor's hostility through his body flared up at once. A few days ago, Lin Lianyi was poisoned, and the end result was that having a pregnancy became extremely difficult. Now the second prince was poisoned again. How many more people have to be killed in this harem before the black hand behind the scenes can stop? But as the king of a country, he is also the father of the second prince. Anxious and angry is useless. Right now the antidote is the important thing. What is the poison? How will it be? This poison was placed very carefully. Each dose is not large. Usually ask for a safe pulse is not easy to detect. Today, when the second prince suddenly fainted, it stirred up some of the toxins that were hidden in his body, which is why I was able to detect it. Imperial Dr. Do said, while carefully inspecting the second prince's arm. His arm was weak and feeble, with some whiteness. But when looking closely through the sunlight, there seemed to be some faint greenish colors. Your Majesty, look. This poison is about the second prince's entrance to the things with. Look at the situation. Will not be less than 2 years. Just what is the specific poison? The Microchan for a moment still cannot figure out. There is still save? This is the emperor's most concerned about the problem. Although it has long been known that the second prince will not necessarily live to adulthood, but being born weak and sickly, and poisoning leading to an early death. These were two different things. He had already lost his firstborn son, and didn't want to fail to keep even his second son. I can only do my best to find out what this poison is before I can reply to your Majesty. Hearing this, the emperor's heart was half cold. looking at the still unconscious second prince. His heart was filled with guilt. Poisoned for such a long time. He, as a father, was completely unaware of it, when really is some shame to the child. No matter what you need, just tell me. I want the Imperial Hospital to save the second prince with all their heart. Understand? Yes. I obey. In fact, without the Emperor's words, Dr. Doe was also clear. And regardless of whether the two unborn babies are male or female, even if they were all Imperial sons, they might not be able to escape the storms in the palace. Want to grow into a man? There is still a long time. So, to be able to save one is one. Otherwise, this world is afraid to change again. In the middle of the side hall, Imperial Dr. Chung checked Consort Lan's pulse. Although she was holding her stomach and grunting non-stop, there was nothing important. It's just that the eunuch wouldn't break it down rashly. Your Highness probably suffered from heat stroke on the way here, and then got a shock. So the field she was moved. Fortunately, it's well conditioned on weekdays, so it's not a big deal. Concubine Lon looked at Imperial Dr. Chung. There seemed to be a threat in those eyes. Crown Physician, is this palace's dragon fetus really safe and sound? Although the tone was questioning, Imperial Dr. Chung was no fool. Just now, that scene was still bloody in front of him. He was a fool who also knew how to say at this moment. So that Imperial Dr. Chung changed his tone and said, however, the Empress Mother's month is getting older, so it's better to pay more attention during the day. If there is a next time, I'm afraid that both the Empress and the dragon fetus will be in danger. So I'll prescribe 2 pairs of medicines to protect the fetus first. And remember not to be frightened or angered again. Hearing this, it was only when chasing Cloud beside Consort Lon had a few smiles that she looked at Imperial Dr. Chung. Then I would like to thank Eunuch Chung. It should be. Chasing the moon led Imperial Dr. Chung to go elsewhere to write the prescription. And in the middle of the side hall, only Consort Lon and Chasing the Clouds were there. Only then did Consort Lon touch her face, revealing an expression of gnashing teeth. Humph. Chai Bao Bao, this useless dog slave. Dead is dead. But also say some meaningful words. Measuring is to let the Emperor suspect this palace. Chasing Clouds patted Consort Lan's back, while smoothing out her breath. She said, Your Highness, don't worry. Since Sister Chai killed herself, there is no evidence against her. Even if His Majesty has some misgivings, he won't make a scene at this moment. But if the Emperor is suspicious of this palace, won't it be bad for the future? This child hasn't even been born yet, and he won't be liked by the Emperor. Won't it be me, as the mother consort, who is not? Lon Fei was thinking extraordinarily much in her head, because she was pregnant. Chasing Clouds immediately persuaded. Nyong Nyong. Cannot say confusing words. You since entering the palace. How long have you been looking forward to have this child? How could the Emperor not like it? A mere sickly second prince. The Emperor will not offend our Lon clan for him. Only after mentioning the Lon clan did Consort Lan's mood calm down quite a bit. Indeed, even if she was tripped up by Sister Chai this time, as long as her father and the clan still had prestige in the former dynasty and in the folklore, then everything would be fine. Only when she thought of this did she ease her mind. You're right. I can't afford to upset myself. The most important thing right now is to give birth to the lunar sun. And we'll talk about the rest later. Your Highness is right. As for the second prince, let Sister Duan take good care of him. Since he doesn't like Sister Chai's service, then just get him a more attentive one. When he said this, a trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes. Obviously, he was also considered a child that he had raised. But why did Concubine Lon always have a face of resentment and displeasure when she brought up the second prince? Others did not know. But Chasing Clouds was more than clear about the reason for this. The two of them were arranging it in the side hall. And the person they were arranging the second prince was waking up at the moment. But he was tossing and turning, raising his head and seeing a room of bright yellow. He knew that this was the Emperor's bedchamber. You're awake? A low voice came from the side. The second prince fixed his eyes to take a closer look. But it was the Emperor, looking at the already dark sky outside. He had a terrible headache. Father, what's wrong with my son? The Emperor was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it at his young age. So he concealed the fact that he was poisoned. Only faintly said, You were shocked. That's why you fainted. There's no harm. In the future, carefully nourished is. Nurture carefully. This is something he has heard since he could understand human language. He had heard it for many years now. But after all these years, had anything good come out of it? And did not. The second prince whispered back, and then stopped talking. Is your stomach hungry? Do you want to eat something? The Imperial kitchen sent some lean meat and yam porridge. Do you want to use some? The second prince shook his head. He had been using kanji so much these past few years that he was about to vomit. If it was before, he might have been able to hold his nose and smother it in one mouthful. But after tasting Chuanchi's handiwork, how could he be willing to drink the kanji that he had to deal with? Then what do you want to eat? The second prince looked at the emperor with some surprise. This genial attitude really made him somewhat flattered. In his impression, his father had always been very serious. Even when he was facing concubine Lan, he rarely showed any happy attitude. Today this is how? Suddenly so attentive to him? Chapter 92, Dining Together. But this kind of good opportunity, he was not willing to miss. So licking his lips he said, My son wants to go to Aunt Lin's courtyard to eat. When the emperor heard this, there were a few moments of dismay. But on second thought, the small kitchen in Lin Evening Yi's courtyard did cook well. It seemed that this child had eaten happily at noon and was now thinking about it. Looking at the sky outside, he said to Dong Yuzhong, Immediately send someone to Huifangya Yuan to say that I and the second prince are going to have a meal, so that Lin Chang is preparing it. Yes. He didn't care if Huifangya Yuan had enough food. He only needed to give the order. Hearing that he could go to Huifangya Yuan again, the second prince was so happy that he almost didn't jump up. Looking at his excited expression, a trace of pain flashed through the emperor's eyes, and then remembered Imperial Dr. Do's words. The second prince has been taking this poison for a long time, so it's better for the emperor to change everything around him that can be imported all over again, simply changing the things that can enter the mouth. This is treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. Even with the waiting palace people and change out, that is from the root to eliminate the aftermath. Thinking of this, the emperor had a plan in mind. Looking at the second prince's expression, also gradually calmed down a lot. In the Huifangya courtyard, Lin Wani put on a dutiful smile, then stood at the door of the house and waited. Originally thought that the emperor some days ago to get tired. She can get a free. I didn't expect how the decree was sent over again. Having the evening meal was not a complicated matter. Just pity Chuanchi and Xiao Luzi. Busy in the small kitchen never stopped. If she were to eat alone on weekdays, one meat, one vegetable, and one soup would be enough. But now, the emperor is coming. The second prince is also coming. Then at least 6 dishes to start. Luckily, Chuanchi had prepared in the past, so she was busy, but not in a panic. The night gradually darkened. When Lin Wei saw a lantern leading all the way over, she knew it was the emperor and the second prince arriving. Maiden concubine Lin asked the emperor for 10,000 piece. Meet the second prince. The emperor let out a hymn and then raised his hand. When Lin Lianyi stood up, she saw that the second prince was in order and also gave her a greeting. Bless peace, Empress Lin. There is no need for the second prince to be polite. This child, when she saw him at noon, he still looked unruly and untamed. But after only half a day, he was much more polite. Taking advantage of the emperor and the second prince entering the room, she glanced at Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming immediately came forward and whispered right next to her ear. Sister Chai, who served the second prince, killed herself due to negligence and theft. Negligence? Stealing from the police? These 2 offenses were really not light. In theory, the second prince was concubine Lan's favorite, so the sisters assigned to take care of him should have been top-notch. How could there be such a big mistake? However, on second thought, the second prince sneaked out for so long without seeing anyone appearing to look for him. It looks like the people arranged by concubine Lan are not necessarily as good as they should be. While thinking, she walked in. She waited on the emperor to clean his hands, while Xiaoan was in charge of the second prince. After wiping both their father and son clean, she then ordered someone to serve the soup. Today's soup is a soup with carbs simmered with tofu. The emperor will be arriving soon before serving it out. It's just right to drink it at this moment. Soup color milky white. Fish meat tender. Tofu is like a pool of water in the head. There was also a sprinkling of tiny green onions on top, making people salivate at first glance. The emperor and the second prince took it, then tasted it. The flavor was really nothing to write home about. Even the temperature was just right. Neither would it burn their mouths, nor would they feel fishy if it was cold. The second prince used a small bowl and still didn't think it was enough. But he was afraid that if he ate too much, he would make the emperor and Lin Chongzai unhappy. So he could only lick his lips and not add more. Although Lin Wani had never had a child, she was several years older than her brother. Since childhood, she had also watched him grow up. What kind of nature this few years old little boy had, more or less could still guess 2 points. So she relieved him and said, "Second prince, this fish soup is nourishing and helps digestion. So it doesn't matter if you drink 2 bowls at night. Can you use some more?" The second prince's eyes were shining brightly, looking at Lin Lianyi's expression. He couldn't help but say with the corners of his mouth rising, "Can I?" "Of course. But Chuanqi made a lot of delicious food. If you're full of soup, I'm afraid you won't be able to use much rice later. How about a small half bowl?" The second prince immediately nodded his head. The words reached his mouth, but he still swallowed them back. Otherwise, he wanted to say, is to drink 2 more big bowls. He can eat the rice. Seeing this, Xiaoan immediately gave him another small half bowl. This time, the second prince no longer gulped it down, but slowly tasted it. The tenderness of the fish and tofu made the bitter taste in his mouth completely disappear. This happy look of his fell in the emperor's eyes, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Before the fish soup was finished, this Xiao Luzi and the others served the dishes. A dish of stir-fried conch meat slices, a dish of shuexia soup, seasonal vegetables braised at 3 fresh, and then there is a sizzling roasted shredded chicken. Aubergine and winter melon were used to make a cold dish. Things are not much, but also common. But smell the taste, feel fragrant. Lin Wani served the emperor. Xiaoan gave the second prince dishes. Their father and son ate soundly. But unfortunately Lin Wani did not use a few chopsticks. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, but when the decree was delivered, she had already used a bowl of noodle soup. Now her stomach was still full. The second prince hadn't used this much rice in a long time. Lin Wani was worried that if he ate too much, it would be bad if he hurt his spleen and stomach. So she asked Chun Chi to boil some sweet soup and drink it half an hour after the meal. It's also considered a digestive aid. Touching his round tummy, the second prince was satisfied. In his heart, he thought that it would be good if he could stay in this Huifang Yaoyuan all the time. The thought of going back to Zepingzhou, or to consort land side, he was 10,000 times more reluctant. In one place, there was a cold and unattended person, and in the other place, there was a false love that was full of tricks. Whichever side he chose, he was not happy. After removing the table, the emperor ordered someone to take the second prince out to play. In this dark light, playing anything was a sham. It was just an excuse to talk to Lin Evening alone. So after thinking about it, Xian went over to the study and opened the box and cage to take some strange things out. Smiling, she said to the second prince, "Second prince, slave girl will take you to the side to play with these." "Okay." The second prince at a glance out. This thing and the father a few days ago to give him the wooden cow flow horse. Seems to be a person to do. Eyes containing surprise then said, "Good." When several people left, Dong Yuzhong covered the door of the house. And then holding the duster, he retreated 3 steps and stood under the veranda to look at the moonlight outside. It was the time when the earth was sprinkled all over and filled with silver waves. Lin Lianyi glanced at the emperor, and then he opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 93, taking the trouble to arrange. Does the emperor have something to say to the servant girl? You are clever. Looking at Lin Aveni's chrysanthemum-like appearance, the emperor smiled, before saying seriously, "This afternoon, the sister who was responsible for taking care of the second prince killed herself. The second prince fainted when he didn't take it. And afterwards Imperial Dr. Do noticed that he had been poisoned for at least 2 years. What? Lin Lianyi was incomparably surprised. The first reaction in her mind was who did it? Noble consort Lin? Concubine E? Or someone else? For a child less than 6 years old to be poisoned for such a long time. It can be imagined how cruel that person's mind is. People in this palace, on the surface, live a bright and beautiful, envied by all. But behind the scenes, either the hot hand to destroy flowers, or suffer a lot of pain. Thinking of seeing the second prince's appearance at noon, Lin Lianyi sighed deeply. That Dr. Do can say what kind of poison. Is there a solution? The emperor shook his head. He hasn't found out yet. But this poison uses a shallow amount each time. About wanting to make outsiders think that he died from a weak illness by slowly eating away at the second prince's body. When he said this, the Emperor's broad back seemed to soften quite a bit. Lin Lianyi also felt a bit intolerant as she watched. So she stepped forward and comforted. Your Majesty, and be relieved. Since Dr. Doe was able to detect that the second prince was poisoned, he will definitely be able to find the antidote in time. The words are so said. But in fact Lin Wanyi's heart also has no bottom. After all, the second prince's body was already weak, but also poisoned for so long. I'm afraid that the body's base cannot withstand this kind of torture. Suddenly remembered the second uncle at home. He is also quite insightful on the matter of poisoning detoxification. Just a pity. A folk doctor how will have the opportunity to give the golden prince to see a doctor. So then rested his mind. The Emperor heard her this. Not too much to pick up. Rather, he spoke of the other. I have a wet nurse, called Sister Du when I was young. She took care of me very carefully. So I intend to let Sister Du to personally take care of the second prince. As for those people around him, there is a counting one. All sent to tucked away in the court is disposed like this. Lin Wanyi felt something was wrong when she heard it. Your Majesty, hastily disposing of so many people around the second prince. I'm afraid it will make people outside suspicious. Since your Majesty has separated the second prince from the servant girl to talk about this matter with the concubine, I think the second prince is still in the dark. If you change the people around him in such a big way, the second prince will definitely be aware of it. If this stimulates his condition, won't it be troublesome? The Emperor closed his eyes. Lin Wanyi's words were not unreasonable. But now that the leading Sister Chai was dead, it would be troublesome to investigate the remaining ones. Then what do you think? With one Sister Chai gone, it would be appropriate to send Sister Du to serve by the side of the second prince. And as for those who serve by his side, let Sister Du find a way to send them away. Although the method is good, it may have some impact on Sister Du's reputation. This, Lin Lianyi has not yet had time to say. The Emperor will pick up the words mouth passed. I'll talk to Sister Du. Her old man has always been clear and thunderous. I'm relieved to do the job. Lin Lianyi nodded. So perhaps the second prince can have more peace. Just in the harem. If the black hand behind this harm can't be caught, the second prince's safety is still a problem. Therefore, Lin Wanyi left a thought. If there was a chance, she could probe in front of noble consort Lin. Just as she was thinking, she heard the Emperor speak. This child was about afraid of drinking kanji before. Today I let the people from the Imperial catering room send some over. He didn't use it, but he ate freely here with you. Chuichi's handiwork is indeed no place to pick fault. That is, the servant girl ate her cooking day after day. Also do not feel tired. She laughed happily. The Emperor's original somewhat taut nerves also followed to relax a lot. I will let Sister Du come over tomorrow. But tonight there is some trouble. Lin Lianyi looked at the Emperor in confusion. Trouble for what? She didn't understand. Seeing her look of confusion, the Emperor then put his words into perspective. The Sister Chai who served him killed herself in front of him. I'm afraid that when he returns to Zepping-zhou he'll be afraid again, which won't be good for his recovery. Lin Lianyi suddenly widened her eyes, looking at the Emperor with some incredulity. And only then did he say with a slight trifle of surprise. Does your Majesty mean that you want the second prince to stay in the maidservant's courtyard? Not all the time. Just these 3 or 2 months. I see that this Huifanya courtyard is also empty. A number of rooms it set aside a few rooms to give him to live is. Lin Lianyi blinked, seemingly thinking about the feasibility of this matter. She was a mere permanent resident. Could she really keep a prince in her courtyard? It was just that her misgivings hadn't even been voiced yet. And right after that the Emperor added, Don't worry. I'm not comfortable with him being here. So naturally I will accompany him. Lin Wanyi suddenly had no words to say. This Emperor's old man was really good at being obedient. It's self. Naturally. The ability to use the slope to get off the donkey. No one under the sky is afraid to be more powerful than this 9.5 Supreme Emperor in front of him. It was not easy to invite the Buddha away. But now, it is not enough to come to a Buddha, but even to a nest. Lin Wanyi wanted to cry without tears. But what could she say? She only hoped that this news wouldn't be spread out. Otherwise, she could know with her eyes closed how concubine Lan was going to eat her. Thinking of this, she suddenly shivered coldly. Seeing her in this state, the Emperor raised his eyebrows and looked at her, asking in a somewhat unkind tone, You're not happy? Lin Lianyi had been suppressed in the Xiangfu for many years by County Princess Runkong and the people of the Western Crossing courtyard. If one were to talk about eyesight, It would naturally be superior. Immediately ended the smile and said, "How could it be? The maidservant is too happy to be happy. I was just thinking about where it would be more appropriate to place the second prince." Hearing her words, coupled with the sincere happiness on Lin Wanyi's face, that couldn't be more sincere. Only then did the emperor feel relieved. "I told you. This harem, who doesn't look forward to staying in her palace. It is Lin Wanyi. Should also be so." Thinking, suddenly remembered something. Since the person in front of me entered the palace to now, he seems to have never pampered any concubines. Even calling them to accompany him was rare. So he smiled faintly. And this smile made Lin Evening a little puzzled. Everyone says that a woman's heart is a needle under the sea. To Lin Evening, this emperor's heart is the needle at the bottom of the sea. One second he was angry. The next second he smiled to himself. Even some abrupt action. If she is not still in the name of detoxification and drink medicine to hide over. I am afraid that today is another sleepless night. The other okay to say. This second prince has not yet settled it. If he hears what he shouldn't hear, then she won't be able to hold her head up in the future. Then she will not want to raise her head to be a person in the future. So, specially change the bedclothes into a peepa lapel. A series of 18 buttons. She did not believe. The emperor can still be interested. Chapter 94 Sister Du arrives. When the news that the second prince was going to stay overnight at Huifanya courtyard reached the ears of everyone, they were all a little surprised. Chiu Ming, in particular, immediately looked up at Dong Yuzhong, only seeing him nodding slightly, with a smile on his face. Did this drumming heart relax? And then he led the crowd to the backyard to clean up. This Huifang elegant courtyard is a small two-courtyard. Originally the backyard is vacant, so it is just a simple sweep. Even the furniture of these arrangements are not complete. Suddenly said that the second prince wants to stay. They are in a hurry to prepare. Fortunately, the people under Dong Yuzhong's hand were all very good, so the house was cleaned up, and the beds were covered with good mattresses. Xian brought a set of plain-colored tents and quilts. Not many things, but better in elegance and cleanliness. Second prince will make do tonight. Tomorrow the slave girl will bring people to arrange the backyard properly. We'll definitely let you live comfortably. The second prince nodded. Clearly he had only known the people in this courtyard for half a day, but he was inexplicably at ease, smelling the unique smell of the quilts and pillows. For the first time, the second prince felt a sense of warmth. The emperor rested in Lin Evening Yi's house, so the person on night duty was naturally Dong Yuzhong. So Chiu Ming brought Xiao Luzi to guard the second prince's house, just in case he needed anything. There was always a cooker in this small kitchen warming water, so even if he wanted a hot drink in the middle of the night, it could be delivered instantly. Eunuch Chiu. Minion is here. Xiao Luzi. Minion is also here. Second prince? Nothing much. I'm just calling out. Go to sleep. Saying that, he rolled himself over and headed towards the wall to sleep with his head covered. Xiao Luzi was puzzled, but it was Chiu Ming who had more obscurity in his eyes. A good night's sleep. This was about the most comfortable sleep the second prince had ever had since he entered the palace. This backyard was very close to the peach forest, so from time to time, some of the sweet smell of ripe peaches would waft in, like the second prince's dream. It was refreshing. Sleeping well. This spirit is naturally good. When he woke up early and went to the front of the courtyard to have breakfast with the emperor and Lin Liani, his face looked much better. For this reason, the emperor was more and more sure that his practice was absolutely good. So while drinking congee, he said, "Anything in your house that you want to bring over? Just tell Dong Yuzhong and let him do it." The second prince's eyes darkened, thinking for a long time, and then shook his head and said faintly, "Back to father. My son has nothing to bring." Immediately after that, he twisted a fried dumpling and put it into his mouth, chewing it finally one bite at a time. Lin Wanyi and the emperor looked at each other, naturally worried. How old was he? And yet, he didn't even have a bit of attachment around him, or even just the things he was used to using. It was truly unimaginable. And more in the emperor's heart was disgust for Sister Chai. This was the meritorious person who took care of the second prince's upbringing day in and day out in consort land's words? Simply ridiculous. If concubine Lan was here at this moment, he would have to question her properly. Seeing the father and son, one angry, one sad, Lin Liani could only hurry to make a bowl of soya milk. Your Majesty, taste. This soya bean milk is freshly ground by Xiao Luzi in the morning. It has been boiling for a while. While saying this, she added a small half-spoon of sugar. The Emperor did not have a love for sweets. This was something Lin Evening had discovered during this time. And then she picked up another small bowl and similarly gave the second prince a small, half bowl. Sugar, but added 2 more spoons. Children always love to eat something sweet. This is something that Lin Wani can deeply feel. Thinking of her grandfather's house and cousin grabbing corn candy to eat things, cannot help but smile. It was this smile that made both the Emperor and the second prince look a little smitten. Coughing, Dong Yuzhong purposely coughed twice before entering, interrupting the warmth of the room. Slave has met the Emperor, has met the second prince, and has met Lin Chongzai. What is it? Back to the Emperor. Sister Du has arrived. Quickly invite sister in. The Emperor's tone rarely carried some excitement and respect. Not to mention Lin Lian Yi. Even the second prince felt curious. The 3 of them looked at the doorway together, only to see a sister dressed in navy satin walk in. Her face was a bit square and serious, but between her brows and eyes was an air of serenity. Her appearance was ordinary, but her calmness and relaxed self-possession made people not dare to underestimate her. In front of her, even Dong Yuzhong was respectful. One could imagine the importance of his identity. This person, Lin Lani was seeing for the first time. But the faint sandalwood flavor on her body was the second time Lin Evening he had smelled it. It turned out that the flavor she had smelled at the Emperor's place was actually from this sister's body. It was no wonder. By the looks of it, she must be someone who regularly worshipped Buddha. Otherwise she wouldn't have been tainted with this smell. Slave servant Du Ming grieved the Emperor. Please be at peace. And then to the second prince as well as Lin of Ini. She also said respectfully, Slave girl has met the second prince. Have met little Master Lin. The attitude was much more sincere than some of the sisters, who had been in the palace for a long time. Sister, quickly get up. What I said? You don't even need to salute in the future. Slave girl does not dare to be. This rule is the rule. Cannot allow the slave girl half a point of carelessness. With just this one sentence, she let everyone present know her temperament and mind. The second prince is still young now, and there is no knowledgeable sister by his side to wait on him. That is why I am bothering sister to come out and look after him for me. Your Majesty, don't worry. The slave girl will definitely try her best to take care of the second prince's well-being. The Emperor smiled and nodded. He did not question Sister Du's ability at all. After all, he was brought up by Sister Du when he was small. And then if it wasn't for his father's sudden death, he wouldn't have. The past is gone with the wind. And it is good to be able to meet again today at Huifang Yuan. Lin Evening he looked at Grandma Du and saw her take over the chopsticks in Xia An's hands and then lay out the dishes for the second prince. Her expression was much less serious and her eyes were full of gentleness. The second prince had not seen this Sister Du before, out of his vigilance towards people with the status of a sister. Although he didn't say anything on his lips, he hadn't relaxed since Sister Du entered the door. Lin Lian he looked at him and thought that he should find a chance to talk to the second prince again afterwards. Otherwise it wasn't a good thing to have such a serious inner trauma at such a young age. Instead, when that Sister Du raised her eyes, she happened to collide with Lin Evening Yi. Her eyes seemed to be permeated with an expression of seeing an old friend. Lin Evening Yi felt very strange. But soon that Sister Du smiled faintly. She continued to lower her head to give the second prince the dishes. A meal was eaten sparsely. The Emperor still had to go back to Qiqing Hall to deal with political affairs, so he took Dong Yuzhong to leave first. However, very soon, that deputy chief of the Internal Court Department, Eunuch Qin, brought someone with him. Chapter 95. Same sick friend. Slave Qin has met Lin Chongzai. Meet the second prince. No need to be polite. Eunuch Qin. Why have you come over? Qin smiled as he looked towards Lin Evening Yi, and when he saw the second prince sitting beside her, he deepened his eyes even more. The Emperor ordered the slave to come and see how to add things to the backyard. Since the second prince is going to settle in Huifang Yuan, it's natural that he can't just deal with it. Lin Lian Yi nodded. This is true. Yesterday, His Majesty and the second prince came in a hurry, and the backyard wasn't tidied up much. So I'll carefully arrange it today, so that the second prince and also Sister Du can live comfortably and at ease. Sister Du? Qin frowns. Wasn't it Sister Chai who took care of the second prince? Is this a new person? Coincidentally, Sister Du had just returned from the backyard and bumped into Eunuch Qin when she entered the room. When Eunuch Qin saw her, His eyes were more than a little surprised. Why are you old man here? Don't talk nonsense. In front of the young lord and the second prince. How can I, a slave servant, afford to write you? A slave servant slip of the tongue. Please forgive the young master and the second prince. Lin Lianyi smiled. It looked like this Sister Du was really a person whose rules were larger than life. The slightest inattention could be caught by her. On the bright side, the second prince's rules will not be a problem in the future. There won't be any more cases of unruly slaves bullying their masters. But the trouble is, the second prince wants to slacken off in the future. I'm afraid it's not possible. There is such a serious sister serving at the side. I'm afraid that the days of sitting upright will not be few and far between. In her heart, she thought so. But her face still had a lot of respect for Sister Du. How will you feel after your visit? What do you need to add? Back to the little master. The backyard is not big. The second prince lives here only a few months. Everything is still from the simple main. Slave girls see the lack of living needs to add. It's almost the same. And then Sister Du again to the second prince. The tone of 3 more miles said, I don't know what the second prince thinks. If there is anything else that you want to add, just speak to the slave girl. The second prince had a small face. For this Sister Du, he had known her for only half an hour. Who knows what kind of good she is? Once upon a time, when Consort Lan sent Sister Chai, wasn't it just as boastful to the heavens? Therefore, he was easily not going to say anything else. Only faintly replied, It's fine if Sister decides. This was as good as saying nothing. And Sister Du looked deeply at the second prince. And then she nodded her head. Turning to Lin Evening, she said, Since this is the case, then the slave girl will first bring Eunuch Qin over to take a look and make a list, so that things can be added earlier. And the second prince can go over for his afternoon rest. What Sister said is very true. Go. Yes. Slave servant leaves. Slave servant also leaves. After everyone had left, the second prince, who had been sitting on the stool with his back straightened, only then loosened up. The eyes looked calm and wave-free, but they were actually filled with confusion. What's wrong? Lin Lianyi reached out and patted his shoulder, asking curiously. He only saw that the second prince wanted to speak, but then he closed his mouth and shook his head without speaking again. Lin Lianyi glanced at Xian. She immediately understood that the young master was trying to speak to the second prince alone, so she retreated out and closed the door of the house before leaving as well. The second prince heard the commotion and raised his head. And then he saw that there was more than a little concern in Lin Evening's expression as she looked at him. He took a deep breath before slowly saying, I'm somewhat afraid of this Sister Du. Hearing this, Lin Evening let out a light laugh. Then, as if she was telling some little secret, she leaned close to his ear and whispered as well. I won't hide it from you. I'm also afraid. The second prince's eyes widened in disbelief. I'm used to being loose at home. My mother rarely restrained me. But this Sister Du looks like someone with great rules. So I'm also scared to death. When Lin Wani said this, she didn't treat the second prince as a child. It was as if she was sharing some secret in her heart with a friend. In an instant, she had drawn a lot closer to the second prince. This matter of rules. I'm not afraid. Anyway, I've been learning every day since I was little. I'm just afraid that Sister Du is forcing me to eat medicine and drink kanji. It's hard to die. Hearing this, Lin Wani suddenly remembered what the emperor said to her last night. The poor child didn't know she was poisoned yet. If she waited to determine the toxin she had been poisoned with, and there were also medicines available, it would be impossible not to drink the medicine. So with both hands spread out, to the second prince, she said, coincidentally, I also grew up drinking medicine since I was a child, especially after entering the palace. It hasn't been broken much. Really? If you don't believe me, go ask Chun Chi and Xian and the others if the kitchenette decocts medicine for me day after day. After saying that, Lin Wani brought her arm under her nose and sniffed it. Slightly disgusted, she said, I feel like my body is going to be stinking from the medicine. Smell it. The second prince really came closer to smell it. No awe. There's only scent on Aunt Lin's body. Where's the stench coming from? Lin Lianyi guffawed, then said to the second prince, That's because my clothes are scented day in and day out. So you just can't smell it. The second prince grinned. Undeniable. How about this? If you take your medicine properly, I'll let Xiao Luzi bring your clothes to be smoked as well. The clothes smell good, Then you'll naturally feel comfortable as well. How about that? The second prince's eyes were full of doubts. He hadn't thought of such a method before. Is it feasible? Obviously drinking medicine is bitter for the mouth. What does it have to do with clothes? Lin Yuanyi didn't feel that way. Of course it's feasible. We are patients. We are most afraid of a patient's odor. Wherever we go with the smell of medicine. That is, flowers, fruits, insects and fish do not like to take care of us. Let alone people. So the clothes will be smoke fragrant. Not only their own smell comfortable. Onlookers also feel comfortable. Over time. Naturally no one will treat us as a patient. Is not it? After hearing this, the second prince felt that it made perfect sense. Immediately nodding his head, he replied, "No wonder father likes to come to you. I like it too." With one sentence, he teased Lin Yuanyi, who was suddenly speechless. Redness gradually crept onto her face, adding a few more shy looks. At a young age, you hang this like it or not on your lips. Beware of Sister Du teaching you the rules. After saying this, both of them snorted and laughed. This was the first time the second prince had laughed so happily following Empress Su's death. Outside the door, Xian heard the laughter faintly coming out. The corners of his mouth followed suit. His own little lord just had this ability to make people happy. In this treacherous and volatile harem, this was such a rare scene. In the rear hall, both Sister Du and Eunuch Qin were earnestly working on the list. Although it was simplified, what should be there should still be there. Especially if you are staying with a prince. This is the most honorable status in the world except for the Emperor and Empress. So naturally you can't be sloppy. Chapter 96, Residence Arrangement. Alright. Just send these things over first. If the others are still missing, then they will be made up. Sister Du commanded. Eunuch Qin immediately replied yes. In front of this Sister Du, he didn't dare to be overbearing. After all, the older eunuchs and sisters in the palace. Who knows what this Sister Du once did? This big Buddha can easily not be messed with. When they left the palace, it was Chiu Ming and Xiao Luzi who sent Eunuch Qin off together. Eunuch Qin, what happened to the courtesan who troubled you last time? If Eunuch Chiu didn't ask, I was just about to talk about it. I've ordered 4 good ones. 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs. They've been practicing under me. So I'll be able to send them over when little lord returns to the palace. All of a sudden increase 4 palace people. This is even the status of the nobles are a little high up. At the very least, they would have to be concubines or above. Xiu Ming felt that it was a bit much. But Eunuch Qin's words dispelled his doubts. Since the second prince has replaced Sister Du in charge, I'm afraid that the original palace staff will not be able to stay. Then not to mention 4, or 6 or 8 to Yihua Palace are possible. The words did not say through. But the meaning is there. This Qin is really an old fox, who has been in the palace for many years. Just seeing a Sister Du, he had guessed so many things. So Chiu Ming did not push back. In that case, then I'll take Eunuch Qin's good advice. Qin smiled. Being able to have a good relationship with someone from the Hall of Idle Willpower was something that many people envied. Not to mention that he had his disciple here. So to Xiao Luzi, he then commanded, Eunuch Chiu, as well as Sister Du are people who do old things. You kid be smart and follow and learn well. There will be a time for you to make a name for yourself. You know? Master, don't worry. Eunuch Chiu has taught me well. Hearing Xiao Luzi say this, Xiu Ming also showed a rare smile. This being a lackey is the easiest and the hardest to learn. Serving tea and water, sweeping and running errands. Everyone can do it. But if you want to excel, you have to let your master remember you. Over time, do things so that even the master does not need to command to know how to do. That is the best. Dong Yuzhong is 1. Sister Du is 1. The chief of the inner court department Quan Fu, Deputy Chief Qinan, are the best of the best. So there is still a long way to go for Xiao Luzi. Just take your time to learn. In less than an hour's time. This thing is 7 or 8 cent over. Originally, the inner court division in the palace warehouse on the west side. So send something to the speed is also fast. A sliver of water is made of top-grade yellow pear wood. With careful materials and exquisite workmanship. Things that can make Sister Du all nod their heads. It can be seen how beautifully Qinan has done this. The originally empty house was filled with furniture at once. Although they were all made of wood. Some places seemed cold, while others were as warm as spring. The root of the problem is still because of the arrangement. This time when they came to the palace, Chuanqi and Xiao Luzi came over in advance. So they brought quite a few household things with them. It was more than enough to furnish a back room. Lin Lianyi liked plain and elegant colors. So the tints, quilts and velvet cushions in the second prince's backyard didn't look out of place. On the contrary, because of the faint smell of incense would emanating from it, and let the second prince feel comfortable. This smell was the same as the one on Lin Eveningyi. And the second prince suddenly felt that Lin Eveningyi's words made sense. In the past, his house was either cold or bitter. It was permeated with a heavier smell of traditional Chinese medicine. And after smelling it too much over time, people were a bit demoralized. Or this kind of bright flavor is good. People feel positive when they're in it. The peaches in the peach forest behind are all ripe. When the second prince rests for 2 days, we will take you to pick peaches together. How about it? Chuanqi spread the blanket on the ground for him. Getting it while talking happily. The second prince was still a child. Even if his heart was more mature, he still had the playful nature of a child. Good. Good. At that time, find a few who can climb trees and go up and pick more. Hey, when it comes to climbing trees, I'm afraid the people in the palace are not as good as the slave girl, who has been climbing trees in the east courtyard since she was a child, and is very agile. Hearing Chuanqi say this, the second prince added a few more points to his good opinion of her. Not only is she a good cook, but she can also climb trees, simply completely different from those dull courtesans in the palace. So he nodded his head and looked at Chuanqi with bright eyes, then said, Success. Then I'll pick up peaches for you on the ground. Good. Come back, slave girl, and teach the second prince to make fruit honey. No problem. It was about the vibrant energy in Chuanqi that gave the second prince some cause for excitement after being sick for so long. So he was always looking forward to being able to go peach picking. But he had completely forgotten that there was also a Sister Du by his side. Looking at the warm and careful way the house was decorated, Sister Du took a deep look at Chuanqi and Xian. Quite approvingly, she said, the young master has a good way of defending herself. The two girls are as meticulous as hair and do things properly. This house is really well decorated. The two of them originally thought that Sister Du was the kind of person who was so serious that she was difficult to get along with. Unexpectedly, the two of them were both a little shy when she opened her mouth to praise them. Thank you, Sister Du. Sister Du looked at the two of them, and the corner of her mouth lifted. And then she turned to look at the second prince and said with a calm expression, later on, Sister Duan and Bing Mei, who originally followed the second prince, will be coming over. So they don't need to clean up their rooms carefully. They can do it themselves when they come. So the two girls should quickly go back to serve the little lord. It's not good for her to be away from people. Duma's own bedchamber was cleaned up by herself. So those who came also did not dare to take Xiao. The second prince abruptly heard that he had to see those people in the past again, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. Although he didn't cry out, but the happy expression is also not related to him. Seeing this, Sister Du had some numbers in her heart, recalling the things that the emperor had spoken to himself alone. Grandma Du naturally knew what to do. It was just that it was not good to speak to a child at the moment. So she spoke out to comfort him. The second prince is the emperor's son. There are not many people like you in this world, under the hands of the lackeys if they do not know what to do, just according to the palace rules to dispose of it. When the second prince heard this, his eyes, which were already dim, suddenly rippled. Is this really the case? Since he was born, countless palace people were saying that he was born with a congenital weakness, and that it would be difficult for him to succeed the great lineage in the future. In words, they either disliked him for being weak or told him that he had to be patient. It was the first time that a woman like Sister Du had said that his status was precious. He was young, but he was exceptionally understanding. Looking at Sister Du's sure eyes, his mind gradually relaxed. Chapter 97. The 5th Grade Year. When Sister Duan and the others received the news that the second prince was moving to Huifang, they were all shocked. Aside from that, the third prince was still living next door. How come the second prince is going to a regular courtyard? Can't it be that Sister Chai's matter implicated the second prince, causing the emperor to be displeased? So the person was sent away? A series of questions lingered in the heart. But at the moment, it is impossible to think by oneself. It is better to go to see the situation of Huifang Yayuan before saying. They now do not know that this road is never to return. Originally also thought of what situation to pass the message out it. But do not know waiting for them, only silent disappearance. The second prince of the afternoon break up. People are still a little confused. He heard some not-so-loud sounds coming from the courtyard outside. It seems to be full of people. The second prince quietly got out of bed, then hid behind a door and opened a small crack to peek. He only saw that Sister Duan, who was in the lead, was no longer flaunting her arms like in the past, and instead had a face of fear. The few palace maids, who had been living off Sister Chai and Sister Duan, were even more terrified and trembling. The Sister Du standing on the steps had a great official authority. It is said that a new official has 3 fires, and these 3 fires of hers are still threefold fire. It burned those people with fear, to say a few words of arrogance. I even looked after His Majesty. So His Majesty gave me the status of a 5th-grade pleasant person out of respect for old times. And I'm not in the same league as that dead Sister Chai. I'm not the same as that dead Sister Chai. Put away all your sneaky behavior. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. If I find out that someone has been cheating and disrespecting the prince, I will make sure that she will have to suffer. Understand? Yes. Sister Du's face was already serious and stern. And what she said at this moment was even more horrifying. If a grandmother in the palace had been granted a title, Sister Du was the first, and one that had never been seen before or since. So it is Dong Yuzhong in front of her. Will not easily to offend. Not to mention Sister Duan and Bing Mei. Have you not eaten, or are you just lazy? You're speaking breathlessly. Do I have to send you all to the tucked-away court to do a few days of work before I realize what kind of divine life I'm living today? The crowd trembled in fear. The ones pinching their thighs immediately shouted, "Yes!" After this cry came out, Sister Du spoke again. "Don't you know that the second prince is still taking his lunch break?" Shouting so loudly. "Do you want to scare the second prince? If there's anything that's not ironed out for the second prince, let's see if 1 or 2 of you can compensate for it with your lives." The crowd wanted to cry without tears. Now they can't go in. And they can't go out. If they knew that this Huifang yard was such a difficult place, they wouldn't have followed them here in the first place. Now it's too late for regrets. They can only be a good person with their tails tucked between their legs. Inside, the second prince covered his mouth, his eyebrows curving. This was the first time he had seen Sister Duan and the others suffer. It was really an outpouring of bad anger. He couldn't help but look toward Sister Du, who was still lecturing. In his heart, he felt a little bit more close to her. The days were both trivial and ordinary. These serving the second prince came, but Sister Du did not allow them to get close. 1 by 2, they were all rushed to do heavy work, either washing clothes or cleaning the courtyard. 4 or 5 people are crowded in a room. The others were fine. But Sister Duan, who was used to being a bully, couldn't stand it. It's just that when you're under a roof, you have to bow your head. She is a crab. See Sister Du? Her end can only be steamed through for her belly food. So I thought that I should look for an opportunity to get the news out to the outside world. Otherwise, how can she live on like oil? Sister Du's rules are formidable, but they are used to discipline the subordinates. On the other hand, the second prince is free to come and go. Most of the day, he stayed in the front yard, talking with Lin Wei and the others. When Sister Duan came, she brought the pieces of the wooden oxen and horses with her. Only then did the second prince realize that the original wooden oxen and horses were given to them by Lin Evening Yi. So, after an afternoon of building it in the house, the prototype was finally there. Lin Evening Yi was a little surprised. This second prince looked frail, but the brain is really flexible. When she was this big, her father made these toys that she couldn't figure out. Looking at the second prince's focused expression, Lin Wanyi felt that it was quite similar to her younger brother at home. "You like this wooden oxen and horses so much? Then I'll send you a basket as a birth gift." A basket? The second prince's focus wasn't even on the 3 words birth gift, but on the basket. Is this true? Empress Lin? Really? My father gave me quite a few before I entered the palace. Since you like it, I'll give it to you. Great. I like it. This is the best. Oh no. The second best birth gift I've ever received. This second best birth gift. It made Lin Evening Yi a little curious. So opening her mouth, she inquired, "Then what is the first best?" Back when mother and big brother were still alive, they accompanied me on my birthdays. Just a mere companionship had left such a mark in the second prince's heart. Lin Lian Yi had a few feelings. It seemed that this Empress Su had passed away a bit too early. If she was still around, this noble consort Lin would not have dared to fight so blatantly. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't say anything, the second prince suddenly felt a bit weak. Thinking back to when he was in Concubine Lan's palace, if he had accidentally mentioned Empress Su and his eldest brother, they all seemed to be very unhappy. So, the second prince thought that Lin Wei didn't like him mentioning them either. So, with a sarcastic smile, he said, "Aunt Lin, don't be angry. I mixed up my words." Looking at this careful look of his, Lin Wei felt a few more points of heartache. There's no harm in it. I entered the palace late. I haven't seen Empress Su and the Grand Prince. Is it okay for you to talk to me about them? The second prince's round eyes suddenly widened as he looked at Lin Wei. It seemed like he wanted to discern whether her words were sincere or not. In this harem, there were a handful of people who said sweet things, but there weren't many people who really respected Empress Su and the eldest prince in their hearts. Children are the most sensitive. After sensing Lin Yi's sincerity, the second prince thought for a moment before speaking. Actually, I don't remember too much. I was still very small back then. You're not that big nowadays, Lin Yi joked. Instead, it was a way to wash away this somewhat compassionate mood quite a bit. The second prince beamed and immediately retorted. Does Aunt Lin want to listen or not? Listen. Listen. I promise not to interrupt anymore. Only after seeing her apologize did the second prince continue. Empress Mother is the most gentle and kind person in this world. I haven't seen my mother since I was born, so she has always been the image of my mother in my heart. Chapter 98. Climbing high and falling heavy. There's also the great Imperial brother. He's a few years older than me, but his nature is the same as mother's. He's a particularly kind and gentle person. I remember one time, when I was fighting with my third Imperial brother for something, I accidentally cut his hand, and it bled quite a bit. I was terrified. But my eldest Imperial brother was afraid that I would be chastised by Empress, so he came out to take the blame, and tired him out by being lectured by father and mother for quite a long time. And he was also punished by kneeling for 2 hours. When saying this, there was both nostalgia and guilt in the eyes of the second prince. Lin Yi quietly listened to him, but really did not interrupt at all. The two of them were talking seriously in the room, while Grandma Du standing at the door also seemed to have returned to the past. The eyes are dark and unclear. Xian, who was guarding the side, didn't dare to speak. This Sister Du's residual power had come from the backyard. Once upon a time, they thought Xiaoming was powerful. But now in front of Sister Du, even eunuch Xiaoming is quite alert. Not to mention them. After listening for a short while, Sister Du retired. Before leaving, she pulled Xian into the courtyard and commanded in a low voice. In another half a moment, let the second prince take his medicine. Yes. Slave girl knows. Sister Du nodded her head slightly, and then she went back to the backyard. She never interfered with the matters in Lin Yi's courtyard, and only managed the acre of land in the backyard where the second prince was. Seeing that Sister Du had gone back, Xiaomin was also sweating for those serving subordinates in her heart. However, who made them hateful? As the old saying goes, the wicked have their own wickedness to grind. Sister Du was the evil man with an iron face. In Consort Land's courtyard, she was walking back and forth at the moment. Obviously, her belly is already as big as a bucket, but she is still quite light when she walks. She was originally pregnant because of the fear of heat body. At this moment is more sweat like rain. Bias she also refused to rest. Beside the chase Cloud-Face anxious said, Your Highness, you've been walking for a while now. It's better to sit down first, or else the little prince in your stomach won't be able to handle it. Hearing this, Concubine Lan only stopped her steps. This palace thought that after leaving a Sister Chai, it would be enough to send another Sister Du on over. But it didn't occur to me that His Majesty would let Sister Du go over to take care of the second prince. To take care of him is fine, but to send him to Huifanya courtyard, isn't this a slap in the face of this palace? With a bang, Concubine Lan was so angry that she swept the tea lights off the couch. Tea water splashed everywhere. Porcelain pieces scattered all over the ground. Chasing Moon, who was standing next to her, immediately made a move to clean it up, while Chasing Cloud was comforting the furious Concubine Lan. Your Highness, you should be relieved. His Majesty is also doing this for your own good. Isn't he? Didn't this Qin Tian supervisor send a message saying that the second prince's Botzi shows signs of incompatibility with the upcoming young prince? So, send him away is also in order to resolve this calamity. A sickly prince? We have to come for what? Right now, the most important thing is still this one in your belly. Your Highness. That's true. But who can't we send him to? If we have to send her to Lin Chungjia, who is she to raise the second prince? To raise a prince? One must be a concubine at least. This means, can it be that the Emperor has the intention to promote Lin Evening E to concubine? She's only been in the palace for a few months. And she's thinking of leaping the Dragon Gate? That's not good enough. Some years ago, when that concubine Bai was in favor, she was so powerful. If Lin Wei was like this, then she wouldn't be in a hurry. Anyway, in the harem, those who hit the eye don't have a good end. Look at the Emperor's coldness towards her after she was grounded out. He knew that the road she wanted to return to favor in the future was basically blocked. But this Lin Evening E, 2 or 3 days either sick or injured, most of the time are hiding in the house to recuperate. Not to mention looking for her bad luck. That is, even the face cannot hit. Isn't this a ball of cotton? Let people have no place to start. Your Highness, if you ask the slave girl to say it, this is where the Emperor cherishes you. Chasing the Cloud's words made concubine Lan a little puzzled. Just by smiling, she immediately explained, the second prince is sickly. But then again, he is also a proper prince. If he is sent to noble consort Lin, I'm afraid that the situation in the palace is going to break. Yi Fei has a third prince. Lan Fei and Ingui concubine are both pregnant. The high-ranking concubines in the palace. Which one is not carrying treasure? If you go down the list, there is still a concubine. There is still a concubine. There is still a concubine. And the rest is always in the promise. Let the white concubine to raise the second prince. I'm afraid that in less than half a month, the second prince will have to die. Yi nobleman is a good choice. But she sensed the yuan in 12 years difficult to give birth to a stillborn baby. This palace where there is her position in. Originally, the Emperor was drunk after the fortunes, but also cannot talk about what favor. This way, can be in the palace as a transparent person, even if it is the Emperor's grace to her will. Therefore, where is the opportunity to raise the second prince? Therefore, this second prince fell into the Huifanya courtyard. It is not much strange, chasing clouds of this analysis and comfort, but is relieved a lot of Lan Fei. AI. This palace just feels that Lin Chongzai is not a good match. I'm afraid that she'll have the heart to overstep her bounds. Your Highness can be relieved. Have you forgotten that she was poisoned? Poisoning. Yes. Why did this palace forget about this? A concubine with a difficult air. What can she become? That's right. Even if the second prince really puts her name on the list. So what? Even if she does become a concubine. What then? Your Highness, do you think that the prince will live to adulthood? The slave girl sees, can reach the age of 10 is considered the blessing of the heavens. The bodhisattva manifestation of the spirit. Yes. At that time, the Lin Evening E, who had climbed up and down, still had a mixed head. The end will not be any better than noble Yi. Thinking this way, the nodding consort Lan's heart was finally much more comfortable. Reaching out and touching her stomach, she said with her mouth full of words, Emperor's son, don't worry. Mother consort will not let the side of the person grams to you is. The gram in consort Lan's mouth was actually something she had discovered at the beginning of her pregnancy. For so many years she has not been pregnant. Is the head of the family sent a medical woman into the palace, which is pregnant, originally was a happy event, but cannot stand someone to urge that Sister Chai is the culprit. Your Highness, do you think it will be the second prince in our palace head bad feng shui? So that led to your delayed pregnancy? And this time he went to pay tribute to Empress Su just a few days ago. And you found out you were pregnant. This is too much of a coincidence. Isn't it? The words were just made up. But they never thought that they would land in Consort Lan's heart. So, originally there was still 3 love for the second prince. But now there was nothing left. He raised him for so many years, but became a scourge. So Lan Fei will no longer meet with the second prince. Every time to hide far away. This back to the palace, if not ordered by the Emperor, she is not willing to bring this drag bottle to. Unexpectedly, it was sent to Lin Evening E there. Chapter 99, Organizing the Birthday. The two of them are a good match. One is difficult to get pregnant. One specializes in pregnant women. Well, what a show. Consort Lan thought about this, speaking with a bit of complacency. The chasing cloud standing next to her also had an agreeable expression on her face. They here had skimmed over the matter. But noble consort Lin in the Yao Tai pavilion had a huge tantrum. Humph. This palace just knew that that bitch Lin of Indy wasn't a peaceful one. To be able to coax his majesty to keep the second prince in Huifang. What a great skill. Your highness, rest your anger. Jiang and Qing. As well as Qin, he stood on the sidelines, not daring to persuade. They were afraid that if they rushed up and made the noble consort unhappy, then they would have to be slapped again. Lin Guifei gasped for a long time, smashed a ground of broken porcelain, and then gradually eased down. The east courtyard this time is a long face. Lin Xingji from the Royal Armor Army. Lin Evening Yi and promoted often. The second prince and raised in the Huifang Yuan. It is really a glory. Go. Send someone will these things. Tell grandmother. Let grandmother good pressure big house momentum. Don't have to call the following people think. This east cross courtyard with the west cross courtyard to be equal to it. In noble consort Lin's eyes, the east courtyard of this house is not qualified to be compared with their west courtyard. Although it is the first son of the first wife. But an ordinary woman, how can be placed in a talk with the grandmother of the noble princess? The fact is that the government has been able to achieve the glory of today, not least because of the grandmother, and the Zhan Wangfu behind the effort. The big house borrowed how much power, but also want to get how much benefit here in them. Jiang and Qin, he looked at each other, and then nodded his head yes. Retired. Qin he redelivered a plate of fruits and melons over, before he opened his mouth and said, Your Highness is relieved. This matter slave girl, but I think you just sit, and wait for a good show is. How? You think Lan Fei there somehow was taken a prince. She can spare Lin Chongzai? Plus she is pregnant. If she accidentally clashes with Lin Chongzai, will it not be? The words were not finished, but the meaning was already understood by noble consort Lin. A hint of unimpeded hatred came out of her eyes, and her smile became more and more obvious. Who says it is not? And then she commanded Qin He, this golden second prince is not about to have a birthday. In previous years he was very sick, so the birthday was also done simply. This year the palace can be a good punch only. After all, around the death of a caring sister it is not it. Your Highness is absolutely right. Since it's going to be a big party, the whole palace has to be invited. Even the emperor has moved to the Qiqing Hall. The slave girl remembers that there is a water pavilion on the Lotus Lake. Although it's not big, it's absolutely no problem to sit 10 or so people. Good. In that case, then inform the inner court division to organize it properly. Noble consort Lin glanced at Qin He and raised her eyebrows in a manner that was full of calculations. Outside, the storm clouds were stirring, but inside Huifang courtyard was calm. Lin Lianyi looked at the 4 or 5 baskets in the small courtyard that were issued with freshly picked peaches, so she was a little tearful. Those who know thought you went to pick peaches, but those who don't thought you robbed a peach forest. Chuanqi's face was still brimming with smiles, while Xiao Luzi was sweating profusely. One must know that these peaches were all carried back by him in one trip. Although the journey wasn't far, this hot day still left him panting. The second prince's face is rare to have a trace of blood color. It was roughly because of his good mood coupled with running around after him. So his cheeks rose in 2 blushes. Aunt Lin is unaware of how sweet this peach is. Chuanqi gave me a small half to eat. My mouth is all sweet back now. Saying that, she handed one over. As expected, the peaches were freshly picked, and there was a thin layer of fuzz on top of the peaches, which was a bit prickly to the touch. Xiaoan brought a basin of water. Chun Chi and Xiao Luzi began to wash up with this water. The peaches were already fresh, so eating them directly was the most delicious. So after wiping the surface fuzz with water for a while, Chun Chi handed one to Lin Lianyi. Young master, quickly taste it. This one is definitely sweet. Lin Lianyi smiled and took it. Straight away she saw that the peach was translucent with red silk. It looked ripe. One bite down, and sure enough, the sweetness of the peach hit her nose. The second prince standing next to her, his eyes brightly looking at her. When she took this first bite, he immediately spoke out and asked, Aunt Lin, how is it? Is it sweet? Sweet. The two of them smiled at each other, which in turn made the emperor, who had just walked in from outside, look at them. The emperor has arrived. Dong Yuzhong's voice shifted the crowd's attention from the peaches in the basket to the emperor. It was about some happy event. So the emperor had some warmth between his brows as he looked towards Lin Yuanyi and the second prince. There was also a floor of peaches, so he exited and asked, You guys do know how to live your lives. The second prince stifled his laughter. While then, he still had to put on a serious look on his small face. After all, in front of this father emperor, he could never act calm and self-possessed. Concubine has met the emperor. All is well with the emperor. My son has met my father. Long live my father. Your servant slave girl has met the emperor. Long live the emperor. A courtyard of people hooted and hollered as they all knelt down and saluted, which in turn made the emperor feel as if he had come at a bad time. It seemed as if he was the one who stirred up the peace. All leveled off. Thank you, Your Majesty. And then Lin of Inni waited for the emperor to enter the main room, while the second prince followed Xiao Ming to the backyard to change and wash. The emperor purified his hands and wiped the slight sweat from his forehead before saying, "Where is Sister Du? Why haven't I seen her around?" Sister Du is in the backyard. Your Majesty also knows that the people around the second prince need to be properly tempered. So these days, she is in the backyard refusing to teach the rules. Humph. If it wasn't for the sake of less trouble, I would have just sent them all to be sinful slaves for good. The emperor was very disdainful when he mentioned those people. But Lin Evening felt that it was more appropriate for Sister Du to handle it this way. With her hand, there were ways to provoke the crowd to make trouble. When the time came to end it all in one pot, that would be called truly eliminating the roots and leaving no traces. Since His Majesty has already given this matter to Sister Du to handle, then rest assured. After Lin Lian finished saying this, she turned to the emperor and continued to ask, "At this time, shouldn't Your Majesty be dealing with political affairs? How come you're free to come over?" Noble consort Lin sent someone to say that she's going to organize the second prince's birthday, and I've been less involved in past days, so I'm asking for your opinions. The matter of the second prince's birthday, she was aware of. It was just that when this came out of noble consort Lin's mouth, Lin Lian always felt that there was something fishy. After thinking about it, she didn't open her mouth rashly. In the end, this matter is a birthday celebration for the second prince. His wishes are the most important. So Your Majesty should still ask the second prince what he thinks is best later. Chapter 100, Posthumous Seal After Death. Well, this is reasonable. While speaking, Xian sent a bowl of chilled sour plum soup from outside. It was very thirst-quenching. The emperor took it and finished it in one tilt, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. But he still did not ask for another bowl. As an emperor, he had long been used to controlling his desires. It was not a good thing to be greedy for coolness in summer. After the two of them had gossiped for a few sentences, they saw Sister Du bring the second prince over from the backyard, straight into the inner room, and then gave the emperor a regular greeting. The emperor frowned somewhat helplessly and said, "Sister, I told you earlier that there is no need to be polite. Many thanks to the emperor for his compassion. But the rules cannot be abolished." And then beckoned to the second prince and said in a softer tone, "These 2 days I have something to do did not come. You see, is more spiritual than before. Many thanks for father's concern. Empress Lin and Sister Du as well as the people up and down Huifangya Yuan are all very good to my son. So my son is able to eat and sleep." The emperor reached out and touched his round head, smiling in relief. He truly felt that a child was just like this orange tree, needing the right soil and careful watering. Otherwise, how could there be orange born in Huainan is orange? Born in Huabei is Hovenia. I came today because I have something to say to you. Father, please speak. Lin Guifei said want to organize a birthday banquet for you. It is set not far from here on top of the Lotus Lake Water Pavilion. What do you think? Noble consort Lin? The second prince's face was full of doubts. He had little dealings with this noble consort Lin, including her daughter, her father's only princess. She was also a stranger. Such a strange person. Suddenly want to give him a birthday banquet. And listen to this tone, is not a small fight. In his heart, he already understood that there must be something fishy. From the bottom of his heart, he did not like this matter. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "My son does not like to make a big fuss about the birth banquet. Please ask my father to understand." "Why is that?" "The son's real mother died due to a difficult birth. So the son's birthday is the mother's death anniversary. If it is just a small gathering in the courtyard, it is still reasonable. But if it is a big organized celebration, the son is ashamed to be a human son." The second prince's words were justified. Concubine Su had been gone for so long that everyone had somewhat overlooked her death anniversary. Or rather, no one in the entire palace had remembered it. Thus, when it was suddenly brought up by him like this. Everyone was silent. Especially the Emperor. He was even a little fuzzy on concubine Sue's appearance at the moment. Remembering that she was very low-key. The Emperor didn't even know what she liked to eat or use. Not to mention the rest. Seeing a trace of self-reproach flash through the Emperor's eyes. Sister Du suddenly opened her mouth to comfort. Your Majesty. The old slave has a word that I don't know whether to speak or not. Sister is straightforward. The old slave thought that the second prince's words are reasonable. Just Lin noble consort's action is also a good intention. If directly rejected, I'm afraid it will produce some unnecessary misunderstanding. Not at the second prince's name from this day onwards. Recite 7 days of the past life scriptures for concubine Mother Sue, wishing her to early ascension to the world of supreme bliss, so that the second prince can also let the second prince to honor the filial piety. The Emperor nodded. This method was euphemistic. Neither did it refute the face of noble consort Lin, but also could put an end to this birthday banquet. So after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, Dong Yuzhong, slave in, pass on my decree, posthumously naming concubine Su as concubine Su, and invite Master Ziyuan, the presiding officer of the Bao Lin Temple, to bring his disciples into the palace to recite sutras for concubine Su to transcend her death. Yes. And then he looked at the second prince and added, the second prince's filial piety has moved heaven. My heart is very comforted. From now on, he will be crowned King of Han, and Yun Zhou will be given as his fiefdom. The second prince was stunned when he heard this. Completely unexpected. But it was just a matter of a birth banquet. But it involved so much. Not only would his mother get a posthumous title, but he himself would become the King of Han. Although it sounds like it's still just a prince with no real name. There are only 2 sons in the palace right now. Obviously healthy and intelligent is the third prince. But the earliest king is him. This is really puzzling. Lin Lianyi was also shocked in her heart. But she was not that brainless person. The Emperor certainly had a few favoritism towards the second prince due to guilt. But not so much so that he really disregarded the second prince's physical condition, and had the intention of entrusting him with the kingdom. Therefore, there must be another reason. If it wasn't out of the second prince, then it was out of the third prince. Knocking on the mountain to shake the tiger? Or is it a lure? Lin Wani couldn't guess. Glancing at Qiu Ming, he was able to quickly understand. The Emperor's move why. Dong Yuzhong as the Imperial waiter. Naturally understand. So having Qiu Ming go and inquire about it was nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, it was Grandma Du, who coldly watched the exchange of glances between Lin Evening-yi and Qiu Ming, pursing her lips as she pondered something. Lin Evening-yi gently patted the second prince's shoulder and gently reminded. Second prince? Quickly thanked the grace. Only then did the second prince react. Immediately kneeling down, he respectfully kowtowed and thanked him. The Emperor looked at his tender face, and the complex emotions in his eyes were eventually melted by the affection between father and son. Well, get up. You first get your body and bones well. When next year starts spring, I will give you to find a riding and shooting master. More practice. This physique will not be as weak as in the past. The second prince was speechless. He grew up so big. Not to mention riding and shooting. Even the daily running and jumping are rarely had. Otherwise, he would not be able to catch his breath. This emperor is really looked down on him. This raise for 6 years are not good to raise the weakness. Through this half a year will be good? Although the heart thinks so. But the face is still showing eagerness to try. After all, he once heard the old man in the palace said, father is also playing small began to practice riding and shooting. Injuries were as commonplace as a family meal. But instead, his heart and mind had been trained to be strong and incomparable. Yes, my son knows. I will definitely practice well, and live up to my father's expectations. Seeing their father and son talking in a harmonious manner, this Lent evening he also felt happy at the side. This scene of a kind father and filial son reminded her of quite a few things from the past. Since she was a child, she was also loved by her parents and her grandfather's family. Although she was often suppressed by Rongha Tang and the Western Crossing house in the Xiangfu, she was able to keep those people and things out of her mind. Only need to remember the good. Warm and cozy. After spending these days with the second prince, she felt that this child was really good. So small a person experienced this palace human affairs. Warm and cold difference in treatment. But still maintained a heart of sincerity. Although at the moment has not entered much school. But in time, will have good learning. as a royal heir. In fact, does not necessarily ascend to a high position is the best. If you can enjoy a lifetime of peace without worry, it is not a bad thing. Chapter 101 Bloodline Relatives. In the evening, Lin Evening served the Emperor's father and son another evening meal. Not long after the meal, both Second Prince and Lin Evening's medicines were sent over. The two of them smiled at each other and drank it dry, with a piece of candied fruit in their mouths to remove the bitter taste. The Emperor instead looked at the two of them with some amusement. You guys nowadays drink medicine like water, but you don't even blink your eyes. Just as the words left his mouth, he felt a few moments of inappropriateness. In the end, the fact that the two of them would be drinking medicine all the time was also due to his poor protective power. A hint of hard feelings flashed in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Lin Lianyi did not miss this look. To be honest, she had poisoned herself. So this bit of self-blame from the Emperor. She looked still a little weak, so she opened her mouth to ease the scene and said, "In fact, the medicine prescribed by the eunuchs is not very bitter. Only that in the past, they all used to drink with a spoon in small sips. And that bitter flavor rather makes people nauseous. So it's better to drink it in one gulp. And when the mouth reacts, the medicine is all in the stomach." The Second Prince also nodded his head in agreement. Yes, Aunt Lin's medicine here is much better than what the sisters had decocted before. The previous one was only called a bitter one. My son couldn't even drink much of it. His words caused the Emperor's eyes to deepen. Sure enough, it was someone who had tampered with his medicine. Unfortunately, right now, Imperial Dr. Do hadn't researched what exactly that poison was. So it wasn't good to give him the right medicine for a while. Can only first nourish the body, and then make plans. The three of them gossiped for a long time. Sister Du saw that the time was almost up, so she wanted to bring the Second Prince back to the backyard to rest first. Your Majesty, little Master Lin, the Second Prince is still young. It is time to eat and sleep more. The slave girl sees that the time is almost up. It is better to let him rest. Well, Sister is right. With you around, I am very relieved. Sister Du gave a rare smile, but it melted away a lot of her previous serious rigidity. Only after the Second Prince retired did Lin Lianyi walk over to the Emperor's side. Looking at the gradual seriousness of his expression, she knew that there must be something bothering him again. She never asked too many questions. She just silently went up to the couch, still rubbing for the Emperor as before, relaxing and relieving him, smelling the familiar flavor, and the faint sound of the wind in his ears. The Emperor is rare to enjoy the tranquility of this moment. On the other hand, at the other end of the concubine's place, she had been anxious and on fire for several days. How are things with third brother? Consort Yi's sad face hadn't been down since she learnt that he had been captured by the 81 government. Grandmother had already cried herself to sleep 3 or 4 times at home, and letters were constantly being sent to the northwest. But so far there was no news. She was in the harem, was not favored, can mix to today's position. All depends on the achievements of the Liu family. She is the heart to beg the Emperor to forgive, spare the life of the third brother, but also have no opportunity to blow this pillow wind all. Your Highness, and relaxed. Slave girl think this matter must have room to turn around. If the Emperor is really want to put the third young master to death, instantly kill his. Why let people catch him into the prison? It is about killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Ri comforted her on the side. The fan in her hand did not stop. This hot day already makes people upset. Encountering such a thing again. Naturally, it was a powerful call to be distracted. The words are so. But Yinqianfu is something. Even dared to go up to my marquee house to arrest people. Behind this must be the Emperor gave a death order to be strictly investigated. That family is dead through and through. That is to use money to buy all, cannot find people to get money. You call this palace how not anxious? For this cousin of the third uncle's family. She sometimes felt that her grandmother was overindulgent. Very unattractive. Especially with the big brother and second brother in the Northwestern Army. Can't compare at all. But in the end is a family bloodline relatives. Weekdays he is also long sister long. Long sister short call. How can Ife really look at him to die of? Your Highness, don't mess up your position. You are the pillar of our marquee in Shengjing. The old lady at home is still waiting for your reply. Isn't it? Reply? This palace doesn't even know how to talk to grandmother about this matter now. Consort E felt that the dilemma was here. Grandfather was so wise and godly. But for third brother to do so was to ruin the reputation of the Northwest Marquis. and the achievements that the Liu family had traded hundreds of lives for over the years, as well as the reputation of the people's mouths. Logically speaking, this kind of black sheep should indeed be cleaned up properly. But at grandmother's place, how is she going to explain? One thought of the third brother is grandmother personally care grown up. If you really have any accidents, grandmother is not also hard to escape the fate? These days she was so worried that she could not eat anything. People are followed by a few points of thinning. Here she is distressed. See concubine Bai, and He Nyangzi from the outside came in. Seeing Yifei's distraught face, she immediately asked, "What's wrong with you, Your Highness?" Concubine Bai was the first to ask. And concubine Yi put away a lot of her sad expression and asked, after calming down her emotions, "Why have you all come over?" Concubine Bai smiled softly and let someone send baskets of peaches over, and then said, "This is what I had people go to the peach forest and just picked, thinking of the freshness. So I purposely sent some over for the Empress to try. Well, have a heart. Rui, take it." "Yes." Slave girl obeys. Rui walked over to those little eunuchs carrying the baskets and greeted them before heading outside. Ru Huan, on the other hand, rushed to serve tea to concubine Bai and Lady He. After the two were seated, Nyangzi picked up the tea and took a sip, then said curtly, "The tea here is just extraordinarily good, Your Highness. The maidservant has to drink several cups every time she comes." In the past, when she said such words, Yifei would more or less pick up a sentence. But today, she did not see to take care of it, which made He Nyangzi a bit uncomfortable. However, she comes from a merchant family. The most fearless thing is embarrassment. After thinking about it, she changed the subject again and said, "Your Highness, have you heard? Noble consort Lin side suffered a big defeat." Hearing this, concubine Bai also laughed softly, her eyes revealing several points of amusement at the spectacle. "What is it?" Concubine E was now so annoyed by the events at home that even the people below her who knew about the events outside didn't dare to disturb her easily. So she didn't know what lady he was talking about. "I heard that noble consort Lin intended to organize a big birthday banquet for the second prince at the Lotus Lake water parterre, but it was rejected by the emperor. And not only that, but also remembering the second prince's filial piety, she posthumously named concubine Su as concubine Su, and invited monks from the Baolin temple to come to the palace to recite sutras for a few days." Concubine E listened and frowned. How did the idea of posthumously naming concubine Su arise all of a sudden? Could it be that it was deliberately done to her? After all, in the harem, so far the only two who had given birth to an imperial son were her and concubine Su. Now Su concubine promoted to the consort. Although people die lamps, but the name on the end with her on a par. That is, there is no special title, so what? Chapter 102, A Sudden and Wonderful Plan. The emperor really will be very angry. That Su concubine's origin, and she is a world of difference. Did not think that now, and she can be equal. Taking a dead person to disgust her. It looks like he was really affected by the third brother's matter. The boredom in her heart increased. And then heard concubine, by very disdainful said, "It's just that the second prince, that sickly child, even because of the misfortune, became the king of Han. To my concubine, he's not even worthy of our third prince's shoes." "What? King of Han?" Concubine E blurted out, her eyes quite unbelievable. Concubine Bai was very surprised and glanced at Ruhuan, who was serving next to her, and saw that she was also frowning. In her heart, she secretly blamed herself. How did these people pass on the news? Such a big thing. Yifei unexpectedly did not know, letting her be this talkative person, really seeking bad luck. But right now, she also had no choice but to go forward and say, "Yes, the second prince was crowned king of Han, and the emperor also gave Yunzhou as his fiefdom, even though Yunzhou is in the northern part of the country, and it's not a rich place. But in the end, it still let him grab the lead. My concubine is really sorry for the third prince." With a bang, consort E smashed the tea light in her hand. It happened to meet Rui, who had just entered the door, and was startled. And then consort E looked at Rui and Ruhuan rather strangely, shocking the two of them to immediately kneel down. "Such a big thing. Why didn't you report it to this palace? It's all the slave girl's mistake." Thinking that the Empress was upset and had to deal with things at home, so she hid this matter. "Please don't be angry with the Empress." The two kowtowed with a thud. Yifei angry, teeth itchy. But she also do not want to let outsiders see the joke of their Lu family. So they said in a cold tone, "Go down and receive 10 boards. If you dare to trespass again in the future, this palace will peel off your skin." "Yes. Many thanks for your majesty's enlightenment." Rui and Ruan both went out with blanched faces, closing the door to the house in the process. When Concubine Bai saw the outcome of these two, she immediately sweated like a pig, feeling only fear all over her body. She couldn't stop her eyes from looking towards He Nyangzi. She hoped that she would speak up to relieve the situation. That He Nyangzi is a warm nature, although she is also afraid of Yifei. But she prefers to be able to contribute to Yifei, thus letting her take care of herself more. Otherwise, with her status and appearance, wanting to make a name for herself in this palace was really difficult. "Your Highness, please relax. Even though this second prince being crowned king is unfavorable to us. But think about it from another angle. This is a great opportunity." Consort Yi squinted at Nyangzi He for a moment, as if she was very skeptical of her words. "How so?" "Your Highness, think about it. This second prince has been raised under Consort Lan's hand for how many years? And has never been quiet. This has only gone to Huifangya Yuan for a few days. And then, he is posthumously crowned his birth mother, and then promoted to be a king. When Consort Lan knows about it, she is afraid that she will be furious to death," while saying also lowered his voice. "Moreover, there is also Lin Guifei there." So by the second prince and Lin Chongji refuted face, only afraid to have a fight. After He Nyangzi said this, Consort Yi's originally troubled mind was quietened quite a bit. Her words were not bad. However, this Lan concubine and Lin noble consort's anger there, I'm afraid that it's still all stuffed in the dark. Since she is not doing well, then the 6 palaces and the whole palace will be accompanied by a difficult time together. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth rose. His eyes filled with calculation. "Alright. Today the palace is not ironing. You guys go back first. And invite the 2 sisters to come again some other days." Yifei suddenly had a wonderful plan to save her cousin, where there is still the heart to deal with Concubine Bai and He Nyangzi. So she opened her mouth and asked them to leave. Although the white concubine was a bit humiliated, it was better than being implicated by Concubine Yi's anger. Immediately get up and ready to leave. He Nyangzi also the same. Before leaving, also 2 people to Yifei respectfully invited peace. When the 2 of them went out, they happened to bump into Ri and Ruhuan, who had already finished their beating. Their faces were white, and their foreheads were covered in fine sweat. Frightened, Concubine Bai's face became more and more bad, and hurriedly pulled Nyangzi He and left, waiting for the 2 of them to walk out for almost half a moment. That white concubine then patted her chest and said, "Frightened to death this palace. Fortunately Lady Yifei has not been involved. Otherwise I'm afraid that we 2 of this letter delivery also have to suffer." The white concubine is true to her feelings. He Nyangzi wasn't stupid either. "Sister White Concubine, don't worry. Lady Yifei is not the kind of person whose loyalty is not divided between the wicked and the loyal. You and I have never had any second thoughts about her." "That's true. But your seniority in the palace is still shallow. And there are a number of things you don't know. As long as it's something that involves the 3rd prince's future, Lady Yifei's eyes can't tolerate a bit of sand." He Nyangzi's eyes were bulging, but she was convinced of Concubine Bai's words. At the mention of the 3rd prince, Concubine Bai couldn't help but lament. All said and done, this Lin Evening Yi is a smart one. She is pregnant, but she has also earned herself a way out. Isn't it? Unlike you and me. I'm afraid that the red face has not yet aged, and the grace is broken first. These days, she repeatedly wanted to go to see the Emperor, to regain the original favor. But no matter how hard she tried, all seemed to become useless. How could she recall the past when she couldn't even see anyone? And the last time at the Shangjinglu Palace banquet, it was supposed to be the perfect time for her to make a comeback. But it was ruined by Lin Evening Yi. The person who poisoned her was also really hateful. If he didn't poison her earlier, he would have poisoned her later. But only at that time. It was really God's unhelpfulness. Sister White Concubine, don't be discouraged. It's too early to say that. When I was at home, I used to see my parents doing business, and they always used to say one thing. Until the last moment. No one knows who will die. After saying this, He Nyangzi was smiling happily. Concubine Bai was also encouraged by what she heard, and felt that it was indeed true. She had only been out for a few days, and it was indeed early for her to be saying such demoralizing things at this moment. So smilingly, she said to He Nyangzi, "Sister, don't worry. You only need to help this palace to regain favor then invite you to Zhongzi Palace. But a word of things. Save you day to day, with those ladies mixed together. No need to waste this good time. Thank you Sister Bai for your compassion. The servant girl will definitely do her best. The two of them talked and laughed, and walked towards the garden not far away. And in Concubine Yi's courtyard, there was the chief eunuch Wan Ming standing at the moment. Your Highness. You go. Send this letter to grandmother's hands. Tell her that if she wants third brother to be saved, just follow what this palace's letter says. Yes, I will do as I am told. After saying this, that Wan Ming got up and quietly left towards the outside. And the house waiting is the palace assigned in the palace. Look is good. But compared to Ri and Ruhuan, who had been serving Consort E for years, they were still a bit worse. For example, on the tea, the brewing flavor and temperature is not Ife is used to on a regular basis. So, scolded, punished, still let people send the injury medicine over. Chapter 103, Du's mother and daughter. Ri and Ruhuan are both resting in the house. Although the person who hit the board is already merciful. They have been with Ife for many years, and their bodies and bones have been raised to be more valuable. If you get outside to compare, I'm afraid it's more delicate than those rich ladies. Therefore, this board hit on the body, or hurt some heavy. Looking at the redness, swelling and bruises on their backs. The second-class palace maid who gave the medicine, Ing Frost, was heartbroken. The two sisters bear with it. This medicine was just said by Empress Ife, saying that it will be fine in 3 or 2 days. The slave girl will give it to you. The two of them nodded and bit into their mouths with their handkerchiefs. Although the skin wasn't broken and there was no bleeding. But this fiery pain touched the cold wound medicine. It still made the back tighten. Ing Feng's hands are considered fast, meticulously applying the wound all over again. Luckily, it was a summer day, so there was no harm in wearing only a single garment. The two sisters have been by Ifei's side for many years, and this is not the first time they have been injured. But their loyalty to Ife has not diminished at all. The reason why they didn't tell Consort E the news of the second prince being crowned king, there was another consideration. It was that they were afraid that Consort E would disrupt herself because of what happened at home. They felt that the emperor had done this deliberately in order to hammer Consort E and the third prince while hammering the Liu family. If the empress has any movement as a result, and is caught in the act, wouldn't that put the empress in a dilemma? That's why. It's just that I didn't expect that this white concubine's news was delivered so quickly. Had I known that they were coming to say this, the two of them would not even let the door in. Now, what a sigh of relief. Sister Ri, what should we do now? What can be done? I'm sure the Empress has already contacted her home. It's useless to think of anything else to do now. And wait and see. The Great Master left us by the Empress' side to protect her. So everything should still be in the Empress' best interest. Ruhuan nodded at his words. His eyes filled with determination. If it really came down to the last resort, they would definitely jump out and take all the blame on them, that is. In the Yao Tai Pavilion, noble consort Lin had learned of the news a few days earlier. Her attitude was completely different from that of Consort E. Personally arranged to enter the palace chanting the Baolin Temple monks not to mention, but also deliberately sent a lot of Su Fei's old things, so that the second prince of the feelings of remembrance. Looking at these old things, the second prince's heart does not have many waves. After all, he has not even seen a person. These dead things for him want to trigger what grief emotions. That is really a little difficult for people. Seeing his baffled expression, Sister Du did not come forward to disturb him. She only closed the door of the house and let him stay quietly. The palace maids in the backyard, led by Sister Duan, had already been provoked by her to send away 2 of them, and the rest were working very hard. It was a pity that these were all sand in Sister Du's eyes. It was only a matter of time before they were cleared out one by one. When she was planning to go to the inner court department to check on the situation of the newly promoted palace maids, she happened to bump into Du Chengzai, who had been guarding outside for many days. Upon seeing her, that Du Chengzai was overjoyed. Hurriedly swooping over, he fell to his knees and shouted, "Mother!" However, she saw that Sister Du had a serious face, as if the person in front of her was putting on a show, with no outward emotion at all. She just sidestepped her kneeling, and then respectfully saluted and said, "Little Master Du is careful with her words. The old slave's little favor with you was cut off many years ago, and now can't afford this mother of yours." "Mother! Daughter is confused. When I failed to listen to my mother's words and married outside the palace, but instead chose the path of being a concubine by myself. Over the years, whenever my daughter suffered in the harem, my daughter regretted it. And my daughter really knew the error of her ways. I also asked for mother's forgiveness. Du Chongzai cried with pear blossoms and rain. If not for the seclusion of this path, I'm afraid to be seen by outsiders. Unfortunately, no matter how sad she cried, this sister Du had no ripples, even more dislike in her eyes, and then shook her head and said, "The young master is overstated. This knows the wrong and does not know the wrong words. Don't bring it up again in the future. Since the road is your own choice, then go on well. Is a blessing or a curse? Are self-bearing." These words when I said once, now also still the same. The expression of firmness. But let the kneeling on the ground Du Chongzai know just that week. There was a hint of determination in his eyes. Is mother really so heartless? Watching her daughter being bullied in the harem and not caring? Sister Du didn't bother to engage with her and left the place straight away. On the contrary, that Du Chong was so angry behind her that she stomped her feet. But it didn't help. The palace maid Qiu Yun, who was supporting her beside her, did not look too good either. With a cold snort, she said, "Sister Du is really ruthless. The young master has put herself down so much to beg her. But she's still this ironic and heartless. Who says otherwise? Such a mother is really useless. Originally, I thought that it was hard to come to the palace. So naturally, I had to come to Sister Du's place to complain about my feelings. I hoped that she could help herself on the basis of mother and daughter. Right now, although there is a little bit of Lin Guifei's care, but more noble people more road. Not to mention Sister Du, who had reappeared in front of everyone's eyes again. Originally, I wanted to seek her path to get closer to Lin Chongji. But I didn't want to degrade my face so much. Good. In the future, don't let her have a moment of despair. Or else beg to come before me, and I'll double today's humiliation." After saying his words, he flung his hands and left, leaving behind the silence of that place. Sister Du was not concerned about this matter, and headed towards the inner court department. It was only Chunqi who chased after her who suffered. After hearing the secret of this place, she originally wanted to go with Sister Du to the inner court division. But who knew that she was so fast on her feet that she was out the door in the blink of an eye. Coincidentally, after chasing after her, she met the scene. She was so scared that she hid in the dark and didn't dare to make a sound, was unable to enter or retreat, waiting for the two of them to leave for a while. Seeing no one to return, she only drilled out, pat squatting numb legs, and then quickly stepped towards Huifang elegant courtyard and go. When Lin Lianyi heard this news, she was also quite surprised. That Du Chongzai, she had also seen a few times, dependent on noble consort Lin. Although there are a few fawning, but also is not a random will go to cause trouble lord. Therefore, she was quite good to deal with. Just that, she would actually be in a mother-daughter relationship with Sister Du. And it had broken up? This was something that she hadn't expected. You weren't discovered, were you? The slave girl is cautious. No. That's fine. Make sure to keep this matter under wraps. It's good that only the three of us know about it. Okay? Chun Chi and Xia and both nodded, their expressions very serious. Lin Lianyi secretly recalled the situation since she met Sister Du, and it seemed like there was nothing special about it. Chapter 10 for a person of wisdom. After thinking about it, she also pressed the matter in her heart. The mother and daughter did not mention it. What would an outsider like her do in the middle of it? What's more, there must not be one or two people who know about this matter. If everyone doesn't mention it, it means that there is nothing to mention about it. I just thought, in the future, when contacting Du Chongji, I should be more mindful. Otherwise, when to say the wrong words do not know, is not somehow to make enemies for themselves? He brought over a cup of tea and slowly took a sip, then said to Xian, "You send the scriptures that I copied to the second prince. He will have to go to the Jinghan Hall later." "Yes." Xian picked up the thick pile of scriptures and headed towards the backyard, passing through the moon gate. As soon as one's eyes were met, there was a patch of well-grown banana trees. Speaking of which, it was also the skill of the craftsmen in charge of serving the flowers and plants in this palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown so luxuriantly. Let a person look and feel full of green eyes. When I walked to the door, I did not see anyone waiting. This point they all knew why. Under Sister Du's strict methods, Who would dare to approach the second prince recklessly? It wasn't as if they were too old to live. So they lightly knocked on the door a few times, and said to the inside of the room, "Second prince, slave girl Xian, is here to deliver something for little Lord Lin." Soon, that door opened from the inside. The second prince smiled kindly, and turning to Xian, he then replied, "What has Empress Lin sent?" "The scriptures that the young master copied herself. When the second prince wants to go to the Jinghan Hall later, bring it along with you." The second prince picked it up and looked at it carefully. Every word was beautiful and neatly arranged. It seemed to have been copied by heart. In his heart, Lin Lianyi had a few more points of gratitude. Empress Lin is also still sick. Why do you need to work so hard? Little master daily copy 3 hours. Is not a labor of love. After all, it is for Princess Su chanting sutras. Do a piece of mind of good. Hearing this, the second prince did not excuse himself. After taking the scriptures, he said to Xian, "It's almost time. I should also go over. It's not good to keep the masters waiting." Xian looked up and glanced at the hour. And it was indeed so. So he opened his mouth and replied, "Then slave girl will go and seek Xiao Luzi, with him following the second prince. We are also more at ease." Good. Right now, the second prince didn't have a competent personal eunuch by his side. So the things that helped run errands were all done by Xiao Luzi. One person. 2 jobs. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have complained long ago. Xiao Luzi was very happy, which made Xiao Ming very pleased. As expected, he was the disciple that Eunuch Qin had personally brought up, and his brain and eyesight were good. The Hall of Quiet Cold is on the northwest side of the palace. Although it was a hall, it was very grand. Inside there is also a golden Buddha enshrined for many years. Said big Buddha building, with a great Buddha building as the main center. There is the main hall in front, and the monks who came from the Palin monastery at the moment are all sitting inside in a disciplined manner reciting the scriptures. On the left and right sides are meditation rooms for the people to rest in the evening. And in a small kitchen on the southeast side was the place responsible for the monks' fasting. Xiao Luzi followed the second prince all the way forward, respectfully holding the scriptures said by Lin Evening E in his hands. And on his face, he didn't dare to have a single fidget. Very serious. When the second prince stepped into the hall, the master Ziyuan, who was presiding over the monks in it, saw him. He is now nearly 80 years old. But the spirit and appearance of the spirit and appearance seems to be just over the age of flower. He had kind eyebrows and a rounded body. Walking over to the second prince, he said, "Amitabha Buddha. Poor monk Ziyuan has met the second prince. There is no need to be polite. Senior Yuan Hao greets Master Ziyuan." In front of the Buddha, even the royal family members with lofty imperial power did not dare to be disrespectful. So the second prince had a very pious attitude. Poor monks and others have been chanting sutras for Mother Su for many days. I think that if Mother Su knows in her spring, she will also have a light heart and go to the world of bliss. Master has worked hard. Mother Consort and I are very grateful. Master Ziyuan smiled calmly, and then he made a gesture of invitation. The second prince followed to the center of the main hall. The brocade futon cushion was placed on the floor, while the golden Buddha in front of him was looking at the multitudes with eyes full of compassion. Following the master, he honored the incense, and then he knelt down on that futon mat, folded his hands together, and devoutly followed the chanting of the sutra. He would come here every day to kneel for an hour, and having heard the scriptures more, he naturally knew a few lines, although it wasn't much. In Master Ziyuan's opinion, he was already a person with great wisdom. Therefore, to the second prince's attitude is extraordinarily kind. Xiao Luzi guarded outside the temple, also very pious. Heart also can't stop praying for Buddha can more bless family. Bless the little master and the second prince's body soon healthy. When the emperor came, he happened to meet this scene. Looking at that small figure, kneeling in front of the Buddha, the appearance of devout prayer, the emperor's heart softened a lot. In front of the Buddha, even if the emperor came in person, the sound of chanting and praying for blessings did not stop. Xiao Luzi was at the doorway to respectfully ask for holy peace. While inside, Master Ziyuan and the second prince heard it, then got up and retreated out. Poor monk has met the emperor. All hail the emperor. My son has met my father. Long live my father. Flatten yourself. Originally, the two of them bent down and knelt. But at this moment, they both stood up straight. How are things done? Back to the Emperor. It will take 3 more days for this chanting and praying ceremony to go through. At that time, it will only require the second prince to personally copy another scripture by hand, and the poor monk to incinerate it. Well, that's good. Master has taken the trouble. Your Majesty is overstated. As he spoke, the Emperor saw the pile of scriptures Lin evening he had hand-copied. Out of curiosity, he picked it up and looked at it twice. Who copied this? The words are quite good. Back to father. This was copied by Empress Lin. She? It was strange. He asked himself how many times he had gone to Huifangya courtyard. Most of the time, he saw her either sewing clothes or studying food. He had never seen her practicing calligraphy or painting. Hidden quite deep, this font, if not years of strength, cannot write out. In the harem, not many concubines are literate. Consort Lan is good at painting. Ngui concubine likes poetry. But this Lin evening the Emperor did not see what she likes at all. She has the heart. In that case, then please ask the master to enshrine this scripture in front of the Buddha. Yes. Poor monk obeys the order. After saying a few words, the Emperor still had political matters to attend to. So he left this Jing-cold hall. And this sound of chanting scriptures and praying for blessings was unbroken. It was still going on. Princess Su's matter hadn't even come to an end yet. And the Emperor followed it up with another decree. Taking advantage of the 7 coincidental festivals, all the concubines of the whole palace could call their relatives into the palace to meet for 2 hours. This news, home in Shengjing City concubines, can be happy bad. Chapter 105, Drought Rain. Pity those who came from afar palace concubines. At the moment can only look at the other side of the family reunion. When this news was sent to Huifangya Yuan, Lin Wanyi was so happy that even the dimples on her cheeks were much deeper. This decree of His Majesty is truly like timely rain. It can relieve the young master's homesickness. Yes, but I'm not the only one either. I'm sure everyone is happy. After all, if a palace concubine wanted to see someone from her family, one was pregnant and on the verge of giving birth, and the other was in a high position of power and authority, so she could be summoned in accordance with palace regulations. But there weren't many people who could do those 2 things. Therefore, this news was a great remedy for everyone to relieve the summer heat. The next day, when Eunuch Qin personally came to the door, Lin Lianyi also arched her eyebrows. Servant Qin and invites little lord to be blessed with peace. There's no need for Eunuch Qin to be polite. I'm sure young master also knows about the matter of family members being able to enter the palace to meet each other. So slave came today to ask young master, which one from your family is entering the palace? The inner court division needs to make a registration, so that we can send little lord's family over to meet each other at that time. Thanks to Eunuch Qin for mentioning it. It's my mother who entered the palace. Lin Dong. Qin nodded and replied with a smile. I understand. Slave, I will arrange it properly when the time comes. Little master, don't worry is all. Lin evening meeting family originally did not intend to open his mouth, but thinking that it does not matter to ask, so he opened his mouth and said, Eunuch Qin, I don't know when it will be arranged for the family to enter the palace, since the day after tomorrow, one after another can enter the palace. But the little master's status is not high. Have to wait for 2 more days. No harm. No harm. As long as mother can enter the palace, it's fine to wait for 3 or 5 more days. Lin Lianyi naturally knew that doing anything in this harem was according to status. Let's say this family enters the palace. The first ones to come will definitely be noble consort Lin's family, Rongha Tang and the people of the west courtyard. I'm afraid that 2 people will have to come. Their room. Mother can come on the line. After speaking with Eunuch Qin for a few more words, Lin Wanyi sent someone to send him out the door. After the people left, Lin Wanyi then hurriedly ordered, quickly, prepare more things. This peach-made honey sauce, bring a small jar of it back for mother to taste. There is also that osmanthus strip head cake that mother loves to eat. And that lean preserved meat you made last time is also good. Take some of it back so that younger brother and father can taste it as well. Lin Lianyi added some when she thought of it, and some when she thought of it. Instead, it made Chun Chi and Xian, who were standing next to her, laugh lightly. Young master, are you planning to have the slave girl prepare all the food? Even if the slave girl can make it, it wouldn't be good for the first mistress to bring so much. Mentioning this, Lin Wanyi then let out a sigh. Yes, it's already a great gift for mother to be able to go to the palace. She can't bring hordes of maids and maids along with her. Then she, alone, really couldn't take so many things. So the idea had to be dispelled. Day after day, she looked forward to the day when she could see her mother to come earlier. The entirety of Huifanya courtyard was happy. But the Xiongfu who received the news was not. In the Rongha Hall, Rongkong County Lord sat at the top, eyes closed and resting, while the second Lady Wang, who was sitting below, could not stop talking. To my daughter-in-law, it's only right that we enter the palace. Why should the ones from the east courtyard be able to go in together? Second Lady Wang huffed, her eyes full of disdain. Rongkong County Princess is constantly thinking. Just came to send news to speak that tone. She also purposely called out the old great family, looked around and said, the spirit of the eldest lady is good. Think 2 days can also be healthy to enter the palace. The emperor's instructions. Since they are all the family members of the Xiongfu, they will be the same day into the palaces. By then, there will be someone to pick up. This is not a reminder to them? Let them think less. People must be followed by a whole together into the palace. Otherwise, the imperial court there cannot explain. Looks like this intention girl really have some ability. Into the palace only 3 months. Can get the emperor so maintenance. It is no wonder that the boat girl will be anxious to send the message out. And then think of the big house son has gone to the army. Although only a small pawn. But who knows what future opportunities will be in the future. So it's better to be on the defensive. Just this time to suppress a dong. But the timing is not good. Everything is still waiting for them to enter the palace before making a decision. So Tiger Face then said to the second lady, well, this is His Majesty's decree. It's your turn to say something here? Beware of the trouble coming out of your mouth. Harming a family and still fooling them. The second madam was immediately shushed by this rebuke from the Rongkong County princess. Keeping her tail between her legs was the only thing she could do. Seeing her being so obsequious, County head Rongkong again felt that it was not right. In the future, it would not be good for the head mother of the family to be suppressed by herself every day. If they can't support the family after 100 years, it won't help. So he eased his tone and said, I know you are also for the sake of the children good. So will want to press the east cross courtyard head. Just too late. Drive the dog into the poor alley. Be careful to be backfired. Hearing this, second Lady Wang nodded her head repeatedly. In her heart, she did not think it was a good idea. Accompanied Rongkong County princess to talk for a while. Before leaving Rongha Hall, originally was towards the west courtyard back. Traveling to halfway. The more thought the more uncomfortable. My daughter a good noble consort. By one of their family often steal the limelight. If I as a mother can't take the blame for my daughter, this future big house people will not be stomping on the face? Thus, she whispered a few words to the Wang sister by her side, only to see her eyes reveal a brilliant light, and immediately smiled fawningly. Don't worry, second madam. The slave girl will go and make arrangements. Turning back towards the Jade Heart Lodge in the east courtyard, she slowly paced away. And at this time in the east courtyard, the first Lady Dong still don't know what will happen next. Full of eyes are thinking of reunion with her daughter. God knows that the last time from the husband's mouth to learn. The daughter again poisoned things. She that worried. She was so worried that she couldn't sleep for nights and nights, fearing that there would be an accident and they would have to send their children to their deaths. Well, the emperor's golden words. Said he would arrange for them to meet in the palace. Really arranged. She originally thought that she was afraid that it would take until the end of the year to be able to line. Did not think that so soon into the palace. So is also thinking of ways to prepare. She and the next yard to travel all the way. Things naturally cannot bring more. One is not in line with the rules. The second is also so that people do not have to laugh at the big house. That is not adding insult to injury. So, think about it. Or plan to make a trip to her mother's house. Not to say to bring her medicine. Even bring a prescription is also good. So, while talking, let the underlings set up a carriage and drove it to the Dong family. Chapter 106 Strict Family Tradition. Within Shunjing City, there has always been a folk saying, North noble, South rich, East wealthy, West ding. What it says is that the north side is inhabited by powerful and noble people, while the south side is mostly a rich street downtown. The east side to do business merchants mainly. The northwest is mostly artisan people gathered. Therefore, the Dong family, which has been rooted in Shunjing for several generations, has its mansion in the square market in the southeast. 3 streets and 6 alleys divide the marketplace in a regular manner. The place where the Dong family is located has a good name. Denwen Street. The street is full of vendors rushing to the market and shopkeepers yelling. Although it is not to the point of being a crowd, it is still lively. Dong's house was located at the entrance of Denwen Street. From the outside, the face is not big. If you don't look closely, you'd think it was just an ordinary residential compound. Inside, however, there was something else. It is a 3 courtyards with east and west courtyards. Small bridges in water. Simple and elegant. Although it is a merchant's house, there is no hint of wealth. On the contrary, planted a lot of literati like green pine and cypress, plum orchids and bamboo chrysanthemums. The scenery is so pleasant that it seems to have moved a garden in the south of the Yangtze River at home. First Lady Dong's carriage stopped at the door, and the maid Cindy and Su Wan helped her out of the carriage. The boy who watched the door saw that it was the third girl of the family who had come back, and immediately went forward and said with a wide-eyed smile, "Little one greets Third and Grandma." "Why is Third and Grandma back? Where is the master and the others? Are all at home?" "In. But the Grand Master and Second Grand Master and Second Grandma are not at home." First Lady Dong thought for a moment and immediately instructed the boy. "You go. Invite them back. Tell them that I have something important to discuss with them. Be quick. Understand?" The boy saw the expression of the First Lady Dong, slightly serious, so he didn't dare to be slow, and immediately got up and said, "Third Auntie, don't worry. I'll go now." After saying that, he trotted towards the Dong family's medical center. The First Lady Dong familiarly entered the Dong family's door by herself and went straight to the main courtyard where her parents were. She didn't have time to take in the scenery along the way, but she met her sister-in-law, Wang, halfway. This sister-in-law's mother's family and their Dong family but generations of friendship. So since she married into the family has been living happily. She was slim and well-maintained. Although she is a businesswoman, she does not have the habit of wearing gold and silver. Rather, she prefers to use jade and pearls. Under the sun, she hung on her wrist the sheep's white jade bracelet, warm and delicate. Is the Dong family heirloom. There are 3 of them. The eldest daughter-in-law, the second daughter-in-law, and the girl Dong Qingjin. First Lady Dong all had them. When she saw her sister-in-law Wang, First Lady Dong immediately went forward, only to see Wang also looking at Dong with a puzzled face, asking curiously, "Why did third sister suddenly come back? Didn't even say hello so I could send someone to the door to welcome you." "Sister-in-law, I came in a hurry, so I didn't say anything in advance. What's going on here? There's a letter from the palace, saying that I can enter the palace in a couple of days to see Shallow." "Really?" Sister-in-law Wang's face was also full of surprise. For Lin Lianyi, this little girl, their whole family loved her very much. At first, knowing the news that she was going to enter the palace, everyone's heart was not happy. Originally thought that this into the palace door is as deep as the sea, for fear that this life is not related to the family. Unexpectedly so quickly can enter the palace to meet each other. So the footsteps accelerated by a few points, taking the eldest Lady Dongs towards the main courtyard and walked quickly. In the main courtyard, there was exquisiteness everywhere. This kind of delicacy does not lie in the carved beams and painted buildings, but the flowers and trees cultivated with care. Many of them were famous species brought from Jiangnan, especially the Luan pine, also known as the money pine, placed symmetrically on the left and right sides, which was raised in a beautiful way. The 2 oldest members of the Dong family were practicing calligraphy, while the other one was arranging silk threads. If there were no outsiders to disturb them, it would be a quiet time. Daughter-in-law greets father-in-law. Mother-in-law, third sister has come over. The Dong family's old master and his wife both raised their heads when they heard their eldest daughter-in-law, Wang, speak. As a result, when they saw their daughter's sudden appearance, they were also filled with doubt. They thought that something big had happened. Immediately putting down the things in their hands, Old Lady Dong hurriedly walked over and asked, "What's going on? Are those people in your husband's family giving you a hard time again?" First Lady Dong bitterly smiled, and then immediately explained and said, "No, it's the news from the palace, saying that I can go into the palace to meet Shallow. So I rushed to come and report my joy to the second oldest." Knowing her intentions, the second old man then relaxed. "Agu, scared to death. I thought something had happened at your place again. The one who spoke was elder Lady Dong, who patted her chest with her hand to smooth out her breath. There was also some doting reproach in her expression. On the other hand, Elder Master Dong, who was standing on the side, didn't say anything, but he also looked at his daughter with much love between his eyebrows. Elder Master Dong is now more than 60 years old, but his body is very strong and sturdy. He is not a big belly, nor is he old. Carefully look at the eyebrows and features. When he was young, he must have been a handsome man. So the old also did not see the turbid atmosphere. And next to him, Mrs. Dong, the maintenance is even more appropriate. About as the husband and son-in-law love. Children filial piety reason. So all life have lived peacefully and smoothly. The body is slightly fat. But this is really a good fortune in the eyes of outsiders. See, parents are healthy. Good mood. Dong thought for a moment and still spoke. My daughter has come here. Firstly to report this matter. And secondly to ask my parents to think of a way for me to bring in a few prescriptions. Medicinal prescriptions? For what purpose? But Shallow is in trouble there. Elder Master Dong was worthy of his nature of seeing the smallest of things. His own daughter had only opened her mouth for the first time. And he had already guessed a general idea. Only to see First Lady Dong's face change from joy to worry. And then she said, Before, I was afraid that father and mother would be worried. So my daughter didn't say anything. When Hassan participated in the dragon boat race, he came back to say that Shallow's foot was injured. And the other day when Master got summoned by the Emperor to enter the palace, he was told about Shallow's poisoning. So, First Lady Dong's words hadn't even finished. That Elder Lady Dong's body went limp. If it wasn't for the quick eyes and hands of Elder Master Dong next to her, I was afraid that she would have fallen to the ground. Old Lady Dong took Dong's hand and asked anxiously, How could it be? How could it be? They were outside, although they knew that times were hard in the palace. But they also didn't expect to be in this much trouble. Injured? Poisoned? It was simply unbelievable. The Dong family has always had a very strict family tradition. No concubinage. No ungrateful children or grandchildren. So the family has lived in harmony, with relatives helping each other for many years. Every time the suppression of the Lin family's big house was mentioned, they had to sigh for many days. Who knew that their beloved granddaughter had entered the palace and lived a life of licking blood at the edge of a knife? Which really worried the Dong family. Chapter 107. The Bottom of the Mother's Family. Baoju even sent a message last time, saying that everything is fine in the palace. How could it be? The Baoju in Old Lady Dong's mouth was the master of the satin storehouse of the inner court. Sister Fan. Now that she was in the palace, she naturally wouldn't know what was going on in the palace. So it was normal for the news to be a little off. Master Dong helped his wife to sit down. The eldest daughter-in-law Wang hastened to hand a cup of warm water over. Also an aside to smooth the air side said, Mother, don't be angry. There are things to say slowly. Dong also nodded in agreement, pulling Elder Lady Dong's hand, and said in relief, Mother, don't worry. Although my daughter doesn't know what's going on in the palace. But since the Emperor can decree for me to enter the palace, I think that Shallow should be safe and sound. It's just that my daughter is afraid that in case there's another mistake or something. So that's why I came to find my second brother's second sister-in-law to ask for a prescription. Elder Master Dong stood with his arms folded, standing in the middle of the hall. His upright back did not retreat for a moment. After a moment, he slowly said, Qin Jin is right. It's useless for you to be anxious at this moment. It's hard for us to help Shallow outside. So it's useless to send the prescription in. It's better to send the medicine directly. Then to the eldest daughter-in-law Wang then said, Send someone to create a pair of hollow head and face jewelry. The shape is not restricted to any style. The more pills they can fit the better. Daughter-in-law understands. I will go in order. After saying that, she immediately got up and walked towards the outside. Merchants and merchants' homes were all full of skilled craftsmen. Therefore, it wasn't too much trouble for Wang to find someone. Only after seeing her walk away did Elder Master Dong pacify his own wife and daughter, saying, Don't worry. Shallow's situation. Lao Er knows best. When he comes back, he will naturally know what to arrange. When the two of them heard this, they all nodded their heads, as if they had a backbone. The bit of worry in their hearts was much less. Soon after receiving the news, the Dong family's first master, second master and second wife all rushed back home, seeing their mother's eyes a little red. And their own sister is also a sad face. The two brothers glanced at each other, knowing that it would not be a small matter. "Father, what's wrong?" The one who was the first to ask was Dong Weiyuan, the eldest member of the Dong family. His appearance was similar to old lady Dong's, with a somewhat rounded figure, but his temperament was gentle with an undeniable shrewdness and competence. The old master of the Dong family had handed over all the family business to him. He is now the true head of the Dong family. Perhaps due to his natural intelligence, he has had a good understanding of the business world since he was a child. The Dong family's business has blossomed over the last 3 generations. However, since the generation of Elder Master Dong's grandfather, he left out many miscellaneous items and specialized in medicinal herbs and satin. As a result, the Dong family's herbal medicine business is the head of Xinjing City, and even the Great Way have a reputation. The Dong family's eldest son is a powerful, more than 20 years old, followed the western region of the team of merchants back and forth for several years. Nowadays, even the western medicine business is also up. So when he was over 40, he had already become the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Traditional Chinese Medicines in Xinjing City, and was also a figure of speech. Not only that, he also ran through the relationship with the Imperial Hospital. At present, half of the medicinal materials in the Imperial Hospital are supplied by the Dong family. So the relationship with the Pharmaceutical Supervision Department responsible for purchasing medicinal materials is not bad. And Dr. Dou's eldest son was the one leading the charge. Therefore, the relationship between the Dong family and the Dou family can be considered a close friend. Seeing him ask in this manner, Elder Master Dong explained the situation. Master Dong frowned and looked at his second brother, Dong Weizun. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Second brother, you've always been the one to regulate Shallow's chills. What should we do about her situation now?" Dong Weizun was born like old Master Dong. He was just a bit thinner. Perhaps it was because he had been practicing medicine for many years. So he had an air of indifference to fame and fortune. He shook his head and thought for a while before speaking. "Has not taken the pulse. Only said poisoning. I am not good to directly prescribe medicine. Big brother, your relationship with the Imperial Hospital is good. Can you get words? Even if there are only some symptoms. I can also have more reference." Dong Weiyuan immediately thought of Dr. Dou. And then he said, "I'm going to seek Brother Dou. His father is working as an officer in the palace, and he is quite knowledgeable about the matter of detoxification of internal diseases. So maybe he can understand some of Shallow's situation." "Well, then you go quickly. Let's wait for news." As soon as Elder Master Dong finished speaking, Elder Master Dong rushed to leave. He left in a flurry, quite different from his usual steady nature. As for Second Lady Yun, who hadn't said much, she was as cool as ever. She never liked to say much, so the family didn't find it strange. "I don't know what's going on at Big Brother's place. I'd better prescribe some toning medicines first according to Shallow's previous body." Saying that, he went to the place where Elder Master Dong had just learnt to write, and lifted his pen to write. After he finished writing, he didn't bring it over to the crowd, but instead let Yun next to him take a look at it. She looked it up and down before nodding her head. At the same time, she said, "Shallow's cold is about to relapse." So Second Master remembered to prescribe another warming formula. The words she said were warm and soft, with a trifle of detachment and coldness. However, she knew Lin Huai's body very well. She was originally a medical practitioner, and she was even more skilled in women's and children's illnesses. Moreover, that Xiaoan was also the one she had tempered, which was why she had sent it to lend Evening Yi's side. Therefore, her medical skills and judgment. The entire Dong family was very convinced. Watching the family all busy themselves for the sake of Shallow, Dong's heart was both emotional and guilty. How many years has it been since she got married? And she still runs to her mother's house when something happens. But there is no way. All these years, if it is not the mother's family to help and protect, I am afraid that their big house has long disappeared. The heart for their own weakness and incompetence feel very hate. Elder Master Dong's fiery eyes immediately understood his daughter's mind. Afterwards, he said in a consoling voice, "A family, it should help each other. Although you and Auntie these years not very satisfactory. But finally the children are brought up. And then later all. Since it will be better." As Dong listened to her father's comforting words, she couldn't help but let her nose turn sour and burst into tears. When she cried, Elder Lady Dong's heart was also saddened. The mother-daughter duo fell into a good fit of venting. crying until their eyes were a little red and swollen before they slowed down. Well, mother, daughter out also a while. And then do not go back for fear of the Fae's house in the middle of someone to say mouth. And so on the big brother side of the news. The daughter will come again is. Old Lady Dong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded along. Well, go back. If something happens, just send someone to report. We are your backbone. Understand? Understood. Chapter 108, Planting and Framing. First Lady Dong secretly made up her mind. Hassan was right. People don't save themselves, and the heavens don't help. She had also been weak for these many years. It was time to learn to fight for her own interests. No need to let the subordinates of the Xiangfu house look at the joke day after day. Let the people of the Western Crossing house ride on their heads and bully them at will. After bidding farewell to her parents and brothers and sisters-in-law at home, First Lady Dong turned around and boarded the carriage. When the carriage drove out for a long time, the Dong family only reluctantly turned back. Elder Master Dong hadn't said a word. But it was Elder Lady Dong who sighed, and sighed next to him. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said to his second son, Dong Waitsuan, go. Bring all those life-saving pills. The same share half. This time all let Qingjin bring into the palace. Life-preserving pills? Elder Master Dong's words could cause everyone present to be startled. But on second thought, it was also right. With all this poisoning coming out, it was natural to save one's life. Fortunately, the Dong family was originally a family that started with medicinal herbs. So they had all kinds of precious medicinal herbs. So these life-saving pills were taken out in one go. Among them, the antidote pills were the most numerous. There were 13 pills. Each one is worth 1,000 gold. Especially one of the pills called Yunjin grass. Very rare. This pill alone is more than enough to buy all the houses on Dinwen Street. Similarly, this is also the Dong family's treasure. After all, the herb used to make the medicine inside had long been extinct. Therefore, this medicine could basically be said to be a heavenly, earthly stock. Elder Master Dong took a look at it, and didn't have any expression of reluctance to part with it, and immediately included that pill in the list of those to be sent to the palace. The Dong family didn't say anything on the side. They didn't feel that there was any problem with Elder Master Dong doing so. At one end of the Dong family, they were busy with the pills, all of them contributing their efforts to help. On the other hand, when the first wife Dong returned home, she hadn't even taken 2 steps when she saw Sister Dong, who had stayed in the house to serve, running over in a hurry. With red eyes, she came up for air and said, Madam, you are finally back. Quickly go and take a look. The second madam said that our third brother had stolen something, and now he wants to ask for the family law. What? What's going on? Your ladyship left the house about half an hour ago. The slave girl saw Zhang Qing, the servant boy of the third brother's son, hurriedly running here, saying that the second madam angrily came to look for trouble, bluntly saying that the third brother's son had taken a pair of fine lake brushes and was using them, while that lake brush was a pair of brushes that was lost in the second brother's son's room. And that was why the matter was brought to a head. Nonsense! My mother's family has said so many good things to me. What in the West Crossing courtyard isn't jealous? A mere lake brush is nothing more than that. And you dare to say that my son stole it? Truly deceiving people to the heavens. Gauging that the master and Hasong are not at home. Wanting me and third brother to die. First Lady Dong's anger went straight to the top of her head. If her younger sibling Wang was right in front of her, she would have gone up and fought. Her usual nature was polite and courteous. But when it comes to the children, it is like a she-wolf that protects her cubs. Especially since she had just figured out many things in the Dong family. She naturally knew. If you keep giving in, you'll only end up making people more aggressive. Therefore, this time, the big house said that she would not let the second house bully her anymore. So to that Sister Dong, she commanded in a hard voice, Go. Call all the subordinates from the east courtyard. And if you have a wooden stick, take it and go to the Jade Heart Lodge. And surround the top and bottom for me. Sister Dong had never seen her own madam speak so harshly before. All of a sudden, she was somewhat stunned. Madam, are we really going to start a disagreement with the second house? Sister Dong was originally a ruthless nature. But in a Xiangfu many years of anger, it is that angular stone. Also to grind into an egg. Therefore, there is not much confidence in opening the mouth. This time, on the contrary, The First Lady Dong was particularly firm. Husong is away in the army. Shallow has also been sent to the palace. I now have only one son at my knee. If the second house still wants to make such a fuss, then let's make a fuss. If the second house still wants to make such a fuss, then so be it. When the word separation popped out, not to mention Sister Dong, all the people present were shocked. In Wei, there were basically only two reasons for brothers to split up. Either the parents had passed away, or the situation had become too ugly. This Master Lin Xiang is still on Earth. The first one naturally does not fit. So this second. Sister Dong looked at her own girl, who had been milked since childhood, shedding all her fear and cowardice, and finally hardening her heart. Nature is to help. So eyes with hot tears up. The tone also followed a lot of firmness. Good. Then the old slave is to give up this life to go, but also must ensure that the lady and third brother's wish come true. The subordinates in the East Crossing courtyard, none of them are cowards. In the past, they have been bullied, all for the sake of letting their own masters live as they wish. But if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. This is bully to the door. They naturally barefoot, not afraid to wear shoes. So all the people in unison went towards the Jade Heart Lodge. Jade Heart Lodge is Lin Muji's study place. At his age, he should have gone to the Imperial College to study. But the big house, which had no access, was unable to fulfill his wish. So, can only be at home to invite Mr. Shiokai to teach. He was diligent. No matter what the wind or rain, he was here on time every day. First Lady Dong thought about how she would respond as she walked. The toughness of her face has never been seen before. The Jade Heart Lounge was on this side near the East Crossing courtyard. So a few people walked fast on their feet, and were able to catch up. As it happens, as soon as they entered the door, they saw that Lin Muji had already been pressed down on a bench by a few grannies from the west courtyard, ready for the family law. His small face was filled with anger and redness, and his mouth was stuffed with a cloth. It made it impossible for him to even speak. Seeing his son being treated so roughly, the evil fire in Dong's heart was considered to be completely burned up. Changing her usual style, she immediately rebuked, "Stop!" Dong had married into the Lin family for more than 20 years, and it was the first time she had spoken in such a loud voice. Sister Dong was afraid that her own wife would suffer, so she called up all the grannies, maids, and boys from the east courtyard. Crowded came more than 20 people, but it is the Yushinjai round a circle. The west side of the courtyard is not much, just 7 or 8. See, the scene is slightly soft, but on second thought, this is more than 20 years. Have not seen the big house hard once. So again straightened his waist, showing a face with nostrils to look at people. Uxinjai's corridor in the middle. At the moment, the second Lady Wang sitting on, and should be teaching Lin Muji that scholar is hiding in the side, do not dare to make a sound. This is the minister's residence. Inside the noble characters, he can't afford to mess with any of them. He can't afford to mess with any of them. And he's only teaching here to make a living. Chapter 109, Protecting the Child to Fight Back. If he accidentally stumbled upon any family secrets, he wouldn't have a few little lives to resist. Seeing the raging scene in the east courtyard, the second Lady Wang sitting at the end is not afraid at all. Putting down the teacup in her hand, she said with a provocative smile, "Yo, sister-in-law, this battle is to rebel? You're less likely to put labels on me here. In the middle of the day, you came to my East Crossing courtyard to show off. Second younger sibling, is this your good upbringing?" Second Lady Wang raised her eyebrows and looked at the determined sister-in-law in front of her. But her heart was a little strange. What an insistent person she was in the daytime. How come now she has grown bold? In front of the subordinates, she also dared to talk back. As my daughter said, if we don't suppress and clean up the big house properly, I'm afraid we'll all learn to be good in the future. I'm afraid that in the future they will learn to bully others. So Coldface said, what upbringing? Own parents and parents-in-law to teach. Do not bother sister-in-law. Rather, it is the third brother's love of stealing. Now do not change in the future, but to give this young Fu black. When he heard the word stealing, Lin Muji, who was being held down, started to struggle. His eyes were on fire, staring at second Lady Wang's expression, itching to eat her. Unfortunately, Wang wanted this effect. She just wanted to beat back the big house's anger that had only just turned up. After being tossed around like this for a few times, They realized how contemptible they were. So naturally they didn't dare to have any more thoughts of resistance. Seeing her son struggling, the first wife Dong clan were still standing still. She stepped forward and knocked away the several grannies who were holding her son down. And like a she-wolf protecting her cubs, she stared at them. They were stared at so weakly that they unconsciously let go of their hands. This time it was the second Madame Wang who was completely enraged. Who told you to let go of your hands? Hold it down for me and beat it. She spoke without reason, but with enough anger. This xiangfu up and down the people, who do not know that in the future this large xiangfu are to return to the western courtyard. So one or two of them. Anger from the gall. Evil from the heart. They went up to Lin Muji and the first wife Dong's hands. The people who pulled the people. Take the board to take the board. When Sister Dong saw her own wife being bullied like this, she couldn't stand it. She picked up a branch in her hand and whipped it at the bodies of those grannies. She was not a helpless person. Her family was a butcher, and she had a lot of strength in her hands. The successive blows made those grannies jump and scurry around. The scene was once uncontrollable. The second wife, Wang clan, obviously did not expect the big house's rebound to be so strong this time, and was shocked by Sister Dong's move. Immediately after reacting, she slammed the table and roared. Against the grain. A lowly old slave dares to make such a move. Does she not want to live? Sister Dong. First Lady Dongs raised her voice and shouted. That originally was still chasing the chickens and chasing the dogs. Sister Dong stopped at the sound of her words. Walking back to her own lady's side, she stood still, and although she was panting a little roughly, her face was quite a bit rosier. Even her eyes were quite a bit more ruthless. Sister-in-law. This is the milk mother and son brought by your mother's family? If they are so unruly, they should have their arms and legs ripped off and be sold to a very cold place to do hard labor. Second Lady Wang was furious. She hadn't been subjected to this kind of idle anger since she was born. How can she endure? The First Lady Dong did not take her words. Shielding Lin Muji behind her, she asked in a serious tone. Catch a thief and get dirty. Catch an adulterer. You said that my son stole the lake brush from second brother's room. Do you have proof? Up first a few grannies to give a beating. The prestige of the field to set up. And then questioned in detail, bringing up the matter of just violently beating the unruly slaves. This big Lady Dongs do not know how to deal with the second house. Just the past have some scruples. Hearing this, the second Lady Wang was really brought to the side by her. Sneering 3 times then said, Evidence? This I really have. Saying this, she clapped her hands and then summoned someone over. First Lady Dong's a look at the person who came was actually the West Crossing courtyard maid. Before that maid could speak, Dong angrily cursed. I bah. You call the people in your courtyard evidence? Isn't this an obvious attempt to frame my son? After saying this, she looked viciously at that maid. That maid was called Xu Yun, and her family was Wang's dowry. If she didn't open her mouth towards Wang clan or the Western Crossing courtyard, then it would be a hell of a thing. As expected, that Xu Yun was not the least bit afraid of First Lady Dong's angry scolding, and immediately knelt down and spoke back. Heaven is above. If the slave girl wronged the third brother's son, then the slave girl will not be allowed to die. With her swearing, the people who followed her from the west courtyard all shook up. Unfortunately, First Lady Dong scoffed. Although I'm a woman, but also no. Handling cases pay attention to the real evidence. If rely on swearing to be able to determine a person's life and death, that the world to be wrong how many people's lives. And then to the second lady one said mockingly, Lost you or born military minister family. Is not the family rules so? If outsiders learnt that Minister Wang's handling of cases and jurisdiction over the Ministry of War is all based on betting and swearing, I'd like to see if your Wang family's door would be spat upon. You? Second Lady Wang had been sisters-in-law with First Lady Dong for some years now. After all these years, it had always been her at the top and Dong at the bottom. Even the power of stewardship was the same, held in the hands of Rongha Tang as well as those in the West Crossing courtyard. The East courtyard had always been submissive, not daring to make a move. Today, it is surprising to dislike back one after another. But let the always sharp-tongued second Madame Wang suddenly have no words. She naturally also knows that this is framed, but has come to this point. Even if she wants to get rid of the matter, is also not able to. She straightened her back and said, Sister-in-law is a good mouth. I did not know that you have such a skill. As the old saying goes, Rabbits bite when they're anxious. I'm not made of clay. So naturally I'll fight for injustice. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Muji, full of pity. Raising his head again, he looked at that maid Shu Yun. Then said sternly, "Since the second madam said that you are a witness, tell us how our third brother entered the West Cross courtyard. How he entered the second brother's room. And how he stole the lake brush. And then was also discovered by you. If there is a single point of disloyalty or dishonesty, today I will give up my life and send you to the government for investigation, and charge you with being an unruly slave who harmed his master." First Lady Dong's stern expression stunned Shu Yun. The oath she had just sworn was just a passing remark, not to be taken seriously. But if she was really sent to the government for investigation, not to mention herself, even her family would be implicated. Chapter 110, The Rivalry. The second Lady Wang is a capable person. But really, in order to protect her girl, and the big house completely torn face? She did not know. So after the heart is weak, then want to say a whole word is difficult. The First Lady Dong's one is her hesitant appearance. Immediately then rebuked. "Why don't you say anything? Afraid? Slave girl. Slave girl is not afraid." Just all of a sudden did not think how to open up. And then looked up and glanced at the second Madame Wang's. Seeing that her face was also iron blue. Can only swallow saliva. Hardened his head, and compiled and said, "Since the second brother's son went to the state scholarship, the study has always been cleaned by a person. It so happens that today is the slave girl on duty. So I hit the water is about to go to clean up. Then I saw a shadow sneaking past. I chased after it. And I found that the person was running towards the Uxian. While making it up, he thought about how to round off the sentence. When I came back to look at the things in the study, I found that Urger had a set of unopened lake brushes missing. So I reported it to the second madam. That's why we came over to search the Jade Heart Lodge. And we ended up seeing third brother's son using this lake brush. That's not a coincidence," she said with a weak heart, naturally full of loopholes. First Lady Dong was also in charge of Cloud Embroidery Pavilion. How could she not hear the cracks behind it? Shaking her head, she then sneered at that Shu Yun, saying, "You're stupid. You're really stupid." When they heard these words, everyone in the Western Crossing courtyard was shocked. Especially Shu Yun. They all got anxious. It hasn't been a day or two since the First Lady disliked our West Crossing courtyard. But the slave girl didn't tell a lie. So what gives the First Lady the right to say that I'm stupid? The second Madame Wang, who was sitting on the side, also helped out. That's right. Is this comment by the eldest sister-in-law to hit a dog without looking at the master's face? Calling my accompanying maid stupid in front of me. Could it be that she meant something? This is a strange thing for a sister-in-law to say, who was the one who just cursed my nursemaid and called her a lowly old slave. At that time, didn't sister-in-law also not put me as her sister-in-law in her eyes? This was the third time that second Lady Wang was disliked today. She was so furious that her 7 orifices were filled with smoke. But she froze and couldn't say anything back. She could only swallow this breath and drag the matter all the way back to stealing the lake brush. Sister-in-law's family is a merchant family. So naturally she has a clever tongue. I can't compare. But just one point. Stealing is stealing. Otherwise how would second brother's lake brush have appeared at Jade Heart Jai? Humph. This lake brush was bought back from Jiaxing bookstore by me in January. And at that time, because I didn't have enough money on me, I purposely let their shopmate follow me back to get it. So what? Sister-in-law says it is? First Lady Dong snorted coldly, and immediately said, Sister-in-law has never dealt with Jiaxing bookstore. Their bookkeeper is the most delicate, and remembers every single entry clearly. At that time, I reported the name of the big house of the Xiangfu family. And now I only need to go and check it to know a thing or two. This is one. Secondly, Shu Yun just said that the lake pen in the second brother's room has not yet been opened. But my son's lake pen has already been used for more than a month. And there are traces of its use. So if you find someone to check it out, you can know whether it's real or fake. Third, you just saw a vague hurried back ran into the Jade Heart fast. Then open mouth closed mouth said my son stole. So red mouth white teeth. I think you have what iron like evidence it. In the end is some catching the wind, and catching the shadow of the bullshit words. You in the West Courtyard people are blind? You think all the people in the West Courtyard are blind? You're the only one who saw the thief in the big courtyard? Once these 3 rebuttals were finished, the second madam's face couldn't hang on. And kneeling on the ground, Xu Yun was also a muddle in his head. The usual calmness was not seen at all. Instead, he blurted out in a hurry, "I'm not the only one who saw it. There were others." After she finished saying this, it was like she was going to pull the others down as well. At a time like this, who dared to step forward? Whoever stepped forward would be waiting to be chastised along with her. Perhaps they would even be sent to the government for investigation because of the big house's unforgiving behavior. Seeing that none of the people from the west courtyard who followed her said anything, that Xu Yun was completely anxious. Pulling Sister Wang said, Sister, save me ah. You also saw it, is not? Sister Wang is an old man of many years. How could she be provoked by these words? Immediately shaking her hand, she said, Slave girl has been serving the second lady. The second lady is also in the Rongha hall accompanied by the old lady to talk. How can we see? Are you not out of your mind? One sentence, completely abandoning Xu Yun. The situation at hand, shedding as Xu Yun might be able to squash this farce. Sister Wang was not stupid. And neither was second lady Wang. She was to give the big house a wake-up call, but not to completely tear it apart. People had caught the breaks one by one. So wouldn't it be a slap in the face to ask again? One didn't want that. So she opened her mouth and said threateningly, Xu Yun, you did not see clearly what is the point of randomly biting. Still not quick enough to apologize to third brother's son and sister-in-law. Slave girl is wrong. Slave girl is wrong. Just now I didn't see clearly. It wasn't third brother's son who stole it. It was my mistake. The words were just finished. But that Lin Muji, who hadn't said anything all along, seized on it and didn't let go. Although he was young, he also knew a truth. If this crime of stealing is settled, he will never want to raise his head again in this life. It is also impossible to have any career opportunities. The people of the Western Academy usually covet some money, say some bad words. He can put up with it. But this kind of poisonous heart, if let go, in the future do not want to have any peaceful days. So opened his mouth and said, Mother, I don't accept her apology. Just as you just said. Send the official to investigate. My son is right. Why a girl opened her mouth to frame my son? You West Cross courtyard shouting and killing to dispose of people. Now see the momentum is not right. Say an apology and want to erase the past. Dream. The First Lady Dong also knows today. Not the Xu Yun twisted to Yingtianfu. The future is not peaceful. The face has long been torn. And does not care about this time. So she shouted, Sister Dong, the old slave is here. Tie up this girl and go with me to Ingtian Mansion to deliver the petition. Yes. Seeing that the eldest house was so unforgiving, the second Madame Wang was also really scared. Gritting her teeth, she stood up and said, You dare. What wouldn't I dare? The barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Anyway, the master and the children can't earn any good way out without being implicated. So it's better to go to hell together. First Lady Dong's words were a way of spitting out the grievances that had been hidden in her heart for many years. Indeed, her mother's family wasn't an official. So what official reputation did she need? Rongha Tang and the West Courtyard had a great future ahead of them. And they were really afraid of losing face. This time is the second Lady Wang's momentum to scare back. Chapter 111. The two houses beat each other up. For the first time, the second wife Wang felt that she had been planted. There is no reason to come to the trouble of the big house. This is not eat the meat back to provoke a mess. The First Lady Dong's heart and time is not here to circle with her. Immediately said, Take away. Yes. Upon hearing this, Sister Dong brought people forward to bind the Xu Yun. The people in the East Courtyard were either brought from the Dong family's dowry, or had been personally trained and screened by Dong over the years. All of them are very loyal. So they also ran over. All of a sudden, the entire Uxinjai became a marketplace. The people of the Western Crossing Courtyard naturally did not want Xu Yun to be arrested. Otherwise she wouldn't be the only one to be disgraced. The two sides were writhing and fighting. While the culprit, the second Madame Wang, was so frightened by the scene that she backed away. Grabbing the nearby Sister Wang, she shouted, Against it. It's against it. The bitcha hooves in the East Courtyard are all to be counted as one. All of them are to be taken down for me. Afterwards, those who should be caned will be caned. Those who should be sold should be sold. No one will be left behind. Yes. Although the people brought by the second Lady Wang were not many, they were all used to being powerful in the backyard. They were not willing to give up. So the two sides fought to a standstill. A good phase house Uxinjai. At the moment was demolished to pieces. The First Lady Dongs, in order to protect her son not to be hurt, has been several times for no reason. Blood was coming out of her forehead. But she didn't budge at all in her eyes. As for Lin Muji, he couldn't bear to see his mother humiliated and similarly protected her. He was also beaten by the board. I don't know who pushed and shoved her, but the First Lady Dong directly fell to the ground. The second Madame Wang saw the great opportunity and immediately said to Sister Wang, "You go. Beat her to death." If she was allowed out of this door and really went to hand in the pleading, that would be fatal. Sister Wang had scarlet eyes, and with a board copied in her hand, she wanted to punch First Lady Dong's head. As a result, she was seen by Lin Muji, who pounced on Dong's body to take this blow. "Mother, be careful," only to see the blood gurgling out of his head. His entire person instantly went limp on the ground. First Lady Dong was completely fuming. Third brother's son deathly pounced over and cried out in pain as she hugged her son. Lin Muji was hit on the back of his head. This blow had confused him. Originally, he wanted to say a few words to tell his mother not to worry. As a result, before the words reached his mouth, he fainted. Sister Wang's eyes were red with murder. Since she had already smashed down one, she didn't mind smashing another one. She swung the board towards the First Lady Dong and came again. Seeing that the board was about to fall on her head, in a hurry, Sister Dong cried out, "Madam, be careful." She made a gesture to rush over, but several of the West Crossing courtyard's grannies were entangled with them around her, so she couldn't get past them this time. Dong held her son's already limp bones, her eyes filled with determination. She had nothing to fear now. Her eldest son had been forced to join the army, and her only daughter was suffering in the palace. The only one left is her youngest son, who is still being persecuted. But seeing the children one by one to be tossed to death by them, she as a mother can no longer endure. So I don't know where the strength came from, but even broke away from the crowd. Hand also grabbed a line of family law board. Straight to the second Lady Wang clan pounced over. Wang's originally is a colorful soft frame. Fighting lips. Playing the bully. Of course. Powerful. But when it came to the real sword, she was scared shitless. Help. Murder. The big house is going to kill what is called the wicked first. Today is to see it. That Sister Wang, seeing that her master was being chased and beaten, immediately went to support her. However, she was grabbed by the hair of Sister Dong, who had already got out. She was violently pulled backward, causing her to fall on all fours. Not to mention the fact that she fell on all fours. That Sister Dong directly riding on her body to hold the head to the ground smashed. While viciously said, "Bitch, go to hell," without smashing a few times. That Sister Wang's body bones, that were still struggling originally, became motionless, only to see blood all over under her head. The person was also out of breath and out of breath. On the other hand, Sister Dong's face and hands were covered in blood stains. It was as if she was a killer walking in the darkness of the night, intimidating people. Listen to me, everyone in the East Courtyard. Today, I'll tell them all to come back with no return. Yes. Now that the fight had become like this, it was long past the point where 3 or 2 words could solve the matter. The ones from the East Courtyard were red-eyed. They were all going to die anyway. And before they died, they wanted to take a back seat. The West Courtyards must protect their master. Even if they were in a declining position, they still had to fight for their lives. Only to see that the battle was much more ferocious than just now. And the First Lady Dong's look is even more horrifying as she chases after the Second Lady Wang with a board and beats her desperately. She could not wait to send her directly to the King of Hell. Second Lady Wang was so scared that she lost her face and shouted help. Unfortunately, the scene was so chaotic that her cries for help were drowned out. Instead, she received a lot of solid blows from the board. It hurt so much that she rolled around. But there was nowhere to escape. She could only protect her head and neck and not be beaten to death and stupidity. The two houses beat each other's noise is so big that it directly alarmed the Lin Xiangshang master, who just came back from the field. He just entered the door of the house not half a tea time. Even Rong Tang have not yet returned. He was bumped right into by the maid, who was scared out of her wits as she passed by from Jade Heart Lodge. Blind your dog's eyes. Even the Prime Minister dares to contradict him at will. Are you tired of living? The one who cursed was Butler Lin, who had only just returned from receiving the Dusty Master saying, not expecting to run into something like this as soon as he walked through the door. That maid was already frightened. But now she was even more prostrate on the ground, kowtowing desperately with her hands and feet in a frenzy. Master Shang, spare your life. Master Shang, spare your life. What's so alarming? The Master Lin Xiang standing in front of him was now also a man of 60 or 2. Although his spirit is still good, but he has been around people in the Imperial court for years and years. Plus, he went to the field for a few months. Naturally, the boat is very hard. People have lost a big half, not to mention. The face is not good. After this collision, it is even more a face of iron blue. But he has long developed the nature of listening before everything over the years. So he opened his mouth to have this question. That maid gritted a mouthful of silver teeth, completely unsure whether to tell the truth in this situation. After all, the East and West 2 cross courtyard this kind of fight. Or the first time it. If she told the truth, would it make His Excellency think that the chaos in the back of the house was all the fault of Sheriff Ronkong? If it causes Ronkong County Lord to be dissatisfied, then wouldn't it be difficult to protect her little life? Slave girl. Slave girl. Swallowing and sputtering. Out of shape. Minister Lin saw at a glance that there must be something fishy. So with a rebuke, the maid no longer dared to hide. Yusen Jai, Yuxin Zai, First Lady and Second Lady fought. The slave girl heard that someone was killed. What? Chapter 112. The Prime Minister steps in. Butler Lin was even more surprised than Master Xiang. How could the First Lady, who had always been disciplined and kept her wits about her, get into a fight with the Second Lady? Remembering that the location was the Jade Heart Lodge, he immediately reacted. It must be related to Third Brother's son. Master Shang. Uxianjai is the place where Third Brother's son studied. Now that the two ladies are fighting, could it be that something has happened to Third Brother's son there? Butler Lin had once been favored by First Lady Dong, so he helped out. Once Minister Lin heard that the matter was out on his grandson's territory. After thinking about it, he took big steps towards the Jade Heart Lodge with an iron face. And the maid kneeling in place waited until everyone was gone before wiping away the false sweat on her forehead. No good. The old madam still doesn't know about it. So rushing, she went to Rongha Tang to report the news. Outside the door of the Uxianjai, Master Xiang and Butler Lin hadn't even reached the door before they heard the voices coming from inside. It was simply unpleasant to the ears. Those grannies were cursing. Each and every one of them was unpleasant to listen to. In addition, there were all sorts of scuffling noises, which made Master Lin Sheng even more furious to hear. If outsiders knew that something like this happened in his mansion, wouldn't it be giving people a handle? When he walked to the door, he saw the scene. He was even more furious. Immediately roared, "All stop!" This rebuke from the Sangha, so that the grannies who were tearing their hair and clothes finally found a reason to stop. Even though the back of the house was under the authority of Ronkong County. But the Lord was the Lord, and was the one who had the decision to kill and punish them. Naturally, they did not dare to disobey. The second Madame Wang heard Master Lin Xiang's voice, and it was like a parched person seeing a well of water. Frantic, she wanted to pounce over to ask for help, but was yanked by the First Lady's hair. The pearl hairpin scattered all over the place, not to mention, even the scalp was torn off a piece. The pain made her scream. "Eunuch, save your life! Eunuch, save your life! Old family man, what are you doing?" When Minister Lin saw that he had come, and this eldest daughter-in-law was still laying her hands on him, he immediately launched into a rage. Originally thinking that he could be deterred, he ended up seeing the consistently gentle and timid eldest daughter-in-law laugh up in the air, tugging on the second wife. Wang's hand still refused to let go. And then a look of death expression immediately said, "The Emperor in heaven, if they do not call our big house have a way to live, then go to die together," said and cried. That look made this long time experienced in the court shenanigans Master Lin Xiang could not help but feel a little alarmed. So he slowed down his tone and said again, "I am here. How can I let the big house have no way to live? Old family, you first let go of your hand, and then we'll today's things one by one to say clearly, that is, if you have the right to reason, I will be the master for you. Make a decision?" First Lady Dong gave a miserable laugh. They had been bullied in the back of the house for more than 20 years. And their 3 children's paths had been crushed to death by Rongha Tang and the West Courtyard. Nor had they ever seen when this father-in-law had made a decision for them. Right now, how could Dong believe it? Just as she was about to say something back, She saw Sister Dong holding Lin Muji's body, and suddenly shouted, "Third brother's son! Third brother's son!" With a shout, everyone's attention looked to Lin Muji's side, only to see a deep blood stain on his still tender face flowing out from the strands of his hair. And most of his face was drenched in red. The person was also in a state of complete unconsciousness. Minister Lin frowned and took a ragged breath as he immediately walked over. "What's going on?" "The second madam slandered our third brother's theft of the lake brush, without evidence to be directly on the family law. The eldest madam uncovered the evil slave's frame-up, was about to send the officials to investigate. Sister Wang that shall not die took the board and directly smashed the third brother into unconsciousness." Saying that, he put out the hand protecting the back of his head. The hand was covered in deep and shallow blood stains, and Minister Lin was shocked to see it. The back of this person's head is the most fragile. Bleeding like this, I am afraid that it won't work. Seeing this not very familiar with the grandson struggling in the line of life and death, Minister Lin could not care about anything else. Immediately commanded, "Quickly have someone go and ask the Imperial doctor. Then bring the 100-year-old mountain ginseng from the mansion for Muji to contain." And then looked at the mess on the ground. Sulking anger was hidden in his eyes. But he didn't move and commanded, "Detain the first lady and second lady in their own courtyards. And if there are any injuries, ask the government doctor to come and see. As for the slaves who caused trouble today, there is one counting one, all bundled up and locked in the woodshed, waiting for punishment." "Yes," as Minister Lin commanded. None of the servants in the house dared to disobey, seeing that all of them had lost the same kind of momentum that they had just fought with. It was Sister Dong who was the one with backbone. She kowtowed to Master Lin Xiang and said, "Slave girl knows that her sins are deep. That Sister Wang was killed by me. Slave girl is willing to exchange one life for another. But please forgive me for 2 days. The servants of the East Courtyard are all here. If we are all tied up, there is not even someone to serve tea and water to the First Lady. How else can we recuperate? There are plenty of subordinates in the mansion. I can just transfer a few over." Sister Dong revealed a hint of a sneer. And then without any fear at all, she looked directly at Master Lin and said, "If the other subordinates wait, I'm afraid that in less than 3 days, the eldest lady will die a violent death. And then how can Master Lin find out the truth?" "How will you find out the truth then?" She said it righteously. Minister Lin didn't think that a mere slave girl would dare to speak so bluntly. Putting aside her vicious behavior, she was also a loyal servant. So, after easing his breath, he said, "You are a loyal one. I will allow your request. Thank you, Prime Minister." And then he saw the boy carried a stretcher and sent the already unconscious Lin Muji back to the East Crossing courtyard. Sister Dong, on the other hand, assisted the First Lady Dong to go back with her. When they left, their faces were all determined. They stared at the second Lady Wang. She was beaten and scared, whimpering and crying, but did not dare to make any other outcry. When the news was sent to the Rongha Hall, Sheriff Rongkong's face fell to the ground. The second family is really a fool. Long ago told her, this past don't make trouble. Even still crashed in the hands of the Fae's master. Simply a waste. Although the words were said like this. But while saying so, while packing up and going out, it went in the direction of the Jade Heart Lodge. In her eyes, there was complete anger and the attitude of striking back after being provoked. Unfortunately, before she could even get to the Jade Heart Lodge, she saw that Master Lin, who had already disposed of the matter, had returned. He had an iron face and was expressionless as he looked at Princess Rongkong. That look had never been there before. County Head Rongkong's heart thumped. Not good. It looks like the situation is not good. So she went forward and hurriedly asked, "Minister, I just heard the news and was about to rush over. What exactly happened?" It had been almost 40 years since County Lord Rongkong had married Minister Lin. For this husband that she had fallen in love with at first glance, she didn't have any County Lord stance. Chapter 113, Killing to Release Anger. So even though she was usually majestic in the eyes of outsiders, but in front of Master Lin Xiang, she was still the gentle and generous virtuous wife. The oldest whose family has grown in skill. A mere lake brush is worth all the commotion she has caused? Although she was very disdainful of this daughter-in-law's approach, County Lord Rongkong still had to cover it up. So with a faint smile, she said, "Master Shang, don't be angry. It's about the fact that something inside was said wrong. That's why there was a bit of a fuss. Why don't I go and take a look?" You just came back. But also more rest. If he were to get involved at such a time, wouldn't it be a disadvantage to the second house? That was why there was more favoritism in Sheriff Ronkong's tone. Minister Lin glanced at County Lord Ronkong and quickly understood. He had seen all the swords and spears in the Imperial court. Not to mention this little trick of the women in the back of the house. He was not completely unaware of the great house's suffering over the years. Only angry at its not fight. Mourn its misfortune. Lazy tube just. Anyway, he still has the second house, this bloodline continuation. But today he was out. The big house is also a long-time grudge. Will explode so violently. It seems that on weekdays, there is no less in front of the Ronha Hall and the Western Crossing House of the Aggrieved. Deeply glanced at Ronkong County Lord. And then walked straight to the bedchamber. Did not speak again. This was the first time that County Lord Ronkong had been treated coldly. And the vigilance in her heart directly collapsed. Turning to Butler Lin, who was following behind Master Lin Xiang, she then inquired in a low voice. What's going on? Butler Lin didn't dare to hide anything and immediately spoke quickly about what had just happened. When it came to Lin Muji being smashed on the back of his head and still unconscious. The anger in County Lord Ronkong's heart was bubbling up. Stupid. Total stupid. The one she cursed was naturally Second Lady Wang. Obviously. They could have raised them to be invalid is all. But they had to take this most inferior path. In this way, not only did the East Courtyard gain sympathy, it might even profit from it. Simply stupid. But on the face, he still had to pretend to be worried. How is third brother now? Has the Imperial doctor come to see him? Master Xiang has already ordered someone to go and ask the Imperial doctor. But he hasn't come over yet. Hearing this, County Head Ronkong couldn't wait for that Imperial doctor to be stuck on the way here for a little while longer. Anyway, it's also made a scene. Since it's already carrying the reputation of injuring the first son, it would be better to just let him die and find someone to come out and take the blame at that time. That's good. That's good. How about those provocative ones from the second house? Have they been tied up? Bound? But the Sister Wang who followed the second lady around to serve is gone. Sheriff Ronkong frowned at Butler Lin. Gone? What do you mean? Sister Dong by the first lady's side admitted it herself, saying that she was the one who beat Sister Wang to death. It's revolting. Who is right and who is wrong? The Marquis and I will deal with it ourselves. Is it her turn to kill an old servant in the house to vent her anger? Butler Lin didn't say anything. He didn't know how to speak at such a time. This act of Sister Dong's must have paid for her life. But there was a reason for what happened. Not to mention that if something had gone wrong at third brother's place, this Sister Wang would have deserved to die. Where are the people? Have they been arrested? No. Master Shang allowed her to go back to take care of the first lady, and will be tried again in a couple of days. Ronkong County Princess was naturally not satisfied with this disposition, but she was not in a position to say much. So, after lifting her breath, she commanded, the disposition of the Phase Master is also right. Then quickly find someone to give the two houses of the wife to see the injury. As for that Sister Wang, first collect the coffin into the coffin. Do not want to let the Wang family to use this to make an article. Yes. Sheriff Ronkong doesn't see the second wife Wang's brain. But her family lineage is very good, compared to the Dong clan of the first house, who came from a merchant family. It was simply a difference of clouds and mud. Therefore, she was thinking that if this matter provoked the Wang family's anger, it might be twice the result with half the effort. There was a hint of calculation in her eyes, which then returned as before. She lifted the curtain and walked towards the inner room. She has not yet coaxed the Minister Lin to do so. Inside the East Courtyard, First Lady Dong and Sister Dong were both injured, but their injuries were superficial, so they were just wiped with medicine and rested. But Lin Muji lying on the bed was different. The blood stains had coagulated, but in the end, he had lost too much blood. His face was very white. Dong had quite a few medicines in her hand, all sent by the Dong family. Hurriedly fed him a life-sustaining powder, only to see the breathless Lin Muji gradually calm down again, waiting for the doctor to come. Dong's heart was getting more and more disgusted with the Lin Xiang house. Madam, don't worry. If the Imperial doctor can't see third brother after he comes, then we'll send third brother back to the Dong family. With the second master and second mistress here, they will definitely be able to save third brother's life. Sister Dong was still comforting Dong at the moment. She didn't put her own life and death in her heart at all. On the contrary, it was the First Lady Dong who took her hand and whimpered with reddened eyes. That Sister Wang deserved to die. But you shouldn't have been the one to do it. This matter. If the Sangha sees, I'm only afraid. Sister Dong was indifferent and smiled. Madam, don't worry. Killing people to pay for their lives. Heaven and earth. That is, Master Xiang really want the old slave's life. The old slave is still the same words. Surnamed Wang shall not die well. If she still has a breath, then the old slave will kill her again. The eyes showed a trace of ruthlessness. If outsiders look at it, I'm afraid that some fear. But First Lady Dong was sobbing even more. All of her strength and counterattacks were revealed in the melee just now. But when she returned to the familiar place of the east courtyard, her legs and feet unconsciously became weak again. Even now, she was in a bit of a trance. As if everything just now was just a dream. Sister Dong looked at the weeping madam in front of her. Her heart was also as soft as mud. Immediately comforted and said, Madam, things have come to this. We have no way back. Sacrificing an old slave for the big house to be able to stand firm in the Lin family is also a good thing. It's just that those people in our courtyard, if they are all implicated in this, I'm afraid that in the future, you will also have a hard time at home. So Madam must still think of ways to save them all. Sister Dong's words made the first Mistress Dong, who was still immersed in her own pain, come back to her senses. Yes, now that the master was not at home, she was the backbone of the big house. If she was weak and collapsed, how could she stand up to the slaves who had faithfully protected her? Since she has already torn her face with the second house, she should pull them down with her. They have Princess Ronkong to protect them. About nothing. But the big house is not the same. Not to die, but also to take off layers of skin. For today's solution is to make Ronkong County Lord have to be afraid. So after drying her tears, she said to Sister Dong, Where is the account book? Is Madam planning to break the net with the death of a fish? Humph. The net is bound to break. But whether the fish dies or not is still another story. Chapter 114, Fish Death Net Broken. Since Madam has already made up her mind, then the old slave will definitely help you. After saying that Sister Dong turned around and went back to her house. And after a short while, she brought a wooden box that was even bigger than a treasure chest. Inside were 8 books of accounts, which were densely recorded. Over the years, Rongha Tang and the Western Academy have cheated, robbed, and coaxed things away from the big house under various names. Together, the 8 books were worth about 3,860,000 taels of silver. Together, this much money was more than enough to buy 3 cities in the north. In the end, it all went into the pockets of Ronghang and the Western Crossing House. It never made it into the public accounts of the Sangha. If this matter really shakes out in front of Master Lin, or in front of the world, then the reputation of the Lin family, the Zhan Wangfu, and the Wang family would be ruined. Not to mention that they might even be convicted. She had kept meticulous records from the beginning, in order to one day be able to use this thing to exchange the whole family for a way out. If the money was gone, the Dong family could earn it again with their skills. But if the people were gone, then it would truly come to nothing. Looking at Sister Dong, the First Lady Dong was as determined as she had ever been. Don't worry, Grandma. This time, I will definitely bring you all together to separate the family. We will live alone, and we will never be subjected to this kind of anger again. Sister Dong was moved. At this point in time, the lady could still think of taking herself away. How could she not be touched in her heart? But she also knows that the death of Sister Wang must be someone out to take the blame. So she cannot go. Just at this juncture, she was also unwilling to say anything more that would make Madam worry. So nodding her head, she said, But by your ladyship's decision. After saying this, the outer eunuch only came late. Seeing that the one who came was an unfamiliar face, Grand Madam Dong and Sister Dong were both very wary. They stared at him, not daring to relax for a moment. They were afraid that he would harm Lin Muji. A few moments later, the pulse diagnosis was over. That Imperial doctor sighed deeply, only shook his head and said, Madam's condolences. The third young master is afraid that he won't be able to make it. After hearing these words, Dong was like 5 thunderbolts. Her body instantly went limp. Sister Dong was quick to support her, but the two of them collapsed in front of the bed together. But this time, Dong did not cry weakly. Instead, she stood up after easing her mind and instructed Sister Dong. I'll leave third brother to sister's care. I'll go with the Imperial doctor to see Father Gong. The firmness in her eyes was something Sister Dong had never seen before. This firmness was also tinged with a determination to succeed or die. Therefore, with a solemn nod of her head, Sister Dong said, "Don't worry, madam. The slave girl will definitely guard third brother's son well." The Imperial doctor was puzzled as to what was going on here. But the matters within the high family compound were not something they could comment on. Therefore, following behind First Lady Dong, they walked towards Rongha Hall step by step. When they arrived at the Rongha Hall, the subordinates waiting inside still had the heart to stop them. And the second-class granny at the head said, "The first mistress is not in the East Crossing courtyard to properly recuperate. What is she doing in Rongha Hall at this moment? Get out of the way. Master Shang has only just rested for a short while. If the First Lady goes in and disturbs Master Shang, can you afford the consequences? I repeat, get out of the way." Her voice suddenly became louder. The First Mistress Dong was not the same person who used to look at the faces of her subordinates and be bullied. All of a sudden, that granny was stunned. Originally wanted to say something, but ended up being threatened by First Lady Dong. "If you want to be companions with Sister Wang, then this madam will fulfill you. It's not lonely to have someone to keep you company on the road to the Yellow Springs." The granny was so scared that she backed away, swallowing her saliva uncontrollably. To be honest, the news of Sister Wang's death had made the entire Xiangqiu's subordinates fearful of the big house's people. This is the matter of the quarrel hands. Are all there. But I have never seen a person directly killed on the spot. Listen to the convergence of the body of those grannies said. The brain was smashed flat. The floor of the bricks are smashed out a hole. You can imagine that the strength of the great. Seeing that granny shivering, First Lady Dong snorted coldly and walked straight in. Only after the person left, that granny wiped the fine sweat on her forehead. I don't know if it was her own weakness that caused her to sweat or the heat from the weather. In the main room of Rongha Tang, First Lady Dong and the Imperial doctor were both standing in the hall. Master Lin and Princess Rongkong were seated at the top of the room. After listening to what the Imperial doctor had to say, both of them did not look good. The third young master's injuries are too severe and on his head. So there's nothing more I can do. I also ask that the minister and the county princess express their condolences. Minister Lin never thought that making such a scene would leave his grandson's life hanging in the balance. Looking at his eldest daughter-in-law Dong's expression that was numb from crying, he sighed deeply. Since this is the case, then have someone prepare for the aftermath. Make sure to make it more scenic. Yes. Princess Rongkong was a disciplined person, and in front of Master Lin Xiang was not at all standoffish. She was meek and kind. Unfortunately, in Dong's eyes, it was full of mockery. She didn't have the slightest intention of talking to this hypocritical duo. So she opened the door and said, "Please also ask your father-in-law's permission. I want to bring third brother's son back to my mother's home to see a doctor." Hearing this, County Head Rongkong instantly became unhappy. This Lin Muji's death was the nail in the coffin. Now that he had returned to the Dong family, what if he was saved by them? Although she had lived in the inner house for a long time, she still had some understanding of external matters. The Dong family had a medical center in Shengjing. It was heard that the second master and the second wife of the Dong family were the ones who attended the clinic. Everyone praises them for their skillful hands, as if they were Hua Tu in the world. If this is true, then wouldn't Sister Wang's death be in vain? Even if we lost a Sister Dong, what's the point? It's just an old slave. How can it compare to the first son of the great house? So he spoke politely. The old big house. I know you are now sick and anxious. But since the Imperial doctor has said that we have to mourn, then you also collect some thoughts. Let the third brother walk properly. You move him around like this. Is not to make him die uneasily? People still have breath in it. This Rongkong County Lord will die a death all. What is this not a curse? Dong looked at her. Her eyes filled with a hatred she had never felt before. Rongkong County is not Wang's kind of papier-mâché. She has not seen any scenes since she was a child. So with a tiger's face, she also looked back. Not the slightest fear. After a few moments of staring at each other, only to hear the First Lady Dong say to Master Lin Xiang, "Daughter-in-law has something important to report. Outsiders in the fear of some shame. Please father-in-law dismissed left and right." At this juncture, what is she going to say? She also looks like she is going to die generously. Minister Lin sensed that there must be things that he did not know. So he said to the doctor, "Today, it's hard for the doctor to go. I sent someone to send you back." Thank you, Minister. I'll take my leave. Chapter 115. Sue the Second House. That doctor is not stupid. This kind of family secret things can avoid as far as possible to avoid as far as possible. Hearing more? It is impossible to say when you have to lose your life. When he saw Butler Lin come to deliver, he immediately wiped his feet and ran away. The door to the house was closed. There were only 3 people inside, 2 sitting and 1 standing. Prime Minister Lin and Sheriff Ronkong were both immersed in power for many years, and it would be easy for them to give off a threatening aura. However, First Lady Dong was not afraid at all, handing over the wooden box containing the account book right there. Daughter-in-law married into the Lin family has been 24 years now. Since I asked never about bumping into the in-laws. Not virtuous husband and son-in-law. Do not teach the children's mistakes. But these years, the second house repeatedly provoked, relying on the power to oppress our big house. Not only that, but also coaxed from my hands under false pretenses. Cheated. Snatched away countless things. Some of them are objects that I dowry. Some are shops that I was forced to honor. And there are also vast amounts of silver money that flowed into the second house from my pockets. Today it's to contribute to the Sangha. Tomorrow it's to earn a future for my husband's children. And the day after that it's to take care of favors coming and going in the capital. And there are always all sorts of excuses to claim it. Daughter-in-law in the merchant family. Know that not worthy of the first son of the Xiongfu. So has always been more stoic. But these bitter fruits swallowed into the belly. People think you are weak and incompetent. Is more bullying and humiliating. Singji from the Imperial Armor Army. Shallow into the palace. Now Muji also was beaten to the brink of death. My big house lineage of children all were folded. Today daughter-in-law will dare to ask a sentence. This kind of heavenly justice is not forgivable. The law of the country is difficult to forgive the injustice. The father-in-law too, or not? First Lady Dong spoke forcefully. Every word was full of hatred and hate. She didn't start by accusing the county princess, but instead directed all the problems to the second house. But even so, Minister Lin was no fool. The reason why the second house is able to dominate in the back of the house. How can it not be Ronkong County Princess in the back of the support? He looked at the account book page by page. The paper in the first few books was a bit yellowed, and it looked like it was recorded many years ago. Dong's family originally relied on business to make a living. So since childhood, learning how to do accounts and housekeeping was familiar. There is not only the exact time, but also a specific number. The reason for borrowing money, and who came to pass the message, and who took the things, and even the real use of the last are recorded. One by one. It couldn't be clearer. Such a thing, if said to Yingtianfu, that is ironclad evidence. The second house would have to shed layers of skin without dying. The more Minister Lin looked down, the more alarmed he became. By the time he finally saw the total, his pupils were slightly dilated. 3,866,000,000 taels of silver. The second house is to take all this money piled up in the Fei's house. Only afraid not even see can fit. And next to the Ronkong County Princess is even more hateful teeth itchy. She never thought. Looks like that weak and can be deceived big daughter-in-law. Behind the back actually left this hand. So with a cold snort she said, truly knowing people's faces and not knowing their hearts. This account book has been stored for more than 20 years. It's really hard on you. Mother-in-law is laughing. About spending money is the hard work. You? Sheriff Ronkong had never been pinned down by her eldest daughter-in-law Dong. And now in front of these account books. Even she was a little weak. Not to mention the second house. Over the years, scavenging silver money from Dong had become a habit for them. Anyway, no matter how much they wanted, she could always scrape it together. So gradually, they had also developed an extravagant nature. Sometimes, even the money to pay tribute to the Zhan royal family and the Wang family was snatched from Dong. It can be said that Dong single-handedly supported the Xiongfu, fattened up Ronghe Tang and the West Courtyard, and added to the Zhan Wang mansion and the Wang family's wealth. As a result, the big house ended up in such a state. Putting it on anyone, it would be impossible to endure it any longer. Is this account book just one copy? Minister Lin knew that since his eldest daughter-in-law dared to take it out, he was only afraid that he still had a backhand. Father-in-law, don't worry. Naturally, there are several other identical copies that were transcribed at the same time and placed in different places. So, if you can't get out of this door today, tomorrow these things will be sent to Yingtianfu? Minister Lin had been an official in the Imperial court for decades, and had never seen any great storms. For the eldest daughter-in-law to act like this, it was clear that she was using this as a threat to achieve something. Father-in-law is wise, and my daughter-in-law doesn't want to drag everyone to their deaths together. Only, if my big house is still left to be trampled on like this day, then it won't be my fault. Dong's tone was light, but the threatening flavor in her words was not reduced at all. Against you, daring to threaten Master Xiang and this county princess. Do you believe that I can instantly make the Dong family completely disappear from Shangjing City? Where had County Lord Ronkong ever been blackmailed? It was always her who walked sideways, and no one dared to say such things in front of her. She had thought that she would be able to deter the Dong clan, but in the end, she faintly replied back, if the Ronkong County Lord is not afraid of tomorrow's debate in the capital saying that you can't rob money and force good people to die, then just do it. Although my Dong family is just a merchant, not as powerful as you guys, but I have known a truth since I was a kid. Water can carry the boat, can also cover the boat. I believe that today's saint is a wise and virtuous person. If there are rumors of this, naturally will not care. When the time comes, will it involve the Xiangfu? Or Zhan Wangfu? Or perhaps the Wang family? My daughter-in-law does not know. You? This was the second time that Dong disliked Ronkong County mistress so much that she couldn't speak, throwing mice at the mercy of rats. She was grasping at the finer points of County Lord Ronkong. Originally, the young Prince of Heaven was becoming more and more wary of these high-powered old ministers. If the case of the Dong family is really used as a pretext to set off these many things, I'm afraid that the implications are really wide. So Ronkong County Princess forced down that breath and asked to Dong clan, you're so unafraid of death. It really makes me admire you twice. Say it. Apart from sending third brother's son back to your mother's house for treatment, what other demands do you have? Separate the family. Even though Sheriff Ronkong had seen great scenes, she was stunned by this sentence. She had thought how much Dong was going to make the second house pay. Let's say she had to spit out all this money, but it turned out to be just a division of the family? She was naturally jumping for joy inside. This big house was of little use in the Sangha, but in the end, it accounted for the name of the Yuan wife's direct lineage. Whenever she saw their family, Sheriff Ronkong was always uncomfortable, because all the time to remind himself is a stepchild, or use dishonorable means to get it. Therefore, if the big house moved out, she was afraid that she would have to live for many more years. So she glanced at Minister Lin and saw that he had a very complicated expression and was hesitant to open his mouth to speak on behalf of the big house. The first time I saw this, I was able to get a good look at my daughter-in-law, Dong, who was also injured, and she was not very well dressed. Chapter 116, the storm over the separation of the family. But even in such a predicament, but still calmly, he is quite a bit of style. But once upon a time, he didn't even remember much of what this eldest daughter-in-law looked like, and didn't even say much. Thinking back to the beginning, when the eldest son insisted on marrying the daughter of a merchant family, he was so angry that he had a big fire. He even locked him up for a few days. If it wasn't for the lady beside him, I'm afraid that in the end, this Dong clan wouldn't have been able to enter the Lin family's door. Now, it is such a he did not see, and then ignored for many years, did not put in the eyes of the eldest daughter-in-law. But it has set them together. Jealousy to jealousy. But if he really want to let the big house and the Dong family disappeared since then, it is not something that cannot be done. It was just that this bit of backbone of hers was better than her own unproductive oldest. First Lady Dong didn't know what Minister Lin was thinking, and only knew to straighten her back. When she said these words, she couldn't show any weakness at all. Otherwise, how could these two old foxes in front of her agree to split the family? Thinking of this, that determination was even more on her face. A few moments later, just as County Lord Ronkong was planning to open her mouth, Minister Lin slowly said, is the eldest also thinking as such? Dong was silent. She had been forced into a dead end today, which was why she felt that the only way out was to split the family. However, it was true that she had not discussed this matter with Grand Master Lin, so she frowned slightly. While she was thinking about how to answer, she saw someone push the door in. The visitor was none other than Grand Master Lin. He also had an unprecedented gravity on his face, and when he saw the injuries on Madame's face, he was even more distressed. He completely ignored Master Lin Xiang and County Lord Ronkong, who were sitting in front of him. He directly asked, is Madame all right? It's fine. Although First Lady Dong was just so strong that people were a little afraid. But now that her husband had come, that tone of voice was instantly softened. Even if she wanted to hold back, her tears were like a dike. I can't control it. Master Lin patted her hand and said in a low voice, Don't worry. Today this matter must come to an end. And then he respectfully bowed to Master Lin Xiang. Father, what Qin Jin said is what I think. When Minister Lin heard these words, a small corner of his heart still collapsed. Although he didn't like this son very much, thinking that he had no ambition and a soft and cowardly temperament. But when he was still alive and proposed to separate the family, it could be seen that his son had a lot of resentment in his heart towards this family, and him as his father. This is something that Minister Lin is not quite able to accept. So without speaking, he just looked at him with a few complexities in his eyes. It was also the first time that Master Lin looked squarely at his own father, without flinching in the slightest. If it wasn't for Butler Lin sending people to find him back, he still didn't know that so many things had happened at home. He had only just arrived at the East Crossing courtyard when he saw a mess, and then hurriedly rushed to Roma Tang. It was because he was afraid that his lady would be bullied again. He is weak, is incompetent. But after so many things, if there is still no growth at all, that is no hope. Therefore, separating the family and going out to live alone was the best choice. About the only way the father-son bond between him and Master Lin Xiang could still be retained for another 2 points. The atmosphere was once again silent. Sheriff Ronkong coldly looked at the big house couple. What was going on today? Both of them have hardened up. Is it possible that they know that Lin Wanyi is having a smooth time in the palace, so they are just shaking it off? If this is really the case, then in a couple of days, she will go to the palace for fear that she will have to knock down some deterrents. Do not have to let a 10-year-old girl to pinch, after a long time. Only then did Minister Lin loosen his tongue and said, In that case, then let it be as you guys like. I only have one sentence to put here. After moving out of the ministerial residence, there is absolutely no possibility of coming back. Understand? Son deeply thanks father. Daughter-in-law deeply thanks father. The words of the eldest couple thoroughly made Master Lin Xiang understand how determined they were to move away. Thinking of this, that emotion that was still somewhat sad quickly gathered itself. For this son, he hadn't given much hope. So even if he left, he would just leave. So with a wave of his hand, Minister Lin let them go. County Lord Ronkong was happy in her heart. But on this outer face, she had to put on a difficult face. Master Shang. This time the oldest they left. The outside people's naysaying. You and the oldest two family pit Dong so much money. This time and afraid of non-consent? County head Ronkong snapped and smiled. She wanted to retort that she wasn't involved. But who would believe it? Fortunately, Master Lin did not want to pursue responsibility. Only put all those books back into the wooden box. To Ronkong County Princess then said seriously, To the outside world, I will say, I this year's destiny in the disaster of Blood Light. To be someone to leave the house for me to pray for blessings can be resolved. The boss family will ask for a separation of the family. For me to block the disaster can be. The way this was said, it was a good step for the eldest family. Otherwise, if they split the family while their father was still alive, even if they had a million reasons, it would still be hard to escape the word filial piety pressing down on them. Yes, at the command of the Sangha. Anyway, they had gone out, and would have nothing to do with them in the future. Excuses were excuses. So County Lord Ronkong didn't care. A little later, Minister Lin ordered again, How much money is left in the public accounts? County Lord Ronkong did not expect Minister Lin to suddenly ask this question. After slowing down, she said, There is still less than 100,000 taels. Nowadays is not the time for the autumn harvest. So there is not much free money on the books. There are mouths to feed. Minister Lin glanced at Sheriff Ronkong. His eyes seemed to say, Are you sure? But County Lord Ronkong didn't tell a lie. In a large ministerial palace, there were naturally places to contribute money. There were still those left, all of which were still run by Butler Lin with all his heart. Gather 300,000 taels in one day. Cash it into silver bills, and send it to the East Crossing courtyard. Consider it as what is given by the family division. Master Shang. Don't tell me about having no money. Have you guys spent less from Dong's hands? Do you want this Prime Minister to calculate it clearly for you guys one by one? And then his eyes sharpened fiercely. staring at County Lord Ronkong's face in a rather imposing manner. Even the title of this prime minister was spoken. He was not the petty official from decades ago. He has been in power for so many years. That is, in front of the emperor and empress dowager can say heavy words of people. Not to mention a county princess. Ronkong county princess is not angry. At this moment is not good with the heart. Can only promise to say yes. But the time would like to discuss it again. Your honor. One day is indeed a bit tight. Even I don't have so much cash on hand. Can you allow 2 days? You don't have it? Then go and ask the second house for it. If they don't have it either, then send this account book over. I'd like to see what kind of face they still have. Crying poverty and injustice here. Chapter 117. Sacrificing wealth to avoid disaster. Yes. Ronkong County Princess this time really got into the way of the big house. Not only did she have to spit out this much silver money, she also lost face in front of the Sangha. To know, in the decades since she married in, she had never been in such a situation. In her heart, she was indignant, but she blamed all her grievances on the second wife Wang's head. So, in the Lin Fei's master rest after, led people to the west courtyard. The poor Wang clan had just drunk the medicine, and hadn't been asleep for long when she was awakened by a fierce kick at the door. She was as frightened as a dog that had lost its home. The slightest breeze could scare her half to death. Seeing that the person who came was Ronkong County Lord, she thought that she had come to give herself justice. Immediately cried out and said, "Mother-in-law, please help my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law was almost killed by Dong's bitch. And Sister Wang, she died so tragically. Dong must pay for her death." She was making a scene, not seeing how bad the face of County Head Ronkong looked. She thought that she was also angry with Dong. Just as she was planning to cry a few more times, she heard County Lord Ronkong sneer 3 times. "Pay for your life?" The third brother of the eldest house has already asked the Imperial doctor to come and look at him, saying that it is not okay. Let us prepare for the aftermath. Do you think that if he really breathed his last, is it enough to pay for his life with just a Sister Wang by your side? When Second Lady Wang heard these words, her whole body became bad. Although it was true that she had been furious at that time to let the big house die together. But after this Uxinjai incident, she was scared to death of everyone in the big house. What's more, it was also caught by Gongdu. If she was really interrogated, she would be finished. So shivering, she asked, "Mother-in-law, I said you are stupid. You are really stupid. Early with you said. All things wait for us to come back from the palace to say. You have to make this out. Well, now cause such a big mess too. You tell me how to dispose of." Said, "Also let people will that wooden box also brought up." A brain thrown in front of Wang's face. Then viciously said, "Look, what the other big house sent. It's just a matter of a few moments to let you die now, and let the Wang family die together." The second madam was truly frightened this time. Looking at the accounts clearly recorded in the account book, bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down from her head. The more she looked at it, the colder her back became. "Mother-in-law, this, what to do what to do? People have sent the account book directly to the hands of the minister. Now they are threatening to have all of us accompany them to their deaths." Like a thunderbolt, Wang took a breath and pouted. The book Sui, who was waiting beside her, immediately came forward to pinch her. Her mouth also shouted anxiously, "Madam, wake up! Madam!" Wang was stimulated to wake up by the pain. But she couldn't wait for what had just happened to be a big dream. After she came out of Ronga Hall, she went back to the West Crossing courtyard, and it would be nice for everything to still look like it did before. Unfortunately, the account books all over the place made it impossible for her to even cry. And at this moment, she was no better than the already dead Sister Wang. Rolling and crawling, she ran to Ronkong County Mistress, scared to death. "Mother-in-law, save my life. Mother-in-law, save my daughter-in-law. Save my daughter-in-law. Just for the sake of the second master. For the sake of Evening Boat and Guangji. Save your daughter-in-law. If they have a mother who has committed a crime, how can they hold up their heads as human beings in the future?" What she had done was enough to finalize the case. All that was needed was to send these ledgers to Yingtianfu, and then the prison wouldn't be far away from her. She cried out in sadness. If there were pills of regret, she would have no qualms about swallowing a bottle. All right. A little bit of being a madam in front of the subordinates is not in order. Sheriff Ronkong was disgusted with this daughter-in-law's stupidity. But she was right. Even for the sake of her own son, granddaughter and grandson, it was not good to let anything happen to her. So she continued to speak. I have teamed up with Master Sang to hold this matter down. The big house has proposed to split the family. Master Sang also agreed. But just within a day, he wants us to gather 300,000 taels to send to the big house as a separation of the family. So you think of a way to get it together. What? 300,000 taels. She only had about 100,000 taels in her hand nowadays. The rest was either sent to the palace for her daughter's expenses, or given to her husband's son for his official career. Some of it was given to her parents, and only a small portion of it was turned into jewelry and expenses for her second house. Now want her to come up with 300,000 taels, or within one day. This is not to kill her. But Wang could not say a single word in retort. This was already the best outcome, wasn't it? Sacrificing money to avoid disaster. This 300,000 sounded a lot, but at least it was better than going to jail. Seeing her face exchanging bruises and purples, Sheriff Ronkong was not in a position to push too hard. After all, she still knew where this money was used. Most of it is used in the son, granddaughter, grandchildren head. This point this daughter-in-law is also quite dutiful. So she opened her mouth and said, I have 100,000 taels here for the time being. First give you an emergency. As for the rest, their own way. That is to go back to the mother's family to ask. Also need to get today. No! 100,000 taels. This is not a small amount. Of course, there are from Dong's place to scrape. Naturally. There are also Ronkong County lords, many years of accumulation of family funds. This money was originally meant to be left for the children. Now that it was used here, it wasn't a loss. Wang kowtowed gratefully. Daughter-in-law thanks mother-in-law for the grace of protection. He will certainly cut the crap. Quickly go to raise money. If it is late, carefully phase master pick your skin. Wang's body could not stop shaking. For this male father, she was afraid from the bottom of her heart. So she didn't doubt at all that this skin picking was really skin picking. Yes, yes, daughter-in-law knows. After saying her words, Sheriff Ronkong left the western crossing courtyard, only leaving behind the messy ground and Wang Clan, who was sitting on the ground and could no longer get up. Book Spike rushed over to help, but couldn't get up. It was only after joining Shu Shi that Wang was helped to sit on the couch. Madam, what should we do now? Sister Wang died, and Shu Yun was seriously injured in the melee. Now she is locked up in the woodshed by order of the Sangha, and it is unknown whether she is alive or dead. If the two of them hadn't stayed in the courtyard, they would have ended up in the same place as Shu Yun at this moment. So both panicked. Go. Bring all of my jewelry over together. And those valuable things. There is one that counts. And load them all up. Yes. And then Wang took out her account book to check. It was indeed as she expected. There was only a little over 90,000. It was still far from the goal of 300,000. So, one has to think of ways to make up the gap before doing so. Chapter 118. Borrowing money for lending. In a panic, she suddenly remembered what her mother's sister-in-law had said about the Jingtong Money Bank being able to borrow money for lending. Not caring how her body and bones were nowadays, she immediately ordered, quickly, have someone go to the Wang family to fetch sister-in-law over, and say that I have something important to discuss. Quickly. Understand? Yes. The slave girl will go and do it now. If it wasn't for the fact that her body was severely damaged nowadays, she would have naturally gone to the door herself. After waiting for a few moments, she only saw that the Wang family's sister-in-law rushed to come. With a face full of anxiety and doubt, she sucked in a breath of cool air when she saw Second Lady Wang. Second sister, what happened to you? How did you get such a serious injury? Wang's body, face, and head were covered with marks of being beaten everywhere, especially the piece on her head where her scalp was ripped off. It was shockingly painful to look at. Sister-in-law saved me. What exactly happened? You quickly say, ah. Who has such big guts? Even the Wang family's girl, the second madam of the Xiang Fu, dared to lay such a cruel hand on her. It simply made the Wang family's sister-in-law unable to believe it. It's still that bitch from the big house. Dong? That's her. She didn't even beat my sidekick. Sister Wang. To death as well. What? Wang's sister-in-law was shocked. And even the grannies and maids who followed beside her couldn't believe it. You have been sisters-in-law with her for more than 20 years. It was never a case of only her letting you. Not you putting up with her. What on earth happened? She even dared to lay such a cruel hand on you. Wang saw her mother's family and cried her heart out. So the words can't be said. Or the book Spike next to her picked up the important situation and said it first. Upon hearing that 300,000 taels of silver would be taken out for the big house for the division of the family, Wang's sister-in-law's greedy face was revealed. On what grounds? It's not like you robbed those things hard. How come you have to spit them out in the end? What sister-in-law said is true. But that bitch spat it all out in front of father-in-law. That's why. Master Xiang knows about all this? Wang family's sister-in-law couldn't help but swallow and ask. After she married into the Wang family, she had also seen this little sister-in-law's generous outbursts from time to time. Although she was a little jealous that she was guarding an honorable god of wealth by her side. She had also reaped a lot of benefits by following her. From Dong's place to cheat shop. Now there are 3 as with the method to move to her name. The annual profit of 2 to 3,000 taels was always there. Although it wasn't as much as her sister-in-law's. It was at least considered extra income. Suddenly being tapped out. There were a few uncomfortable moments on her face. I know all. Otherwise how could I be made to spit it out and give it back to the big house? Bitch really dug a trap from the beginning waiting for me to jump it. Even kept the account for more than 20 years. And not a single one was missing. All sent to the public father. Then the phase master. Wang's sister-in-laws were not afraid of anything else. But they were afraid that they would be asked to spit out all those things. That would be troublesome. After years of hijacking things that didn't belong to them. Wanting to return them would be as painful as gouging out meat. Now that my mother-in-law has helped me gather 100,000. I also have 100,000 here. But I'm still 100,000 short of the mouth. Sister-in-law. What can we do? Your father-in-law is also really favoring the big house cannot be according to the blood of the second house sucking off. So many years down. Those are all rotten accounts. How can also pay off? Wang's sister-in-law's words were as good as nothing. Asking her to return things back was a daydream. Wang's wife heard her words. Probably because she was still sick and injured. She didn't hear what she really meant. So then she said, last time I heard sister-in-law said, Shengtong Money Bank can borrow money lending. If I go to borrow, can I get the money today? Once Wang family's sister-in-law heard that she was not asked to spit out the money, the big stone in her heart fell to the ground. Immediately, she began to give her ideas. My mother's family's distant relative is working as a shopkeeper in the house. I can ask him to think of a way for you. But this borrowing and lending is to be secured by something. You want another 100,000 taels all of a sudden. Can you take out something as a collateral? The second Madame Wang gritted her teeth. No matter how heartbreaking it was, she could not go through with it. So she had Shu Sui bring over a wooden box. Without even thinking, she handed it to the Wang family's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, here are the deeds to the fields and shops I've saved privately over the years. And they're worth about this much money by one calculation. You can take it to me first. And tell them that I will let someone take the money to redeem it in 3 months. 3 months? Do you have any other business? Now it's almost July. By the end of August or the beginning of September, won't the family have to enter the autumn accounts? By then I'll be able to move my mind as usual. So I'll naturally be able to spare some money. Wang's sister-in-law nodded. This is not a bad idea. However, with the autumn accounts under the name of the Xiangfu, could it really take out that much to divert? She was highly skeptical. But on second thought, the second house has a daughter who is a noble consort in the palace. Even if she really can't get it out, the noble consort will naturally find a way. So smiled and promised to say, don't worry. Leave this matter to me to do. We'll definitely send the silver check back to you before nightfall. I'll trouble sister-in-law to come. And then said to Shuho, you go. Follow sister-in-law to do this matter. Remember to mask your face for me. When you want to redeem it in the future, it will also be left to you to do it. Slave servant knows. If Sister Wang was still around, this kind of thing would naturally be the most appropriate for her to handle. But now, the only way to do it was to pull out the tallest of the dwarfs. It was time to choose Book Spike, who was still quite resourceful. Wang's sister-in-law took the people and left in a hurry. Out of the door, and went straight to the south of the Shentong Money Bank. Not long after they left, the Dong family's carriage arrived. Getting out of the carriage were the Dong family's first master, the Dong family's second master, and the second wife. All 3 of them didn't look too good. Especially the second master of the Dong family. As soon as he heard that his nephew had been wounded in the back of the head, his heart thumped. They were doctors. They were able to save lives. But at the same time, they also knew that several illnesses were incurable. When this person says he's not here, he's not here. Poor Lin Muji is only 13 years old. If really because of this accident people are gone, that really is heaven's jealousy. At the door stood Lin Butler, who looked anxious. As soon as he saw the three of them coming down, he immediately went forward to welcome them. Greetings to the Dong family's great uncle, the Dong family's second uncle, and the second grandma, Butler Lin. Things are in a hurry. Quickly take us to see Muji first. Yes. This way please. After saying that, the few people hurriedly went straight to the east crossing courtyard. When passing by the Jade Heart Lodge, Butler Lin was able to lead a detour. Although the people of the Dong family will sooner or later know the truth of the matter. But now if they see the tragic state of the Jade Heart Lodge, I'm afraid that it will cause a lot of trouble again. Although he was also holding a grudge for the big house. But after all, he was the steward of the Xiangfu. Chapter 119, leaving home with serious injuries. The issue of face could not be disregarded. Inside the east courtyard, there was not a single slave girl waiting. The Dong family master since entered the courtyard. The face is more and more difficult to see. But I didn't see anyone, so I couldn't say anything. When he pushed the door and saw Master Lin and his sister clearly, his voice even trembled. What's going on? How did you get hurt so badly? Brother, you guys are finally here. Quickly give third brother's son a look. The Imperial doctor came to look and said it's not going to work. First Lady Dong said while crying her heart out. Master Lin could only comfort his wife from the side. He couldn't do much else. The second master and the second wife of the Dong family did not say much. Immediately, they went up and checked up on Lin Muji's injuries. The injuries on his body weren't serious. There were a few scrapes and bruises that only needed a few days of medicine. The dangerous one was the one on the back of his head. Sister Dong placed the man on his side and leaned on his back with a pillow, so that the wound on his head could be avoided being rubbed again. And the head had already been gently wiped. So the wound was quite intuitive. It wasn't bleeding much now, but it had swollen up into a nice big bag. It looked very hideous. Was it hit with a wooden plank? Yun, the second wife of the Dong family, asked with a serious look on her face. Sister Dong immediately nodded and said, yes, it was hit by that Sister Wang beside the second lady of the Western Crossing courtyard. She originally wanted to hit the eldest lady, and it was only when third brother's son swooped over and hugged him that he received this blow. How long have you been back? What did she do to hit you? The Dong family's eldest master had little talent for healing injuries, so he was more concerned about what gave the second house the right to bully others. She slandered third brother's son for stealing her son's lake brush and wanted to move the family law. I wasn't convinced and went up to argue with her. And in the middle of the argument, we got into a fight. First Lady Dong casually described the situation in a few words. Dong family master heard no head, was about to open his mouth to continue to ask. Just then, he saw Grandmaster Lin open his mouth. Eldest brother-in-law. We've already mentioned the separation of the family, and father has also agreed. So we'll be moving out of the Xiangfu in the next 2 days. But we don't know much about leasing houses outside. So we'll have to trouble you to take a look and see if there's a suitable one? Separate? Master Lin's words had startled the Dong family, although they couldn't wait for their sister's brother-in-law's family to split up and live alone. But then again, they felt that with Master Xiang still around, this idea was impossible to realize. That's why they helped them again and again, just hoping that they could live better in the Sangha. First Lady Dong also wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes when she heard this. Her eyes were swollen from crying nowadays, and her nose was red. But her spirit looked much more at ease than in the past. What the master said is true. Big brother has many doors. Help us look for a suitable courtyard. If there is one, we will move there immediately. Master Dong didn't say anything and looked deeply at his own sister. He only felt that things were really hitting one wave after another right now. Seeing that both his sister and brother-in-law did not wish to say more, he did not ask any more questions. After all, they were still in the Xiangfu, and some words were not convenient to say. So opening his mouth, he said to Master and Mrs. Lin, "Got it. I'll go make arrangements." And then asked the second master and wife of the Dong family, who were still checking, "How is it? Is Muji's condition alright?" "Not too good. Although he has taken the life renewal scatter, that stuff can only protect him for half a month. If he can't wake up within this half a month, he probably won't be able to wake up for the rest of his life. The one who spoke was the Dong family's second wife, Yun. She had always been straightforward and never told lies. Besides, her medical skills were actually better than the Dong family's second master's. If even she said it wasn't good, then it was really dangerous. The first wife Dong's body went limp as she heard the words, and her eyes went black. She still thought that after her mother's family came, there would be hope. Unexpectedly, my third brother son. Why are you such a bitter fate? Third brother son, Dong cried out sadly. Even a room of people followed the difficult. A good child should have a bright future. But in this kind of family, even the life is not necessarily cannot be saved. Do they hate it? Of course they do. But what can they do? In the face of Rongha Tang and the West Courtyard, they had no power and no influence. How could they fight? Dong took the account book to tear them apart, but only dared to put forward a condition to separate the family. What can they do? If they really drive the dog into a poor alley, then they will certainly be reversed. With their big house plus the existing ability and power of the Dong family, they can't shake the two big trees of the Xiangfu and Zhan Wangfu. If you can't kill a snake, turn your back and kill someone. Then the Dong family and the big house might be facing extinction. All of these, there are no people present who are not clear. But it is this clarity that is the most heartbreaking. In the face of power, even if you give up everything, in the end, you can scrape off half of the skin of others. Cannot hurt the root. Therefore, the only way to protect yourself is to be strong. Dong's cries reached Master Lin's ears. At this moment, if he had a choice, he would have preferred to ask for his own expulsion from the Sangha after marrying, with his wife and children to live a simple and plain life outside, instead of being aggrieved in the Xiangfu house and ending up in this situation. He would have preferred to be expelled from the Xiangfu house after marrying. Hatred and determination took root in his heart. He had been muddling through for over 40 years. And from now on, he would never be a fish for people again. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and asked, "Can Wozi be moved? Let's take him home to make it easier for you to diagnose him as well. Moving is possible. But the carriage must have enough quilts in it to prevent his head from swaying too much. As well as it's best to drag it by human power. Relatively gentle. This is not difficult. I will arrange it. Then you guys pack up here first. I'll go and return." Good. With the Dong family's Grand Master present, arranging these things was simple. The second master of the Dong family, and Yun stayed by Lin Muji's side so that Dong and Sister Dong could gather their traveling clothes. Actually, the things to be taken away were said to be a lot and not much. If they really packed lightly, it would be 2 or 3 boxes and cages that could be packed. But right now, everyone in the courtyard was locked up in the firewood room. Even if they made a big move first, they wouldn't be able to. Don't worry. Their slave registrations are all in my hands. Even if they are separated, they will be taken away. One couldn't possibly leave them behind, that is. When First Lady Dong said this, she was still clutching Sister Dong's hand tightly. Sister is the same. Never be reckless. I can take you all away. Trust me. Sister Dong smiled. Her eyes filled with emotion. But she also knew that she had injured a human life in the end. It would be strange if she didn't resist the offense. It was just that right now, it wasn't good to make Dong sad again. So she nodded and replied, "Old slave believes in Madam. What Madam wants to do, just go ahead and do it." Chapter 120, Taking Away the Slave. HM. Just as the two of them were packing their bags, they only saw Butler Lin arrive. Behind him were the slaves that originally belonged to their east courtyard. There were more than 20 of them, each with varying degrees of injuries on their bodies. But their eyes were all filled with the aftermath of the robbery. When they saw First Lady Dong, they all knelt down. Slaves' lackeys thanked the great lady for saving their lives. This scene caused Dong Clan and Sister Dong to look at each other in disbelief. Just now they had said that they were going to save people. How did they turn around? So looking at Butler Lin, they asked curiously, "Butler Lin, this is..." Master Xian ordered. Said that if the big house wants to move, there is no slaves to wait for it. So specially opened the grace, pardoned them, and sent them back together. Dong's heart was grateful in 2 ways. But this gratitude was limited to the here and now. Over the years, Master Lin's indifference was also a reason why the big house had been bullied and humiliated to this day. If he had been a father from the beginning, he would have been able to level the playing field. The east and west houses would not have come to this point. After thinking about it, he faintly opened his mouth and said, "Please ask Butler Lin to help me thank my father-in-law, as well as Sister Dong's matter." First Lady Dong's main concern today was this. If she couldn't bring away Sister Dong, then she wouldn't have left today. So Butler Lin smiled faintly. "Grand Madam, don't worry." The Sangha said that Sister Dong was also trying to protect her master before she mistakenly injured that old slave. She was so guilty that she even tried to harm her master's brother. She was a person who deserved to die. I've already sent someone to send the news back to the Wang family. And the Wang family also came back to say that such unruly slaves will be sent back to be beaten to death even if they don't die. Therefore, Sister Dong has nothing to do here, and will follow the First Lady in the future. Hearing this, Big Madam Dong and Sister Dong were both grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Sister Dong. She originally thought that she had lived through this, thinking that when the First Lady's side was settled, she would return to the Xiangfu to receive her punishment. Unexpectedly, that she would be able to leave alive. Taking a deep breath, and then exhaling it out in a long breath. Many thanks to the Phase Master. The slave girl pays her respects, and then in the direction of Rongha Hall. This time it was sincerely kneeling down and kowtowing a few times. Only then did she get up and lead those slaves who had returned to go and take medicine first. Butler Lin knew that they wouldn't stay long. So out of selfishness, he asked one more question. "First Lady, is there a suitable place to stay outside? Is it necessary for the old slave to help search for one?" First Lady Dong knew of his good intentions, but still politely declined. "We've already asked our elder brother at home to help search for it, and we'll have news in about the last few days. Right now it's third brother's condition that's a bit more troublesome. So in order to be able to diagnose him at any time, it's better for us to go back to our mother's house for a few days before we say anything." That's also true. Second Uncle Dong's medical skills are praised by everyone outside. With him here, third brother's son will definitely turn the tide and turn out to be fine. I hope so. Then First Mistress will be busy first. If there is anything you need, just send someone to call me. Good. Butler Lin. Take care. Inside the East Crossing courtyard, the second lady of the Dong family went along to check their injuries. Apart from the three maids, who had serious sprains and needed to recuperate for half a month, the others were all superficial injuries. Rubbing medicine on them would make them better. When they returned, they had already heard about the separation of the family, and all of them looked happy. As soon as they thought that they could follow the big house and leave this disgusting place, they were very happy. The action of packing their luggage was so sharp. In about half an hour, more than 40 boxes and cages were placed on the open space in the middle of the courtyard. They were all filled with things that they were used to in their daily life. Although the tables, chairs and beds in the house are all slowly replaced after Dong married in. After many years of use, they are used to it. It is just not good to take away together. So can only give up. Can take away are good to take things. Even so, it still feels like the rooms have been emptied out a lot at once. If not for the fact that there are still people standing inside, I am afraid that it is already full of depression. Master Dong arranged everything and came over with his carriage. When he returned to the Sangha, he also brought a stretcher that was wrapped around with quilts, and a few slaves that were very powerful at first glance. The process of carrying Lin Muji needed to be done carefully. The most important thing was that the position of the head could not be shaken again. The stretcher carried by these servants was as stable as Mount Taishan, not fluctuating at all. Lin Muji lay on it, and was not affected by anything. After leaving the east courtyard, he went straight to the carriage. The two horses bolted in front of the carriage are well trained, slowly moving back towards the Dong family step by step. Dong accompanied her son to go first. The rest of the luggage was directed by Master Lin to start moving it outside. The entire Songfu knew what had happened, but Butler Lin had strictly ordered that no one was allowed to approach and make up things about the East Crossing courtyard at will. Thus, none of them caused much of a commotion when they left either. Instead, when the last few carts of luggage were about to be moved, Butler Lin made another trip, accompanied by Wang's sidekick, Xu Sui. Seeing the visitor, Master Lin's heart was 10,000% unhappy. "What are you doing here?" The expression was serious and still carried a lot of defensiveness. Book Spike frowned. She actually didn't want to run this trip, but nowadays in the West Crossing courtyard, Besides her, who else could come? So she could only say stiffly, "Slave girl Shui greets the great master. Slave girl this time comes. It is by the order of the phase master to send something to the great master. Please accept it." After saying his words, he handed over the wooden box that he was holding in his hand. Grandmaster Lin glanced at Butler Lin and saw him nodding before he patiently reached out and took it. Seeing the 300,000 taels of silver notes lying quietly inside, one couldn't help but be surprised. This is the phase master let prepared for the separation of the family. Since the Grandmaster and Grandmadam to move out, outside things are many and miscellaneous. Everywhere is to spend silver place. So only ordered to send over. Lin looked at these light silver checks. The heart does not ripple at all. Although he did not know exactly how much Ronghatang and the West Crossing courtyard had been raided in the past. But definitely more than this number. After thinking about it, he didn't rebuff it at all. This is what my big house deserves. And the rest of those, let's consider it a past love and favor. After saying this, he raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Rongha Hall. There lived his once proudest father. But now the last bit of affection between father and son had completely disappeared. There was no telling when the next time they would see each other again. Thinking of his father's repeated reprimands over the years, and his lack of concern for his wife and children, there was no longer a trace of nostalgia in his heart. Turning to Butler Lin, he said, "Father's place I won't go to pay my respects. In the future when we meet again in the mountains and waters, then we can talk about other things." Chapter 121. The Dong family recuperates. Butler Lin was silent. He was not at all surprised at such an outcome. After all, for so many years, he had seen the grievances that the big house had suffered. It was only that he was an inferior, and was not in a position to say more. Now that they were able to leave the Songfu and live their own lives, it was also a good thing. So he respectfully bowed to Grandmaster Lin and said, "Take care, Grandmaster." And that Shui could only follow Butler Lin's salute, not daring to have any action on his face at all. The matter of the Jade Heart Jai, although she was not involved, but she could not run away. After all, it is the second house's people. The great master does not make things difficult with her and calculate. It is good. Thinking of this, more and more respectful, as Grandmaster Lin left with the last box of luggage. The entire East Crossing courtyard was empty. The sun was setting in the west, and the entire afterglow was sprinkled on top of the Xiangfu. It was warm and very comfortable, and the people of the great house finally had the possibility of regaining their lives. After leaving the Xiangfu, Grandmaster Lin went straight to the Dong family. By the time he arrived, both First Lady Dong and Lin Muji had already settled in. The family was still living in the courtyard that the First Lady Dong had been living in before she got married. Meanwhile, the other small courtyard attached to them was occupied by Lin Muji. This small courtyard was also close to the second Master Dong's and their courtyard. If they carried their feet over, they could arrive in about half a tea time. Therefore, this arrangement was most appropriate. As soon as Master Lin entered the door of this small courtyard, he saw that the courtyard was filled with slaves in 3 layers. Some of them were brought by them, but more were the Dong family's original slaves. Those beside Old Lady Dong, those beside Grand Lady Dong, and those beside Second Lady Dong. There were also a few of the Dong family's children. All of them were complete. Master Lin's face was grave, fearing that something unexpected had happened. Immediately hurried over. When he entered the room, he heard Old Lady Dong's whimpering. "My good third brother's son. How could such a good child suffer so much?" While crying, she gently wiped the back of his hand with a handkerchief. Since he had returned to the Dong family, Old Lady Dong had ordered someone to change him into a clean lining. The things used were all of the finest quality. Not a bit of sloppiness dared to have. Immediately from the side of the allocation of 2 competent people over. A stewardship of Sister Wu. A clever boy. Sister Wu is not very old, looking less than 50. But that action and dress is very clever and regular. It seems to be some skills in the body. She kept replacing the handkerchief in Elder Lady Dong's hand, fearing that the temperature of the handkerchief would get cold and not be good for Lin Muji. On the other hand, the Dong family's eldest wife, Wang, was also in tears. She was also a person with children, although the girl was already married, but her son was still at home. He is only 15 or 16 years old, not much different from Lin Muji. The thought of this age is just love playful good reading time. And Lin Muji is here on the line of life and death struggling. Her heart-head is not good. But she doesn't know how to practice medicine. She can't help even if she wants to. The only thing she could do was to pay more attention and take more care in her life. Dong Qingjin silently guarded by her son's side. Her eyes could not cry many tears. But she refused to relax at all, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Yun's golden needles were pulled off his head one by one until the last one was pulled out. Lin Muji, who originally hadn't moved much, suddenly twitched, frightening the people present. They all panicked. How is it? The crowd hurriedly gathered around. Yun wiped the fine sweat on her forehead. Her face was much better than before. There's no harm. A reaction is a good thing. This golden needle technique was secretly passed down by my master. And I heard that his old man once cured a man who had fallen into a coma for many years because he went up the mountain to cut firewood. So it should work on Muji as well. Hearing this, First Lady Dong cried out in pain when she couldn't hold back. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Thank you, second sister-in-law. Aside from the words, she really didn't know what to say, and could only say one thing at a time. Although Yun was clear and cold, she was not a person who did not eat the fire of the earth. Seeing this deep motherly love, she was also moved by it. Immediately helped her up and sat next to the bed. Comfortingly, she said, Third sister, don't worry. I will do my best to save Muji. But before that, you must get well. Otherwise guarding like this day after day, I'm afraid that before Muji wakes up, your body will collapse. Understand? The injuries on Dong's body were actually quite serious. After all, she wasn't a slave who worked all year round, so she was much more delicate. At that time, she had chased Wang and fought entirely on the strength of her breath. To be able to hold on until she came back to the Dong family was already good. Therefore, after Yun said this, she softened up quite a bit. Seeing this, Grandmaster Lin immediately went forward to support his own wife, and then said to everyone with deep guilt, Today's matter? It is all caused by my son-in-law's sheepish nature. If it wasn't for me being a husband who is not tough, I wouldn't have let people bully my wife's children to this point. My son-in-law is ashamed of my father-in-law and mother-in-law's trust back then. If I want to be beaten or punished, my son-in-law would like to be the only one who receives it. You? Old Lady Dong was so angry that she couldn't go up and hammer him a few times. But what's the use of hammering him? The child had become like this, so she could only swallow the bitter fruit. She was assisted by Elder Lady Dong, and sent to sit down on a chair to smooth out her breath. It was Elder Master Dong who looked at this son-in-law who claimed to know his faults, and did not say a word. However, everyone who is familiar with Elder Master Dong's mindset knows that it is still early to get past this hurdle of his. Sure enough, after Lin Muji had settled down like this, Elder Master Dong said to Master Lin, Go to the Qingjin courtyard. I have something to say to you. Yes. Dong glanced at her own husband and son-in-law, also knowing that with her father's temperament, she would definitely not gently reveal this matter. So she looked at Grandmaster Lin with great concern. On the contrary, Grandmaster Lin lightly smiled and patted the back of her hand, before getting up and following Grandmaster Dong away. Seeing them leave, Elder Master Dong knew that his own brother-in-law would not have a good time. This courtyard is also close to his sister's courtyard, so if there is any commotion later, it would not be good for the subordinates to hear it. So he said to Lady Wang, Tell everyone to disperse first. Each go back to do their own things. All gathered here will also affect Muji's recuperation. Wang had been husband and wife with the Dong family for many years, so she naturally knew what he meant. So with a nod of her head, she said, Understood, Master. And then she turned back to her son and the girls of the second house on the side and said, Kuli, Qiuyu, you guys first send grandmother back. And after that, you should do your further studies, learn the Qin, and then come back to see cousin Muji in a few days. Dong Kuli was the younger son of the eldest house, now almost 16 years old. He was born with a tiger's head, strong and tough. His body shape resembled that of a soldier's scullion in a military camp. A person with a well-developed limb and a simple mind. Chapter 122 Collecting Son-in-Law. But he has this confusing appearance. Let the outside everyone thought he had no brain. In fact, he is very talented in reading. It's just a pity that with the Dong family's merchant status, he's not qualified to take the Imperial examinations. Dong Kelly's face was serious, but the little man was even more serious than the adults next to him. Don't worry, mother. My son will send grandmother back to the courtyard to rest. Dong Qiuyue, who is now almost at the age of maturity, is not as cool as her mother Yun. On the contrary, because she had been raised beside old lady Dong most of the time, it was more like her temperament. Warm and polite, sweet and lovely. She was a peaceful and cheerful person. Don't worry, eldest auntie. Autumn Moon will stay by grandmother's side and not go anywhere. Wang glanced at Dong Qiuyu. But she was very fond of this niece. So she replied with a smile. With you around? Great auntie does feel relieved. Old lady Dong also knew that this was her eldest son branching out. Originally, she wanted to say a few words, but closed her mouth later. If there is any movement here in Muji, remember to have someone call me. Don't worry, mother. My daughter will remember. After saying this, she nodded and left with her grandchildren and the maids and maids. In Lin Muji's courtyard, the crowd was almost dispersed. Sister Wu took Zhang Qing and Xian Fei and retired as well. In the house, only the first master of the Dong family, the second master of the Dong family accompanied Dong, and their family quietly looked at Lin Muji. The heartache in their eyes was so thick that they couldn't melt water. And next door to Dong's courtyard, only to see just enter the house. The door only closed. That old Master Dong was a kick at Master Lin, hitting him squarely in the chest. It hurt so much that Master Lin bared his teeth. But he didn't dare to scream. Old me is really blind. Why did I pick you to marry my daughter in the first place? Look at what kind of life she's had in the Xiangfu all these years. Elder Master Dong was so angry that his old face was red with rage. He couldn't wait to kill Grandmaster Lin on the spot to get rid of his anger. My Dong family is a merchant family, yes. But since the birth of Qingjin, she has not been allowed to suffer a bit. Originally thought that marrying your Xiangfu would be a high climb. So I lost half of my family's wealth to give her a dowry, just to let the people of the Xiangfu look at the money and treat her better. But in the end, 3 days 2 days is to let her paste this. Make up for that. A huge amount of silver money to fill the whole of your Fei's house. Really how to fill cannot fill. I also thought that she went to the commercial register. The children can also earn a good future. But the truth? How have the children been spoilt? They're not as comfortable and happy as my grandchildren in the Dong family. If I had known that they would end up like this, I should have taken her back even if I had repudiated her. Elder Master Dong's words were sharp and dense, and each one hit a pit in Master Lin's heart. His weakness, his foolish filial piety, his inaction. It was what allowed to lead to today's outcome. If Muji could turn out to be safe, then he could still feel better. If something went wrong because of this, and he fell into a lifetime of problems, even if he died immediately, it would not be able to offset the child's suffering. Your father-in-law is right. If I hadn't been so bent on marrying Qingjin, I'm afraid her life would be much smoother now. But my son-in-law really knows that I was wrong. I won't defend myself for what happened in the past. But from today onwards, if I still can't protect their mother and son, then let the heavens strike me with thunder. After death, I will fall into the hell of reincarnation and not be allowed to transcend life. Master Lin has always been a soft-spoken man. Today, he was able to say such tough words. And old Master Dong's anger subsided a bit as he listened, looking at the footprint in front of his chest. He silently didn't say anything. Only after a moment did he lower his voice and say, "You'd better really know how you should be a husband and a father. If there's another incident like this, so what if it's the first son of the Fei's house? I'll make sure that Qingjin makes peace with you. Yes, my little son-in-law knows." With a cold snort, Elder Master Dong left the courtyard, leaving Master Lin in place with his teeth showing. He rubbed his chest. Only after cleaning himself up and refreshing himself did he turn back to Lin Muji's courtyard. The Dong family's first and second masters still had things to do, so they accompanied Dong for a while, and then left. So in the house, only Sister Wu and Dong were inside. Seeing Grandmaster Lin walk in, Dong's worried heart relaxed. However, the clothes on her body had changed, and she swallowed her words. "Grandma Wu, I'll leave this place in your care for now. I'll go back and change my clothes before coming back. Don't worry, third auntie. The slave girl will definitely take good care of table young master." Dong was assured of Grandma Wu. So she hurried back to the courtyard with the Lin family's eldest master again. "Nothing is wrong. Right? Madam, don't worry. There's nothing wrong." "Really nothing? Then why has the master changed his clothes? But was he beaten by father?" Master Lin was silent. Or else they say they are family. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Dong had already guessed 7 or 8 points. Father-in-law was angry and kicked me. I was afraid that you would be worried. That's why I changed my clothes. I didn't expect to still be discovered. He gave a bitter laugh. And in his heart, he felt even more guilty about his own wife. His clothes were all about the same color, and he had already picked the most similar color when he changed. As a result, he was still seen by the madam at a glance, when he was really concerned about him engraved in his bones. Thinking of her aggression over the years, just feel that the father-in-law scolded really right, embracing her in his arms. The tone of his voice even brought a few points of crying and said, "For my husband can't be sorry for you. These years, let you mother and son several people suffer after me." Once Dong heard these words, the mood that had originally calmed down a bit followed by sadness. The couple vented their emotions in this familiar yet unfamiliar courtyard. Sister Dong originally wanted to bring tea, but when she heard the lowered cries from inside the house, she sighed in her heart and quietly left. "I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to do it," he said. "The first thing I want to do is to make sure that you have a good understanding of what you are talking about. But if you say he is good, you can also count. The first time I saw him was when I was a young man, and I was so happy to see him that I could not even see him. Not to mention the children of the concubine. Although these years in the career is not smooth, such a big age only mixed to 8 product of the Chintian supervisor of the position of the master. But in some handmade work is very accomplished. He has 2 shops in the western city, specializing in mortise and tenon woodwork business. As a result, many skilled craftsmen with outstanding abilities knew about the existence of Gongsun carpenters. They all praised him for his exceptional skills. However, no one had seen this carpenter for so many years, so his reputation has added a few more points of mystery. After crying for a long time, Dong's heart has been blocked for many years before the breath was slowed down. Chapter 123, Birthday Gifts. I'll ask Grandma Dong to bring medicine. I'll rub it for you. Don't look at father's age. His spirit is still good. He kicked you. Be careful to have to go and get some medicine to eat. Being teased by Dong so much. All those sad emotions that they just had just now passed away. Husband and wife have been together for so many years, and have never had any emotional disagreements. Now that they had left the minister's residence, they would naturally be able to live a smooth and comfortable life in the future. Thinking of this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. In a couple of days, I still have to go back to the Xiangfu. Do what to go? I'll accompany you. Master Lin was now looking at the lady as more important than his own eyeballs, afraid that the slightest thing would hurt her. Instead, Dong shook her head and said with a light smile, "I'm going to the palace to see Shalua. Even if you follow, you won't be able to enter the palace. Have you forgotten?" Only then did Grandmaster Lin slap his head. Today's matter had been tossed around for a long time, making him almost forget this important matter. "Okay, then I'll send you there, and come back then." Good. The couple had a good relationship, and these days of respecting each other naturally passed quickly. Early the next morning, the couple went to the main house to greet Elder Master Dong and Elder Lady Dong. In the main house, the 3 siblings of the Dong family had all arrived. Originally, the rules of the merchant family were not that much, but today was the day that the younger sister's brother-in-law came to live in the mansion. So the Dong family's first master and the Dong family's second master both brought their family members along. "Did you sleep well yesterday? If there's anything you want to add, just tell your sister-in-law." Old Lady Dong was concerned about her daughter-in-law, so she took the lead and asked, "Mother, don't worry. Sister-in-law's arrangements are already very proper. We're living comfortably." Third sister, "Don't be polite to me. We're family. Now that you're having a hard time taking care of Muji, just come to me for anything you need. Understand?" "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I won't be polite to you." When the Dong family's sister-in-law first started out, Dong Qingjun was not yet married, so the aunt and sister-in-law did get along for a few months, and for many years after that, as long as she asked. Sister-in-law Wang never excused herself. Therefore, both of them were sincere in their feelings. The couple had come today to say one more thing. "Big brother, I don't know if anything has been asked about Shallo's poisoning. This is also what I have to say. Shallow is now the young lord of the palace, so the case cannot be leaked. Imperial Dr. Do just politely spoke to me about the situation through his son. And I told all the details to second brother. Dong family elder brother's words had just finished. Everyone looked at Dong family's second brother in unison, only to see that his face was not as tense as the crowd's, but said with a slight sense of certainty, the poison that Shallow was poisoned was probably self-inflicted. Poisoned herself? This news really shocked people beyond measure. Instead it was Elder Master Dong who had a look of understanding. The worry between his brows was a few points less. Right. Because based on what Imperial Dr. Do said about the dizziness, vomiting, and some of the symptoms afterwards, she should have taken the silver pill. The antidote for that thing is in Xia An's hands. So it's not something to be afraid of. Hearing this, Dong's heart, which had been hanging high, was finally released. However, the coldness in her body has about been tickled out as well. So I still have to concoct some more medicines before I can do so. Is it dangerous? Elder Master Dong opened his mouth to ask. It's not too bad. It's not hard to detoxify the silver pill. It's just that the chills have been induced. So it'll be necessary to take a few more months of medicines to regulate it again. The Dong family's second master finished his words on this side, and then said to his own third sister, don't worry. Shallow's body base is well toned. Wanting to have a child isn't difficult. This was everyone's biggest concern at the moment. After all, in the palace, concubines without children could not have a good life. Dong family's eldest wife Wang also followed the topic and continued. The hairpin and jewelry that father-in-law asked me to create a few days ago are also ready, and will not be able to see the cracks. That's good. Send it to the second house's courtyard immediately. And then send it to Qingjin when it's loaded with medicine. Elder Master Dong commanded. Yes. The first lady of the Dong family replied respectfully. Watching the Dong family all help each other, Grand Master Lin understood how good a thing it was to move out. Regretting that he hadn't separated his family earlier, he had allowed his wife and son to suffer in vain. But now it is also considered peaceful. The future life will also be able to live peacefully and smoothly. There were so many things happening in the family. But Lin Hui, who was far away in the palace, did not know the slightest thing about it. She was happily preparing things and waiting for her mother's arrival. At the same time, preparations were also being made to give the second prince a simple birthday banquet. Princess Su's overcoming had already come to an end. Noble consort Lin had been diligent in her arrangements this time. So when the ceremony was over, the emperor had specially asked Dong Yuzhong to send a few peace blessing papers. One was for her, and the other was for Princess Ming Ruo. Both are good intentions. So Lin Guifei saw that blessed paper eyebrows opened smile very much. Along with looking at the bottom of the waiting people are much easier on the eyes. So, on the second prince, this end of the matter is a few points less concern and worry. Said to be the birthday banquet? In fact, and weekday dinner is not much difference. After all, the people who eat are still only the emperor, the second prince and Lin Evening E. Only today, this banquet was set up in the backyard. So the backyard was set up in advance. The ceremony has just been done, and it is not good to wear red flowers. Sister Du asked the florist to plant some brightly colored flowers, which made the whole backyard vibrant. The second prince today is 6 years old birthday feast. In previous years, the birthday banquet was either silent or lavishly organized. Congratulations to thousands of people. But none of the heart is on him. But today is different. His favorite flowers were planted in the courtyard, and his favorite dishes were placed on the table. The house was lit with his favorite scent of incense wood, and the people sitting on either side were the ones he recognized and valued the most. All of this made the second prince feel somewhat like he was reborn. Chun-Chi took the lead in bringing up a bowl of longevity noodles, and the soup used was still the clear chicken soup that the second prince liked. Only some chestnuts were added to it, making it taste sweeter. The noodles were rolled out by Xiao Luzi herself, although not as fine as the one sent by the Imperial kitchen. In the eyes of the second prince, they were the best. Xia and sewed a sweet medicine bag for him, and inside were all the flowers and herbs that were good for his condition. If he felt uncomfortable, he could pick it up and smell it for relief. Sister Du gave him several volumes of hand-copied Buddhist scriptures, which were good for clearing his mind on weekdays. As for Chiu Ming, he asked someone to find a lantern outside. The second prince was pleasantly surprised. These congratulatory gifts in the eyes of outsiders, simply shabby to no good. But the second prince liked them. However, he was most curious about the birthday gifts that the emperor and Lin Wanyi would send him. Chapter 124, Father and Son Getting Along. So, With round eyes looking expectantly at Lin Avini, he said, "Empress Lin, where is your congratulatory gift?" He was much closer to Lin Evening nowadays. The difference in age between the two was just 11 years. Not quite mother and son, but more like sister and brother. Therefore, the relaxed tone of speech made the emperor on the seat feel a bit rude. However, remembering that he is the birthday boy today, so did not say too much. Only glanced at Sister Du, but saw her eyes full of kindness looking at the second prince. Even the corners of her usual serious mouth had more smiles. He felt strange. Back then, when Sister Du took care of him, although she was also careful about everything, she rarely saw her smiling face. How is it that after only a few days of taking care of the second prince, she is as kind as a bodhisattva? Could it be that people are old, so there is a generation pain? The emperor was still puzzled here, when he saw Lin Hui take out a book as if she was turning into a treasure. Miscellaneous records of Gong's son? Aunt Lin, what kind of book is this? You can turn it over and take a look. The second prince was currently not very literate, but the more he read this tome, the more he loved it. There were no long speeches in it. Instead, it was mostly in the form of drawings. Many of the tricks of the mechanism similar to the wooden oxen and horses were recorded, and at a glance, it was the work of a master subconsciousness. The second prince was overjoyed and immediately said excitedly, "Many thanks to Aunt Lin. I like this birth gift very much. Like is good. This is I know a top powerful craftsman master made. If you can according to this book restore more than 70 to 80% of the object, then I will introduce him to you to know, okay?" When the second prince heard this, he was even more delighted. Originally, when he was sick, he was not interested in anything. But after playing with that wooden oxen and horses for a few days, he became extremely interested. Although this is a miscellaneous item, but the most test of perseverance in mind. If you are not careful, the mortise and tenon will not be connected. So it needs to be extra careful. His body nowadays running and jumping is not able. But do some small handicraft work is okay. The emperor looked at this thing, but felt a little playful. He was about to open his mouth to say something, when he saw Lin Hui gently pulled his sleeve, and then shook his head. Although the emperor did not understand her approach, but also still swallowed the words to the mouth. Turning to Dong Yuzhong, he said, "Dong Yuzhong, I am here. Bring the congratulatory gifts over." "Yes." A large brocade box was brought up by Dong Yuzhong. Seeing that the second prince was filled with doubt, what congratulatory gift uses such a large brocade box? Long as if it were a sword? Before he could guess, he saw that Dong Yuzhong had already opened the box with a smile, only to see inside placed a good bow and arrows. Black lacquer tracing gold, flashy at the same time without losing the hard and sturdy workmanship. But if one wanted to draw this bow and arrow, I'm afraid that 3 second emperors wouldn't be able to do it. The second prince sardonically looked at this thing, remembering that his father had previously said that when he was well, he would send him to learn riding and archery. By the looks of it, it wasn't coming to be false. This bow and arrow is specially made for you by my order. Less embedded with many jewels, but the elasticity is much better than the others. You only need to use 50% of your strength when pulling the bow full. After saying that, he also picked up the bow and arrow and demonstrated it. Sure enough, it was easy to draw it. And then handed the bow and arrow to the second prince and said with a smile, "You try it." The second prince's heart was not happy at all, but on his face, he had to pretend to like it. The tiny arm used its maximum strength, but still failed to pull that bow and arrow to move. The emperor frowned and looked at it. "The base is too weak. I still have to let the eunuch give you a good conditioning. Otherwise, as the imperial son of Wei, even a bow cannot be pulled open. Will not call people a joke. The speaker has no intention. The listener has intention." The emperor's words ruined the good harmonious atmosphere. Lin Lian saw the loss and inferiority complex that flickered in the eyes of the second prince and immediately relieved himself. "Your Majesty, why don't we have dinner first? This big table of dishes, all prepared early. If it gets cold it won't be good." "Well, then let's have dinner first." The emperor added a little later, "Hang this bow on that wall, so that the second prince can see it day after day, so that it can also play a role in urging." "Yes." The second prince looked at that white wall and froze with an extra bow that had nothing to do with him. The heart of the birthday has lost most of it. On the contrary, the emperor ate happily. This meal seems to be prepared with heart. Every meal as he felt good. Hard more and more think. I'm afraid to let the imperial kitchen to learn. Say the daily cooking out of the meal is a flavor. Let a person eat more than one will be very tired. Lin Wanyi saw the second prince's slight discomfort. So she reached out and twisted a dish of his favorite diced chicken and eggplant sauce for him. Second prince, if you eat it with this with noodles, the flavor will definitely be special. The second prince was a bit skeptical at first, but after he tasted it, his taste buds really opened up. Seeing him eating happily, Lin Wanyi was then relieved. A birthday banquet was eaten in a harmonious manner. Not long after the meal, the emperor returned to the main house. Leaving Lin Wanyi here, he cleaned up for the second prince. Looking at the bow on the wall, both of them sighed unanimously before looking at each other and smiling. Father didn't know what he was thinking. Giving me a bow. Look at it. Aunt Lin, I'm not as tall as that bow and arrow. Don't worry. This bow and arrow won't grow. But our second prince will grow taller and taller day by day just like sugar cane. By then, not to mention a bow, even two bows won't be able to compare. This jocular tone made the second prince unable to help but laugh softly once again. In the past, he always felt that there was no point in living. Not to mention being sick day after day. He also had to put up with the bullying of unruly slaves. But now it's different. Even the time to take medicine he remembers clearly. Every day, he waits to clink glasses together with Lin Wui. It was about the will to live that had returned. So the attitude was a lot more positive. Alright. Empress Lin, go quickly. Later on father will send someone to rush you again. As if I'm hogging you and not letting go. Lin Lian gently nudged the second prince's head with her finger. Yo, you can even speak leather? It seems that our second prince hasn't grown in years for nothing. Why don't I talk to your father later, and find you two beautiful and obedient palace maids to serve you? The second prince pouted at his words. Not happy at all. This appearance made Lin Evening unable to stop herself from laughing. Nowadays, he looks like an interesting child. In the past, he looked like a bad old man who had seen through the world. Not cute at all. When I saw him, I remembered my younger brother at home. So he patted his shoulder and said, Then the second prince want to look at the contents of the miscellany first. If there is something you do not understand, come and ask me tomorrow is. Chapter 125. Su Su Tu Ji. Don't worry, Aunt Lin. I will definitely take a good look at that handbook. Seeing the second prince swinging a smile, Lin Wanyi then left with confidence. Returning to the front courtyard, she saw that the emperor had already changed out of his regular clothes and was leaning back on the couch in just his lining, reading a book. Only when he heard Lin Huai's footsteps did he raise his head. What took you so long? Lin Huai was helpless. The emperor came back earlier, but only half a moment. How was it so long? However, right now, she still said patiently. The second prince was talking to the servant girl about that bow. So he came back a little late. Hearing that the two were talking about the birth gift he had sent out, the emperor then sat up straight. Turning to that Lin Evening, he then asked, Did he like it? Like? Just the second prince said he is not as high as that bow yet. And I don't know when he can pull it full. Haste does not eat hot tofu. When the body base is good, more practice will naturally be able to pull it full. The emperor's expectations were high. It was roughly because Imperial Dr. Do had already found out the poison that the second prince was suffering from. Therefore, he felt that the second prince's future was within reach. However, Lin Lian felt that it was still too hasty. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, she heard the emperor say, with some dissatisfaction, Speaking of this birthday gift, didn't you just send him a basket of toys a few days ago? How come you sent him handwritten notes again? In this way, isn't it a plaything? Lin Wanyi had just seen the emperor's unhappiness, and the reason why she had persuaded him was to make the second prince more happy. Now this was the reason for it. His Majesty once said that when the next year begins in the spring, he will send the second prince to the academy. Didn't he? But your expectations for the second prince are very high. But you forgot that he is not the third prince, who has been taught by a famous teacher since he was a child. Now can read words. Still less than 100. Such a situation, if follow the third prince to enter the school, not half a month, will be compared to the body. Although he is still a child, he also has pride. If he keeps getting hit, and gets bored with this schooling thing, won't it be bad for him in the future? Lin Wanyi's words made the emperor silent. Indeed, the third prince nowadays, not to mention literacy, is even war strategy, can read a few times. If the second prince rashly followed into the school like this, there would definitely be a huge discrepancy. This teaching a child cannot be rushed. It is best to take it slowly. The handwritten journal that the servant girl sent him. There are a number of words in it that the second prince doesn't know. But with his love for those mechanical toys, he will definitely think about figuring it out. So this is a good opportunity to recognize words. Taking the initiative to learn can be twice as effective as being passively pressed. That handwritten journal is a thick book. If you can study it in these few months, then it won't be difficult to read other books. Don't you think so? For Lin Lonnie's this slow and steady teaching method, the emperor also felt good. After all, the second prince was different from ordinary princes and princesses. Ever since he was born, he was different. People are busy growing up. He is busy living. So in terms of learning, there should be a difference in teaching. Looking at Lin Wanyi's appearance, the emperor laughed lightly. You're good at teaching children. When there's a future, the emperor said in passing. The words had not yet been exported. Then suddenly felt that he had lost his words. This Lin Evening Yi's body do not know when to adjust well. How can still have children? With some heartache in his eyes, he looked towards Lin Wei, feeling a little uncomfortable for his own slip of the tongue. On the contrary, Lin Evening Yi didn't care at all. Originally, she didn't want to get pregnant so soon. Not to mention making enemies for herself. She might not be able to keep the child. So, for the sake of innocent lives, it was better to wait and see. So she stepped forward and comforted. Your Majesty does not need to be careful. This matter is very clear in the servant girl's heart. A child's destiny with its parents is not something you can just say. If God feels that the servant girl is ready to be a mother, it will naturally be bestowed. Looking at Lin Wanyi's understanding appearance, the emperor became more and more heartbroken. Don't worry. Everything is based on your body. When it is well adjusted, I will let the Imperial Hospital give you the best fetal medicine. Lin Wanyi smiled and nodded. Her face did not have too many emotional fluctuations. Seeing this, the emperor sidetracked the topic. Tomorrow is the day when the palace consort's family members will enter the palace for an audience. I have already sent someone to the Xiangfu to give the order. At that time, let your mother enter the palace along with noble consort Lin's family members. Tomorrow? But last time eunuch Qin also said to wait for 2 or 3 more days. Although you are only a permanent resident now, you are also from the Xiangfu family, so it's normal for your family to come together. Hearing this good news, Lin Wanyi was so excited that she felt like she couldn't sleep well tonight, thinking that she would be able to see her mother tomorrow. She was so happy that she didn't know what to prepare first. Looking at this overflowing excitement on her face, for the first time, the emperor felt that it was a good thing for him to let his family come to see her. Only, the state has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. It wasn't good to just give her an opening. So in the future, she still had to follow the rules before she could do so. Lin Lianyi now misses the emperor's this practice. Serving on it is more and more diligent. This afternoon, Xiao Luzi they picked 2 small baskets of peaches back. Your Majesty want to taste? Eating them fresh today is the sweetest. Seeing Lin Yuanyi's rare attentiveness, the emperor also nodded his head in a ghostly manner. If it was on a normal day, he wouldn't use the fruit at night. The peaches were washed and cut into chunks, and seemed to still have condensation hanging on them when they were brought up. The emperor tasted it, and it was really sweet. So he used a small half plate with Lin Huai before stopping. See, Lin Huai liked to eat. The emperor had to spoil the fun and said, greed is not good enough. Be careful of getting a tummy upset at night. Lin Huai snapped and put down the wooden fork in her hand, and turned to accompany the emperor. There was a chat about family matters. The candlelight cast the shadows of the 2 of them on the bright window, which was extraordinarily quiet for the years. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Xiangfu's door is parked from the palace out to receive people's carriage. This time to pick up the person. There is Rongkong County Princess, and the 2 ladies of the big house, and the second house. Fearing that the people who came were not careful, so it was Qin who personally came over. Seeing that County Lord Rongkong had come out from the gate of the Xiangfu, but there was not a lady following behind her. His brows were a little furrowed. Hadn't the decree been lowered in advance? How come the wife of the eldest house, Lin Changzai's mother, was not seen? Although his heart was thinking like this, he still had to follow the rules and ask for peace. Servant Qin has met with County Lord Rongkong. Please be at peace. When County Lord Rongkong saw that the visitor was Qin, there were a few moments of realization in her eyes. It looked like your highness was right. This emperor was quite attached to Lin Wei. And he didn't think that he would even let the deputy chief of the internal court department to do this job of picking up people. So he said with a smile on his face, I've actually bothered Eunuch Qin to make a special trip. Chapter 126 Entering the palace for an appearance. Your highness is overstating it. Master Xiang is bowing and scraping for his majesty in the former dynasty. Your highness and little Lord Changzai are accompanying the king in the harem. This is a blessing that the others can't repair. And it's a blessing for the slave to be able to make this trip. Qin An's speech was naturally dripping with water. Even if his intention of coming was for the lady of the grand house. He would not offend County Lord Ronkong and noble consort Lin at will. Seeing this attitude of his, County head Ronkong could not help but softly say in her heart, Human elitist. And then she said, Let's go. Let's go into the palace to see your highness. Yes. However, won't the ladies of the two houses go together? Before my slave came, little Lord Lin even sent someone to ask when she could meet great Lady Lin. There was something at home 2 days ago. Both of them fell ill. Now since they can't go all the way, or else they will be sick over to the palace. But it's our Xiangfu's people who don't know the rules. Ronkong County lords this explanation. Clear-eyed people see that there is something fishy. But at the moment, no one can say anything. Can't bring people into the palace to rob people. So after a little thought, Qin bent down and said, Since this is the case, then the county princess first please. Your highness has been waiting there for a long time. Well, let's go. The people had just boarded the carriage and were ready to leave. When not far away, the Dong family's carriage sped up and arrived, only to see two people walking down from the carriage. It was none other than Grand Master Lin and his wife. They guessed correctly. This Princess Ronkong had no intention of bringing them along to the palace. If they had come earlier, they would not have been able to even meet the people in the palace. Greetings, Sheriff Master. Greetings, Mother-in-law. Grand Master Lin and the two of them greeted each other. But they did not receive an answer from County Mistress Ronkong. She had only just given the word out. So for the couple to come over at this time, wasn't it a slap in their own faces? How could there be a good face? After waiting for a while, she did not see County Lord Ronkong ask the two of them to get up. Xinan came out to round up the situation. He hadn't met Grand Master Lin and his wife. But looking at Dong's eyebrows, he saw a slight resemblance to Lin Chengzai. And in his heart, he immediately guessed, This is Lin Chengzai's mother? First Lady Lin? Your Excellency has good eyesight. It is precisely my wife. Dong's dress today was gaudy, making people look at her with a couple of wobbly eyes. In fact, this is not her intention. Mainly in order to be able to hide the medicine to bring into the palace. So the jewelry, beads and hairpins are playing bigger. Especially the waist that is embedded with gem's belt. Very eye-catching. Ronkong County Princess lifted the curtain to look at. Eyes full of ridicule. This merchant family just can't get on the stage. When I heard that I could enter the palace, I started to show off. Look at this dress. It is a mountain chicken inserted peacock feathers. Pretend what the phoenix. Xinan also looked a little strange. This big lady is quite different from Lin Chongzi's dress when she first entered the palace. But this is a family matter. He will not arbitrarily comment. Smiling, he opened his mouth and said, Since this is the case, then the eldest madam will follow my servant into the palace. Little Lord Lin has been waiting for a long time. Yes. Thank you, eunuch. Xinan had originally brought 3 carriages with him when he came. The one at the head was naturally seated with County Lord Ronkong, while the one following behind was the carriage that First Lady Lin, Dong, was traveling in. As for the one that originally belonged to the second wife of Lin, Wang's, it naturally came and returned empty. What has been made? And there are people in the palace. Sheriff Ronkong is not good to turn her face in front of her. She can only faintly say, Go, pretending that nothing happened in general. Xinan was also happy to pretend to be confused. After all, inviting people into the palace is the most important errand. As for the rest, it can be treated as invisible and inaudible. The carriage slowly headed towards the direction of the palace, accompanied by a large group of people. The carriages were not visible until it was too late to see them. And then they returned. Today, he was on his day off and had other things to do, so he didn't tarry here any longer. Dong sat in the carriage and kept inhaling and exhaling deeply. Hopefully, she could calm herself down, or else she would be too nervous and let people see the cracks, which would not be good. Her eyes looked around at the decorations inside the carriage. It wasn't big, but everywhere was exquisite. After all, is the palace out of the carriage driving? Naturally, not outside can be compared to it. I don't know how my daughter is doing in the palace. People say that near the countryside is timid. This is also a reason. The closer Linlani is, the more worried she is. By noon, it was almost time for lunch, and the carriage slowly entered the gate of the palace. She sat in the carriage, not even daring to breathe too much. Fear that a little mistake on her part will bring unnecessary trouble to her daughter. Until she heard a voice from outside. "First Lady, we have to get off the carriage." "Fine. I'll be right there." Steeply standing up. It was only then that she felt all her legs were a little numb. But right now was not the time to wait for her to pound her legs. She could only grit her teeth and get down from the carriage. Into the eyes. Not towering lofty palace walls, but full of green lush grass. It made Dong's heart settle down a little bit. Eunuch Qin, naturally, saw her nervousness, so he comforted her with a kind voice. "Big madam, relax. The rules in this palace are not big. You only need to follow the lackey is. Rongkong County Princess has already been picked up by Eunuch Jiang. Your side is the lackey to send you to Huifanya courtyard on it." "Yes. My humble servant wife is new here and doesn't know the rules. If there is any offense, please ask Eunuch Qin for more advice." Even though she had forced herself to calm down, she was still a bit rattled. Qin knew the origin of this First Lady Lin, but he thought that she had married into the Xiangfu for more than 20 years, and should have been accustomed to this kind of occasion a long time ago. Now this looks like. It seems that this big lady in the head of the Xiangfu, afraid of less in the mat to move around. Thinking of this, his heart became more and more kind. "Big madam, don't worry. Slave will remind you sidewalk is. Many thanks, eunuch." Dong's in the middle of the Xiangfu. Even when the family organizes a banquet, County Lord Rongkong rarely lets her appear in the courtyard to talk to the noblewomen in the capital. Most of the time, she either stayed in the kitchen to do the commanding, or she was sent back to the east courtyard early to rest. So, not to mention going to those big places to learn the ways of the world, she could only follow Eunuch Qin step by step, not daring to make a mistake. When I saw the palace maids and lackeys passing by, my throat was raised to my heart. In a hurry, he almost saluted those people. Qin watched everything in his eyes, and in his heart, he felt pity for this grand madam's situation. It was no wonder that the Lin family's great house had never had a reputation for coming out on top. How could it manage to come out when it was suppressed? On the contrary, it was this little Lord Lin, who came with an aura of serenity and ease. And I wonder who she followed. Chapter 127 Mother and Daughter Meet. After walking for almost an hour, Qin brought Dong to the entrance of Huifanya Yuan. Chuanqi, who had been standing at the door waiting for a long time, immediately came over with a smile on her face as soon as she saw First Lady Dong. She greeted her cordially. "Slave servant Chunqi. Greetings to the first mistress." Of course, he didn't forget Eunuch Qin next to him. "Slave servant Chunqi. Greet Eunuch Qin." Qin is familiar with the lackeys and servants in Huifanya courtyard, so naturally she smiles and says, "Chuanqi girl is polite. Quickly first let the first lady into the courtyard to drink water. This hot day all the way. But it is very tired." Eunuch Qin is polite. "My wife is not tired. Not tired." From the moment she saw Chuanqi, Dong was also so happy that she didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. However, considering that she could not lose face to her daughter, she still had to hold on strongly. When she heard Qin say this, she immediately replied humbly. Chuanqi was much less formal, and said invitingly to Qin, "Eunuch Qin has worked hard. Early in the morning. I'm tired of you running to pick up our big madam. The little master asked the slave girl to prepare lunch for you. If you have nothing to do, you can enter the courtyard. Xiaoluzi that is waiting for it." Qin smiles. This is about the reason why the palace people all love to come to Huifanya Yuan to deliver things. Reward money or not is secondary. The main thing is that Huifanya Yuan up and down all of them do lackeys as a person to see. Always remembering, there has never been a mistake. Earlier, I heard Xiaoluzi say that Miss Chuanqi's craftsmanship is first rate, and he has eaten quite a lot here at Little Lord. Today I'm blessed with a mouthful. I'll go thank Little Lord for the reward later. It's good that Eunuch Qin doesn't mind the slave girl's clumsy handiwork. Chuanqi welcomed First Lady Dong to the door, and Xiaoluzi had sent the news in early. Lin Wanyi rushed out of the house. Her footsteps were hurried, making the second prince, who followed behind, a little strange. He had never seen Lin Wanyi in such a hurry. All along, she had always had a calm and relaxed appearance. It was thought that she would never have times like this in her life. But I didn't expect to see it so soon. Mother and daughter since the April separation. Now has not seen 2 or 3 months. But in the eyes of the two, it is as if 1 or 2 decades so long. Red eyes with tears in their eyes. Before they could even speak, they saw that Dong had already greeted Lin Hui in a regular manner. My wife greets young Master Lin. Please bless young master with peace. These were all things that eunuch Qin had specially mentioned on the way here. Even though the two were mother and daughter, rules were rules. Lin Evening was now the emperor's permanent resident. A status that was much higher than a mere 8th-ranked wife of a principal. Therefore, Dong's greeting to Lin Wanyi. That is the right thing to do. Lin Evening couldn't stand it. But she could only stand there, waiting for her mother to respectfully greet her. She then rushed to help her up. Mother! No need to be polite. When she really held her daughter's hand, Dong's tears were like falling jade beads. It couldn't stop for a moment. Lin Wanyi also whimpered. But looking at the people standing around, she could only say, Mother! Go inside first. The sun is shining outside. Good. Dong then remembered that her own daughter was now a body that had been poisoned, and should be carefully cared for. Hastily said, Right. Right. Quickly go inside. Carefully, sunshine to you. The crowds of people came from the courtyard to the house. As soon as they entered, they saw the second prince walking over. Mrs. Lin is good. This is... Dong didn't think for a second that there would be a child of this size in Lin Wanyi's house. Looking at this dress, it didn't look like an ordinary person. Could it be that it's a royal son from the palace? Just as she was thinking about it, she saw Lin Evening softly introducing her, saying, This is His Majesty's second prince. Just passed his 6th birthday yesterday. Now living in the backyard. Also recuperating. Also recuperating. As soon as these 4 words were uttered, Lin Wanyi regretted it. She was afraid that her mother would know something. But now that the words were out of her mouth, she couldn't find a way to make up for it. So she simply pretended that she had slipped up and changed the topic to another one. Dong was really shocked at this news. In her opinion, this prince should be the most honorable person besides the emperor. Why would he come to the backyard of his daughter's courtyard to recuperate? A series of questions appeared in her mind. But she didn't know how to speak. Looking at Lin Lian who wanted to speak, Lin Lian instead digressed and said, Knowing that mother is coming, I asked Chunchi to prepare some food, all of which you love to eat. Said, Let people one after another on the dishes. The second prince was understanding, knowing that it wasn't easy for Lin Wanyi's family to make a trip to the palace. If he was here, he was only afraid that the mother and daughter would not be able to speak well. So he said to Lin Avinyi, I haven't done anything with the calligraphy post that father asked me to prologue yet. Auntie Lin and Lady Lin should have their meal first. Just let Chunchi send some to the backyard later. When did the emperor let the second prince make calligraphy postings? It was complete nonsense. But Lin Evening knew what he had in mind. So she smiled and nodded. Then I'll trouble Sister Du to take care of the second prince. Don't worry, little Lord Lin. This is the slave girl's part. After which, Sister Du saluted Lin Hui and Dong and left with the second prince. It was Dong who followed suit and returned the salute. But this salute was to the second prince. Xiaoan knew that the mother and daughter had not seen each other for a long time and must have a lot to talk about. So on the pretext of going to serve dishes, they left first. Just over a huge pile of people. At this moment is only left Lin Evening mother and daughter. The head of the house is cleaned down. And Dong finally relaxed a little, pulled Lin Evening's hand and cried and said, Shallow. You have suffered. It's only been a few months since she entered the palace. And she's been injured and poisoned. It's the healthy people who can't tolerate this. Not to mention that Lin Evening still has a cold disease. Mother, don't worry. My daughter is fine in the palace. If not, you wouldn't have been able to enter the palace so smoothly to see me. Right? Speaking here, Dong pressed down her inner sadness, immediately removing the hairpin. Opening the secret button, he whispered to her, There are some medicines in here. Let Xiaoan put them away later. Your body is not good. And now you have been poisoned. If you don't take good care of it, you will suffer a lot in the future. Lin Lian was a little stunned. Mother, how did you know I was poisoned? His Majesty summoned your father alone. Naturally, the words were told by him. Also this time I was able to enter the palace. All thanks to His Majesty's benevolence. Otherwise, with the situation of us being separated from the Xiongfu, I'm afraid that I won't have much of a chance to enter the palace to see you in this lifetime. Separate families? Dong's words made Lin Evening confused for a while. How could the Emperor have told father about the poisoning, and purposely arranged for her mother to enter the palace? Also, what was said about splitting the family. Chapter 128, Changes in the Family. Her mind was still a muddle when she saw that Xiaoan and Chun-Chi had already brought in the food. First Lady, why don't you have your meal first? It's almost noon. Xiaoan spoke out to console her. Although First Lady Dong had only been in the palace for 2 hours, she still had to eat what she needed to eat. It's not good to do nothing for these 2 hours and just cry. Lin Lian took a handkerchief and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes one by one, and then pulled her mother right to the table and sat down. It was full, and as Lin Evening said, it was all what she loved to eat. There are no other people here. Mother doesn't need to be formal. You and I are still as good as before. Good. Good. As she spoke, Lin Wani gave Dong a bowl of soup. When the soup was hot, even the coldness of the heart could be relieved. At this moment, Dong didn't want to disturb Lin Wani's mood. Straight until the end of the meal. Served refreshments. Left and right screened away, leaving only Chun-Chi and Xian in the house. It was only then that she took off her hairpin and jewelry, as well as her belt. Handed it to Xian. The pills inside are well stored. They're all medicines prescribed by the second master for the little lord. They're good for her body. Don't ever let anyone find out. That would be troublesome. Understand? Don't worry, First Mistress. The slave girl will definitely put them away. Xian uncovered the secret button and took out the pills little by little. The more they were taken out, the more shocked they became. Just how many good things were hidden here. The Dong family had even sent in the cloud string grass, as well as a bunch of antidote pills, and then said to Lin Evening with a slight heartiness, the old master is sending in all of his crushing treasures. If that cloud stream grass not only can detoxify, but also has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Originally was thinking, if not as a last resort, Dong family will never move. But now, before Xiaoan finished his words, Lin Wani had already understood. Both touched and heartbroken, she said to her mother Dong, Mother, isn't this the medicine to be reserved for maternal grandfather? How come it was also sent to the palace? Don't worry. Since your maternal grandfather allowed it to be sent in, there is naturally a reason for it to be sent in. As long as you are well, and Singji and Muji are both well, Mother will also be. Mentioning Lin Eveni's brother and younger brother, Dong cried a little extra sadly. Lin Evening thought her own mother was worried about her big brother, and even opened her mouth to comfort. Big brother was arranged in the side of the fourth prince as a personal guard. Mother, rest assured, that is, there will be no danger. Really? This is His Majesty, let someone tell me the news. Think there will be no mistake. You relaxed. More supervise the younger brother some. If there is an opportunity, I will beg the Emperor to let the younger brother go to the state prison. She is now in front of the Emperor, but also quite talkative. Just delayed to mention the matter of the family. Is that she has not yet fully grasped the Emperor will agree. If she didn't agree once, it would be troublesome to mention it again. So it had been pressed. But when Dong heard this, the tears that had all but stopped appeared to break the bank even more. Shallow. Muji Lin Lian was originally smiling, but when she saw her own mother's face was not right, she instantly became worried. What's wrong? What happened to your younger brother? Suddenly remembering what her mother had just said about splitting the family, she immediately opened her mouth and asked, But Ronga Tang and the people from the Western Crossing Courtyard have made things difficult for you. Humph. Making things difficult? If it's just difficult, then it's good. Muji was hit in the head by the second house's Wang's sister. Now the person is still in a coma. Your second aunt is now doing her best to save the cure. If it's only afraid that. The words have not finished yet. It is already sobbing. Lin Lian never thought that such a thing would happen. Hurriedly asked, What's going on? Mother, you quickly say it. Dong choked, and told what had happened at the Jade Heart Lodge in her head. By the time Lin Yuan heard that Sister Wang had smashed her brother with a board, she was filled with hatred for the Western Crossing Courtyard. Humph. After so many years, the second house doesn't even put our big house in their eyes. Now an old slave dares to lay hands on her brother. If my brother and I were at home, we definitely wouldn't have let this happen. Where is Sister Wang? Beaten to death directly on the spot by Sister Dong. Well beaten. But mother, how did you separate yourselves from the Sangha? I used the account book, and I stabbed all the money that the Western Crossing courtyard and Rongha Tang had raided from our house over the years in front of my father-in-law. And that's how I got out of the house. If not for that, I'm afraid Sister Dong's life wouldn't have been saved. So are you staying at grandfather's house now? Well, your brother needs to see to his injuries, so it's more convenient to stay at home. Lin Lianyi nodded. The anger in her heart hadn't dropped at all. Rongha Tang and the West Crossing house really weren't happy until they had driven their big house to death. Now even the back of people's heads are directly smashed. Measuring is to let the younger brother go at once. If you don't go, you'll end up with a lifelong dementia. And you'll have to let your family live without a good life in the future. After thinking about it, there is already a clear picture in his eyes. Since they do not put the son of the big house in the eyes, then do not blame her to anger others. Anyway, she has been looking at that cousin of the West Courtyard for a long time. And now she will let noble consort Lin have a taste of her brother being persecuted. Thinking of this, she hurriedly comforted her mother. Brother's injuries are important. Did second aunt say there is a possibility of a cure? Second sister-in-law did say that her golden needle technique might be possible. But until Muji wakes up, everything is not easy to say. Lin Lianyi now only hated that she hadn't properly followed her second uncle to learn medicine. Otherwise, at times like this, it was about as helpful as it could be. That cloud stream grass? Why don't you take it back? It's good to give it to your brother. AI, your brother that is caused by trauma, has already taken the life-sustaining powder. This Yunjin grass is not very useful. If it did, I'm afraid they would have already given it to Lin Muji. It wouldn't have been necessary for Dong to go through all this trouble to bring it to the palace. Xia inside had already packed the medicine. A total of 12 bottles, including the ones they brought when they first entered the palace. It would be enough for 2 years. In fact, the formula and craftsmanship of making pills, Xia and all know. It's just that they can't get the herbs in the palace. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it's time for Dong to leave the palace. Lin Wanyi is no longer reluctant, but can only watch her mother leave. When he left, Eunuch Dong also made a special trip. Said the emperor has a reward. Things are not much. Just a few pairs of fashionable satin and women's commonly used jewelry. But the meaning is different. Other palace consorts' family income is the internal court department according to the rules to send. Only Lin Wanyi here. Is the emperor personally rewarded? Lin Lianyi is afraid of attracting attention. Specially told his mother to be careful on the way back. Instead, Qinan jumped out and said that he would definitely send the first lady home safely. Chapter 129 Borrowing Someone's Hand. Lin Lianyi was grateful to him. To be honest, she was also really lucky. Since entering the palace, the first person she met was Eunuch Qin. It was also because of her that she got herself Xiao Luzi as a loyal servant. And then a series of things. Several times it was him who helped to do things, although he was polite to him on weekdays. But in the harem, this politeness was not uncommon. Sometimes Lin Lianyi really didn't understand why Qinan, a deputy governor of the inner court department, would be so helpful to her. Then I'll be grateful to Eunuch Qin. Saying this, she still had Xiaoan send a purse up. 1,000 words of thanks were naturally needed. But the reward that should be given could not be less. Qinan also did not push back. After receiving that purse, he sent Dong away in a disciplined manner. Mother, relax. My daughter will take good care of herself in the palace. If there is a chance in the future, we will meet again. Although she said so, the rules in the palace were big. Who knows after seeing this time? In the future is what chance to meet again. Moreover, the heart of the younger brother's things are also worried. So, boldly mentioned a sentence. Eunuch Qin. Regarding my mother's family? If it's convenient, can I trouble you to bring a message? It's not a big deal. Just let me know that my family is well and everything is fine. Lin Wanyi said this in front of so many people. In fact, she was also gambling. Betting on Qian's many helpings for her. Betting that Qinan would agree to it. Qinan was stunned for a couple of moments, but soon lifted a smile up. Little master, don't worry. As long as you don't violate the palace rules, what I can do must be done for you. The words weren't said directly, but the meaning was already clear. Lin Lianyi's request is not much. Just want her brother to pass the difficult news can be sent to the palace, so that she can worry less. Lin Wani sent the person to the entrance of the courtyard for a long way before she stood still. Only when Dong's figure was out of sight did she let out a long sigh. Sending a gentleman 1,000 miles away will eventually require a goodbye. Little master still shouldn't be overly sentimental. Got it. Go back. Lin Lianyi walked all the way, thinking all the way. The news that mother sent to the palace this time was really surprising. Although the second house and the big house have disagreements, but after so many years, they are only hanging on to their mouths to make up one or two things. Why this time to be so furious? Come to think of it, there's about only one reason. That is Lin Guifei feel threatened. So let someone pass the message out. To suppress the big house's anger. Princess Ronkong is a cautious person, although overbearing. But the work will not fall into gossip. Therefore, this matter must be that stupid and bad second Aunt Wang's work. After this battle, I think she will be able to keep her peace for a while. But if she comes back to her senses, she will definitely retaliate. But the Dong family is just a merchant family. Can it really withstand the continuous destruction from the Xiangfu, Zhang Wangfu and Wang family? The answer was obvious. Thinking of this, she went back with more determination in her eyes. Since noble consort Lin felt threatened, then find her some more threats to divert her attention. The one who could compete with it was naturally concubine Yi. Only a few days ago she had learnt from Qiu Ming that something had happened to the Lu family. So consort Yi, as a member of the Lu family, would naturally be in a hurry. However, what should she do in order to unknowingly hook up with consort Yi? Or even borrow after consort Yi to teach noble consort Lin some lessons? Lin Lianyi's mind was constantly thinking. When she returned to the courtyard, she saw that the second prince had already been waiting under the veranda. When he saw her enter, his face did not look good. Immediately, he walked over to comfort her and said, "Lady Lin, don't be sad. There's always a chance to see Lady Lin again." Looking at the second prince's innocent appearance, Lin Wani guffawed. She also didn't want to let these rights and wrongs at home disturb his mind. So opening his mouth, he replied, "What the second prince said is true. How was today's lunch?" "Well, Chuanchi specially made me something I love to eat. I used 2 big bowls of rice." The big bowls he was talking about were actually just unusual bowls. It was just that compared to before, he had indeed been able to eat a lot more since he had come to Huifanya courtyard. One night, Sister Du said that she always felt that the second prince's clothes were shorter. It was only when I picked it up and compared it that I realized it was indeed the case. Therefore, the embroidery side came back to remeasure and wait to cut new clothes for the second prince. Lin Wani also promised to make 2 winter coats for him. Only that the material has not been chosen yet. The reason why to do winter clothes? Really because her hands accumulate needlework too much. Since the emperor wore the cool shirt and regular clothes she made, those embroidery scent will be put on the back burner. He wore them most of the time on weekdays. So gradually they became a bit insufficient. Lin Lianyi could only make autumn clothes for him after making the cool shirts, and then set the material for the leather jacket after making the autumn clothes. This pass of busy down. A year or not see an easy day. To be able to arrange for the second prince, it was already very good. So for this reason, the second prince has no complaints. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Being able to eat is a blessing, showing that our second prince's body is gradually getting better. Sister Du also said the same thing. I'm older than my third brother, but not as tall as him yet. When I eat more, I'll naturally be able to grow up. The second prince was full of confidence. But Lin Wani didn't think so. This problem of growth. In fact, the relationship with the parents is quite big. Yi Fei originated from the family of military generals. So the cumulative generations. I am afraid that the children born at home are extraordinarily healthy. So compared to others, the third prince is naturally bigger and more flexible. Lin Evening has not seen Princess Su. Do not know what kind of woman. But from the emperor's side alone, wanting to grow taller wasn't difficult. So encouragingly he said, "There's no problem. Our second prince will definitely grow tall." The two looked at each other and laughed, which washed away not a little of the sadness Lin Evening Yi had just felt. The evening meal was eaten by Lin Evening Yi and the second prince together. The emperor did not appear. Lin Evening Yi did let Qiu Ming to inquire to see where the emperor had gone. This caused the subordinates of Huifanya courtyard to all have a curious look on their faces. "Little lord, what are you doing?" In the past, When the emperor came diligently, the young master was filled with sadness. If one day the emperor did not come, she was happy to be free. Why would she inquire where the emperor was today? Is it hard to be enlightened? I didn't even know that His Majesty had arranged so much behind the scenes, and thought that this was a meeting that was only possible by following the palace's rules. It had to be said that Dong's arrival still let Lin Yuanyi know something that the emperor had not mentioned. I guess His Majesty was afraid that the young master would be upset because of the poisoning. So that's why he made this arrangement. That is, he hoped that the young master's family would come to see you and be relieved. Chapter 130 The Evil One Sues. Xian analyzed from the side. Lin Yuanyi felt the same way. So his heart was even more grateful. As the king of a country, he was already busy enough dealing with political matters. He still had the time to summon his father and inform him of this matter, and even arranged for his mother to enter the palace. It was false to say that Lin Yuanyi was not touched in his heart, so he still hoped that he could thank him in person. But the news that Qiuming rushed back to deliver made Lin Yuanyi unable to be happy even if she wanted to, because the emperor was at noble consort Lin's place, in the Yao Tai Pavilion. Noble consort Lin would be the first to complain about the evil. My concubine's mother since marrying into the Xiangfu has not been trampled on like this. Grandmother came to say that by the great aunt with evil slaves to beat our second house courtyard is all over the body. And even served mother, for many years of the nipple, is also killed together. This, under the Lang Lang Chinquan, there is a king law? Said, while crying. The whole person seems to have no muscles and bones. Limp on the ground. Weeping difficult to suppress. The emperor sat in the upper seat, listening to her crying. But the face does not show, the mountains do not show. Once upon a time, his concubine was also a flower. But when exactly did the transformation start to happen? Making her become more and more ambitious. Also more and more will be suspicious. Lin Guifei himself cried for a long time. Did not see the emperor what position. The heart is more and more weak. With a handkerchief wiped some red and swollen eyes, and then carefully said, Your Majesty. The emperor looked at her, his eyes if a pool of deep water. What emotions cannot be seen? Staring at her for a while. Lin Guifei all feel the back of the cold. Only then did the emperor slowly open his mouth and said, Roncom County Princess, and you said. But with the Fei's master submitted quite inconsistent. Saying this, he let Dong Yuzhong pass a folding paper over. Lin Guifei seems to be surprised to pick up and look carefully. The more you look at the more his cold sweat. Beat her to death would not have thought. Their own grandfather will be elbowed to the outside. Straight to all the things are shaking to the Imperial front. A family. But talking about two families. Noble consort. Who exactly do you think is lying about this matter? If this matter was the big houses to sue, or if it was Lin Yuanyi to sue, she would have had a defense. But this was her own grandfather, Minister Lin. Both sides were his own children. And to say that he intentionally favored the big house, I'm afraid that no one outside would believe it. Could this be that grandfather was deceived? Hearing noble consort Lin's words, the emperor suddenly scoffed. Ignorant woman and child. Do you think Lin Xiang is you? Just know to move right and wrong in my harem. I see that the 6 palaces are not enough for you to be busy with the common affairs. The whole day will be hands are stretched out long. The emperor's chastisement. So that Lin Guifei immediately sat upright and knelt in front of him. No longer dared to emit a trace of crying. Early knew that grandfather will have this hand. Is to kill her will not come to report this. Grandmother is also. A good thing not to mention. But in front of her to stir up the fire. This is good. Offended the emperor. What should we do? Your Majesty, forgive me. I am also thinking of my mother's heart. Thinking that it would have been a good reunion day. And the people did not arrive. So I asked my grandmother more than I should have. Humph. I do not see out. Roncom County Lord also this will move right and wrong. The charge of fiddling with right and wrong were all withheld. And noble consort Lin was so frightened that she hurriedly explained. Grandmother didn't intend to tell me in the beginning. It was my concubine who had to ask for a reason. Her old man was also not at the scene. About it is all made up by the lackeys underneath. Please Emperor clear all. Roncong Sheriff is her counting on and backstage. Falling on no one can fall on her. Therefore, Lin Guifei's heart of maintenance is visible. Looking at this behavior of noble consort Lin, the emperor was disgusted from the bottom of his heart. When she was first sent to the palace, because it is the granddaughter of Lin Xiang, the emperor once was hopeful. Always think as Lin Xiang that kind of bone of the minister to cultivate out of the consort. Must also be virtuous people. But did not expect. Just not long. That foxtail revealed. Gradually, he had a dislike mind. If not behind the birth of Princess Mingrua, easing the relationship between the two, I'm afraid that the high and mighty Lin Guifei really can only be served as a master in the palace on the line. Thought of Princess Mingrua. The emperor's heart is still not hard down. A moment later said, since your mother is injured and sick, you as a daughter is not good to flaunt around. Just pray for her in the Yaotai Pavilion. As for Mingru, Lin Guifei was suddenly grounded, and her person was dumbfounded. She thought that with this accusation, how could she make Lin even shed her skin? As a result, it turned out to be self-inflicted? Your Majesty, my concubine was a momentary slip of the tongue. How come I have to? A momentary slip of the tongue? You also do not look at how much you have done. When I am a fool, will be you fooled? On your such virtues, also worthy of being Ningrua's mother consort? If you teach my daughter to be bad, what will you take to pay for it? The words were spoken sharply and harshly. Noble consort Lin was so scolded that she didn't dare to open her mouth. But it was clear that the one who was most injured was the mother. And it was the second house that lost face. Why did the emperor only defend Dong and Lin Liani? At this time, she couldn't remember that it was her own grandfather's folding that let the emperor know the ins and outs. Instead, she blamed all the blame on Lin Evening Yi and the big house. It's not like that. It's not like that. Your Majesty. She originally wanted to argue a few more sentences for herself. But she never expected to see the emperor's eyes that loathed her. All of a sudden, she woke up like a dream. She also knew that at this moment, if she were to pester the emperor to cry and beg again, she was afraid that the consequences would not be better than being grounded. And Mingru. Right. Mingru. Thinking of her only daughter, noble consort Lin immediately had a plan. Using her daughter as a bet, she opened her mouth and said, please be kind. Your Majesty, my concubine was provoked by someone. Indiscriminately wrongly accused others. It is my concubine's fault. But Mingrua was raised by my concubine since childhood. She has not suffered at all. I, as a mother consort, am at fault. Don't implicate the child. I also ask your Majesty to be gracious. Please be gracious. Your Majesty, the eunuchs Jiang Hiching, Grand Palace Maiden Qin He, Qin Lu, and the others who followed noble consort Lin kneeled down and pleaded for mercy from the emperor. Looking at the way she pleaded for the child, the emperor's anger only gradually calmed down. For a while, he couldn't find a suitable place to send his daughter away. He could only swallow that breath, while warningly saying, Mingru is my only daughter. In the future, let fewer outsiders say these words of right and wrong in front of her. If you let me hear it, then I will not blame me for being heartless and having to send my daughter away. In the emperor's opinion, compared to being grounded, having her daughter sent away was the fatal blow to noble consort Lin. She has only one child at her knee, although she is only a princess. But she is also the one who grew up in the heart of her hand. Chapter 131, Night Watching the Stars. If she is really sent away, then she has nothing to look forward to in her long life. Originally thought that Lin Guifei will cry this time is the true feelings, but did not think is also full of calculation. The emperor looked at the Yaotai Pavilion up and down a gorgeous, but no warmth. To Dong Yuzhong said, your consort evil invasion body. Head disease attack. From now on in Yaotai Pavilion in the mind to recuperate it. As for the sixth palace of common affairs, it is by the consort of Yi, Lanfei and Ingui concubines together to take care of. If there is not disposed of, report it to me, that is. Yes, I will obey the decree. After saying this, the emperor did not look back and left Yaotai Pavilion in big strides, leaving noble consort Lin kneeling on the ground. She didn't even have the strength and heart to cry. After the emperor left, Qin He and Qin Lu immediately came up to help noble consort Lin. However, they were waved away by her. Lin Liani, Dong. She called out the names of these two with hatred, itching to eat their flesh and drink their blood. If she had a knife in her hand, I'm afraid Lin Evening Yi would have been stabbed by her with holes. Obviously, before Lin Evening Yi entered the palace, the second house has always suppressed the big house. How is it that only 2 or 3 months ago, grandfather's mind has changed? The emperor's preference has also shifted? Just where did it all go wrong that caused their second house to be struggling for everyone today? looking at noble consort Lin's somewhat bewildered appearance. Jiang Hiqing's face was very grave. If noble consort Lin collapsed, then all of their lackeys would have to suffer. For the sake of his own life and future, he also had to give more relief to noble consort Lin. So after thinking about it, he immediately said, "Your Highness, there is no fear of not having wood to burn. Although we now have a predicament. But Ming Chong in there are long arranged. And so she turned up. We so predicament naturally have the ability to solve the law." Suddenly mentioning Ming Chongji, this Lin Guifei only got angry again. Right. Quickly go and send someone to tell Ming Chongzai. At the 7 Coincidences Festival, make sure to strike a blow. This palace wants to see that Lin evening this bitch. How long can she still jump around? The horrifying look on her face made several big palace maids look at each other. All of them revealed a worried look. On the other end, the emperor left the Yao Tai pavilion, but went straight to Huifang Yuan. By the time he arrived, the moon was up. Stars full of stars were hanging all over the sky. With a cool summer breeze, she just sat on the veranda and looked up. A quietness. When the emperor came, he happened to see the scene. Originally, there was still some indignation. Gradually eased down. Lin Wani here just has the ability to make people settle down. Lifting her foot and walking over, Lin Wani was so engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice the emperor's arrival. Instead, it was Chun Chi and Xian, who were standing on the side, who were the first to see the emperor, immediately kneeling down and saluting. Slave girl Chun Chi greets the emperor. "Please be at peace." Slave servant Xian greets the emperor. "Please be at peace." This sound of greeting startled Lin Evening, who then reacted. Slightly surprised, she stood up and followed suit with a slow salute. Concubine has met the emperor. All hail the emperor. Well, get up, the emperor said and walked over, holding her hand. Even in the summer heat, it was still icy cold. So he frowned and said, "The body isn't even toned up. What's with the cold wind outside?" Hearing this, a few underlings, with eyes and nose, did not say anything. This was July weather. Where did the cold wind come from? But the emperor is the king of a country. If he says there is, then there is. How can a lackey dare to speak out against the emperor's words? If it were any other day, Lin Wani would certainly feel that the emperor is exaggerating. But since her mother came, her heart, in addition to gratitude, is some self-blame. The poisoning was something she had no choice but to do. But the emperor's series of actions but led her some guilt. In the end, he still used some means. Deceived the emperor. So in the face of his impeccable care, she always felt that she could not do right by the emperor. Well, next time, the servant girl will remember to wear more. The emperor was silent. He thought Lin Wani would say that she wouldn't go out again next time. However, this summer starry sky was indeed beautiful. Unable to stop his eyes himself, he followed suit and looked up. The servant girl's father has loved reading these astrological signs since he was a child. So he has studied them quite a bit. In the past, when we were still at home, my brother and I loved to sit around the stone bench in the courtyard, eating melons and fruits and listening to our father tell us stories. While speaking, Lin Evening he pointed at the brightest star in the night sky. "Your Majesty, look, that one is Tiandong." Tiandong? Nowadays it's summer, so the brightest one is Tiandong. But if it's autumn or winter, this brightest one becomes Weaving Maiden. But when the yearly festivals are over, it becomes Tian Wolf again. Oh, there is such a saying? Of course. And then Lin Lian he pointed to the location of the Big Dipper and talked to the emperor little by little. "Your Majesty, look, these 7 stars of the Big Dipper are Tianshu, Tianxian, Tiangui, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiong and Shaking Light. And the one shaking light is pointing to his Tiandong, which is said to be the Songlung's horns. So it's the brightest." The emperor followed her fingertips and looked over. Among the rivers full of stars, the brightest was indeed the heavenly building. "Does your Majesty think that the brightest star in the night sky in all seasons is the same one? Before you say it, it was indeed thought so. Then your Majesty can read more books. Or else if you are compared to your servant girl one day, you won't be able to keep your face up." Lin Liani had managed to speak about something that the emperor rarely even knew about. So naturally, she had to boast about it. When she spoke next to his ear, she even deliberately lowered her voice. After all, if such words were to be heard by others, it would be a great disrespect. But Lin Huai didn't know what was wrong with her today. She just wanted to tease the emperor. Only to see that the eyes in which he looked back at Lin Evening were also as bright as if they held a river of stars. He rubbed Lin Huai alone into his arms. The two of them just sat in silence under the veranda. One person spoke incessantly, while the other listened quietly. It was a different kind of harmony. Dong Yuzhong and the others were all discerning and quietly retreated 10 paces away. Xiaoming didn't know when he came to his side. So he whispered, "Master, Lin Chongzai is looking for where the emperor is going today." "Oh, that's odd. But when I learned that the emperor went to Yaotai Pavilion, his face didn't look too good. It's about something related to what happened at home." Although Xiaoming hadn't heard the conversation between Lin Wanyi and Dong. But he wasn't blind. Although Dong's face was covered in thick powder, he could still see that there were some injuries. When she came, her steps were heavy. But when she left, she was a little lighter. At a glance, you can see that about what is left behind. It is against the rules of the palace to bring private goods into the palace. Chapter 132 Late Night Talk. But he carefully looked. The main house head what extra things are missing. So he didn't know what exactly Mrs. Lin had brought in. This was something he wasn't sure about. So he wouldn't open his mouth and talk to Dong Yuzhong about it. He was now Lin Chongzhi's eunuch in charge. So how could his elbow turn outwards? "Well, I know what you're talking about. But the water in the Xiangfu is deep. Don't get caught up in it easily. Understand?" Xiaoming nodded. This was something he didn't deny. However, His Majesty just sent down the decree, saying that noble consort Lin had a head cold and had to stay in Yaotai Pavilion to recuperate. So the common affairs of the 6 palaces are temporarily handed over to Consort E. Consort Lan and noble concubining to deal with. And this decree is still fresh and hot, and will be ready to be heard by the 6 palaces about tomorrow. Xiaoming looked at Master Dong Yuzhong in surprise, and then lowered his head without speaking. The matter of banning concubines is not a big deal. There are many women in the palace, and there are always those who cause trouble. For example, before the white concubine, a few days ago, Chu Guren. But this management of the 6 palaces of the Commonwealth affairs outside, or the first time, before Queen Su was alive, the power has been her, not even an associate. But since the death of Empress Su, the person in charge has become noble consort Lin. Similarly, there has not been a decree to co-manage the 6 palaces. What's going on today? The most important power in noble consort Lin's hands was taken away just like that. Now, she is really going to be a laughing stock in the harem. Could it be that it was all related to what was going on in the Songfu family? For a while, Xiaoming guessed many possibilities, but then raised his eyes to look at the emperor and Lin Chongzai, who were still not far away from each other, adding a few points of alertness in his eyes. Lin Wani leaned against the emperor's arms and sat for a while. Her body was much warmer. Only when she looked up and saw that the emperor's brows and eyes were filled with a sense of weariness, she was somewhat unable to bear it. "Your Majesty, let's go back to the house. The servant girl feels a bit cold." Cold? But her hands were a lot warmer than just now. But seeing that Lin Wanyi's eyes had some heartache in them, she reacted in a flash. Smiling, she then replied, "Good. Go in." The head of the room was burning with incense wood, tranquil and calming. This smell was Lin Wui's favorite, and now it had also become the emperor's favorite smell. After waiting for the emperor to freshen up, Lin Evening slept with him. Outside the palace lights out only 2. And this night on duty or Dong Yuzhong and Xiaoming master and disciple. With the tent down, the not-so-big bed and couch seemed to have turned into a secret place. Feeling the warmth of the person beside her, Lin Wanyi was hesitating on how to speak. "You have nothing to say to me?" The emperor had been waiting for Lin Evening to open her mouth ever since he came to Huifang Yuan. Instead, all she said were interesting things about her family. One moment, it was the strange stories of the stars and lodges, and the other was the banal trivialities between siblings. There was no mention of family matters at all. He wondered if it was because First Lady Lin hadn't informed her of this matter after she entered the palace. So, she was still unaware of it. But after Lin Evening heard the emperor, she just let out a long sigh. And only after that did she say, "What does your Majesty want to hear? To hear that my big house was bullied for more than 20 years? To hear that my younger brother was beaten unconscious by a vicious slave? And to this day I don't know if he can be saved? That my servant girl has no power and is stuck in the palace, unable to do anything to help? Or did you hear that mother is threatening to split the family with the account book?" Lin Wani climbed up from the Emperor's arms, her eyes firmly looking back over. All of this, I think your majesty already knows. Her certainty made the Emperor a little curious. How are you so sure? If his majesty didn't know what happened, how would he reward mother with something? And rush to Huifanya courtyard through the night, with a look of heartache on his face? The Emperor never knew that his emotions were so outwardly revealing. Being a small palace concubine had seen it all. Being a king for many years, he had long been used to not showing his joy and anger. Unfortunately, it was as if he had lost his armor in front of Lin Evening E. You're not going to sue for a confession? Lin Evening E smiled bitterly. When I was a young servant girl, I had a puppy named Schwerbai. But because County Mistress Runkong didn't like it, the dog died in the corner of the courtyard. And when the servant girl and my brother found it, the skin and flesh were rotten. And my brother said that it was poisoned to death by someone who drugged it. The servant girl was not angry. The snow child white wrapped up and went to seek grandfather to complain. But grandfather just faintly looked at a glance. Then said puppy just, do not keep it. Since then, the maidservant has learnt the truth that it's useless to complain. And that our big house is different from the next door West Crossing house. When she said this, a sense of detachment and brokenness faintly lingered on her body. Obviously, she was only talking about a puppy. But it seemed as if she had said 1,000 grievances. The Emperor looked at her, and in a trance seemed to recall the person who had always existed in his heart. His mother, Consort Xian. Before she passed away, she also looked like this. All of a sudden, he was so shocked that he immediately hugged Lin Evening E, fearing that if he took a step late, it would be just like when his mother consort left quietly and without a trace. No. I'm here. I'm here. For the first time, the Emperor did not use the word I. And this I word. But let Lin Evening E has been solid hard dike also broke the defense, being tightly embraced in the arms. The grievances in the heart are finally a pouring out. When her mother left in the daytime, she wanted to cry. But for some reason, her eyes were dry. After the sourness of her nose, there was more of a bewilderment. She had been pushed around for most of her little life, except for the 5 years she lived in her grandfather's house, which was truly carefree. More than that, she had learned how to make a living in the back of the house. Since entering the palace, it was the same. Although she did not like the other palace consort that hook heart and soul thinking to climb up the ladder. But the mind that should be played, she has not been less. Sometimes in the face of the Emperor's nakedness, she even do not know how to respond. Is to accept her to become the Emperor a number of concubines in the favor of one? Or should she learn to fight for her family's interests? Or should she join hands with others to eliminate those who are in her way? Everything was placed in front of her eyes, like a sky book without words. She thought she could not face it by cowering. But she did not expect. Outside the palace head of the family, but even save life, has become a luxury. Hate. Naturally hate. I can't wait to unite with Concubine E and take down Concubine Lin. Let the second house also taste the bitter fruit of this helplessness. But now the Emperor's words. Let her feel warm. As if in the dark night, originally thorny alone. Beside the body suddenly more a shoulder to rely on. She was fond of this care and love. But at the same time, she was also afraid that it was just a flash in the pan. After all, the Emperor around so many women. And she is just one of them. Chapter 133, The Emperor's Mind. Now is still on the rise. Naturally is 100 love 1,000 pampering. But what if one day, there is someone else? She once favored Lin Chengzai. Is not also with the other concubines. From now on fell into the deep palace of the funeral pyre. Gradually disappeared in these grudges. Tears wet the Emperor's bedclothes. The left shoulder cool. But the Emperor was as if he was being put to sleep by his mother consort when he was a child. Patting her back one after the other. Mouth also softly humming the old nursery rhymes. It wasn't until late at night that peace returned to the tent. Looking at Lin Lian's frowning face even after she fell asleep. The Emperor had an indescribable heartache. The first time I saw her, she was so beautiful. Originally thought that it was another woman with empty beauty, but no splendor in her belly. So, bedding there, love but not see. Who knows in the contact again, and again found that she is such an interesting woman. Will night rain talk? Will brew plum wine? Will sew cool shirt? Also write a good handwriting. In her, it seems as if she is no longer the lonely Emperor who can't stand the cold from a high place, but a husband in an ordinary family. After returning from the day's work, you can eat delicious meals and listen to the people around you talk about interesting things. Even if the political affairs are difficult, come to her place to rest for a while. Will feel the essence of the spirit back to life, waiting for their own reaction. Should not be mud deep in the time, but found that has long been her finely woven dense net to be trapped. And he did not want to struggle to escape the idea. The matter of the second prince. He had deliberately sent it here to Lin Lanyi. For one thing, it was to hammer Consort Lan. After all, out of the matter of Sister Chai, it is difficult for the emperor to trust that look at the daughter of the scholarly scholar Lan. Pretty face is hidden under the poisonous heart. Really let up person chills. Secondly, it is to warn Yi Fei, Lu family of that point of broken things. He is seen in the eyes. If he hadn't thought of the Northwest Marquis and the entire Lu family's contribution to Wei, he would have long ago ordered the Lu third son to be cut down. Thirdly, he wanted to see the reaction of noble consort Lin and the Lin family. Behind noble consort Lin stood the Xiongfu and Zhang Wangfu. They had screwed together in the previous dynasty for the sake of this supreme throne. Hadn't they? After giving birth to Mingrua, noble consort Lin had been barren. Now a Lin Chengzai has been sent in. But she has also been drugged and is struggling to conceive. Under such circumstances, he arranged the second prince in Huifanya courtyard. Undoubtedly gave a message to the outside. It was highly likely that the second prince would be allowed to be taught and raised by Lin Evening Yi. Then in that case, the Lin family would be considered the second prince's maternal clan. If they really had mischievous intentions, they were only afraid that there would be new arrangements for the second prince. Unexpectedly, it accidentally caused a dispute between the eldest and second houses in the Xiongfu residence, and even caused a human life. Sister Wang's death was not to be regretted. But if Lin Evening Yi's younger brother had died as a result, there would have been a gap between them. But if Lin Wui's brother had died as a result, there would have been a human life between them. It was fine that Lin Evening Yi didn't know this. If one day he knew the true meaning of him sending the second prince, wouldn't it be? That's why he heavily punished noble consort Lin, took away her power to hold the palace, and grounded her at the same time. Sort of giving Lin Evening Yi an outlet for her anger, but also an expression of apology. And these? There was no way he would talk to Lin Evening Yi. As an emperor, he has to store millions of people in his heart. And he also has to store treacherous plots and judgments. A person who is white and black is not fit to walk this thorny path. This night, Lin Lianyi thought he would have an uneasy sleep. But he didn't expect to have an unexpectedly good night's sleep. It wasn't until the sun had risen that the person gradually turned awake. Xian, slave girl is here. Xian walked in from outside. And as soon as she saw Lin Lianyi, she smiled and said, "Is little master thirsty? Slave servant, bring water over." It was Lin Lianyi's habit to use her saliva first when she woke up every day. Xian had served her for this long, so she naturally knew. After drinking the water, she asked, "Where is His Majesty? Returned to Zepingzhou?" Well, before His Majesty left, he said that he would come to accompany young master for the evening meal. Please be lenient. Relieved? It was about what the two of them talked about last night. Right? She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she would have cried to the emperor for most of the night. No wonder people say that daughters are made of water. It was true. You tell Xiao Luzi to run to the inner court division more often if nothing happens. If there is a situation at home, Eunuch Qin will have someone send a message. Slave girl knows. She waited for Lin Evening Yi to freshen up and get dressed. And then she had her meal. Chiu Ming waited for her to eat and drink before walking in to talk. Little master, the Yao Tai Pavilion has sent news, saying that your highness is suffering from headaches, and is now going to be closed for recuperation, and that the 6 palaces' common affairs have been handed over to Consort E, Consort Lan, and concubining to discuss and deal with. And slave listening to that. I'm afraid that I will have to recuperate for a long time, and not leave the house. Recuperate? A head cold? She had never heard of noble consort Lin having a hidden illness in this regard when she was in the Xiongfu. It was only after County Princess Ronkong had come that she had an attack. Thinking about everything yesterday, it wasn't hard to guess that either the emperor had ordered her feet to be banned, or that she had consciously threatened to go into hiding. No matter which one, the bad breath in her heart was slightly out. I think this news will soon reach the Xiongfu. By that time, her stupid and bad second aunt would probably not be able to get out of bed for a few months. She deserved it. Thinking like this in her heart, She did not show too much on her face. Just faintly hum a sound. And then explained, "Your Highness is sick. The harem affairs have been handed over to the Ife girls. Lan Fei and Ngui concubine are both pregnant. I'm afraid that there is no power. In the end, it is still Ife who is in charge of the palace. These days, let the second prince go out. Do not have to because of what small things make a fuss. Affect his recovery will be trouble." The words did not say through. But the meaning of the people present all understand. Consort E is in charge. She is in the hands of the third prince's people. It is the second prince is weak and sick and cannot fight. But in the end, the second prince accounted for a long word. And now is the first to be crowned king's son. Naturally, is a thorn in the side of the consort's eyes. Therefore, it's better to avoid him. Chiu Ming nodded and said immediately after. Sister Du also meant the same thing, saying to the public that the second prince's body is weak and can't withstand the sun. So he spread the news early on, saying that he needs to recuperate. Sister Du really did grow up serving the Holy Spirit, and she knew that bit of dirt between concubines by heart. For the sake of the second prince's life, it was better to hide. She here just read it. Just heard outside the small road hurriedly came. Said it was the chief eunuch of Ifei's side. Eunuch Wan Ming came. Wan Ming. Lin Wani had never dealt with him before. Since she joined the palace, she had only seen concubine E a handful of times. Every time she saw her, she was always served by Ru Huan, and she was very unaware of this chief eunuch beside her. So she looked at Chiu Ming. Chapter 134 Invited to a banquet. Chiu Ming wasn't stupid and immediately said back. Eunuch Wan Ming is not a person in the palace. It is when Ife entered the palace and sit in together. He is old and dignified, but he is not a person who is good to get along with. The Lu family is really powerful. Even the chief eunuch can be sent in from outside the palace. One could imagine the influence of his former dynasty. It's no wonder that after entering the palace for so many days, she has never seen the emperor go to Ifei's palace once. The former dynasty and the harem. To say that the same progress and retreat is also right. But to say that this long and the other eliminated is also right. Such as Ife this from the generals. But also in a high position of concubines. In the harem want to be like a guest with the emperor. Fear is a lie. Knowing this, Lin Liani straightened her lapel and said, "Ask Eunuch Wan to come in." Yes. This time Chiu Ming stood directly behind Lin Evening E, but did not exit the room. The name Wan Ming was given in a way that did not fit him at all. Ming, on the other hand, was a person who could talk and loved to talk. And no matter how you looked at it, it didn't match up with this silent person in front of him with a dark complexion. Servant Wan Ming greets little Lord Lin. His voice was as hoarse as if it had been burnt by fire. If it was a younger doll it would only be scared. And because it didn't carry any emotions, it sounded even more creepy. Luckily, in this broad daylight, there were many people in the house. So Lin Wani felt less scared in her heart. Well, Eunuch Wan is polite. Did you come because Lady Ife has something to explain? Lin Evening E also went straight to the point. For people like this, it was better not to beat around the bush. Concubine E has asked my servant to ask if young Master Lin is going to attend the palace banquet for the 7 coincidental festivals. Also asked the second prince as well, so that arrangements can be made. This was a serious matter. If this didn't happen at home, Lin Lian E naturally can avoid laziness, then avoid laziness. But now she is more and more understand the truth. Sometimes people let woe instead of looking for the door. It is better to face directly to be more painful. After thinking about it, she replied, "Thank you for your memory. I am now better. Naturally should attend." But listening to Sister Du said that the second prince has not been well. About it is not possible to go. But also please Ruan Gong Gong report back to Lady Ife a word. Well, slave knows. When the words were said here, he didn't even leave a chance to exchange pleasantries, and left Huifanya courtyard straight after asking for peace. Xian, who followed behind Lin Evening E, couldn't help but pat her heart. Since they entered the palace, the eunuchs they have seen, there were polite ones, like Dong Yuzhong and Chinan. There were those like Chiu Ming who were serious on the surface, but got along well in private. There are also those like Xiao Lu Zi who are slightly lively in nature. The only one I haven't seen is a tough one like Wan Ming. To be honest, it's not like he's an eunuch, but rather like a general on the battlefield. I don't know why, but I always feel like I smell like a dead man. Lin Lian Yi glanced at Chiu Ming, and then she said, Tell this matter to Sister Du. In these 2 days, you can control the people under your hand. Otherwise, if the wind leaks out, Lady Yi Fei will not be easy to fool. Yes. Xiaoming rushed off to the backyard, only leaving Lin Evening Yi and Xian master and servant in the room. Young master, if we go to this palace banquet, I'm afraid we'll be criticized by the other palace concubines again. It's a blessing, not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. If we don't go, they won't criticize us. That's also true. Besides, since she was poisoned, so far she hasn't appeared in the crowd's line of sight for half a month. If she doesn't show her face again, I'm afraid that people outside will have to find things to her here again. It would be better to show up in a big way. The palace banquet of the 7 coincidental festivals. This is the second palace banquet she has attended since she came to the palace. She knew that there would be concubines who would try their best to present songs and dances. This kind of scene. If you miss it, you don't know when you will be able to see it again. Moreover, this is an invitation from Consort Yi. She wants to hold Consort Lin back through Consort Yi, so that Rongha Tang and the people of the second house will find less trouble with her mother. So how can she not go? Therefore, she was more attentive than ever to the palace banquet of the 7 coincidental festivals. Evening. When the emperor came, the hour was a bit dark. Xiao Luzi early on the palace lights up. That warm light color in the darkness. But it seems very warm. Every time the emperor sees this kind of time, the footsteps will be faster. Inside the house, there is another table of food that he is used to eating. Lin Lian serves while using himself. About the time she waited, she was also hungry. So she put down a small, half bowl of rice more than usual. The emperor looked at his eyes, and after a little thought, he said, "In the future, if it's after meal time and I haven't come yet, there's no need to wait. You're not well. Just use it first." Lin Wani smiled, knowing that the emperor is kind, but also still without thinking. He replied, "It's not easy for this person to eat. The maidservant is better to wait for your majesty. You can still use more." "You?" The doting tone made Dong Yuzhong look at Lin Evening Yi one more time, and then softly walked to the door, and then instructed Xiaoming to have someone prepare hot water first. Since Lin Evening Yi was poisoned, it had been a long time since she had received any favor. The concubines' green headboards are all hanging gray, and the emperor doesn't see them looking around. In addition to Zepping Zhou, just rest in Huifang Yuan, to be placed in the past. That is an impossible thing. Luckily, they will cover the news to death. If these days things are spread out, I'm afraid that Lin Chongzai is going to be branded with the reputation of a treacherous concubine confusing the country. Right? Your Majesty, this is. Be prepared. Xiaoming immediately understood. Turning towards the small kitchen, he went to order. Inside the house, the two of them ate and drank their fill, and then brought out the set of chess pieces. The emperor played black, and Lin Wani played white. Both of them confiscate power. Killing is powerful. Lin Wani changed the past style of playing chess. Move close. Not give the emperor the back way. On 2 occasions, the pieces were mostly eaten, and the emperor almost lost. So he didn't back down and directly fought, with Lin Wui's chess skills still slightly inferior. Naturally, she lost again. She didn't act like the other palace concubines who were pampered. Instead she smiled and said, "Again!" Sleeping long in the day, naturally excited at night. Chess game killed her. Even more brains are alive. The whole person threw a sense of vitality. The emperor hadn't seen her this energetic for a long time. While playing chess. While meaning to say, "I see you are very excited. I secretly slept for a while during the day, so I'm not tired at this moment. Do not want to sleep. Don't want to. Well, I don't want to either." Lin Lian looked up at the emperor. This does not want to do not want to. Good chess is. Do what the chess pieces also do not fall. People also stayed looking at her. The result is that the words have not yet been said. The person was wrapped into a somewhat hot embrace. Chapter 135 Painting in Leisure Time. The emperor deliberately breathed into Lin Evening Yi's ear. That thick breath made Lin Evening Yi's cheeks instantly turn red. She was a fool who also knew what this emperor wanted to do. So taking out her usual favorite excuse, she shrugged it off and said, "The servant girl's body is still drinking medicine. Please, ask your majesty to respect yourself." Self-respect? A low snort spat out from his throat. I pampered my own concubines. When did I not show self-respect? After saying this, Lin Wani was whooshed up, and by the time one reacted, she was already lying on the bed. The person on top of her body with some haste then started to undo her sash. Even Lin Evening He felt that it was a bit rude. It's too late to wear that 18-button Peepa sash today, isn't it? Lin Evening He was immediately choked speechless. It turned out that the Emperor knew everything. It was really a waste of her painstaking preparations. The summer evening breeze blew up a pool of spring water in Lotus Lake. The second day, Lin Lani woke up to see that it was already light outside. The sunlight outside the house shone in through the bright window, and there was a furnace of smoked incense placed on the desk, which was also irradiated with a golden light at the moment. The person beside the pillow is still sleeping very well, even breathing out faintly. Lin Liani turned sideways to look at the Emperor. This kind of angle seemed to have never existed before. The Emperor's brow bone and nose bone were born extremely well. High, but not abrupt. His sword eyebrows were in his temples, and his ink hair was like a waterfall. It was just that there was always a habitual frown between his brows and eyes, and there were already some faint traces of it. Lin Liani's brain suddenly appeared for the country, bowing to exhaustion old man appearance. She couldn't hold back and snorted out. The Emperor's good dreams were disturbed by her. When he opened his eyes, there were 2 points of impatience, but that emotion was quickly suppressed. Is His Majesty about to get up? Hearing him answer like this, Lin Liani was about to get up and serve. She saw that the Emperor rolled over and pressed her underneath him again, his entire head leaning on her, not moving a muscle. There were 2 strands of hair floating on her face. Itching. She wanted to reach out to grab it, but was held tightly by the Emperor's 10 fingers, whispering, "Don't move. Let me lean for a while." When Lin Liani heard this, even her breathing calmed down. I don't know why. Going from this angle, his head was as if it was like the hairs of cherub white. Yes, Schwerbai was actually a pure black puppy. The reason why it was called that was about Lin Yui's anti-bone. After letting him rub against her for most of the day, until Lin Evening Yi felt as if a boulder had been broken in her chest, she gently pushed and shook. "Your Majesty, the servant girl can't stand it anymore." Hearing this voice, the Emperor only got up somewhat reluctantly. There seemed to be some sorrow in his eyes, as if that meant that Lin Evening Yi had disturbed his pleasure. Lin Evening Yi couldn't help but cry and laugh. This is what's going on. The 2 of them got up and let someone wait for them to freshen up. Today's Emperor is free. Do not have to go to Zepingzhou to deal with political affairs, so intend to stay in the Huifanya courtyard head mixed days. The second prince originally came over early in the morning, intending to have dinner with Lin Evening Yi, when he learned that the Emperor had stayed here and hadn't got up yet. His small eyes turned round in a circle, with an expression of "I understand. I understand." He took Sister Du back to the backyard. The mechanical toys and the handwritten journal that Lin Wani had given him were what he was most interested in now. Even if he stayed in the courtyard for the whole day without going out, he couldn't get enough of it. Even the words on the handwritten journal are slowly becoming familiar to him. At first, when he didn't understand something, he would run to the front yard and ask Lin Wui. Later, he accidentally learnt that Sister Du was also literate, so he no longer sought to go far away. As a result, half of the characters on the handwritten notes were taught to him by Sister Du. The Emperor and Lin Wui did not know that the second prince had come. Already 6 o'clock, the 2 began to use the breakfast meal. Fresh soya bean milk with just out of the cage linglong buns. Buns crust through a light pink. Eat carefully can eat this dough is mixed with peach juice made. The flavor was unique and the look was good. Chan Chi was truly gifted in the study of food. The Emperor and Lin Wui used 2 small drawers together and still felt that it was not enough. But thinking about this hour now, it is better to eat less. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the lunch later will not be able to use. After eating breakfast, the Emperor is very high today. Walked straight to the desk in front. Then let Dong Yuzhong begin to research ink. Lin Liani curious. In addition to the name to the idol hall that time, she has not seen the Emperor in her house, has moved the pennant. So opening her mouth, she asked, "Your Majesty, is this the intention to write?" "No. I see you this house is empty. Lack of a painting. So give you to make a pair." That look, that expression, as if his painting was some ancient celebrity masterpiece. Extraordinarily smug. Lin Liani had never heard of the Emperor being good at painting, so there was some anticipation in his eyes, only to see him put up his brush and start sketching a landscaping drawing. With just a few strokes, he already had the spirit of swallowing mountains and rivers. As expected, even the style of painting is different from others. Suddenly remembered something. Quickly walked to the outside. A few moments later, brought a small tank of water, in which placed a few freshly skimmed green pine needles. And then he took over the ink anchor that Dowager was in the process of studying, and poured some of that water into it before he began to study it in detail. What are you doing? The servant girl is mixing the ink with the water from this green pine needle, and the landscapes painted will have their own lushness. This was a clever idea. Who taught you this method? Grandfather. His old man likes to write and draw in his spare time on weekdays. Old man. Lin Wanyi was quite good at metaphors. Time passed extremely fast. An hour rushed by. And the Emperor's painting speed also made Lin Evening somewhat breathtaking. Is it so quick? After the last stroke fell and was brought up, the Emperor's face hung with a rare smile, seeing the clouds and mist on the painting. The mountains are steep and steep. Occasionally there is a welcoming pine standing at the top of the mountains. To the left side of the painting to see, there is actually a small courtyard near the water. There is a wooden bridge in front of the door. The water flows gently, and the atmosphere is peaceful. Lin Wanyi thought that the Emperor was just talking. Did not expect to be so powerful. In one fell swoop, this Lingnan landscape painting was made. Far up the cold mountains the stone path slopes. Deep in the white clouds there are people. This was her first reaction when she saw this painting. Therefore, it fell out of her mouth. The Emperor glanced at her and smiled gently. After handing the pen to her, he slowly said, "You come and inscribe this word. Last time I saw the Buddhist scriptures you copied. The words are very nice." Lin Lianyi was surprised. How could everything be this coincidental? But also did not shirk. Lifting the chi and transporting the power on the upper right corner of the painting, fell the inscription. Chapter 136 Tanabata Palace Banquet. Lin Lanyi's handwriting was something that she had practiced hard for a few years when she was young. At that time, she was recuperating at her grandfather's house, and had very few days to move. Grandfather was afraid that she would be bored, so he took her to practice either calligraphy or painting every day. This has made her a calm and easygoing person. A few strokes. The inscription was written. The Emperor took a look, but very satisfied. Dong Yuzhong. I'm here. Find someone to frame this painting and hang it on the wall. Reaching out, he even arranged the location. Dong Yuzhong did not fail to comply and immediately replied yes. Afterwards, he carefully rolled up the painting and sent it to the Academy of Collective Virtue. Jixian Yuan is the place where the great wave painters gather. There are dozens of court painters, good at landscape, good at birds and flowers, good at characters. Each has 1,000 autumn. Turned his wrist. The Emperor picked up a tea on the couch in front of the bright window, then drank up. The flavor was as usual very distinctive. Today's fruit honey is peach? Well, this peach honey sauce is still made by the second prince himself, so your majesty can have a good taste of it. Hearing this, the Emperor was a trifle surprised. Not to mention the prince. He had never tasted a few things made by the concubine's own hands in the harem. Just like in Huifangya Yuan, all he ate was made by Chun Chi. But Lin Wanyi had never seen her cook. Well? Lin Evening he looked at the Emperor curiously, attempting to see some difference in his face. The Emperor, however, was calm and collected, not letting anyone see what he was thinking inside. Therefore, he lightly glanced at Lin Evening. Teasingly, he said, "Not good." Lin Evening he raised her eyebrows and glanced at the Emperor. Seeing that his eyes were full of laughter, she knew that he was talking nonsense. So she said threateningly, "Not good all. Then the servant girl will tell the second prince next time that he doesn't have to learn anymore, and that his majesty doesn't like whatever he makes anyway." All of a sudden was caught the lifeblood. The Emperor was dumbfounded. He was really being eaten to death by her. And then he smiled and sidetracked the topic. "You're going to attend the palace banquet of the 7 Coincidences Festival? Well, Lady Yifei sent someone to invite. The servant girl has been recuperating for a little more than half a month. It's not good to hide forever and not go out." The Emperor thought about it, and also felt that it made sense. When he was a child, he was also unwilling to face these serious and stubborn ministers. Once even to the court are very resistant. But later on, he gradually liked the feeling of confrontation, even to see himself strong. See those so-called old ministers one by one to eat win. Full of joy very. So he said to Lin Evening then dress up and go. Dress up? The Emperor was good at coming up with bad ideas. This kind of palace banquet do not need to guess, all know must have a lot of palace consort waiting it. One or two of them are definitely dressed up and flamboyant. What is she going to do? So she just smiled and replied, yes. As for whether to dress up or not, it was still her own decision. The days flew by. And in an instant, it was the day of the 7 coincidental festivals. The palace banquet still followed the old routine, and was set up at the Victory House. When Lin Evening appeared here again, memories from half a month ago suddenly came flooding back. Sion didn't have a good impression of this place. If she didn't have to, Little Lord's cold sickness wouldn't have been induced. Day after day, she drank medicine like water. Therefore, when she came this time, she had prepared enough medicine. A pair of eyes were even staring carefully everywhere, fearing that there would be further danger. Into the Victory building. Lin Lian's eyes will see outside the temple piled up high colorful building. The name of the beggar's nest. That colorful building is made of wooden steps. Each layer is placed with a lot of fresh stuff. There were flower gourds with carved patterns, valuable brushes and inkstones, and even colorful needles and threads. But the thing that Lin Yuan liked the most was the clay dolls. Each one of them was exquisite. Not only were they colored, but they also pinched their demeanor into place. Some of them were ancient mythological characters. Some were fabrications of people's daily lives. They even pinched the palace concubines one by one. Lin Lian glanced out of their own. Not for anything else. On the hair bun between the pearl jewelry. Really is exactly the same. This ingenuity. Let come to the victory floor of the palace consorts. But is rare harmony. There is no fighting. No sour words. Instead, they were all immersed in the presence of this beggar's tower. Talking. Lin Wani brought her own doll up and looked around. Just as she was looking closely, she saw 2 people suddenly appear beside her. Sister Lin, this doll is so beautifully made. Much better looking than mine. The one who spoke was Mu Lanchun. And beside her stood Ingui concubine. She was also looking at Lin Evening with a smile on her face. The 2 of them seemed to be Siamese twins nowadays, appearing in pairs wherever they went. Mu's sister jokes. You do, this doll is only called a subliminal it. You look at this eye. Is not in you a glance. Smarted. Everyone loves to hear happy words. And Mu Lanchun was no exception. Hearing Lin Huai's words, she was naturally happy. And on the side of the Ingui concubine also held her own doll in her hand. Still as gentle and knowledgeable. Even the slight bump of the stomach was made. When really is a delicate mind. I also don't know where Lady Yifei found this clever craftsman. Will be one by one concubines are doing this good. Looks like Lady Yifei is going to get rewarded. Other than that, this ingenuity is indeed rare. Consort Yi was born into the family of a military general. But she didn't expect to be this good at making arrangements. It is much more interesting than the previous beggar's palace banquet. The 3 of them traveled together, all the way into the Victory building. In accordance with the rules of the palace, they were seated in their respective positions. Mu Lanchun this time was sitting behind Lin Evening. She was a little unhappy. But who let their position than the 2 lower it? So unhappy also dare not show in front. Lin Evening was in the center. And to the left and right were Du Chongzai and Ming Chongzai's positions respectively. Since knowing the identity of Du Chongzai and Sister Du, Lin Evening was a bit defensive towards her. She was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, she would say something that would offend someone. On the contrary, Du Chongzai didn't know that Lin Aveni already knew her identity, and was still as polite as in the past. After Sister Lin was poisoned, she has been recuperating in Huifang Yuan. The Emperor descended the decree not to let us sisters to bother you. I don't know how you are now. Thanks to Sister's concern, my body and bones are much better. Just the eunuch said that when it's windy and rainy, I'm afraid I'll have to suffer some sins. Lin Wani had the matter of having a difficult pregnancy, although there was no deliberate spreading of it. But what should be known was pretty much known. So when she said this, Du Chongzai seemed to be empathetically sad for a bit. So opening his mouth, he comforted. Sister is like me, a person who is not blessed. Earlier years, I also had a child. Just did not wait for him to be born then. Chapter 137, Sudden Concern. Du Chongzai was once pregnant, but she didn't give birth? This news is something Lin Lianyi didn't know before. It was no wonder that she just had such a look of pain in her face. So Lin Eveningyi raised a smile at the corner of her mouth and said in a seemingly comforting manner, Sister is still young. There will definitely be opportunities in the future. When she said this, She deliberately pretended to be full of sadness in her eyes. Du Chongzai naturally thought that she was feeling that her heir would be difficult in the future. And at this moment, she was sincere for a few points. Sister, don't be anxious. You are much younger than sister. When the body is well, and then seek the doctor to see is. This palace head of the Lanfei lady and Ingui concubine lady can be into the palace for several years before pregnancy. So does not matter. This is true. Consort Lan entered the palace in the 8th year of Yuanhe, and concubining entered the palace in the 13th year of Yuanhe. So far, one has been in the palace for 9 years, and the other for 5 years. And only then did she conceive her first child. She entered the palace only a few months. That is, serious body nourishment is also nothing. The two of them talked about their son's words, only to see Ming Chongzai come in from outside the door. In the past, Lin Lianyi did not have much dealings with this Ming Chongzai. Today, he was a little too plainly dressed. Lin Lianyi thought she was already dressed simply enough. But she didn't expect this Ming Chongzai to be even more so. Obviously, she is as young as a flower. Why do she have to be so plain? However, the two of them still nodded their heads in greeting. The proper etiquette should not be wasted. But Du Chongzai saw this Ming Chongzai eyes through some jealousy. That's right. It's jealousy. But Lin Evening did not understand. This kind of dress what to be jealous of. On second thought, what could make Du Chongzai show such an expression? There was probably a deeper meaning behind it. Noble consort Lin was grounded, so she would not appear at the palace banquet. Du Chongzai lost his backing, so he naturally had to look for the next one. At a time like this, if you don't get close to a friendly concubine, but instead show hostility, there must be something fishy going on. It looks like this Ming Chongzai is going to show his face today. Thinking of this, picked up the tea on the table ready to take a sip, but was next to Xian to stop. Little master, your body is just a little. Dr. Do has instructed not to drink tea, so as not to wash out the medicinal properties. This was said in a reasonable manner, and the people next to him did not find it strange. Right. I once took 2 of Eunuch Do's medicines, and it was also said not to drink tea. Sister should not use it. The body is the main focus. Du Chongji was sincere when he said this. Lin Lianyi glanced at Xian and also put down that tea smoothly, with a smile on her face. She said, "Look at me, drinking medicine for so long, and still can't remember this matter." Du Chongzai smiled with her in the same way, and the two of them then turned their heads to look away. On the contrary, it was that Ming Chongzai, as usual, with a calm expression, as if this palace banquet had nothing to do with her. When the emperor came, he was followed by Consort Yi and Consort Lan. One is now a serious powerhouse of the harem, and the other is a high-ranking concubine who is about to give birth to a son. The appearance of the two of them was naturally in the limelight. Not to mention the fact that in the middle of them stood the emperor that all the palace concubines longed for. Today's emperor, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, not lint of any embroidered regular clothes cool shirt. It looked like he had reverted back to that unattainable emperor. Your servant maidservant attends the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Concubine maidservant, please Lady Yi Fei's golden piece. Please Lady Lan Fei's golden piece. The crow group of people just fell to their knees. The first place on the left and right was the position of Consort Yi and Consort Lan respectively, while the emperor was naturally in the center at the top. Obviously just a few steps, but let life unlimited all. Lin Lianyi felt that the emperor was both familiar and unfamiliar. In comparison, she still felt that she liked the emperor in Huifanya courtyard better. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone got up and returned to their respective seats, and Lin Lianyi scanned the circle, all of them imploring, especially the white concubine sitting behind E concubine on the opposite side of the room. That full heart was on her face. Today's dress was also outstanding. She was very aware of her own appearance. How to primp was the most enticing. Therefore, with all the thought that she'd put into it, even Lin Wei felt that she was even more astonished than the first time she met her. It's just that some of the delicacy was overdone. On the contrary, it felt cumbersome. It was too much. But in that case, she wouldn't say anything casually, originally planning to pour tea up to ease the embarrassment, but then thought of Xia An's instructions. She could only use a handkerchief to pretend to wipe the corners of her mouth and wiggle past. The emperor was sitting at the top, and could see Lin Lianyi's every move here with just his afterglow. Didn't he say to let her dress up properly? Why is she still plain and simple as usual? She is really perfunctory. When she goes back, let's see how she can clean her up. Eyes retracted. Said to Yifei's side. Today's palace banquet is good. Yifei used the heart. Many thanks to the emperor praise. The whole palace sisters like. That is my concubine's honor. Concubine E was disciplined today. Without the slightest hint of an unapproachable face. To be placed in the past, when it was noble consort Lin who was in charge. Then her face basically wouldn't have a time to stretch. Like. Lady E concubine has gone through a lot of effort to find these masters from the folklore. Your Majesty. Look. My concubine's dolls are realistically made? Concubine Bai was the first to pick up the conversation. She couldn't wait for the emperor's attention to be only on herself. So while talking, she kept on showing her face that she had dressed up with all her heart. The emperor took a look at her, only to find it complicated. As if used to eating cabbages and radishes. Suddenly served up a table full of Chinese dishes. Some do not know how to put down the chopsticks. So just him a sound. Then took over the words. Turning to Ingui concubine's side asked. I have already asked on the way here the body of the Lan Fei. She is well maintained. You? How? Ingui concubine suddenly heard this, and felt deeply that the emperor's concern in this kind of scene was really like a knife. She didn't even need to look to know how terrifying the eyes of concubine, by glaring at her were. Still, she eased her mind, and stood up as she spoke. Her stomach was now 7 months old. But it was several times bigger than when she first found out. It was probably because the child was growing like crazy in her stomach. So it was protruding quite a bit more than before. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty. My concubine is all fine. Well, that's good. The medicine prescribed by Imperial Dr. Chung to calm the fetus. Remember to take it day after day. And don't be detained in the house all day. Still need to move around more outside to be good. Otherwise when giving birth, I'm afraid you'll be tired. Such caring words. If it falls on the head of Consort Lan, I'm afraid that the smile at the corner of her mouth will not be able to be suppressed. But instead, Ingui concubine is a little frightened to hear it. Compared to concubine Lan, her power in the harem is not great. Now to enlist to go. Just got a move promised. The original thought was that she could share some of the fire for herself. But I did not expect that the emperor had moved to the Palace of Enlightenment. Chapter 138, Offering Songs and Dances. It's really not as good as Heaven's plan. But the good thing is that this move promised. Also quite good. Therefore accompanying him to say something or other is also appropriate. Many thanks. Your Majesty. I know. As expected. When she heard this, a hint of dissatisfaction instantly appeared in Consort Lan's eyes. But it was quickly collected. Immediately, she picked up the conversation. Sister Ying's tummy looks a lot bigger than mine. I've heard from my grandma that this baby will be a healthy son. And it looks like Sister Ying is going to give birth to the Emperor's fourth son in 2 or 3 more months. She's really good at attracting trouble to the east. In front of the palace, concubines kept saying that they like princesses. Pregnant with a princess. But the always low-profile Ingui concubine was thrown out as a shield. The moment these words came out, Ingui concubine frowned. Mentioning the birth of a prince in front of concubine E. Was this not tripping her up? Just as she was thinking about how to reply, she was interrupted by Mu Lanchun at the back. With an innocent demeanor, she seemed to be curious and said, Is concubine Lan serious about this? But my mother's sister-in-law when she was pregnant, it was also a big tummy. At that time a number of birth sisters said it was a son. But I didn't realize that in the end it was a smart and cute little niece. That's right. Whether it's a royal son or a princess. With the heart of Empress Ingui concubine, she must also be a gentle and courteous child who doesn't fight or grab. Lin Wani had never heard Ming Chongzai open his mouth before. And he didn't expect to relieve Ingui concubine as soon as he opened his mouth. For a moment everyone looked at Ming Chongzai. Even Ingui was smiling and grateful. Lan Fei's face is not very good. Her own words even so many people rushed to find fault for her. This is not refute her face is what? Immediately unhappy. These past few days, I don't know what happened. But she was not as calm as before. Around the time of Sister Chai's death, she had been having bad luck. When she was in the palace, the emperor would come to see her once every 3 to 5 days. From time to time, he would even sit with her and accompany her with meals. Now, not to mention come to see her. Even let Dong Yuzhong to send a message have not seen. It looks like the matter of the second prince is really making the emperor's heart dissatisfied. She was afraid that before the child in her belly fell, she would lose her sacred heart with the emperor. In that case, wouldn't it be troublesome? That's why she thought of drawing more attention to it. But somehow, it seemed to have backfired. Since Ingui concubine entered the palace, she has indeed cultivated her heart, and does not like to go out. When consort answered this, everyone closed their mouths. Compared to noble concubine Lin, the concubines were actually more terrified of this concubine E. After all, she was a ruthless character with the Liu family behind her. As long as she didn't intend to conspire against her, no one in the harem could shake her position. Not to mention that she also holds the emperor's only healthy and intelligent son. Concubine Lan was furious. But it was not good to make enemies of everyone. Only closed his mouth, picked up the hand of the tea, violently drank a mouthful to eliminate the anger. Lin Lian coldly watched. This woman more place is right and wrong is more. Pregnant concubines are now only 2. They have to fight a few times when they meet. If the harem is full of flowers and heirs, I'm afraid no one will want to live in peace. Thinking of this, more and more firm, or to take the medicine of the heart. Otherwise, she would not be that lucky. Well, whether it's an imperial son or a princess, it's all my child. Consort Lan is about to go into labor. It's better to pay more attention. The emperor's sentence suppressed some of the momentum that had started the fire. Concubine Lan smiled sardonically. Instead, she looked at Ingui concubine with a little more displeasure in her eyes. Concubine E saw this and turned the topic around, and said to everyone in a pleasant manner, "Today is the 7th coincidental festival. Think all the sisters in the victory building when you see the flower building it. Folk have lit incense in order to worship the custom. The palace thought of all the sisters can also present their own production of exquisite objects, or dedication of songs and dances. If there is outstanding performance, the emperor will certainly have reward. Here we go! This is the most interesting part of today's palace banquet. Since the palace, the concubines have rarely seen the emperor. This is a good time. Not riveted on the strange. This is the first one cannot hold back is the white concubine. As a woman in Jiang'an, the ability to sing and dance seems to be a must. She is no exception. I heard that when she first entered the palace, is a song step by step Lotus famous 6 palace, and therefore won the favor of the emperor. Today is the time for her to shine. Naturally to be the first on. A slender body immediately rose. Just see her eyes flow charmingly. Then said, I'm not talented. I've drawn up a new dance of falling flowers and flowing water. Please taste it. Your Majesty, falling flowers dance? What is this? Is it meant to express that falling flowers are intentional and flowing water is heartless? Lin Lian was a bit puzzled, but looked at the other concubines with the same puzzlement on their faces. So she stretched her body and looked at the white concubine without turning her eyes. Such a good opportunity to watch a beautiful woman dance. She was concentrating very hard, looking at the white concubine's eagerness to try. The emperor is not good to reject. Just The white concubine immediately let someone carry a big guy in. This time Lin Wani finally know what is called prepared. A piece of polished very flat transparent white crystal. The middle was hollowed out and injected into the clear spring. The sound of gurgling water came from somewhere and flowed in everyone's ears little by little. It's wonderful. And white concubine today is also a fairy scattered flowers dress. With that flying bun, agile and flowing, standing on top of the white crystal, dancing lightly. While dancing, she also sang a song. Her voice is very ethereal, with the sound transmission drums prepared in advance around the hall, but also add a little more appendage meaning. Lin Lian originally thought that concubine Bai's dress today was a bit too colorful, but when she stood on top of the white crystal, she felt that it was all natural, and it really made people look at it and love it. The body is as soft as boneless. The dance posture is exquisite. The singing voice is like aureole sound. With this beautiful stage really complement each other. To the last moment of the song. The original hidden in the sleeves of the petals from the moment. From the sky falling spilled in the middle of the hall. Amazingly beautiful. I don't know who started it, but all the people applauded. It had to be said that once concubine Bai's falling flowers and flowing water dance was performed, the talents of the other concubines were a bit out of place. My concubine dances to celebrate the festive season, hoping that your Majesty's dragon body will be healthy, and that the Wei dynasty will be in perpetual harmony. She was very good at talking. Lin Lianyi looked a little smitten, thinking that it was indeed good to be an emperor. Countless beauties are competing to offer congratulations. That is, I am afraid that the flowers will also be in a mess in the eyes of the charming. Well, white concubine, this dance has the heart. Reward. Chapter 139, Masters in their own right. The emperor's tone of voice. Or as usual that. Concubine Bai's smile slightly stiffened when she heard this. Obviously she has already made every effort. Why does the emperor still seem to have no ripples? Can it be that he has already lost color in love? Shouldn't be. Then she looked at the other concubines. Envy. Jealousy. Admiration. These eyes are enough to prove that her dance today is absolutely unexpected. But why is the emperor such an attitude? The words that should be said still had to be said. And the scene that should be supported still had to be supported. I thank your majesty for the reward. After she managed to land in her seat, she took a handkerchief and wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead. Her face not looking good. Concubine E glanced at her. But in her heart, she felt that it was really useless. According to reason, how long has the emperor been sober? It's strange that he doesn't move his heart. Concubine Bai had already made such a gesture. But the emperor was still indifferent. What was going on? For some reason, her head glanced towards Lin Evening. Is it possible that it's because of her? But Lin Wui's eyes were full of praise for Concubine Bai at the moment. Not a trace of hatred. Plus, she was still recovering from her illness. So there wasn't much of a chance for her to hook up with the emperor. Right? The thoughts in her mind hadn't broken. And then she heard Mu Lanchuan's voice. Concubine Bai's dance is really beautiful. And the song is also beautiful. It's just that with the jewelry in front of her, we as sisters are too embarrassed to show our talents. Mu Lanchuan's compliments caused Concubine Bai's unhappy mood to recover slightly. Reluctantly smiling, she replied, Sister's compliment is fallacious. Since she had started, she naturally couldn't fall off. When Concubine E looked at Mu Lanchuan, she said with a smile, or not? Since Mu Promise has opened her mouth, it looks like she has also come prepared. What is your talent again? Suddenly being mentioned, Mu Lanchuan was not afraid on his face. After rising and bowing respectfully, she said calmly, Concubine's talent can't compare to Concubine Bai's greatness. I've only practiced the zither at home for a few years. Thanks to your majesty's indifference, the servant girl can play a song and make a contribution. When Lin Wani heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Mu promised to play the zither. This was something she wasn't aware of at all. When the two of them lived together in Yihua Palace, they had never heard the sound of the zither. By the looks of it, it was another person who was deeply hidden. When I was at my grandfather's house, my grandmother had detained my cousin Xiaoyu to practice the zither every day. So although she is not good at playing, but listening is no problem. The palace people moved that white crystal down, and then placed the ancient zither that Mu Lanchuan was going to use in the middle of the main hall. This solemn scene of hers was a far cry from the tenderness she had just shown. Seeing her holding her breath, she sat on a chair and tuned it slightly. Ding, ding, ding of a few tones only issued. The presence of people who know music know that this Mu Lanchuan is a master. Sure enough, Mu Lanchuan started with a long-lost song called Guangling San. This Guangling San is already impassioned. People who understand it naturally listen to the passionate, while those who do not understand it feel deafening. On the contrary, the emperor listened. The corner of his mouth contained a smile. This scene, let the concubines present know Mu Lanchuan this is the right bet. A song finished. Mu Lanchuan here still have a lingering sound. And the emperor already said with a big smile on his face. The music department has also played once on the Guangling San. But the sound of a little bit of root and bone are not seen. On the contrary, you talk about this tune is wonderful. Where does the score come from? Back to the emperor. This is a cloud traveling around the strange man accidentally gifted. The servant girl is also weekdays have nothing to practice to play. If you can get the emperor favorite, is the tune of the blessing, said. Then took an ancient and simple zither sheet out from under the zither. Seeing that it was somewhat old, the words and tones on it were not quite visible. When Dong Yuzhong presented it in front of the emperor's eyes revealed a few moments of surprise. The sheet music is mutilated, but the tune is thick and powerful, not losing the meaning of killing with a spear in a jail. Good. Reward? Thank you, Your Majesty. The discerning can see that Mu Lanchuan's reward is much more powerful than that of Concubine Bai. White concubine hated to gnash her teeth, but never thought of where she'd lost. On the contrary, concubine E was somewhat enlightened. They really did miss the boat this time. Now that the emperor is in his prime. This moment of warblers and swallows. Of course they will get tired of seeing more. Instead, the unexpected jingoism. More to his liking. So hit the eye looked at that Mulanchen a glance. Actually did not see out. Isn't aspiring. And then looked deeply at Ingui concubine. She does not believe that this song is Mulanchen came up with. Must have been Ingui concubine's guidance. Otherwise, how could a daughter of the governor of Huayang have been instructed on the tune by such a high-ranking person? If it was the collection of the Minister of Right's family, it would not be surprising. Ingui concubine acted as if she had nothing to do with herself, lowered her head, and sipped from her teacup. Her tummy is already conspicuous enough now, and any more would be too much. At this point, she is more sober and restrained than anyone else. The palace head hidden crouching dragon and tiger powerful. This Ifei out of a charming natural white concubine. Ingui concubine sent a surprise move promised. I don't know now is still in the predicament of Lin Guifei. And will make what kind of law and send what kind of people. After Mulanchen, there were some mediocre displays. The fan embroidered by Du Chongzai. The Buddhist scriptures copied by noble Lady Yi. There was also He Nyangzi who showed the crowd a sharp planner. But there were 2 points of interest. Unsurprisingly, all of them were rewarded. As for Lin Wui, because she was still sick, she was not prepared. After listening to concubine by say a few sour words, she just skipped it. Ming Chongjai, who sat beside her, still had little presence as usual. For a moment, Lin Wani thought that this Ming Chongzai was afraid to really come to drink tea and eat noodles. She also wondered if she had misread the jealousy in Du Chongzai's eyes. She had misunderstood Ming Chongzai. Who knows that at the last minute, this Du Chongzai became the person who raised the point. Yo, we could all offer the art. And Ming Chongji not voice it. This is thinking how to skill to amaze the four right. While speaking, he diverted everyone's attention. Consort E glanced at Du Chongzai, deeply feeling that this person is a fool. In front of the emperor's face, he was squeezing people like this. And he didn't look at what kind of goods he was. So she opened her mouth and said with a slight rebuke, Du Chongzai, today is a happy day. Disturbing the excitement of all the sisters. If in the past, Yi Fei said so, that Du Chongjun certainly did not dare to speak out. Instead, she entered as if she had been compelled. Greeting Yi Fei's hard then went up. Your Highness, Yi Fei's anger is rested. The maidservant is just looking at Ming Chongzai who has been silent. So she said a few more words. However, maidservant concubine also has no other meaning. That is, I have seen Ming Chongzai practicing hard in the dance today but does not show the movement. So I have this question. Chapter 140, The Emperor's New Favorite. Du Chongzai's words, instantly led by concubine originally some lost mind. Again active. Dancing? Wouldn't that conflict with hers? Feeling that this is to see their own. Then embarrassed to dance it? Thinking of this, she is the most like to pull people as a stepping stone. This good opportunity how willing to let go. So she opened her mouth and said, I actually do not know Ming often in the preparation is also the art of dance. Heard sister born in the northwest. And then raised in Dangzhou. Think it should be the aura of the two places are gathered in one bar. Today must be a good dance on a back. Let sister me also open eyes. Said the words. Also turned his head to look at the emperor. A few pouting said, Emperor, my concubine has loved song and dance since I was a child. If today I can get Ming Chong in this knowledgeable person, in the future I will be able to choreograph a better dance to offer to the emperor. When she said this, Ming Chongzai was not dancing. Not okay. Otherwise, concubine Bai could casually label her as disrespectful. Lin Lianyi is watching from the wall. Today's protagonist is not her. This seems to be afraid of the big show just to debut it. But there are white concubines pearl in front. This Ming Chong in the end to use what kind of dance in order to let the emperor look at it differently. She was not the only one who was curious. But so was everyone else. Riding a tiger was difficult. Ming Chongzai had a difficult look on her face. There was no one to help her speak. So she said, she had to go down and change her clothes. White concubine is waiting for her to make a fool of herself to highlight their own power. Immediately joked then said, Ming often and can be well dressed otherwise a waste of a pair of beauty posture. This palace, if on the beautiful, the only one who could be compared to concubine, by was Lin Evening E. However, the beauty of the two of them was at two extremes. One was enchanting enough, and the other was clear enough. Ming Chongzai was caught in the middle of the palace concubines, so it wasn't worth mentioning. Thus when he heard this, Ming Chongzai's face instantly fell. He could only smile and leave. The more Lin Wani looked, the more she felt strange. Why this Ming Chongzai was ordinary, but could become the person that noble consort Lin bet on. He even went so far as to force Du Chongzai to pave the way for him. Deliberately said those words to attract attention. When she saw Ming Chongzai return again, she had a thin veil on her face. The clothing on her body, however, was quite distinctive and seemed to be from the western regions. The colors were gaudy, not to mention that even the dressing between her eyebrows was brand new. Her hair was braided into a bun, long and sideways on her left chest. It was adorned with some fiery red fruits and sequins that glowed. I have to say, after this dance outfit was changed, Ming Chongzai's whole person was different. If just a shy and timid palace concubine, at this moment is like a young girl from the western region. The emperor was looking at the direction with affection. And then the sound of the huqin. Ming Chongzai will be passionate like fire jump up. In terms of dancing skills, her nature is not as soft and slender as that of concubine Bai. But it was better than what the crowd had never seen before. Therefore, all of them looked at Ming Chongzai in the middle of the hall with surprise in their eyes. Even Lin Liani, who had followed her grandfather around the world, had never seen this kind of dress and dance before. He looked sideways at the emperor and saw his eyes following Ming Chongzai. Lin Liani's heart saw a moment of jealousy up, but soon also let go. Common people still have 3 wives and 4 concubines, let alone the monarch of the world. From the day she entered the palace, she knew that she would only be one of the emperor's many women, so she wouldn't think too much about it, retracting that little bit of mind, and then focusing on looking at Ming Chongzai again. Just in time, a dance had been completed. Ming Chongzai gasped slightly. Her movements were a bit more sloppy compared to the white concubines, so naturally she was a bit more tired. She looked at the emperor with some nervousness and anticipation. However, she saw that he was silent and didn't say a word. Concubine Bai looked at the fire. Obviously this dance and their own elaborate design is not a little comparable. Why the emperor but look at her look cannot wipe the eyes. Is it really young for the king? A time all the suspicion attacked the heart. At Ming Chongzai glared at the eyeballs are going to fall out. Only after a long time did he hear the emperor say, "Good. This dance is well choreographed." After saying that, he applauded himself. The emperor took the lead, and the other concubines naturally wouldn't sit dumbly and dryly. For a time, the applause was thunderous, but everyone's face was not very good. After today, this unheard of Ming Chongzai. I'm afraid that she will become the new favorite. Du Chongzai's mouth was pressed, but the gasp in her nose let Lin Evening E feel her anger. From love comes sorrow. From love comes terror. At this moment, she is considered to understand. But the concubines present on the emperor of this love. And how many are sincere? At this moment, she suddenly felt that being born as an emperor, there is also the helplessness of the emperor. Sure enough, although Ming Chongzai was only rewarded, but until the time she took her seat, the emperor still followed her all the way with his eyes. That look, but it made several concubines hate his teeth. At the palace banquet, apart from Lin Wani who ate quite freely, Ngui concubine and Yiguiren also used a lot. The reason why they would notice the two of them was purely because Lin Wanyi's position was closer to them. After all, looking around, what Ming Chongzai had in front of her basically hadn't been touched. The food on Du Chongzai's plate was split into 5 horses. Low brow obediently do what she should do. Lin Liani in this palace banquet, but a little ways did not cause. Until the moon hangs high outside, this palace banquet officially dispersed. Many days have not seen the emperor. Everyone hopes that they can be the lucky one. Today can get the emperor's favor. But to everyone's surprise, the emperor to state affairs. The first step away from the victory building. Back to Zepingzhou. Lin Wani originally thought that this matter is no big deal. But when she found that 1 by 2 concubines looked at her here all releasing emotions of pity for her, she only reacted. Obviously she was also in the west. Obviously in the same direction as the emperor. As a result, the emperor couldn't even remember her and left straight away. This favor of hers, indeed, passed with that meeting's excitement. Ngui concubine and Mu promised. Originally, and she is quite good friends. This kind of time will naturally come up to help solve the problem. The moon is a little deep. Sister back can be convenient? Why don't I send someone to carry a sedan chair? Ngui concubine was kind. Only to be rejected by Lin Evening E. The moonlight is just right. The servant girl has not been out of Huifanya courtyard for a long time. This time walking back is the moon. Sister, don't worry about it. Then pointed to Xian and added, outside there is eunuch Chio and Xiao Luzi waiting for me. With them holding the lamp, there will be no mistakes. Seeing that Lin Evening Yi's attitude was more determined, Ngui concubine did not force herself. Chapter 141, Waiting Under the Moon. Only nodding. She said, in that case, then sister, be careful on the road. Mu Lanchun stood beside Ngui concubine and also said with a light smile, some other day, younger sister and Lady Ngui concubine will go together to see elder sister. After saying this, Lin Wani brought Xia in and left Sheng Jinglu. While on the other end, concubine E looked at concubine, by whose eyes were still red than threatened. Don't show this expression outside. No matter how much you dislike it, it's still the woman the emperor likes. Be careful of drawing fire. For concubine E, the emperor's favorite was not important. She just needed to do what she needed to do. After all, as long as she doesn't make a big mistake. Today she is consort E. Maybe tomorrow she may be noble consort E. And the day after tomorrow she can be the empress. That is, there is no fate in this life to ascend to the highest position in the harem is not afraid. As long as she can ensure that the third prince ascended to the throne as the emperor. She is also the same as the Empress Dowager. Concubine by hated. Obviously she has already tried so hard. But still cannot compete. How could she be told to be at peace? He Nyangzi persuaded her a few times. But she was pushed away by concubine by. Looking at her somewhat insane appearance. Concubine E was even more displeased. This is just where we are. And you look like you're going to die. If you really don't like it, just pull out the hairpin and stab her to death. But do you dare? E concubine was the one who was ruthless with her hands. Irritated by consort E's words, concubine Bai's face stiffened. She hated it. But she still didn't have the courage to go out and kill someone so blatantly. She didn't have such a hard background as concubine E. If she really stabbed Ming Chongjai to death, I'm afraid that she would almost have to follow. So she collected her temper and silently left. As she watched concubine Bai leave, concubine E deeply felt the difference between this and Noble Chu's crazy nature. All are stupid. Originally, she thought that with her beauty, she could still get a piece of the emperor's pie. As a result, she lost to an obscure Ming Chongjai. It was a waste of her efforts. On the contrary, it is he Nyangzi. Seem more calm and have brains. So she got up her mind and said to her, who was standing by the side, there are still 2 pairs of red gold jewelry in this palace. So if you come back with me later, I'll reward you. He Nyangzi had never thought that it would be so easy to get concubine Yi's eye. It was really all thanks to concubine Bai and Noble Chu's support. Immediately, she said happily, concubine, thank you for the reward. To be honest, this reward was even more exciting to her than the one given by the emperor. In the harem, being able to get consort Yi's care is more reliable than getting the emperor's favor. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse. Today's starry sky is not as beautiful as the previous days. Qiuming and Xiao Luzi carried palace lamps to illuminate the way, while Xiaoan held Lin Hui tightly. She was afraid that she would fall down if she was not careful. The east and west sides of the palace are connected by a palace gate, which will be locked after the 11th hour. Today, because there was a palace banquet, the eunuch in charge of locking the gate didn't come out until Lin Hui had passed through it. Not long after walking forward, I saw a bright light. At a glance, Lin Evening E saw the upright figure standing in the lights. Your Majesty? Only to see the emperor turn back over, the corners of his mouth only rising when he saw Lin Evening E. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are your steps so slow? Waiting for her. You still think she's slow? Obviously he had walked for almost a quarter of an hour first. Plus, it was a dragon whiskey. So naturally he had to be faster. Only at this moment Lin Lian E did not have time to dwell on these. Went forward and saluted and said, the road is a bit dark. So the servant girl walked slower. Your Majesty is waiting for me here. What is the matter? The emperor was really speechless from the bottom of his heart at this kind of unemotional question from Lin Wan E. He, the 9 to 5 supreme being, had been waiting for a small permanent resident for almost half an hour. As a result, if she wasn't excited, forget it. She even asked about such a stupid topic. So he glanced at Dong Yuzhong. And then, that Dong Yuzhong cleverly explained. Little master, the emperor is afraid of going back on the road with a lot of stones. Especially waiting here. Just afraid that you fall. After this sentiment was said, the emperor was much more comfortable. It was fine to give affection silently. However, he wanted Lin Evening Yi to perceive it as well. On top of that, he had one more thing to say to her. So he waited here as well. Lin Evening Yi was silent. Wasn't it just now that she was looking at Ming Changzai with straight eyes? Why would this be the time to play deep love here again? Lin Evening Yi's mind towards the emperor. Really can't guess. But on the face cannot be disliked. So she raised a very standard smile and said to the emperor, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Unfortunately, the emperor had been with her for these many days, and had long understood when she would be sincere and when she would fake smile. Immediately, he said to her, "Put away this hypocrisy. I am not used to seeing it." When Xiao Ming and the others heard this, their hearts tightened, especially Xian, who almost didn't kneel on the ground to plead for mercy for his own young master. Only Lin Wanyi saw straight through the emperor's eyes to his heart. After seeing that the emperor did not get angry, but simply said what he thought, Lin Lianyi this time to really relax, simply replied good, and then the two of them walked side by side. Behind them, Xian and Xiao Luzi were both breathing heavily, seeing that the young master and the emperor in front of them had already gone to the front. Then they followed them along the way, because there was a procession of the emperor's imperial carriage accompanying them. The road ahead was bright, and there was no sense of darkness at all. Lin Wanyi walking, suddenly felt a cool wind. People have not had time to shiver it. There was an additional bright yellow cloak on his body. Your Majesty, come out in the future and wear more. Your body is weak. Don't get blown sick. Lin Lianyi nodded. Looking at the emperor, inexplicably felt that his heart could be really delicate and subtle. Obviously, when he was at the palace banquet today, he didn't see that he had a cloak. At this time, he changed it out. Cannot help but say great. The courtiers behind and in front of them all orderly took a few steps away from the duo and did not disturb them. And after the emperor tied the belt of the cloak for Lin Wanyi, he slowly said, "Didn't I tell you to dress up properly today? Why are you still this plain? Your Majesty wants to hear the truth? Today's palace banquet must be a blossoming situation. Even if the servant girl dresses up properly, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cause waves in it. So it's better to just go with the flow." Lin Evening Yi, this is true. The emperor thought about this period of time. Every time he saw Lin Evening Yi, he rarely saw her deliberately dress up. But it was this lack of intention that made people's hearts relax. Right. Today at the palace banquet, I see that you are happy. Looking at the dance of concubine Bai and Ming Changzai are almost going to enter into it. Your Majesty does not like their dance as well? Love of beauty. All people have it, is not it? Chapter 142, Fortunes and Misfortunes. Love of beauty? Yes. Whether it's concubine Bai's falling flowers and flowing water dance, or Ming Changzai's western region who women's dance, the maidservant feels it's very pretty. And the ones that are choreographed with care are just not ordinary. Lin Wanyi spoke frankly and openly. It was the emperor who felt unhappy after hearing this. Do you really think so? Concubine wouldn't dare to deceive your Majesty. When she said this, Lin Wanyi was still a bit weak. After all, she didn't have the guts to tell the emperor that she had poisoned herself. So, it was also considered a deception. The emperor didn't miss the flash of weakness in her eyes. He thought that she was being tough. So his mood immediately became good again. Then he explained to Lin Evening Yi, "I looked at Ming Changzai a few more times because she resembles a deceased person." A deceased person? Your Majesty is saying that. Empress Su? Empress Su? Lin Lianyi was very surprised when she heard this. Not to mention the fact that Empress Su had passed away only 3 years ago. It was reasonable to say that all but the newly promoted concubines in the palace should have seen her before. How come Ming Chang hadn't caught their attention before? After all, that is godlike Empress Su. Even if only a little bit should be exploited. How could it have waited until noble consort Lin had fallen in power to reveal it? For this point, she thought about it. And the emperor naturally understood it as well. So he explained, after the wedding, I had taken the empress on a tour of Mount Tai. And when it was through Dengzhou, The Su family sent a set of Hu clothes over. And what Ming Chong is wearing today is not very different from what she was wearing at the time. And even the dance, which is the same as the one danced by Empress Su back then. So it was. I didn't expect Empress Su to be good at dancing as well. This was something that I'm sure the other palace concubines didn't know. Otherwise, how could they have easily touched it? So, His Majesty suspects that the Su family in Dangzhou is behind Ming Chong's eye? Apart from the Su family, I can't think of anyone else. But if the Su family wanted to send someone to the palace to plan for the family's future, why would they pick a woman with a foreign surname? Wouldn't it be better to pick someone from within the clan? Hearing Lin Aveni say this, the Emperor gave him a deep look. It was this glance that made Lin Aveni realize that she had overstepped her bounds. How could she, a small Changji, presume to talk about the once illustrious Duke Su's family? So she immediately bowed her head and said, "Concubine talk too much. Please forgive your majesty. No matter. I will allow you to discuss it." The Emperor then also said what was on his mind. The Su family does not send women to the palace for the draft. This is Empress Su's last order before she died. Last orders? Would actually be this. To think, this Empress who once stood at the position of supremacy had also seen through many things on earth. Right? Young to enter the palace to accompany the driver. Only just reached maturity to become the most honorable woman in the Great Wei dynasty. To mother the world. But also to control the harem. Unfortunately, it was not to be. The eldest son of the Emperor died of illness. Su Guigong also died of illness. This excessive blows, so that Empress Su's body is deteriorating. That's why she finally came to the point of death. It is about not wanting the women in the clan to follow in her footsteps. So there will be this last order. Lin Lianyi gave a heartfelt sigh of relief. Being able to be Empress Su's clan's female relatives is also their good fortune. Unlike herself, she was sent to the palace as an object. From now on, with their families separated by the thick palace wall, even meeting each other has become a matter of thirst, and may not be able to get. Thinking of this, Lin Lianyi cannot help but feel a little sad. The Emperor is smart. Naturally also understand what she thinks in her heart. But he does not recognize. For the first time, he held her shoulders and forced her to look up at himself. And then said word by word, "If you are not the clan relatives of Lin Guifei, I'm afraid I still can't meet you." The words were not mentioned as fortunate or unfortunate, but the thickness of love. Lin Lianyi still felt it. Under the moonlight, the Emperor's eyes were filled with determination. There was no tenderness of intense love, nor was there a warmth of understanding. There was more of an overbearing attitude that all the world was mine. This is about the way the Emperor expresses his feelings. Lin Lianyi looked back at him. Although not as firm as the Emperor, she had also become accustomed to his egotism. So, after thinking about it, she still said, "The fortunate thing for the servant girl is to be able to become that one place in your Majesty's heart. Even if the favor is gone in the future, it is good to have had it once." The Emperor's brows knitted when he heard her words. Obviously the older one was him. Why was it Lin Aveni who spoke such vicissitudes of life? He had always thought that Lin Aveni was also running to him with all her heart. Now it seemed that behind this warmth, there were still some reservations. He originally intended to say something else, but when the words came to his lips, he still felt that it was useless. The only way to make the kindness in Lin Lianyi's mouth last for a long time is to accompany her day in and day out. This, he was confident that he could do. So, it was also not mentioned. Well, go back. Good. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the two of them were drawn out by the palace lights, slowly overlapping together. One handsome, one delicate. But it was so cordial and harmonious. Back to Huifangya courtyard. See, the second prince is still waiting in the courtyard. About was not expecting the Emperor will also follow together back. All slightly surprised, but still bowed and greeted in a regular manner. "My son has met my father. And I have met Empress Lin. It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping?" The Emperor frowned, naturally dissatisfied to see him still wandering around outside at this hour. On the contrary, the second prince had improved a lot compared to the past. In the face of the Emperor's chastisement, he did not show any fearful behavior, but instead said graciously, "Thank you for father's concern. In the daytime, the son of the nap, so at this moment is not sleepy. Just pro a few big words. Take over to the Lin Yongyang look. Producing calligraphy posters? That wasn't exactly a useless thing." Hearing this, the Emperor then put away his serious face and turned to the second prince and said, Bring it to me to take a look at it, and see if you've made any progress. Yes. Then the three of them together into the main house. The lights palm much, so the house is very bright. The emperor took a close look at the word post handed over by the second prince. Although it was still poor, but it could be seen that it had been done with care. So there is no blow. But also eased the tone of voice said. Not bad. The most important thing to practice calligraphy is to be calm and peaceful. You can sink your heart into this matter. It is an improvement. Thank you, Father, for your praise. My son will definitely work hard. Lin Lianyi waited for the emperor to finish reading it, and also took it over to have a look. As the emperor said, it was true that at his young age, he could be patient enough to practice this. It was indeed good. So she smiled and said back to him, Second Imperial Prince is working so hard. Is there anything you like? If I can help you achieve it, I will definitely help. Chapter 143. The Prime Minister Schemes. Really? When have I ever told you a lie? This is true. The second prince thought about it, then said somewhat sheepishly, I want the doll in little Lucy's hand. What Xiao Lucy was holding in her hand was exactly that Lin Eveningyi's mannequin that consort he had ordered to be made. Seeing this, Lin Eveningyi then reacted. Children, isn't this what they like the most? But Yifei there does not seem to have made for several princes and princesses. This can be some trouble. After thinking about it, he asked the emperor, I do not know to do these dolls of craftsmen are still not in. If they are, the servant girl would like to go and beg for a doll for the second prince. It was not appropriate for the second prince to come forward at this moment. So the matter of begging would be more appropriate for Lin Lianyi to do. Just as well, this excuse would allow her to make a trip to concubine E in a dignified manner. She had a lot of things to inquire about with consort E. The emperor didn't think much about it. So he directly replied, This matter? I send someone to ask Yifei it. If still there, we'll give the palace head of the imperial princesses due. Also let everyone happy. The emperor is fair in this matter. The second prince heard. Did not think too much. If it were before, I'm afraid that I would be sad alone again. But now, with the teachings of Lin Wei and Sister Du, his heart has opened up a lot. He no longer looks at things in a petty way. As a result, his mind is much better, and his illness is naturally much more moderate. All things are going in the right direction. But the Roncong County princess in the Fei's house, when she learnt that Lin Guifei did not preside over the 7 Coincidences Palace banquet, she angrily smashed the tea light. Lin Eveningyi, this county lord had underestimated this dead girl. To be so powerful. How many things did she make up in front of the emperor before letting the boat girl behind bars? Next to her, Mama Lu, who had been serving her for many years, said comfortingly while smoothing out her chi, Old madam, don't be anxious. As long as Master Xiang is around, and our Zhan Wangfu is around, it's impossible for your highness's position to be shaken. Now it's just a dragon trapped in the shallows. A little bit of scheming, and you'll be able to struggle out of it. County Princess Roncong is not Second Lady Wang's stupid brain. Fuming, she would naturally think of how to dispose of it. It looks like this big house is really hardened bones. Isn't it hard to become a family, and really let them think that they can do whatever they want? Trying to step on their heads, wanting to show off their power? What a dream. It's not a good time to deal with the big house. But send someone to keep a close eye on the Dong family, and report the slightest movement. The accounts of merchant families are most unclear. If they are caught colluding with anyone. Humph! I want the Dong family to die without a burial place. Old madam, don't worry. This matter has already been ordered by the slave girl. Mom Lu was an old man, naturally more reliable than others. Now, she still has a person to worry about. That is, her grandson Lin Guangji, who is still studying at the Imperial College. The family has lost 2 people in a row. He can't have an accident there. Send 2 more boys to Guangji's place. Remember to have some kung fu on you to avoid any accidents. Yes. Old madam, don't worry. Slave girl will go and arrange it now. After Mama Lu left, only then did Sheriff Roncong calm her mind, thinking back on all the things that had happened in the past few days. Just when did the big house start to break away from their control and start to have disobedient thoughts? After all, the suppression of them is not a year or 2. More than 20 years are obedient. This time is one after another hard. Suddenly thought of the eldest son of the big house in the Royal Armor Army. It is said to be the 4th prince's personal guard. Can it be? Is he there let out what wind? So let the big house feel that they are sure to win. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was extremely reasonable. So he called out to the outside, "Gu Yu, slave girl is here." Only to see Gu, the eldest maid serving Ronkong County Lord, lifting the curtain in a disciplined manner. "You go. Order people to prepare the carriage. This county princess is going to go back to the Zhan Wangfu. To the outside world. Just say that you're going to see the Zhan Wangfei. She's a little sick." Yes. By the time County Lord Ronkong's carriage had left the Xiangfu, Master Lin Xiang in the study was quietly listening to Butler Lin's report back. And in that study, there was another person standing. He was thin and weak, and didn't look like he was much older. But there were quite a few furrows on his face. Especially a pair of eyes that were so deep that one could not see why. After Butler Lin finished the news that County Princess Ronkong had left the residence to go to King Zhan's residence, his face was as unperturbed as ever. "Well, I see. You may step down." Yes. Butler Lin knew the rules. What he should know, Master Xiang would naturally let him know. But things that he shouldn't know, if he forcibly wanted to know them, then he was asking for death. He has been a housekeeper for decades, and he still has a good head on his shoulders. So the footsteps softly left the study. When he left, he heard the sound of falling leaves on the trees outside. Inside the study, the man walked out from the shadows. Minister Lin glanced at him, and then he asked, "This matter? What do you think?" The county princess returning to Zhan Wangfu is just for two things. One is to discuss how to deal with the Grand Master's family, and the second is only because she suspects the matter to the Royal Armor Army. So she is just rushing to report it to Zhan Wangfu. Hearing this, Minister Lin also felt that it made sense. Reaching out to touch the beard under his jaw, his eyes narrowed as if he was thinking about something. Things had come to this point. In fact, everything was a setup. Is he and the Emperor you come and go bureau just? Lin Evening E or Lin Evening Zhou? The big house and the second house. Even Zhan Wangfu and Ronkong County Lord are all pawns in his hands. The reason why he put the house of things one by one exhaustively written in the folders, submitted to the Emperor. The purpose is very simple. That is, to the Emperor to protect Lin Evening E, so as to take care of the big house some. In this way, one can borrow this matter to wash away the Emperor's suspicion of the Xiangfu. After all, the fact that the second prince had landed in Lin Evening Yi's courtyard to raise the matter. He had long known about it. He had taught him for many years as the Emperor's teacher since he was a child, and had played with him for many years in the former dynasty. So how could he not guess the meaning of it? Secondly, it was abandoning the car to protect the marshal. Around the same time, noble consort Lin was also his granddaughter, and Lin Evening Yi was also his granddaughter, one after the other. In the case of the Lin Xiangfu, it does not have much of an impact. But for the Zhan royal family, it was different. If the incumbent is noble consort Lin, then the power of the Zhan Wangfu is rising. But if the incumbent is Lin Evening Yi, then Zhan Wangfu is equivalent to being cut off from the arm, but also made a big enemy. In such a situation, how could Zhan Wangfu sit back and do nothing? If there is anger, there will be a counterattack. And if there is a counterattack, there will be a loophole. If he seizes this opportunity, then getting rid of the Zhan Wangfu as a liability will be a snap. Chapter 144 Storm Clouds in the Royal Mansion. Over the years, he was not unaware of the Zhan Wangfu's growing ambitions. But the family with too many trips, if it is hastily divided, I'm afraid to give up the child also cannot catch the wolf. So it's better to take advantage of the women's affairs of the family home, divested one by one. Neither hit people's eyes, but also let him peacefully make this matter. Thinking of here, that the old and resourceful eyes, or through a lot of calculating meaning. The people standing next to him were already accustomed to Master Lin's behavior. Thus, they didn't say a single word more, and just waited quietly. Go and make arrangements. Let our people withdraw faster. We will not be involved in the feud between the Zhan royal house and the fourth prince. Yes, subordinate understands. Ronkong County Lord, who is currently sitting in the carriage, heading to her mother's home, does not know. The husband behind her was waiting to see her step by step towards death. Her heart and eyes are filled with the thought of telling her brother what she has surmised. In Zhan Wang's mansion, as soon as the boy at the door saw that the visitor was the car and carriage of the Lin Xiangfu family, he knew that it was the Ronkong County princess who had come back. While sending someone inside to inform him, he welcomes her over. Servant has met the county lord. Please be at peace. County lord. Well, is his highness at home? Back to county lord. Yes. Good. Lead the way. Yes. The dialogue between the two was brief and concise. And they entered straight through the door. This Zhanwang mansion is unusual. The mansion is a multifaceted courtyard, with more than 400 rooms in total, occupying a large piece of land in Shengjing City. The mansion is full of pavilions, and there are 9 corridors everywhere. If it was your first time back, you would be lost. The Ruyan Xian in the center is the main house where King Zhan lives. Passing through the corridors and courtyards, Sheriff Ronkong raised her foot and entered the courtyard. Inside, King Zhan is enjoying the flowers with Consort Wei. When he saw Sheriff Ronkong come, he was still full of curiosity. Straight away, he said, "Why did eldest sister come? Didn't send anyone to say a word. Quickly come and sit." Saying so, he pointed to the chair beside him. And in front of her was a lotus lake at the back of the courtyard, with a large number of lotus flowers blooming in it. It is the good time to catch the sky lotus leaves infinite blue, reflecting the sun lotus flowers different red. When Wayside Consort saw Ronkong County Princess, she was not a stranger. She got up and gave her a salute, and then addressed her in a regular manner. "My concubine has met County Lord." In terms of status, Wei was only a side consort of the royal family, and was no match for County Lord Ronkong. So naturally, she was always polite and courteous in front of her. Also because of this, so Ronkong County Lord of the younger brother's side consort lady is quite like. It is a well-informed and interesting. After seeing her come, Wayside Consort smiled and said, "The small kitchen has made some new pastries that are not bad. I will bring them to County Lord to try." After saying that, she got up and left. There was no delay at all when she left. This was something that County Lord Ronkong was also very satisfied with. King Zhan was only 2 years younger than County Lord Ronkong, but he did not look as young as County Lord Ronkong. After all, the woman in the back of the house to be good at the maintenance of the way. So although the younger brother can look like the older brother, after the seat, screened off the left and right, seeing Ronkong County Lord's serious behavior, Zhanwang also converged on his smile just now. "What's wrong, elder sister? But something happened in the Xiangfu?" "Well, the palace has just sent news that the 7 Coincidences Palace Banquet was hosted by Concubine E." "Palace Banquet? Concubine E? What about your highness? How come it's not her?" "After all, a few days ago at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, but watched her make a big splash. How to turn around is not her. Said to be head illness attack. Stay in the Yao Tai Pavilion in the head to recuperate." "Humph. But Boat Girl has never had a head disease. How come the attack to recuperate?" When Ronkong County Princess mentioned this, her nostrils widened a bit. Obviously this news is very dissatisfied, just in the way of royal matters. So it was inevitable to keep her mouth shut. "So eldest sister is suspecting that your highness is in trouble in the palace? Well, there is no wonder that there are people from the big house involved." "Big house? The group from the Lin family's big house?" Prince Zhan snorted when he heard this. Each and every one of that upstart is rootless. To say that they are meddling from it. This king doesn't believe it. Over the years, he had only used what he had heard to know how the big house was bullied. It was just as weak and incompetent as the princess family at the head of the house. If they had the ability or the guts to do something like this, he would have to be high on that group of people from the Lin family's big house. Seeing her brother's disbelief, County Lord Ronkong had no choice but to tell everything that had happened in the previous few days. At first, listening to this was like listening to a heavenly book, filled with puzzlement. And then the more he listened, the more gloomy his face became. So eldest sister thinks that the reason why the people of the big house dared to be so hardened for once is because they have the 4th prince's backing behind them? Sheriff Ronkong nodded her head. In terms of status, apart from the Empress Dowager, the person closest to the current emperor was the 4th prince, his full uncle. The reason why the Zhan royal house had gained the power it had today, half of it was because the old Prince Zhan had once saved the late emperor's life. And half of it is that Prince Zhan became the auxiliary minister to expand the power to this. In the last 2 years, the emperor's attitude towards the Zhan royal family has become increasingly cold. The emperor's attitude towards the Zhan royal family has become more and more cold. If you want to maintain the wealth and peace of the Zhan royal family, the 4th prince is the first stumbling block. Not to mention the power in the hands of the 4th prince. who wouldn't be greedy to see it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let his eldest son go to his father-in-law, General Jeannon's men, for more training. If the Prince Jean just now still looked like a rich and idle man who was enjoying the flowers at home with his beloved concubine, then the Prince Jean at this moment was the king of Jinshan, who could stir the winds and clouds of the former dynasty. Elder sister, don't worry. I have a plan in mind for this matter. You go back first. At most until the Mid-Autumn family banquet. This king will definitely think of a way to bring your consort back into power. County Lord Ronkong nodded her head. She had never had any doubts about her brother's ability. After sitting down slightly, she left the Jean Wang mansion. By the time she left, she hadn't even mentioned a word about Princess Jean, who was somewhat sick in her mouth. It can be imagined. It's in the back of the house, over what is suffocating days. When Ronkong County Lord left, that wayside consort came late, sitting back at the position she had just taken. A plate of pastries was still in her hand. The county princess left quite quickly. It's a pity that this pastry. She hasn't tasted it yet. There's no harm. This king will eat it. Saying this, he embraced the person with the plate into his arms. Smiling, he let wayside consort hand feed him a mouthful of that pastry. Before talking about the main event, elder sister just came to say, something happened in the palace. Because the Lin family's big house made a fuss about splitting up the family. So that made Lin noble consort trapped. Now the power is falling aside, not to mention also trapped in the Yao Tai pavilion. In the face of Wei vice consort, Prince Jean never had a hint of concealment. This woman that he has adored since he was young is as important to him as his heart and liver. So he was not afraid to tell her anything. Chapter 145, Pillow Breeze. And this wayside consort is also competitive. Obviously just an ordinary maid, but very know how to judge the situation. Not only did she hold on to Prince Jean's heart, but she also gave birth to 3 sons in a row. Now the eldest son, even Jinan General's first daughter, married into the door. Children have children. The future is also very good at. Not to mention that the Wei family has followed the light. Now the father and brother are court officials. Although only 5 civil positions. But also is the good luck of the chickens and dogs. Just see that wayside consort heard. Will be fixed thinking for a moment. And then said with quite an insightful analysis of his own. Your Highness, don't panic. I'm afraid that this matter has to be hung out to dry. Prince Jean looked at her in disbelief, but saw wayside consort smile. That look made Prince Jean also couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and look at her rather fondly. Obviously, she was also over 50 years old, but she looked very small. If she were to stand in one place with her 3 sons, she would only be recognized as the eldest sister. If the Emperor really disposed of your Highness because of the matter of the Lin family's big house, then it means that the second girl that the Lin family sent in is a character. This pillow talk between men and women can be powerful, so going to rashly offend the Emperor right now can be a bit of a loss. In addition, your Highness is only trapped, but the palace has not issued an explicit decree to demote or punish. Then we should not panic. Find the source and then deal with this matter. Then rashly enter the palace to plead for mercy is more appropriate. Didn't your Highness say that the Emperor has become distant from the Zhan Wangfu and you? Then this is the time to not add more oil to the fire. It is best to borrow the hands of others to solve your consort's predicament. Which is the best? Wayside consort's persuasion is justified. Prince Jean also feels that what she said is very good at the moment. Just this borrowing the hands of others. Who will be the right person? The two of them looked at each other, seeing that meaning in each other's eyes. The Dong family. The words that came out of his mouth corresponded to the phrase, the one who tied the bell must still be the one who tied it. Since this matter had started because of the Lin family's big house and Lin Evening, it would be best to start with him. After so many years of the Lin family's affairs, they naturally understood them thoroughly. So after the separation of the families, the only thing left for the Lin family's big house to rely on was the Dong family. Since this was the case, it would be the fastest way to find a breakthrough from the Dong family. It's still Jenner who understands my king's feelings. After saying that, he lightly sniffed Wei vice consort's neck. A familiar scent drilled into her nose, causing Prince John's heart to flutter. Outside the palace, the people inside the palace are not idle. After the 7 coincidences palace banquet really got the Emperor's favor in the Ming Chongzai, one after another was called into the Qiqing Hall accompanied by the driver. Although sometimes just to the Emperor Research Inc., sometimes only sent to the East Hall to sit for 2 hours before sending back. But still can't hold the wind outside changed. Everyone said that she is now the most favored newcomer. The palace and the subordinates of each rush one busy to go on the road to meet. If you can get the eyes of Ming Changyan, picked to serve in her courtyard, will not be a step to heaven. And her courtyard also received a steady stream of congratulatory gifts from all sides. Looking at the table cannot pile up the pile of brocade and satin. Ming Changzai but weighs without alarm. Pay her. Put it away. Yes, little lord. She was holding a volume in her hand, reading it carefully. But if one were to look closely, one would be able to realize that staying on this page had been a long time. What was the emperor doing? On the surface gave her unlimited favor, pushed her in front of everyone. But in fact, not to mention touch her, is not even say a few words. Most of the time, what she does is the same as the palace maid in front of the temple is the same work. Serving tea and water, grinding paperweights. It's so boring. Can't it be that you want to see her temperament? So deliberately this difficult? Ming Chengji was very puzzled, thinking of the many things that happened to him in Dengzhou. The stone in his heart has not been able to settle down. Empress Su must have been killed by someone. You must enter the palace this time. Empress Su has been so gracious to you. You must avenge her before you can do so. Once you have the chance to get close to the emperor, you must report this case of injustice upwards. The mind was filled with conversations with the Su family. The deeper he went into it, the more he felt his head ache. In the end, gasping for air in large gulps. It wasn't until the maid payer noticed her strange appearance that she was awakened from her nightmare. Little lord, what's wrong with you? Looking at the sudden beads of sweat on her head and her pale face, Payer's heart was also anxious. This is just a few days away from the Mid-Yuan festival. It can't be that she has bumped into something unclean. Right? Thinking of this, couldn't help but swallow. He even waved his hand in front of her, fearing that his own little master was really having her mind taken away in general. Nothing. It's about the weather being too hot. I didn't catch my breath all of a sudden. I'll just rest for a moment. Seeing that Ming Chengji still had a reaction, Payer's hanging heart was released. But in her heart, she still felt uncomfortable, and thought of going to the Jing'an Hall to look for some talismans to keep her safe. Lying on the bed, Ming Chengji in the heart is wont to sleep, but also cannot sleep soundly. See outside the sun is not so harsh. Or intend to get up and go out for a walk. Within this palace, since she came, she went out just 3 or 2 times. Once is to walk around to see the scenery. Once is by Lin Guifei secretly called to go. And once is today, on the east side of the palace. There were several courtyards where the concubines lived. Therefore, it was very likely that she would meet someone wherever she went. This time, she hadn't been out for long when she bumped into noble Lady He and Du Chengzai. The two of them had organized the Dragon Boat Festival banquet together, so they were a little more intimate than the others. When she saw that the visitor was Ming Chengzai, Du Chengzai's face really changed from happy to gloomy. Yo! What kind of wind has blown the highly favored Ming Chengzai here? I thought it was only us uninvited ones who hang around here. Du Chengzai never spoke politely as a person. When faced with someone of a higher rank than her, her posture was low. But if she met someone of the same rank as her, or even lower, she would not be so friendly. Not to mention the Ming Chengzai who suddenly appeared in the past 2 days. How could he possibly get any good words from her? Listening to Du Chengzai's eccentricity, Ming Chengzai instead behaved appropriately. Sister has met the 2 sisters. Yi Guiran. This person does not offend people easily. She has been in the harem for many years. Although she has no great favor, but she still relies on this calmness of heart, and has gained some goodwill. Therefore, she is consistently good-tempered towards anyone. Ming often and polite. You this is also come to stroll in the garden? Well, always stuffy in the house. Suffocating hard. It is not easy to meet a not-so-sunny time. Thought to come out for a walk. Did not expect to meet the 2 sisters. Chapter 146 Women's Strife. Humph. What bad luck. Du Chengzai whispered. Ming Chengzai was standing right beside the 2 of them. Naturally she could hear them. However, she saw that there was nothing rippling on her face. Still wearing a faint smile. All of a sudden, Yi Guiran's eyes will be deep. So with a smile, she picked up the conversation. Have you been to the front garden? Not yet. I heard that a large piece of golden osmanthus tree has been planted. And even before August, there are already some flowers in bloom. I like the fragrance of golden laurel the most. That's why I asked Du Chengzai to go with me. If Ming Chengzai has nothing to do, he can join us. Du Chongzai sniffed and instantly turned unhappy, grabbing Noble Yi's hand. She was about to say something when she saw Noble Yi similarly patting the back of her hand. She frowned and shook her head. Only then did Du Chongzai give comfort back, skimming her mouth. She stood aside without saying anything. Ming Chongzai originally had no intention of circling them. But at this moment, looking at Du Chongzai's twisted appearance, I was happy to agree. So originally was two people talking and laughing to the garden. At this moment to become a trio. Only two of them are still laughing and joking. Just one more not very happy Du Chongzai. Palace in the garden is very much. Every place is the florist carefully cultivated. So it looks particularly vibrant. After walking for a while, the fragrance of the golden laurel flower floated out. Everyone says that the fragrance of August laurel. But the head of the palace is the head of the palace. Even with this flower period can be a long time ahead of January. Although the flower bloom place is not much. But a little bit of saving in the branches. Is also very good looking. Golden osmanthus, as the name suggests, is the yellow and white flower color. Although they are small and delicate, the flavor is unusually strong. The first smell is a bit cloying. But if you smell more, you will be intoxicated. Ming Chan looked at Yi Guiran to probe forward to inhale the fragrance of the flowers. The heart had to measure up this person. By the looks of it, she was a real person who did not show her face. Which year did Noble Yi enter the palace? My sister is new to the palace and doesn't know much about it. Ming Chongzai pretended to be curious and asked. Du Chongzai was very unhappy at the side. Yo, I think Ming Chongyan now got the favor. Ears and eyes should also be sensitive. This palace head 7 on 8 things should also inquire clearly. How is here to pretend to be confused? Ming often in the repeatedly provoked. Is again good nature will have 3 temper. But the face cooled down. But then again mentioned the smile. Just that eyes did not look at Du Chongzai. But instead looked to Yi Guiran. Directly treating her as heir. Ignoring her. I used to be a palace maid of the inner court division. The days of entering the palace are not short. But the years of being a concubine are not that long. 6 years. 5 or 6 years. That would be the 11th year of Yuan He before she was granted favor. No wonder Du Chongzai and her were friends. Feelings of the two are from the palace girl climbed up. It's a pity that one rule is still in the heart. Everything is hidden and do not fight. One is a bit bold. And wants to fight for the top in everything. When Ming Chongji heard this, he understood. So smile more obvious look at Lin Guiran and said. Sister good nature. Good temper. Sister is very like. If sister does not mind. In the future, but also more to bother is. Into the palace long enough. That means the harem a lot of things. She may have a spectrum in mind. Therefore, making a good friendship would do no harm. Noble Yi also put up a calm and self-effacing smile and looked at Ming Chongzai. Still speaking to her as usual. That is naturally good. Watching the two of them sisterly love all of a sudden. Du Chongji was on fire in her heart. She wanted to brush her sleeve away. But the person standing in front of her didn't seem to be in a good position to take offense. Originally, she has no foundation in the harem. With a Lin Guifei, has not had a few days of good life it. People will be grounded. Wanted to go to climb some of the Du ma'am. But that old woman hard as a stone. Dead or alive to take care of her. Now, remembering the past love. And Yi Guiran friendship. Another Ming Chong is stirring things up. She really felt that she came to the palace all things are not appropriate. The acidic words can be said. But the side of the big action, but do not dare to have. How come this Ming Chongji and her position is the same? But the family history is much better. More importantly, she is now favored by the emperor. If really offended hard, I'm afraid it is also to find their own way to death. So can only dead stirred in the hand of the handkerchief. Followed behind the two. Eyes full of reluctance. Several people walking. They saw not far from the wing of the pavilion sitting in the white concubine. She has been angry these days. People also do not go out. I heard that every day in the courtyard to smash things. How today is this leisurely run out of the garden to sit it? Ming Chongyan is not stupid. Naturally know that he offended white concubine offended. So, do 120,000 ready. Took a deep breath. Then followed Yi Guiran and Du Chongzai together to go to the Wingran pavilion to ask for peace. The concubine's status was there. She just wanted to hide. But she couldn't. Concubine servant greets anti-white concubine. Please be at peace. The three of them were all below concubine by. So it was only right that they greeted her. Originally, Concubine Bai did not intend to pay attention to them. But the moment she saw Ming Changzai, her anger was not ironed out. Her own carefully prepared performance for so long, but even lost to a silent and nameless Changzai. And since the 7 Coincidences Palace banquet, the Emperor has summoned Ming Changzai several times. She even blamed her anger on his head. Now really deserved her bad luck. Even so, crash in their own hands. So, with a smile on her face, she said, "3 sisters, please get up." Really a good coincidence. The palace went out only the first time. Met? Word said sparsely, but the tone of voice is flooded with a coldness. As for who this coldness was directed at, the people present all understood. Du Changzhen stood on the side, although slightly lowered his head, but still a look at the good show style. Ming often in the face does not move, but the heart is still very false. If she is really in the Emperor's favor, there is better. At least at this moment, the bottom is enough. But now, if the white concubine really find fault, how should she respond? Just as she was thinking, she heard Concubine Bai speak. "Look at me. I forgot to invite the 3 sisters up for tea." Being attentive to nothing is either treachery or theft. But even if they knew that Concubine Bai's intentions were impure, it was impossible for the 3 of them to find an excuse to leave at this moment. Otherwise, it would be a real grudge against her. At least Du Changzai was very happy. So with a smile, he took the first step up the steps and walked straight into the pavilion. Sure enough, the stone table in the middle of the pavilion had some tea sets placed on it. White concubine in front of a cup, and other cups at the moment also by her side of the maid Baiji poured tea. Cup by cup served to the 3 people in front. Chapter 147, Individual Lessons. There was no mistake in the rules at all. It was Ming Chang who deliberately avoided covering up with his sleeve when he drank the tea. A mouthful had not entered. All on the pad between the sleeves. Although she is young, she is not a fool. Drinking the white concubine's tea. Who knows what has been put inside? If it is detrimental to the body, her way out of this life will not be cut off here. So she was extra cautious. Yi Guiran saw this scene with her sideways eyes. And in her heart, she became more and more certain that this Ming Changzai was not a simple character. When she put down the cup, she said to Concubine Bai with a smile, "Your Highness, this tea is really good. The entrance is sweet, and the tea aroma is strong. Noble Yi is knowledgeable. I think when I was a palace maid in the inner court division, I must have seen some good tea." Concubine Bai entered the palace 1 year later than when Noble Yi received her favor. But she climbed fast. Obviously childless and still able to climb to the concubine position. One can imagine the glory and favor she once had. Then giving birth to a stillborn child. Relying on the Emperor's a little guilt, and was awarded the title of Noble Yi, naturally want to be more proud. Hearing such words, Noble Yi was not angry at all. She didn't care about the past that the others were bent on covering up. It was as if being a palace maid was not a great shame. With a smile, she replied, "Your Highness is right. This punch in the cotton." Bai Concubine also felt very bored. So twisted the gun. Then looked at Ming Changzai. Seemed to have deep meaning, said, "Ming often and can be a good accompaniment to the driver. So honored usual cannot often see it. If there is an opportunity to climb faster. Or else people old and yellow or cannot do a palace of the Lord. The future can be sad. A sentence. Will be 3 people are mapped to give all over. Yi Guiran is still a set of light Du Pai. As if not here. Du Changzai but cold face. The corner of the mouth brewing anger, dare not say more. Ming Changzai knew that she was saying this to herself. But also to the 2 people next to her. Right now is not a good time to confront it. And can only lower his head and say with all good manners, "What your Highness has said is very true. The maidservant will bear that in mind." Concubine Bai gave a mocking look. Another muffled gourd. Not even daring to say anything even after being bullied. I don't know what the Emperor likes about her. In the heart of the mouth is not out. How can Concubine Bai happy? Squinted at the side of Baiji a glance. Master and servant of the 2 minds immediately see. Reaching out to support the sideburns of the begonia rocker. Will be the topic of the past. Sisters, see. This is the year the Emperor gifted to the palace. Can exquisite? Just see that the workmanship of the begonia shakes can be described as skillful. Each petal is with gold silk to weave. Not only that, the stamen in the center was also inlaid with dongyu. Very beautiful. All 3 of them thought that she was trying to show off her former favor. So they all hung on with somewhat awkward smiles. Ming Changji. What do you think? The words were thrown directly to her. And it seemed a bit unreasonable not to take them. Ming Chongzai pretended to take a closer look. And then with envy in her eyes, she said, Nyang Nyang, good fortune. The emperor can really love Nyang Nyang very much. Harem women. Who do not love to hear these words? That is. In front of them stood Lin Guifei, Yi Fei and other people. I'm afraid that they will not refuse such praise. Sure enough, Concubine Bai pretended to look smug. Standing up, she thought of walking towards the outside of the pavilion. While walking she also said, Ming often and really good at talking. No wonder the emperor likes you. This palace at the moment also feel to you some like it. Go. Accompany this palace stroll. This garden flowers bloom this good. Not to appreciate is some pity. Naming Ming Chongzai to accompany her. She had a few moments of consternation. Behind her, Noble Yi and Du Chongzai were also interested. So they got up and said, Your Highness and Ming Chong are strolling in the garden. Then the maidservant concubines won't bother much. There are still things to do in the courtyard. We'll go back first. Noble Lady Ye's words were very much to Concubine Bai's liking. With a she descended the steps. After seeing that Ming Chongzai did not follow her, she turned her head to look at her, and said with a slight hint of provocation, What? You're not willing? Ming Chongzai didn't dare to directly contradict Concubine Bai right now. So she hardened her head, and also followed. The maid serving the two also left together, leaving only Noble Yi and Du Chongzai in the Wingran pavilion. At this moment, Du Chongzai held his words for a long time before speaking. White concubines speak so hard to hear. We are the courtesan origin is not false. But she is not noble to wear. A Jiangnan tribute showgirl just. The family does not have a little base. Just know to their own face paste gold. Alright. You have been with her for some years. You don't know her temper. Let's go. Let's go back first. Not following over to take a look. What are you looking at? Noble Yi looked at Du Chongzai calmly and without waves. She was ecstatic. Humph. Will Concubine Bai let Ming Chongzai off easily? I don't believe it. Follow over to see what's going on. Just watch the joke. If you are not afraid of being punished, then go yourself. You know that Concubine Bai took Ming Chongzai to avoid suspicion. So if you go to join in the fun now, you'll be a witness. Won't you? If you make a scene in front of the emperor, will you be offending Concubine Bai? Or will you be offended by Ming Chongzhi? Yi Guiran hit the nail on the head. Du Chongzai thought about it, and thought it made sense. After muttering a few words, he followed Noble Yi with some reluctance. In the garden, this white concubine was enjoying the flowers, and took Ming Chongzai to the forest, and went further and further out of the way. Ming Chongzai held his hands tightly, afraid to show a trace of fear. If you tell the white concubine to look at the joke, not to mention, it is also easy for people to find fault. Pair, who was following her, was also anxious. If Concubine Bai were to make trouble here, wouldn't their little master be unable to respond to her calls? I was just thinking about what method to use to run out and ask for help, when I heard the white concubine holding the begonia shaker in her hand and walked over. Ming Chongzhi thought that she was going to use the rocker to cut her face, and immediately backed up a few steps in fear. When she was not paying attention, she stepped on a few branches and broke them. Her feet slipped, and she was about to fall backwards. Out of her body's reaction, Ming Chongzhi leaned forward violently. With this lean, she was able to stand firmly on her feet. But she was kicked in the kneecaps by Concubine Bai, causing her to suck in a breath of cold air from the pain. Straight away, she fell to her knees. Coincidentally, the sharp branch on the ground, but also poked in the leg. More injuries on top of injuries. Yo, Ming Chongzai is so polite. Just performed a great salute. Now kneeling down again? Is it to find this palace to beg for mercy? Or something else? She laughed heartily. But the kneeling Ming Chongzhi on the ground was too sore to speak. The maid pair, who was accompanying her next to her, also immediately knelt down, and cried out to Concubine by just begging for mercy, saying, Nyang Nyang, spare your life. Nyang Nyang, spare your life. Ah. Concubine Bai glanced at her, and revealed a sneer. What did this palace do? Want you to beg for mercy here? There's no need to spread the word, and make people outside think that this palace is looking for Ming Chongzhi's fault. Chapter 148. Malicious Framing. In the golden laurel tree, Concubine Bai and the two palace maids behind her stood tall, while Ming Chongzai and her maid pair fell to their knees. One of them unable to speak in pain, and the other so frightened that she couldn't even cry. If someone were to pass by and see the scene, They would only not dare to mind their own business, and would have to leave in a hurry. Ming Chengzai took several deep breaths. And without looking, he knew that the injuries on his feet would not be easy. But right now is not the time to tangle with concubine Bai. Can only endure the pain of pleading and said, "Your Highness has misunderstood. It is the servant girl who accidentally fell and hurt her foot. That's why it's like this. Delaying your Highness's mood of enjoying the flowers. It's the servant girl's fault." After she finished these words, her brows furrowed again, tightly covering the injury on her leg. She still couldn't help but let out some whimpering sounds. Concubine Bai took a look at this miserable state of hers, but there wasn't a trace of intolerance. Immediately after that, she said, "Bai Ji, Bai Ling, slave girl is here. How come that begonia step rocker that His Majesty sent me is missing? Quickly help me look for it. I'm afraid it's not those treacherous and sinister villains who saw it and planned to steal it to wear themselves." The moment these words came out, the two palace maids looked at each other and immediately understood what concubine Bai meant. It was strange, just now in her hands to play with the rocker, in a moment how to disappear. Such a meaning. Scared the side of the pay heir desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Your Highness, spare your life. Your Highness, spare your life. It wasn't my little master who stole it. It really wasn't. Yo, this is a confession without a fight?" After saying this, she glanced at Bai Ji. Bai Ji nodded her head and immediately wanted to twist and tie Ming Chengzai up for a good beating. As a result, she was stopped dead in her tracks by Pei. "No, no, my little master is wronged, Your Highness." While tearing with Bai Ji, he also cried out in pain and tears. "I hope that the people passing by can have heard. Come to give a helping hand only. Wronged?" A pair of calculating eyes looked over with a smirk. "Stealing or not stealing, let my men search the body, will be able to know one or two. To you a lowly embryo here so obstruct. But to help your little master to hide things?" said. A look was passed to the side of the palace maid Bai Ji in front. That palace maid got her master's hint. And with a sneer at the corner of her mouth, she said, "Your Highness, don't worry. We will give Ming Chong and the up and down a good search. If it really is not she stole your Highness' step rock, also good to return her innocence is." The words just fell. Bai Ling and Bai Ji on all hands, seeing that Ming Chengzai's collar was about to be ripped off. Pear was so anxious that she immediately wrestled with him. In the process of tearing, Pear suffered a number of secret chokes, and now her body is full of pain. However, she was still determined to stand in front of Ming Chengzai. "Your Highness, under a clear sky, how could my little master steal your walking stick?" Concubine Bai didn't have the time to talk such nonsense with her here, rushing to have Bai Ji and the others strip Ming Chengzai of her clothes. This is so humiliated in public. If they really let them have their way and tear the clothes, then Ming Chengzai will not touch the pillar and die. Enough. Suddenly, Ming Chengzai, who hadn't been nibbling, suddenly rebuked angrily. The palace maids who were originally still flailing around were somewhat stunned when they looked at her cold eyes. The movements of their hands slowed down for a moment. Just then, she saw Ming Chengzai push them away and forcefully stood up with the pain. The clothes on her body had already been messy and stained with a lot of dirt. However, the look in her eyes was no longer as condescending as it was just now. Instead, she firmly said to the towering white concubine, "Concubine White, step rock lost or not, you and I are clear in our hearts. But if you want to take advantage of no one around to suppress me, then the queen is afraid to be disappointed." Saying this, she pulled down an acacia hairpin from her hair bun and wanted to stab it down against her tender and fair cheeks. Her action scared concubine Bai so much that her face immediately turned ugly. Gritting her teeth, she looked at Ming Chengzai, but saw that she had a look of death on her face. "What are you going to do? Threaten me?" Ming Chengzai smiled coldly. Thanks to the emperor does not dislike. In recent days, when the servant girl often called concubine to accompany, gossip is naturally not into the ears of the emperor. But if this scar fell on the face, sister cannot be good to account for it. White concubine mother think this last bad luck will be who? The same eyes containing mockery thrown back to the white concubine, but has pressured her speech. Palace concubines quarrel. Say something sour. Naturally is nothing. But if it comes to the point of ruining people's appearance, it is maliciously hurt. With her ability to say 3 or 2 words in front of the emperor, I'm afraid that this matter will not be good. Obviously it is July day. Is the hot time. White concubine, but feel the back of the shiver. staring at Ming Chengzai, and the sharp hairpin in her hand. She couldn't wait for her to ruin her face. But Ming Chengzai's words were not without reason. Although she was domineering, she wasn't much of a foothold in the harem. Concubine mother want to teach a low-ranking standing. This is not to pick fault. But if so offended the emperor, that is asking for trouble. So there is a slight loosening in the eyes. Ming Chong saw her faltering, but did not force again, but immediately kneeled down and said in an extremely sincere tone, "The queen step rocker is lost. My sister will help to find it. But please don't be angry. This matter will stop." This sudden condescension, in turn, gave Concubine by the face to step down, staring at her slightly bent back. Concubine Bai's unwillingness flickered, but it was not good to continue to make things difficult. So coldly opened his mouth and said, "It's just a step rocker. This palace can still afford to lose it." After saying this, he turned to another piece of golden laurel forest not far away and said, "Lazy with you. Did not have to delay the pleasure of the palace to enjoy the flowers. Bai Ji Bai Ling. Go." "Yes." Bai Ji squinted at Pear, who was also kneeling, and with a cold snort, she went up to help Concubine Bai leave the place. Only after walking out for a good distance did she ask in a low voice, "Young master, this Ming Chengzai won't really run to the emperor to complain, right?" She had been serving Concubine Bai since she entered the palace, and naturally, she was of the same mind as Concubine Bai. If today's matter really went viral, I'm afraid that her mother would not be able to take advantage of it. Which is why she had this worrying query. White Concubine sneered twice. Jade onion-like fingers gently caressed the temples. Words with certainty said, "Don't worry. I'm waiting for her to sue. If she really sued in front of the emperor, I will not have the opportunity to meet the emperor. At that time, whether it's black or white, it can't be up to her alone to speak." Hearing her own young master speak like this, Bai Ji was then relieved. That's right. Aren't all things in this palace spoken out of the two skins of a person's mouth? Chapter 149 Harem Help. Concubine Bai glanced at Bai Ji. Quite the expression of a child can be taught. Bai Ji naturally saw the white concubine's look of appreciation for her. So she pointed to the blooming golden osmanthus flowers and said curtly, "Little master, quickly see. That golden laurel bloom can be really beautiful. If it is to move a few trees back to our palace, little master in the temple can watch the fun it." Concubine Bai smiled smugly and glanced at Yu Bai. "You girl is fine. Let the lackeys in the flower room do it." "Yes, little lord." Their master and servant were watching the flowers. But at this time in the forest, when she was far away, Ming Chengzai's master and servant only fell to the ground, the two of them in tears. "Young master, are you all right?" Ming Chengzai cried while shaking his head, then nodded after a while. "My knee hurts like hell. And there's this branch about to poke here." Reaching out, he pointed to the other side of his leg. Peo looked around, and even though no one was around, it wasn't a good idea to lift her dress in this garden in broad daylight. So she stepped forward to assist her, and just calmly said, "Little master, let's quickly go back." "Go back, slave girl, to give you a look at how the injury? Well, let's go." Ming Chongji wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and limped towards her own courtyard. It's strange to say that on weekdays, there would still be some palace maids and eunuchs passing by. Today as a person did not see, almost to the door. But see, hidden in the shadows of the corner suddenly came out a person. The two of them were startled. "Noble Yi? Why are you here? I was afraid something would happen to you. So I came over to take a look." Worried words were spoken, but they didn't sound very touching to Ming Chengzai. If she was really worried about her, she wouldn't have let Concubine Bai take her away so easily just now. At the moment, she came here to pretend to be a good Samaritan. Yi Guiran is not stupid. Naturally, she understand Ming Chengzai's heart meaning. So with a sigh, she said, "Compared to you, I'm even more adrift in the palace. So I wouldn't dare to contradict Concubine Bai." She was truthful, without a hint of falsehood. This kind of approach, however, made Ming Chengzai suddenly understand her. After thinking about it, it was inconvenient to make another enemy. "Sister, you can look at me at this time. Hanji is grateful." Hanji. This was Ming Chengzai's maiden name. Since entering the palace, she hadn't mentioned it to anyone yet. Saying it to noble person Yi at this moment was also considered a gesture of goodwill. Yi Guiran naturally also understand. So smiled, and came up to help her other hand and said, "I brought the medicine too." although not what expensive things. But the effect is very good. Later to give you medicine. At this moment, if you are looking for the Imperial doctor, I'm afraid that it will make a big deal out of it. But she only has some red ointment for bruises in her courtyard. I'm afraid it's not useful for bruises. Therefore, this thing that Noble Yi took was timely. Pacing back to the main house, Ming Chongjai sat down on the round stool. Peo hurriedly beat the hot water, while Yi Guiran lifted up her trouser leg to take a closer look. This do not know without looking. A look only to find that the kneecap has been swollen to a high level. Right in the middle is where the white concubine kicked hard. At the moment a bruise. This white concubine really know to the vitals kick. This time, at least say 2 months, she don't want to dance again. Otherwise a jump on this knee injury will recur. Instead, it cut off her path to dance for favor. This medicine to activate blood circulation and remove bruises is what I was used to using before. Applying it for a few days will make a big difference, Noble Yi said while taking a bottle of black jar. With a bamboo slice, she picked the light red cream inside and gently applied it thickly on Ming Chongzai's knee. The refreshing coolness spread all over the body at once, and the fiery sensation subsided instantly. After applying the ointment, she wrapped it with gauze. Pear was beside her and saw that she was very skillful in bandaging the wound. So she didn't help. When everything was done, only then did she hand over a hot handkerchief to clean Noble Yi's hands. Afterwards, she said thankfully, "Many thanks to Noble Yi for her help. If you hadn't been there, I'm afraid our little lord would have been bullied to death." She was originally a timid and fearful person. Since entering the palace, she had followed the little lord in obscurity. It was only today that she had seen what was called the horror of the harem. For a moment, she was very afraid. If concubine Bai's heart is more ruthless, will she directly kill them? The more she thought about it, the more she felt panicked. If she was like this, how could Ming Chongzai not be? The reason why she wasn't afraid of death just now was because she was forced to do so. If that hairpin really scratched her face, would the emperor really stand up for her? She was not at all confident. "How did you escape?" Noble Yi asked curiously when she saw that both their master and servant were in a state of palpitation. "I threatened concubine Bai with my own face, saying that if she spent her face, she would be in trouble if the emperor blamed her. In this way, concubine Bai released you?" Noble Yi's eyes contained surprise, as if she didn't believe for a second that this would be concubine Bai's style. Ming Chongzai obviously saw it as well. "So after swallowing?" she asked. "Sister Yi, is there something wrong?" Noble Yi pondered for a moment before saying, "She is about waiting for this sentence. If you really sue to the Imperial court, I'm afraid that the unlucky one is not necessarily you. After all, the only people present are both of you. And your whiteness does not mean that she is black." Up to this point, Ming Chongzai's beads of sweat sparsely popped up some more. "Really? From what I know of her, it's mostly like this." Ming Chongji had completely never thought that her own hasty method was a trap set by someone else. Originally, she was still thinking of making a show in front of the emperor. Now, instead, she felt a shudder of creepiness. In her heart, she thought of all those high hopes that the Su family had for her, and she couldn't help but tremble. Noble Yi thought that she was afraid of concubine Bai's revenge, so she spoke out to comfort her. "If you want to live peacefully in the harem, it is better to learn more life-preserving things. Let us say, don't be so out of the ordinary." These words meant something. How Ming Chongzai did not know. But now riding the tiger is difficult. Can't she pretend to be sick when the emperor sends someone to find her? Then the matter of avenging Empress Su's death, wouldn't it be even more out of reach? These words she hid in her heart. A great dilemma. Noble Yi saw her appearance, but did not say anything else. There are words. Say once is to mention. Say more can be tasteless. So changed the topic and said, "Well, you are also tired today. Take a good rest. Sister will come back to see you another day." "Ye noblewoman," this words. Ming Chongji nodded. This time the gratitude was much more sincere than just now. "Many thanks for Sister Yi's mention. In the future I still hope that you will teach my sister more like you did today." "Relax. The days in the palace," said sad also sad, but said good mixed or mixed. "You see, I'm not also mixed for many years." The tone of voice sounds calm, but the fine taste is more than a lot of hopeless. Chapter 150. People live in their own way. After Yi Guiran left, Ming Chongzai and Payer Master and Servant 2 really have no heart at all. The two of them really have no heart at all. Naturally, it is aggrieved. But the palace is the most lack of aggression. Today's white concubine can do this. Then tomorrow's side will also seek to provoke over. Without a backer, it will be difficult for her to move forward in the harem. Noble consort Lin. The only way to catch noble consort Lin. Only then would she have a chance to gain favor. Even though Lady Yi was in charge of the palace now, concubine Bai was under her. So how could she possibly squeeze herself in? Thinking of this, more and more told himself. Cannot panic. Have to think carefully about the next road to go. This storm in the forest. But with Ming Chongjai's closed mouth became the past. As for Lin Evening Yi in Huifangya courtyard, she was living a more comfortable life than usual. These days, the emperor did not come here to visit or rest. The others don't know what happened. They are a little anxious. She is still like a person who has nothing to do, either sewing clothes or studying food. Recently, she also fell in love with flowers and plants. It is about the lush flowers and plants in the palace, so it is not difficult to serve them. The second prince carefully observed these days did not see her reaction. In his heart, he can make up a big drama, thinking about whether the Empress Lin will be pretending to be fine in front of people. But after people are hiding in secret tears. This day in the courtyard, while accompanying Lin Evening Yi to water the flowers and plants in front of her, she still couldn't hold back her words. Empress Lin, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Afraid of what? Lin Evening Yi was a little confused by this sudden question from him. People outside are saying that father has recently acquired a new Ming Chengji, and is said to be very loving. Outside people? Where did you hear this news from? Not detailed and not exhaustive. All falsehoods. Falsehoods? The second prince seemed even more shocked by this reply. Yes. How is it newly acquired? Ming Chengzai is a showgirl who entered the palace in March, and originally served in the Imperial court. Hearing this explanation, the second prince felt it would be better not to say anything. It didn't step on the point at all. Aunt Lin, I'm serious. Seeing his little face all pouting together, Lin Lian Yi only somewhat amusedly put down the wooden ladle in her hand, looking fixedly at the second prince for a moment before saying rather calmly, If I am afraid, your father won't have any other concubines? If I am afraid, would your father rest in Huifangya Yuan day in and day out, not caring about the deaths and lives of the other people? Not to mention the other things. There are 2 other concubines in the palace who are about to give birth. If your father ignores them, how can you know that he will treat me as he did in the future? This was indeed true. As an emperor, he was destined to have 3 palaces and 6 houses. It just means the difference between putting more thought into it and putting less thought into it. Compared to the other palace concubines, your father has already treated me very well. If I were to give up my mind to want more, one would not be able to live comfortably. The words weren't completely finished, but the second prince had already heard and understood the meaning of what had yet to be said at the back. Only, was it really like what Lin Yuanyi said? Satisfaction is enough to gain ease? The second prince couldn't help but think after hearing her words. After a while, he came up with his own answer. But it's the people in the palace who won't be so kind-hearted. Empress Lin, even if you don't provoke right and wrong will come to provoke you. The second prince's life in the palace was longer than Lin Lianyi's. He had experienced more things than Lin Lianyi. The things he had experienced were also more dangerous than Lin Evening Yi's. Therefore, he didn't believe in the truth that if I don't commit a crime, people won't commit a crime against me. After all, in the palace, there are not many people who would be like Lin Hui. With a light heart, the power of the tipping and the temptation of wealth and riches, who in which will not be moved. Lin Evening Yi looked at the second prince's firm eyes. For the first time felt that what he said was actually very reasonable. So she picked up the wooden ladle again and did not answer him. She just watered it while seriously thinking about what the second prince had just said. Sister Du stood not far from the two of them. Thus the dialogue between the two of them was naturally heard. When Lin Evening Yi said those words, her heart thumped. Could it be that the events of that year were about to resurface again? But the emperor, could he still be able to forbid another death and parting of life? She did not know. The old and hard eyes revealed a lot of unspeakable complexity. In the small kitchen, Chun-Chi did not have so much heart for cooking these 2 days. Although the work in her hands never stopped, her mind was thinking more. If you can't get it, it's fine. You won't feel so bad. But this gotten lost. The mentality is not the same. Once upon a time, they were looking forward to the emperor to come less 2 days. Can live easier. Isn't it the emperor's favor towards the young master that they are fighting for? But now, they are looking forward to the emperor can come 2 more days. Otherwise, the wind outside can really want to overwhelm the minds of the people in Huifanya courtyard. These doubts in her heart. She did not dare to say more. Even as close as Xian. She also stored some worries. She was afraid that if she was too talkative, it would be bad if she caused trouble for the little master. When Xian came over to serve the medicine, she saw that Chun-Chi didn't look too good and thought that she was tired these few days. He looked around to see if no one was there, and took her hand up to check her pulse. It's nothing. But it's too hot, and you're suffering from heat stroke? Hey. I don't matter. Do the work are used to. You still tighten the little master. This sun is very sunny. Still watering the flowers outside. Hearing Chun-Chi say this, Xian couldn't help but smile. Moving Lin Evening Yi's reply out. Young master said, this weather is so hot. People still can't stand it. Not to mention the flowers and plants. So we have to water them more urgently, so as not to be so thirsty. Seeing that Xian was still able to banter with her, Chun-Chi's worries lessened a bit. But Xian did not miss the hint of sadness in her eyes. What's wrong? Is your mood so low today? AI. Or for the rumors outside. You said that the emperor has not come for several days. Will he? When saying this, Chun-Chi could also probe to look outside. Only then did no one dare to speak in a whisper. Once Xian heard her words, she immediately understood what she was worried about. In fact, she had once shared Chun-Chi's fear that her former favor was gone. But around the time she served Lin Wani too much, she was gradually stabilized by her stability. At the moment, her heart is also very heavy. So he said to Chun-Chi, once upon a time when we were in the Xiangfu, could we have expected something from Ronghong and the second house? How could we? Mentioning them, Chun-Chi's mind, which had originally wilted a bit, instantly came to life. His eyes were almost filled with righteous indignation. Chapter 151 Picking Lotus in the Morning. Then isn't it? There is no expectation, naturally there will be no disappointment. The emperor is not only the emperor of Huifanya Yuan, but also the emperor of the whole palace. Understand? One sentence. But it woke up Chun-Chi. It was about the fact that the previous days were too good to be true, which made them all forget that the husband of their own little master was not an ordinary man, but the king of the world. Figuring this out was a matter of a split second. They are all people who have experienced things in the Xiangfu residence. And in the past, they still had some expectations for the Xiangfu master, hoping that he would treat the big house better. But then, even if he didn't come to take care of the big house, doesn't the big house still have to live on? Instead of worrying all day long, it is better to relax your mind. When the emperor comes, they have to live. When the emperor does not come, they also have to live. After finding this original intention, Chun-Chi was much more comfortable. Immediately putting down the work in her hands, she said to Xian, I look at the lotus lake that lotus flowers bloom is almost. Lotus seeds will also be able to eat. Tomorrow morning we'll go to pick some back to the little master simmered lotus kanji to drink. Clear the heart and defeat the fire. How? Seeing that she is still as happy and fresh as before, Xian was relieved. Good. If there is nothing to do tomorrow, I will accompany you. It's not good. Then if you go, who will serve little lord? And don't worry. If little lord knows that you're going to pick lotus seeds, she won't be able to say that she'll go along too. Chun-Chi thought about it, and was right. Even if you don't go into the water, just standing on the shore and looking around, your mood can be much better. So he said to Xian, Good, good. Then let's go and ask little lord. If there are many people going, it's better to prepare a few more baskets to save running back and forth. Okay. The two of them discussed the matter, and then went to ask Lin Evening Yi for her idea. She was naturally overjoyed and wanted to follow. The second prince on the side saw this. How willing he was to stay in the courtyard. So this lotus seed picking thing suddenly became complicated. The two of them can be said to be sick people. If they go out together to be bumped into. If they were to go out together and get caught, there would be some trouble. Thinking about it, they decided to go early and come back early. How early was early? About Dao out of time. The genius gradually some light when it went out. At that time, not to mention the concubines. Even the palace people do not see so early to get up. Not to mention the fact that it was next to Lotus Lake. Sister Du and eunuch Chiu Ming stood under the veranda, listening carefully to Lin Wui and the second prince discussing. One moment they were planning the route. The next they were discussing how many backpacks to take. It was so interesting. The two of them looked at each other. But they didn't stop it. Still, if the emperor doesn't come, they have to live their lives, day after day, to guard this acre of favor. Looking forward to a long time is not more than yellow flowers thin, or heart as sharp as a knife. Perhaps there is this hope. The second day of the day are not yet bright open. This Huifangya courtyard on the sparse head of the palace lights up. Not long ago, a few people have been fully loaded and ready to go. Today's second prince is most energetic. An azure-colored small regular clothes set on the body. Waist tied with a lake blue brocade belt, embroidered with some of the Rui cloud pattern. Footsteps a pair of deerskin boots. That is, touch the water will not easily be soaked. The body also wore a dark-colored hooded cloak. If it is cold outside, immediately covered up is. When this dress-up came out, Lin Wanyi was quite satisfied. In the end, it's Sister Du who's meticulous. And what's prepared for you is all good. The second prince smiled, not refuting this at all. It was the truth. Ever since Sister Du came to take care of him, he had something to look forward to this day. Lin Wanyi dressed simply as well. For some reason, she chose a light green outfit today. So standing together with the second prince was quite harmonious. In the summer, the light of day was fast, and the more they walked, the clearer they could see on the road. At first, Xiao Luzi also carried the palace lamp, and then simply put the lamp on the way back against the tree position. Save the trouble of holding it, waiting to turn back, and then take it is. Along the way, as Lin Evening he guessed, a person did not see, until he came to the lotus lake. The east only showed the white of the fish belly. Look carefully. The sun's morning glory is still under the clouds. Chuanqi then excitedly said, this lotus seed should be picked in the morning to be good. That dewdrops are still hanging it. Little lord and second prince wait. Slave girl will go down now. After saying her words, she tightened her shoes, socks and sleeves with a strip of cloth. Together with Xiao Luzi and Xian, they boarded the canoe that had already been prepared. They paddled into the lotus lake. This palace lotus lake. In addition to this one. In fact, there are several other places also have. Only here is the biggest gist. A flat boat walking in the head. Not much to say will be covered up cannot be seen. Lin Wanyi is still tall, so on tiptoe can still see the three people who have paddled away. But the second prince was different. He is a few steps back, but only see the lotus leaves and not see the silhouette. Anxiously, he stomped his feet. Aunt Lin, where are they? I can't see anything. His little face was originally full of excitement, but now he was only anxious. Lin Lian looked back at him, then said with a smile, don't retreat. You won't be able to see if you retreat any further. Why don't you let Eunuch Cho carry you so you can see? Good idea. Just can Eunuch Cho carry you? The second prince stared at Qiu Ming. This Qiu Ming was thin and dry, but he couldn't refuse at this time. What's more, he wasn't a weak person. Carrying him for a while should not be a problem. So he bent down, squatted on the ground, and said to the second prince, don't worry, second prince. I will be careful. Hearing this, the second prince was happy even if he fell down. Joyfully, he got on Qiu Ming's shoulder. Sister Du held on at the side, urging Qiu Ming to be careful. After the second prince was held steady, he immediately stood up. This time, the view was much wider, not to mention the three-person canoe. He could also see farther away. The happy second prince's face was excited, looking left and right. So comfortable. Second prince slowed down. Slowed down. Although Sister Du did not stop him, the hand holding his back did not relax at all. She was afraid that Qiu Ming would accidentally drop him, and that would be troublesome. On the contrary, Qiu Ming said with a rare smile, Sister, don't worry. Slave is careful. This second prince was not as heavy as he thought. He initially thought it would be a struggle, but it turned out that he didn't expect him to be so light. In his heart, he immediately felt some pity. Obviously, he was a 6-year-old child, but his body and bones were the same size as around 3 or 4 years old. Feeling the second prince's excitement, he as a base was also happy. Lin Lian looked at Chun Chi for a while, and then looked at the second prince, and was busy for half the morning. Chuanqi and the girls are also fast. Rushed to the center of the lake. The best piece of lotus seed pods have been picked up. Chapter 152 Caught in the act. By the time they paddled back from the center of the lake, the small boat was already full of lotus poofs. The second prince was so excited that he hurriedly patted Chiu Ming's shoulder and said, "Eunuch Chiu, put me down?" "Yes." When his feet had just landed on the ground, he ran over towards those lotus pouches in small steps, looking at a single lotus seedling that still had dewdrops lying quietly there. The second prince was a little more excited than ever. "This is the first time I've seen a lotus seed. Aunt Lin, is the lotus seed inside? Well, how about we peel it together when we take it back?" "Good. Good. I haven't peeled lotus seeds yet. Is it like making peach honey sauce?" "Yes and no. Later on, you can see how Chuanchi does it and just learn from it." The second prince nodded repeatedly. At this time is to let him alone carry these lotus pupon back to Huifang Yuan. I'm afraid he will agree. Lin Lianyi took a look. The sun had already jumped up. Not to mention the light of day. The warmth of the morning sun had already spread over the land. Let's go back quickly, so we don't run into anyone again. Chuanchi and Xian walked side by side on a small path, loading those lotus pods into the basket in a single strand. The second prince also helped. In a short while, 5 whole baskets were stuffed. Xiao Luzi is young and strong. Naturally, 1 in the front and 1 in the back. The remaining 3 went to Chuanchi, Xian, and Chiu Ming. The second prince wanted to carry it, but the basket was half as heavy as his body, so he couldn't carry it. Or maybe he couldn't walk even if he carried it. So he just took 2 in his hand and ran in front of the crowd with a smile on his face. This trip is not a small harvest. When the return trip, Sister Du will be placed on the side of the road before the palace lamps also lifted up. A group of people ran to Huifang Yuan with quick steps and no delay at all, waiting until they entered the door. The people looked at each other and smiled. No one found out. The best slave girl go to bring pots of water. This fresh lotus seed take out. Finally is put in the water to soak a little. If the little master and the second prince want to eat, also can eat too. But do not be greedy. What will happen if you are greedy? About to have an upset stomach. After saying that, he pointed to the location of the gong room, frightening the second prince to immediately lose his thoughts. He couldn't afford to make trip after trip to the public room, so it was better to hold his tongue. Just talking. A few people walked in towards the courtyard. Who knows that there is already a person standing inside, faced with a little bit of anger to look at them. Chiu Ming and Sister Du were the first to react, immediately kneeling down and saluting. "Your servant slave girl has seen your majesty. Please be at peace, your majesty." The heart was in a state of fluttering like a drum. Very worried. Seeing them kneel down, everyone then reacted. Chuanchi, the one who came up with the idea, was the most scared. If she had known that the emperor would come over early in the morning, she would not have asked her own little master to go with the second prince even if she had been killed. Shocked or shocked, Lin Lianyi and the second prince were still calm. Stepping forward, they saluted as usual. "My son has met my father. Please be at peace. Concubine has met the emperor. Please allow the emperor to rest in peace." And behind them, Xiao Luzi and the others had already prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to breathe a single breath, fearing that if they angered the emperor, it would be them who would suffer. The emperor looked at this group of people who were still laughing and joking and very relaxed. And in a moment, they were as quiet as a cicada. Originally wanted to be angry nature or hold back. "Early in the morning, where did you go? This full house there is not a waiter." The emperor said this. In fact, not quite right. Waiting well or a few. Just all in the backyard by the Du sister discipline to do some hard work just. The common is not dare to come to the front yard to show their faces. Lin evening opinions are all afraid of. So can only own hard head to go forward and said, "Back to your majesty. Lotus Lake's lotus blossom is blooming just right." The servant girl thought of fresh lotus seeds used to cook porridge drink just right. So took the second prince together to pick. All is the servant girl's fault. Is the servant girl is not well thought out. Ill-considered? You would also have moments of ill-consideration? When these words were said, the emperor somewhat regretted them. On the contrary, Lin Eveningyi felt deeply strange. How come the emperor's temper seemed to have grown after not seeing him for a few days? Could it be that Ming Chongjing is not serving him well? So he came to Huifang Yuan to find fault with him. When she thought of this, she comforted herself and did not bother with it. This old saying also says that only women and small people are hard to raise. If she says, It is clearly the emperor who is the most difficult to raise. But on her face, she still looked like she was being taught with an open mind, and continued to say to the emperor, "Concubine, no wrong. Also, please your majesty, do not be angry, body." The emperor looked at her thin body kneeling on the ground. Even the head did not dare to lift up. The heart, even if there are 10,000 points of gas, at this moment also cannot afford to have a seizure. Reaching out to pull her one by one up, touched her palms and cheeks. Sure enough, it was cold. That only suppressed the fire. Immediately ran up. "Didn't I say for you to take care of your body? Early in the morning to run outside and freeze out sick, how to do?" And then high above swept the ground kneeling crowd. They were all cold from the soles of their feet, and prostrated even more. "Humph. So unable to take care of Lin Chongzai. It looks like you'll need to receive a few strokes of the board before you'll know the rules." Turning to Dong Yuzhong, he barked out orders. "Dong Yuzhong, slave is here. 10 lashes for each person. Except for Sister Du. Give me a beating. 10 plates. Beating is not dead, but also to be raised for a few days. The present are all the palace maid and eunuch who take care of Lin Lianyi on weekdays. If they all fall down, won't this Huifang Yuan be in chaos?" Thinking about how to answer it, saw Lin Evening suddenly body soft, fell in the emperor's arms. The whole person fainted. Shallow. Seeing her like this, the emperor couldn't care less and immediately picked her up horizontally and went into the room. Afterwards, he said with a serious face with 3 points of urgency, "Call the Imperial doctor." Yes, because Lin Lianyi fainted. Several people naturally didn't hit the board. Those who called for the Imperial doctor called for the Imperial doctor. Those who burned hot water, and those who made the beds made the beds. Immediately, they waited. And Lin Evening at this moment is riding a tiger, trapped in the emperor's arms, is not dare to move. Her fainting. But it is a stopgap measure. If she really beat up a room full of people just because she went to pick a lotus seed, then who would dare to let her go out in the future? Thinking of this, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but move. The emperor was originally still anxious, and immediately found something wrong. How could this fainted person's eyelids move? It looks like they are pretending. Was going to be angry, but felt the person in his arms seemed to shiver a little, sticking him tighter. A look is the appearance of being frightened. She would be a birdie at this time, but in normal times she is a cold-hearted woman. Chapter 153, Pretending to faint to avoid punishment. After thinking about it, he said to the crowd, "All retire." Yes. Xian anxiously wanted to go forward to take a look at his own little master. It will not really be cold to the cold attack again. But he was dragged out by Dong Yuzhong. Before leaving, he also closed the door of the house. As soon as the two of them went out, the second prince and Sister Du surrounded them. "Is Aunt Lin all right? Why did father throw you out? And who's taking care of Empress Lin?" As he spoke, the second prince wanted to rush inside. "Second prince, don't worry. Little Master Lin is fine. The emperor is inside with her. Wait for the eunuch to come before you go in." After saying this, he made a wink towards Sister Du and Xiaoming. Today's matter? It was originally their hearts that were weak. Therefore, they didn't dare to go up to the tiger's whiskers at this time. So it was better to avoid them. As for Lin Wanyi, she has her own method. But look at the emperor's nervous appearance. It is unlikely that something will happen. So Sister Du went forward and said to the second prince, "Little Master Lin here has the emperor to look after. Second prince, don't worry about it. It's better to go back to the backyard first. Slave girl wait for you to freshen up and have breakfast first." They went out early, so they didn't use the breakfast. Originally, they had planned to use it once they returned. Who knew that an emperor would come halfway? The second prince worriedly looked around the room, but there was no movement at all. And look at Dong Yuzhong and Sister Du too are good words of persuasion. So half push half assisted before leaving. Before leaving, he also said, "If Aunt Lin wakes up, quickly have someone call me." "Yes, slave knows." The one who replied back was Xiaoming. And at this moment, his face was back on the same unsmiling face as before. Xian was also not stupid. So back to see the situation can also see about the little master is pretending to faint. In the end is not also for them. Otherwise, this 10 board hit down. The crime is not good. After thinking about it, he said to Dong Yuzhong, "Slave servant will go and take a look first. Get the young master some breakfast over here. I'll thank eunuch Dong for watching over this place." Go go go. Dong Yuzhong looked at the people in this room. Really, 1 and 2 of them looked smart, but were actually stupid. They didn't even understand why the emperor was in a rage. So he gave Qiu Ming a wink. And the master and disciple walked out into the courtyard and went to talk quietly. How many days has this His Majesty not come to Huifangya courtyard? Why is it that you guys don't see anyone to ask? When Dong Yuzhong said this, Qiu Ming immediately understood. Dare I say that the problem was here. No wonder all of them looked like their noses were not their noses, and their mouths were not their mouths. But isn't there a Ming Chong serving at the emperor's place? Why is it still? Master. This little master didn't let us go. So just how long have you served in the imperial court? The emperor's mind you still do not understand? Little master in front of you also do not mention some. If I say you guys this bored if you really received. Also received not wrong. Qiu Ming was silent. At this moment, he felt that Master Dong Yuzhong's words were really reasonable. Raising his eyes to look inside the room, he could only pray silently in his heart that the young master should seek his own happiness. Inside the house, see, people are gone. Only then did the emperor coldly snort and said, Don't pretend. Get up. I won't condemn you is. Hearing this, Lin Lian even slowly opened her eyes. There was a hint of a sarcastic smile on her face as she looked at the emperor. But the emperor's face was poorly lit. There was both anger and rage in his eyes. It was only that he had been holding back and didn't have a fit. Your Majesty, maidservant concubine doesn't dare anymore. Just don't be angry. In front of him, Lin Lian would rarely be this petulant. All of a sudden, the emperor's anger didn't know whether to send or not to send. He could only keep a tiger face and not say a word. Lin Wani had never had a cold war with the emperor before. Firstly, there was no time. And secondly, there was no opportunity. But seeing that the emperor didn't want to pay attention to her, she felt that it was useless to say more. If she said something wrong, it might still be who will take the blame. So simply shut up. Just so quietly lying in the emperor's embrace. It must be said that this emperor's body was excellent for warming up the body. Seeing that she refused to say even one more word, the emperor was truly angry and helpless. After that night, he told Lin Evening about Empress Su's old story. Originally thought that Lin Evening would understand his mind and get closer to him. Who knew that she wouldn't react much. In addition to the need to investigate the Su family in the back of what hand. So he repeatedly summoned Ming Changji to go to the Qiqing Hall. Outside the wind has been spreading for a few days. Which one of the concubines is not stupid? But this Huifangya courtyard quiet with no knowledge of this matter. Even if it is sent to ask a question or not. Really underestimated this Lin Wani. Cold-hearted and cold-blooded. How to cover also cannot cover hot. Thinking of this, the emperor swallowed back his words. Afterwards, he felt that he was still upset. So he opened his mouth and said, I have summoned Ming Changji in the past few days. Lin Evening is strange. How to hold a half a day. Just hold out such a sentence. What about the rest? Not knowing what the emperor meant, she had to pick up and say, Ming Changji's dance at the palace banquet was really good. It's only right that your majesty likes it. When did I say I liked her? Didn't I tell you long ago that it was because of Empress Su? Lin Lian smiled awkwardly. This is not what she said along with the words. This emperor's temperament is really inscrutable. Hard to serve. The maidservant knows. So, did his majesty find out anything? For the time being, there is no. Oh! In 3 words. The topic was ended again. Sometimes the emperor was even doubtful whether she was really confused or pretending to be confused. Obviously is so delicate and penetrating a person. Usually casually say something at once can point through. Today, it's like paste. The more it is, the more sticky it is. On the contrary. Lin Evening suddenly thought of something. So she asked curiously, Your Majesty just called the maidservant's maiden name? And how did your Majesty know that? Actually, the emperor had heard it twice. Once was when Lin Xingji blurted it out, when he saved Lin Lian, who had fallen into the water. The other time was when Grand Master Lin was in a hurry and panicked, when he learned that Lin Lian had been poisoned. And the one just now. The emperor was also in a hurry. And when he saw her fainting, he thought that something had happened physically again. So he shouted out. At this moment, suddenly mentioning it. It is a bit embarrassing. Just how could he be willing to admit it? So he said, Universal things. If I want to know, what things would I not be clear about? The overbearing dignity belonging to the emperor was really on display at this moment. Lin Lianyi was speechless. This emperor's twisted mind was really much. But a maiden name? She was just curious. This can also be dragged into the emperor's ability? Chapter 154, Warm Heart and Cold Intestine. But looking at the emperor's face was not a good look. So she could only press down the disbelief in her heart. And first coax the person to a good place. Mother once said to the maidservant that this maiden name cannot be called by anyone other than the closest person. And since His Majesty has already called the maiden name, it is the closest person to the maiden. Other than that, Lin Lianyi felt that this trick would definitely work. These days, she had already seen that the emperor ate softness, but not hardness. In order to have a better time next time, she'd better say more soft words. Sure enough, when the emperor heard her words, his heart was much more comfortable. When he looked at Lin Hui again, his face was clearer than just now. I have summoned Ming often in how many days? Also do not see you send someone to ask? I am not afraid that I will be confused by someone. Forget you this little heartless? Lin Lianyi smiled. So the problem is here, ah. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to reach out and put her arms around the emperor's neck. And then relied on him alone. Said in a calm tone. That night your majesty and servant girl said words. Servant girl, I'll remember it. Can get your majesty's concern. My heart has been very happy. Very satisfied. But your majesty is not only the heaven of the servant girl, but also the heaven of all the sisters in the harem. If the servant girl really makes a fuss because of this matter, won't it still be you who will be in trouble? I don't want His Majesty to be disgusted and think that I'm both unreasonable and a troublemaker. That way, even more affection will be worn out. As she spoke, Lin Lianyi's title changed from concubine to me. The emperor was so engrossed in what he was hearing that he didn't notice. Instead, he hugged her tighter as well. And only after a long time did he say, the road of the heavenly family looks rich and noble. But in fact it is full of mud. I don't expect you to split the thorns with me. But I also don't want you to give me no response. Shallow. This harem is cold enough. I don't want even Hui Fangya Yuan to be like this. Obviously when the emperor said this, the temperature of his body was still the same as before. But for some reason, Lin Lianyi felt that chill in his heart. Cold. She also felt cold. She used to feel cold when she was in the Xiangfu. Now that she was in the palace, it was still the same cold. The difference was that she was warm when she had her family with her in the Xiangfu. But in the palace, if she poured out her heart to warm up the emperor, what if the emperor gave her back a frostbitten heart later? It must be known that this heart, if it is really cold down, and then want to warm up cannot be easy. Thinking of this, she silently did not say anything. As far as the emperor is concerned, her place can be a harbor to dock. But this ship will not dock here forever. When he rides the waves and meets a better and more suitable harbor, all the stacks and wharves she has built here will be useless. Lin Lianyi did not want to. Nor did she like it. So for the emperor's mind, she did not know how to respond. It is appropriate. Listening to each other's heartbeats. Neither of them said much. Until the doctor came in a hurry. The emperor put Lin Hui on the bed to rest. The person who came is still Dr. Do. When he entered the door, he was still a little roughly panting. Outside the small road sun also ran full of sweat. Eyes in the anxious at all. Imperial Dr. Do took a deep breath before greeting the emperor and said, I have seen the emperor. Please Emperor Wanan. I have seen little Lord Lin. Please little Lord Bleston. Well, level off. This Lin Chongzai's body. You and take a look at it. If there is something that still needs to be adjusted, then adjust it properly. When Imperial Dr. Do heard this, he was a little confused. That little Lucy to call him. But said that people fainted. How is it that right now the emperor is not seen to be in a hurry? Yes. With quick steps, he walked to the front of the bed. And through the silk, he meticulously checked Lin Eveningyi's pulse. Only after a moment did he say, the young master's body is very well adjusted. The remaining poison is almost cleared. I think when I return to the palace, I will be able to see that it's fine. At that time, the micro-minister will then prescribe other prescriptions for the young master to maintain his. Then added a sentence. Sickness comes like a mountain. Sickness goes like silk. If there is a recurrence, there is no need to be too anxious. Hearing the eunuch's words, both the emperor and Lin Eveningyi were silent. Lin Eveningyi was silent because she knew she was faking it. And she was still bothering the eunuch to make this trip, which was weirdly embarrassing. The emperor was silent because he didn't get the answer he wanted. So he stood there alone, his complexion dark and uncertain. Dr. Do sandwiched between them. Really his cold sweat. This physical injuries and diseases he was naturally able to cure. But the reconciliation of the conflicts between this male and female family was not within his capabilities. So he had to say stiffly. The micro-minister first went down to see if there are any adjustments to be made to the little master's prescription, and then fill in 2 warm herbs for the little master, so that the body can be nourished more carefully. After saying this, only got the emperor a faint Dr. Do was like being pardoned, and immediately retreated. After he left the original quiet room, more quiet even a pin drop can be heard. Neither of the two wanted to speak first, as if whoever opened their mouths would lose. Dong Yuzhong's voice came in just at the right time outside the door. Your Majesty, young master, this breakfast has been prepared. Can we use some now? This excuse eased the silent atmosphere between the two, and the emperor thought about it before shouting to the outside. Come in. Yes. And then Qiu Ming, Xian, Chun Qi, and Xiao Luzi came in a row. In their hands, they were all carrying steaming hot morning meals. There was soya bean milk, freshly steamed crystal shrimp dumplings, as well as buttermilk cake and silver ear lily and red date porridge. The emperor looked at the several of them, who were all in a state of trepidation. He also remembered that Lin Wani had just faked a faint in order to defend them. Although he was still angry in his heart, he was too lazy to care. This time the board will be given to all of you on your accounts. If next time you dare to indulge Lin Chengzai in such a way without regard for his body, you will all go to the tucked-away court to receive your punishment. Yes. At the mention of the Court of Secrets, everyone's backs went cold, especially Chun Qi, who was truly remorseful. It was good that the emperor didn't pursue the matter too much. Otherwise, it was still a toss-up whether she could keep this little life or not. Lin Lianyi is not good still lying in bed pretending to be sick. So he got up and served the emperor with his meal as before. Only this time, the atmosphere between the two is not like the previous cordial. On the contrary, more rusty. Dong Yuzhong see in the eyes, but stood aside silently, did not say anything, waiting until the emperor had eaten his fill and was about to leave Huifanya courtyard. He found a gap and spoke with Lin Evening a few more times. Young master, forgive me for talking too much. Ming often and although got the Imperial order day to go to the Qiqing Hall, but even His Majesty's body are not very close. Also served a time pen and ink. After that, are in the side of the hall to sit on directly sent back. After saying this, only then did he look deeply at Lin Evening chasing after the emperor's footsteps to go out. Chapter 155 Male and Female Affection. Lin Evening heard all of this, and actually didn't know what to do all of a sudden. The originally great mood. But because of this, it became cloudy. Outside the sky is an inch brighter than an inch, until the sunshine sprinkled the whole Huifanya Yuan. Lin Lianyi was still sitting under the veranda, leaning against the red lacquered pillar without moving. If it were usual at this time, she would have started watering the plants and flowers, which will be the same as today. All the body is not cool. It must be said that the words Dong Yuzhong said to her before he left were very touching. In her mind, she never expected the emperor to treat her like this. In addition to her parents and grandfather's family, the people she had come into contact with since she was a child had never had such conjugal love. But there is no such conjugal love. Husband and wife friendship, to say, is also a joke, eh? She has what qualification and the current emperor talk about this so-called conjugal love it? If we really talk about it, now the whole palace up and down the people are his concubine just. The only one who can be called husband and wife with him is the deceased Empress Su. However, since entering the palace, the emperor has spoken to her many times about her heart. Once was to know that her brother was beaten. After cleaning up, Lin Guifei rushed to comfort her. Once was under the moon to talk with her. Told the past. Once more. It was today. Told her about the difficulties of the harem, but also unwilling to let go of her hand. This time and time again. Each time is the emperor in a step closer. And she always wandered. Refused to move forward. Either unable to respond, or have scruples. The more you think about it, the more difficult it is. The more that lump in your heart cannot be solved. This gas is a left sigh, right sigh, are almost behind her, serving Xia into worry. And what Sister Du saw was this scene. Looking from the side and back. What is the difference between the current Lin Chengzai and the Lady Xianfei back then? Is it possible that there is really no room for love in this palace? The woman who has a little bit of love, will eventually be trapped by love, and thus perish? Thoughts were interrupted by many memories of the past. A moment later, after thinking about it, he still walked up with a determined look on his face, and saluted at Lin Evening, saying, "Slave servant has met little lord. Why did sister do come over?" Lin Evening was interrupted by her before she eased out of her own sad thoughts. The second prince was about to get up early, right now sleepy enough to sleep over again. The slave girl has something in her hand. Thinking about it, she still intends to show it to young Master Lin. Something? Lin Lian was very curious, seeing that she was slow to move. She got up and said to Xian, "You guard outside the courtyard. Sister, do follow me in to talk." "Yes." After the two of them walked into the inner room, Xian covered the door and consciously retreated to the corridor so that they couldn't hear what was being said inside. Lin Lian sat on top of the round stool and quietly looked at Sister Du. Only then did Sister Du seem to decide on something and took out a silk from her bosom. The silk was larger than an ordinary handkerchief, and the material was top-quality floating light brocade. Lin Lian took a look and realized that the embroidery on it was a landscape painting. The painting seemed to be slightly similar to the one the Emperor had painted for her at that time. It was only that one was more resolute and grandiose, and the other was more elegant and graceful. Lin Lian's heart thumped. This can't be an old item of Empress Sue's, right? Did Sister Du want to remind her that she was just a substitute by bringing this to her? All of a sudden, her emotions were flustered. She didn't know how to handle herself. But before Lin Wani could think clearly, that Sister Du had already spoken. Slave girl used to be the nursemaid serving Empress Xianfei. Since the birth of the Emperor, she was sent by Empress Xianfei to take care of the Emperor, who was still the eldest prince at that time. So far there have been more than 20 years. This was something that Lin Evening had known about earlier. The Emperor had spoken to her off and on. But these old stories, what did they have to do with this paw? Lin Evening did not understand, but still patiently listened to Sister Du continue. This silk is the old belongings of Empress Xianfei. If it wasn't embroidered back then, I'm afraid that it has already been buried in the Imperial tomb along with the passing of Consort Xian. As soon as the words fell, Lin Wani picked up the pad and looked at it carefully. Sure enough, in the location and color scheme of some of the landscapes, it could be seen that it was still unfinished. So she opened her mouth and asked, "So Empress Xianfei is also good at embroidery?" "Well, not just embroidery." Mentioning Lady Xianfei, Sister Du's usual serious expression suddenly became softer. Following the memories, she then began to say, "Lady Xianfei was once the best woman in this world. She had an orchid heart, talent and appearance, and was good at everything from qin, chess, calligraphy and painting to singing, dancing and embroidery. And when the master and the madam were still alive, they trained her very well." The slave girl thought that Lady Xianfei would find an ordinary family in the civil world, choose a noble husband and son-in-law, and live a smooth life, but did not expect the late emperor's an Eastern tour, but became the biggest accident of her life. Lady Xianfei was taken in by the late emperor at a glance, and was immediately chosen to be sent to the palace. Since then, in only 3 years' time, she has changed from a small maiden to the sole favorite. Lady Xianfei. There was no one in the harem who wasn't jealous. But they couldn't be jealous because the late emperor was only affectionate towards the empress. At first, the days were comfortable, although stumbling was inevitable. The late emperor always defended Lady Xianfei until the emperor was born and everything changed. Sister Du said, while her eyes turned from soft to sharp. The emperor is the first son of the late emperor. The Empress Dowager now, the Empress Dowager had been in the palace for many years, and only had 2 princesses. And now that it was hard to hope for an imperial son, she naturally wanted to take in her niece as her first son. And the poor Lady Xianfei had not been well since the child was born. Coupled with the queen's mother's family and the world courtier's constant admonition, finally the emperor was still sent to her palace to raise. This raising was for many years. Xianfei's mother empty reputation and the late emperor's favor also did not have that blessing with which to abide until old age. So when the emperor was 5 years old when he left his hand in the world, her dying hand pulling the slave girl's hand 100 times to explain 10,000 instructions. To slave girl must take care of the emperor. Slave girl. Slave girl is naturally sworn to protect the emperor. These old stories, a brain from the mouth of Sister Du set out. There was already a sense of long distance, but at the same time, it was full of regret. It turns out that this drama of removing a mother and leaving a son is not something that will only happen to her. Even if it was as favored as Empress Xianfei, she still went through this. No wonder, since the emperor entered the palace, to her always a little different. About is in oneself to see the Lady Xianfei once helpless and struggle it. Hey. Chapter 156 Prideful Bones. Sister Du wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then calmed her emotions for a moment, before slowly continuing. Speaking of which, the late emperor's affection for Lady Xianfei was also really thick. After Lady Xianfei went, the late emperor also followed the disease. This body is not as good as a day. Until the emperor was 8 years old a year. Really cannot hold out. So after explaining all this, also followed the funeral day. Since then, the emperor did not have a single relative in the world. The Empress Dowager was harsh and excessively loving towards the emperor, and the ministers of the previous dynasty, relying on their status, always dictated the emperor's decisions. Such back and forth days went on for many years, and it wasn't until Empress Su entered the palace and married the emperor that there was some reprieve. Lin Lianyi listened quietly without making a single sound. Empress Su is very similar to the once Lady Xianfei, but she was born in the house of the Duke of State, and has more of a motherly demeanor. She is talented, and her command of the harem is also very outstanding. First helping the emperor to get the power of the real government, and then giving birth to the emperor's eldest son. See, the emperor is the bittersweet, but never thought, or heaven does not bless people. A common wind chill unexpectedly took away the eldest prince, and then Su Guigong also died of illness. This successive blows, so that Empress Su's body at once dragged down. Since then, the smell of medicine in Changle Palace has never been broken, until Empress Su died. These latter things, Lin Evenyi had once heard noble consort Lin mention. Just hearing it at this moment, she felt that it was a bit too much of a coincidence. This Su family's roots in the former dynasty, and the harem had been uprooted one by one. So it was no wonder that they had fallen apart. About Su, empresses also understand the problem. In order to ensure that the family cannot be involved in these disputes, will not be allowed to women in the family into the palace of the final words of the drafted. It's really saddening, Sister Du said while looking at Lin Wanyi's face. But see her still that calm. Heart finally have some comfort. She, after all, was different from Empress Xianfei and Empress Su. This woman's youth. Too smooth life is not necessarily a good thing. This cannot withstand the blow. Is the first time trouble. This is the case with Princess Xian and Empress Su. When they were young, they were favored by thousands of people. But they also developed the problem that their hearts were not strong enough. Lin Chongzai in front of her was different. Obviously, she is a sick person. But she shows an unmoving vitality. Not openly, not lush, but also never self-pity. Secretly withered. Just like the winter plum general. Proud bones. Not afraid of the cold. On the basis of this point. Also enough to let her resolve to say today these words to. So gathering her emotions, Sister Du continued. After Empress Su passed away, the slave girl watched as the emperor grew colder and colder. Obviously in the prime of life. But the heir in the harem is withered. In addition to earlier years on the birth of the second son, the third son of the emperor and the big princess. There is no more concubines pregnant. That the residents note on the 10 days and a half months do not see the emperor called back to the concubines of the harem. Until Lady Lanfei and Ingui concubine lady are pregnant. This palace is considered to break the deadlock of the past few years. But everything. It was different after little lord entered the palace. After you entered the palace, the emperor never summoned any other concubines again. At first the slave girl just thought that it was about a momentary interest. But now it seems that the emperor is trapped. To be honest, the slave girl has served by the emperor for many years, and has never seen him have such an obsession with anyone or anything. But the young master seems to have been hiding. As an emperor, the most important thing was to make people unable to guess his mind. There was no joy or anger, no exclusivity, to reign on the parade, and to be enshrined in the 6 palaces. But all of these, after Lin Evenyi entered the palace, were gradually broken. Now Lin Lanyi has not encountered more malice, because the emperor interfered with a lot from it. Covered up a lot. But the paper cannot wrap the fire. Once it is perceived, then Lin Wanyi will have to face not only the tit for tat of the harem, but also the oppression of the former dynasty. Such a wave coming. If her heart is not tough, either it is such a Xianfei general end, fell into a heart and soul loss. The result of the death of the incense. Either that is like Queen Su General, was persecuted, to the exhaustion of the heart, lingering sickbed and died. Either way, it's not what Sister Du would like to see. That's why she came to say these words today. It was in the hope that Lin Wani could see herself clearly, as well as see this former dynasty and harem. If she also wanted to respond to the Emperor's heart, then she should be prepared for everything. This path of accompanying the Emperor is not a good one. Need to be especially firm of heart in order to face the difficulties of the mountains. Lin Lianyi is not stupid. Sister Du said this much. She heard out the deep meaning behind. But now, what she was worried about was different from Sister Du. Sister Du's concern was whether she was capable of advancing and retreating with the Emperor. On the other hand, she was worried about whether the people beside her would be able to walk with her without changing their hearts. Therefore, she could not give a firm reply to Sister Du for the time being. Only after a few moments did Lin Wani take a deep breath and said to Sister Du, "What Sister Du said today are words from the heart. Since you're not hiding anything, then the latecomer will also speak from the heart with the sister. My origin, I'm sure that Sister must have known something about it before. I am the first wife of the Prime Minister's family. But in reality, my life is not as good as that of the children of the concubine of the second house. Even this matter of entering the palace is not my wish. Not my family's wish. After entering the palace, I was often robbed. Not today by humiliation. Or tomorrow by the water. The soup is also never broken. His Majesty's intentions towards me, I understand. But in the final analysis, Sister told me, what ability do I have to stand steadily by his side? By virtue of beauty? By talent? Or perhaps by His Majesty's feelings for me? Lin Lianyi let out a bitter laugh, seemingly mocking herself, as Sister Du looked at her sober and restrained appearance. Her eyes couldn't help but deepen again. She was strong. But behind this strength was too much suffering and heartache. The most ruthless Emperor's family. Today His Majesty's favor is for me. Know that tomorrow may be changed. If I can't keep my heart, also for those favors to fight. I'm afraid that Sister will also feel that the eyes are clumsy to see the wrong person. I'm not afraid of trouble. But I've never gone out of my way to cause trouble either. If His Majesty is the husband of an ordinary person, then the late generation will be hand in hand with him, and go to Hongming together. But Your Majesty, is this harem people of the clear blue sky, is also the people of the world submissive person. If only for my one person love is delayed, is not a pity? Therefore, this affection, I cannot return. Also should not be. The Emperor should have the Emperor's thoughts. And the consort should also have the consort's thoughts. Chapter 157 Brother Wakes Up. Lin Lianyi's words had completely impressed Sister Du. She really was a very special person. In a complicated and treacherous place, but lived a transparent and natural life. She would not be easily bound by love. But she also possessed a heart of sincerity that no one else could match. What the young master said today is what made the slave girl open her eyes. Once upon a time, the slave girl only feels that the little master is lucky to be able to get the Emperor's favor. Today I know. The Emperor can get you to accompany around. Is also the Emperor's fortune. At this point in the conversation, Sister Du did not push too much. This little Master Lin is worried about things. Not they do slave girl's words can give clear. If His Majesty is really determined and wants to spend the rest of his life with him, then there will naturally be arrangements. If the Emperor for the other there are other ideas, then such as Lin evening this keep the heart, but also can live in the harem at ease. The silk eventually returned to the hands of Sister Du. This was the only thought that Princess Xian left to Sister Du. Lin Huai would not, and could not take possession of it. Only, after Sister Du respectfully saluted and left her original clear and open heart, and began to produce a hazy greed. Love is not known to be deep. The living can die. The dead can live. The friendship between Empress Xianfei and the late Emperor is naturally out of place in this imperial family. But if the two are born in the ordinary city home, I'm afraid that it is a legend of a beautiful marriage. As for the Emperor and Empress Su's past, that was a part of their youthful companionship. Lin Lianyi will not touch. Not to mention will not go between. Even, she still had a few moments of remembrance for Empress Su's existence. Must have helped the Emperor a lot. In those days when he was surrounded by enemies, the mutual help between the two of them made the difficulties much less. Lin Lianyi lamented for half a day, and when it was almost time for the evening meal, Eunuch Qin of the Inner Court Division came over. This time, what Lin Wanyi brought was good news. The First Lady asked my servant to send a message to the young master, saying that the third young master has woken up and is now recuperating. So please relax. This was about the most exciting news Lin Yuanyi had heard in recent days. For a moment, she couldn't hold back her tears, and they fell straight down like a fine spring rain. Xiaoan was also very happy at the sight. Seeing her own young master shedding tears, she even said in a consoling manner, "Little lord, this is a great thing." I know. Following wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, he said to Eunuch Qin, "Thank you, Eunuch Qin, for coming to tell me. The big stone in my heart has finally fallen. If it is possible, can I trouble you to help me bring a letter out? The matters at home are disorganized. But I, as a daughter, can't help in any way." Qin smiled and bowed to Lin Evening, then said, "Little master, feel free to write it. Slave will definitely help you send it. Just this other things, I'm afraid I won't be able to bring them. After all, they are all palace things. If there is no imperial edict, I'm only afraid." Eunuch, rest assured. These I know. Will not let the eunuch difficult is. Just a letter of home. Tell my parents do not have to worry about me. Just take good care of my younger brother is. Yes, what the young lord said. And then Qin seemed to remember something and resumed. Actually, it doesn't matter if little lord sends this letter or not. The First Lady and the Grand Master have long known that you are so favored by the Emperor, and are naturally at ease. Favor? Yes. If not for the young master's request, how would the Emperor send Dr. Do to personally visit the door to check? But also rewarded a lot of medicinal herbs, and even issued an imperial decree to promote the Lin family's Grand Master to be the deputy supervisor of the Qintian Supervision Bureau, the official worship of the 6th grade, which is a rare honor. 8th grade to 6th grade. This official position of his father's had been promoted really fast. However, Lin Lianyi always felt that this matter was not that simple. According to her understanding of the Emperor during this period of time, the Emperor was not someone who disregarded the mountains and rivers for the sake of beauty. The matter of the separation of the family is indeed the big house of the people suffered, but it's not good for the Emperor to come out and make decisions for them. Thinking about it, think there may be behind this matter. So again sideways asked. Eunuch Qin said yes. But father, they rashly separated. I'm afraid that outside gossip is also more. So I just thought to write a letter to comfort one or two. Little lord is really overly concerned. Now full of Shengjing people who do not know the Lin family big house separation is in order to give the phase master accumulation of blessings to add life. Such a high hat on the head. But also the phase master personally said things. Naturally everyone prays. The little master, rest assured, is now the big master in the capital's reputation that is a first-class good, accumulating blessings and adding longevity? Or was it the words of the Sangha master himself? This kind of words fell to Lin Evening here, but also feel that there are problems everywhere. Only now in front of Qin An's face. Not good to pursue, just so lightly smiled and said, "This is very good. Thanks to Eunuch Qin's help these days." After saying that, he gave Xiaoan a wink. Xiaoan immediately went forward to send a purse. Eunuch Qin did not excuse himself, smiled and accepted. After that, he left Huifanya courtyard. Lin Lianyi was left alone here thinking about it. Sent Do doctor to the door, and sent expensive medicines. Although the things in the palace does not necessarily have the Dong family's collection of good, but in the end, it is a token of appreciation. Thinking of her brother finally woke up. She can worry less. Just from the beginning, she did not expect the Emperor will go to do such a thing in private. This is more heartwarming to her than having noble consort Lin grounded and disempowered. Her soft spot had always been her family. In the beginning, in order to let her family to live more comfortable and enter the palace. Now naturally will also for the family to have the idea of the side. Carefully recalling all the things after entering the palace, she felt that the Emperor described her. But it was a good description. Cold-hearted and cold-hearted. But also cold-blooded. Xiaoan saw Lin Hui's sullenness. So she cautiously opened her mouth and asked, "What's wrong with young master? She's been sullen today." Logically speaking, the Emperor valued the young master so much. The young master should be happy. How is it that when the Emperor left, he also had a grave expression on his face? And the little lord has been sitting here for most of the day in silence. Can it be that the two are quarrel angry? But also did not hear any movement. Lin Lianyi faced his most trusted maid. naturally know everything. Say everything. So she opened her mouth and said, "If it's you, who has been given a generous but unrewarding gift, what should you do?" Xian frowned and thought about it. Then said without any hesitation at all, "Naturally is to return the gift. Since the other party so willing to put down blood, that if not bad intentions, is extremely hard. So a slave girl will also try to pick a good return is. What if you can't pick a good one? Or how can you not pick as good as what the other party is holding?" Chapter 158 Guessing the Reason. Hearing this, Xian understood what his young master meant. So she no longer dwelled on it, and said straight away, "What the young master is talking about is the matter of the emperor taking care of the third young master. Right? Well, if you don't know, naturally don't care. But now know. If you don't hear, I can't get over it in my heart. But if I were to return the gift, what would be appropriate for me to return to His Majesty? Little master, this is overthinking this world things. What is the emperor has not seen? Since the little master wants to return the gift, that is not to pick the expensive return. After all, even more expensive is not as expensive as the emperor's hands. Not if you send the emperor like it. Let's say the clothes sewn by the young master, or the food made by Chuanchi, or something else." Xian woke up the dreamer with one sentence. Not picking the expensive ones yet. Only choosing what the emperor likes to send. But what the emperor likes. She heart is very clear. But he can really send this heart? If you send out, become disliked. And how? For a time many questions once again plagued Lin Evening here. And the entire Dong family, who had sent the news into the palace, were discussing things at the moment. The men were discussing in the front hall, while the eldest Lady Dong was feeding the brown sugar and millet porridge, one by one, to Lin Muji, who was still having some difficulty eating. In fact, the night before yesterday, Lin Muji gradually woke up. He was only injured so badly that he couldn't speak for a while. And then he couldn't move either. By the time he recovered his consciousness, the sky was also a bit bright. These days, it was Xian Fei and Zhang Qing who kept watch for him at night. So early in the morning of the second day, when Zhang Qing saw Lin Muji open his eyes and come over, he was so happy that he hurriedly sent the news to the First Lady's courtyard. For a while, the courtyard was full of people who were alarmed. After the second Madame Yun's careful examination, after confirming that this time he was awake was not some kind of flashback, but really awake, only then did everyone's hanging hearts relax. Master and Mrs. Lin naturally hugged their son and cried bitterly, while the rest of the Dong family was overjoyed that he was able to come to his senses. It took a while for him to listen to everything that had happened since he fell unconscious one after another. It had to be said that it was indeed surprising enough. However, it was also a good thing that he could move out of the Sangha. Otherwise, after this, he really didn't know how to get along with the people in the second house. When the bowl of porridge reached the bottom, Dong hurriedly took a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his mouth, and then asked with caring eyes, "Is third brother full? Do you want some more?" Lin Muji raised a somewhat weak smile, and slowly replied, "Mother, don't worry. Son is full. He had only woken up not long ago now. So naturally he couldn't eat anything. So it was still mainly a liquid diet. It's just that this stuff eats down and starves fast. So obviously it's 3 meals a day. But here in Lin Muji's place it's turned into 6 or 7 meals. But no matter when he is hungry, he can always eat the fastest. Even this porridge. It was all sent to him in a different pattern. Such considerate care was naturally the intention of the Dong family. Therefore, he was extremely grateful, especially to second Aunt Yun. If it wasn't for her divine golden needles, he would have met the king of hell long ago. It's just that he still needs to recuperate and can't get out of bed. Otherwise, he must properly kowtow to all the elders and thank them for their all-out help. Your second aunt said, "Lie down for another half a month. When you don't feel very dizzy, you will be able to get up and sit down. But you still need to keep well. In case there is any place that is uncomfortable, you must say it in time. Do you know?" Dong is now afraid. Afraid that if her son had any hidden illnesses that they didn't notice, it would be bad. Lin Muji smiled at his words, and could only blink slightly. His head is not good nowadays. He feels dizzy even if he shakes a little. Even if he was allowed to get out of bed and walk at the moment, he would not be able to. Well, son will definitely get well, and not let everyone worry. Looking at her understanding and well-behaved son, Dong could not help but smile heartily. Hopefully, This calamity would be the child's last. And in the future, it would all be just fine if he was well. In the front hall, the Dong family's elder master was seated at the top, while the Dong family's first master, second master, and first master Lin were seated on the left and right. The four of them were gathered here. Naturally, they had important matters to discuss. Master Dong was the first to open his mouth, explaining the situation of the many places he had visited in the past few days. The mansion that my brother-in-law asked me to look for has a brow. Oh, where did Big Brother say it was? Yi City against the north of the Xianbei Square. There is a two-courtyard. Not big, but feng shui is good. There are 3 generations of people who have lived in it. All of them are successful and long-lived. If not for this time to move their families back to their hometowns, they would not have seen the need to sell this courtyard to the public. The Dong family said this. But it makes the forest master 2 points of interest. It's just that this 2-entry courtyard is a bit small. Isn't it? Immediately raised his doubts. Only to see Master Dong smiled and said, "Don't worry. I've inquired. The 2 private houses connected to the back of it are also intended to be put up for sale. So I brought a mason to take a closer look at it. And if the 3 connected ones are opened up, it would be a nice place to live. Singji and Muji are both old enough to have families in the future. So it's just right to give them 2 brothers a place to live." Grandmaster Dong was a proper man. If he had said so, then it was naturally good. Since Big Brother has said yes, then it's settled. This repair will also take some days. So when Muji's injuries have almost recovered, we'll move there. The reason why Grandmaster Lin was thinking of moving was not that it was uncomfortable to live in the Dong family. Rather, in Shengjing City, apart from door-to-door son-in-laws, even the poorest of families would not live in their wives' homes. Although the people of the Dong family had no objections to the matter of Moncler Outlet Store Lin staying at home. But outsiders didn't think so. It's not a good thing to stay in his mother's house for a long time. Especially now that he's in an official position. He should pay more attention to his reputation. The first thing I want to do is to get the money from the second house, which was sent to me a few days ago when the family was separated, and hand it over to the Dong family. Grandmaster Dong glanced at it and was slightly surprised. How did brother-in-law have so much money? When the family was separated, the second house sent it as compensation. It's naturally not comparable to what Madam has dispersed over the years. But right now, the lease house should be enough. When he first accepted the silver check, he was considering the fact that leasing a house would require no small amount of expenditure. If he still relied on the Dong family to make ends meet, he would not be able to live with it in his heart. So when this money was taken out, the Dong family had been enlightened. Enough is enough. That mansion is not big, but the location is good. The asking price is also high. I originally thought to give a pressure, wait for a few days, and then offer it. Now this money is enough. Or first set the good. Save the night-long dream more. Chapter 159 Arranging Relatives. Well, this matter still needs to be taken care of by elder brother. 300,000 taels. Not to mention leasing a house. Even renovating and repairing the house is enough. The family doesn't talk about this. But the repairs will take a few months. You guys can live at home without worrying. When the mansion is repaired, Muji's injuries should be almost recovered. Then you can move again. The matter of leasing the house had a head start. But at the moment, Elder Master Dong was quite concerned about another matter. This promotion decree. What do you think? These words were naturally directed at Grandmaster Lin. Grandmaster Lin had never dreamed that he would still be able to mix with a 6th-rank official in his old age. Deputy Supervisor of the Qin Tian Supervisor. It wasn't much of a big deal to say the least. But compared to the previous status of a white man, it is naturally much better. In this way, the big house is also some hope. But all of this is not because he is capable of great skill. After thinking about it, although he was a little reluctant to admit it, he felt that this matter was still related to his father. Lin Xiang or my son-in-law guessed that it is about the matter of the reason for the separation of the family that father said. Nowadays the people outside are believing it. I have also heard many people mention this matter in the Chamber of Commerce. Now that my sister-in-law is a first-class filial son in Shengjing City, this move by Minister Lin is a bit puzzling. Master Dong said as such. In theory, the one who wants to split the family is the big house. All Lin Xiang needs to do is nothing. Then the mouths of outsiders will crush the spine of the big house. The real father is still on earth is in a hurry to split the family. And is not a small family cannot go on. This is a very good face. I'm afraid that even the palace head of Lin evening will be followed by the choreography. But now when this news came out, it was as if everyone was ignited by something. They are all praising the filial piety of this Master Lin. The Dong family was not an outsider, so they naturally knew the truth. If Minister Lin really had the intention to defend the great house, it wouldn't have taken more than 20 years for this to happen. And the Emperor's decree to promote Grand Master Lin also came at a strange time. It is as if he is trying to help the filial piety name of Master Lin to sit in the general. The Emperor's promotion of 2 grades at once. Not everyone can be so lucky. The Emperor is a young man who has been on the throne for almost 20 years now. Now the world is peaceful. The 4 sides submit, must also be capable of people. Never simply issue a decree is. I'm afraid that there is a great deal more to it than that. Dong family old master's eyes see this did not move. But more and more taboo deep up the line of the inner court department there. Although it is said that the shallow lead, but the root of us are not clear, or less involved in the good. Boss, you prepare some gifts today to the Do family to go there. Say Muji has woken up to thank the Do doctor. As for the rest, you look at the question. Yes, father. The Dong family's Grand Master was also a person who was extremely good at things. So he went to find out what was going on without having to explain much deliberately. Looking at Grand Master Lin's somewhat puzzled expression, Grand Master Dong opened his mouth to explain a few more words. We are outside the palace, and shallow want to contact on can be very difficult. If you can through the mouth of Dr. Do more understanding of a few points of the situation in the palace, also can deduce some things out. Shallow situation can also help some. My son-in-law understands. Or father-in-law adults have foresight. Farsightedness is not far-fetched. It's all false. Only if the children are happy. That is the most important thing. In the Lin Xiang house. In the west courtyard. The second Lady Wang's teeth are gnashing. She was already recuperating from her injuries. And in her heart, she was angry and anxious. On the contrary, 2 other things had happened now, making her even more hurt. What kind of luck did the big house have? That it would get 2 consecutive promotions. Pity my daughter. But she's grounded in the palace, and has even taken away her power. It's really. She viciously wanted to berate the Emperor for having eyes, but not recognizing MT Tai. But she is not a fool. If this kind of words are open mouth, I'm afraid that the whole family will follow the implicated. So no matter how much hate in her heart, she could only keep her mouth shut. Take the brocade quilt in front of her to hammer hard. To export the bad anger. The second Master Lin, who was at the side, took a look at his own wife's appearance. Not thinking of coming to comfort, but sneeringly said, Blame who? It's still your fault that you went AWOL and caused this series of troubles. Now the third brother's son still does not know whether it is alive or dead. If it is really gone. And wait and see. The big house still have to make a fuss. The second wife Wang's originally high temperament heard this sentence immediately deflated down. She was also remorseful. Especially after knowing that her daughter had been taken away from her power and grounded. If she had known that there would be a self-destructive ending like today, how could she have done such a stupid thing? But now, it was too late for regrets. One could only go to desperately make amends. Master, will this deputy supervisor of the Qin Tian supervisor have any effect on you? That's not so bad. No matter what. I'm also the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Much more than Big Brother's deputy supervisor with real power and status. The Qintian supervisor spoke well. But if there was nothing about the heavenly Tao, it was just an idle official position. The supervisor is still like this. Let alone the deputy supervisor. Just from nothing. From 8 to 6. The commission is really rising faster. This behind? But also not without the outside of the reputation of filial piety's son to push the wave. Thinking of this, Lin Ershi is more worried about his father's decision. After thinking about it, he said to his own wife, You take care of your body. In a couple of days, go to my father-in-law's place. I remember last time he said there was a gap in the Ministry of the Army for the Chief of Staff that no one has filled. If that position is still there, I can arrange for someone to go in. What person? Yuan Min. How could it be him? Lady Wang felt very curious. This Yuan Min was the third son born to Prince Zhan and Vice Consort Wei, and had been spoilt since childhood. Although he was not as famous for causing trouble as the third Prince Lu, he was still a not very accomplished master. Didn't Cousin Min say the other day that he was going to go to the army for training? How come he is? Again? Uncle can't bear to see him suffer. Besides, he is not that material. I'm afraid he won't get any chance to go. This is true. This Prince John and wayside consort have a total of 3 sons. The oldest, Yuan Jing, was the child that Prince John valued the most and looked forward to the most. So he naturally cultivated them with extra care. The second Yuan Tai is the most like Wei's, so it is also loved by Prince John's love and affection. The third Yuan Min is a bit embarrassed. Only 30 years old but still nothing. Obviously marrying his wife. But not long after the door on the death of the disease. I do not know where to go out of the news that he said that his wife, which is delayed to this day, since the uncle entrusted to him here, this cousin he cannot completely ignore. The Ministry of War's director. The official position is not big, but also in my father-in-law's subordinates. If anything happens, he can still perhaps cover his bases. That's why Second Master Lin had this arrangement. Chapter 160 Angua. In the face of Second Master Lin's command, Second Lady One never refuted it. So nodding her head she said, Master, don't worry. My concubine understands. Well, then rest more. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. After handing over this matter, that Second Master Lin left in a hurry. Only after he left did Shu Wei bring warm water up and said soothingly, Madam, don't be angry. The Second Master must have something to do. That's why he left. Humph. Something to do. I think he was rushing to meet Angua and that little girl Lin Jingshu. Both mother and daughter were foxy and seduced the Second Master's heart. Shu Wei waited at the side, not daring to say much. For one thing, she was already an extremely cautious person. And for another, she hadn't served in front of the second mistress for many days. And her temperament was still not good. If she said too much and caused any trouble, it would be very troublesome. Instead, the second lady thought more and more angry. But there is nothing to be done. She could only look at the fading back of the door and be sad alone. She guessed correctly. After Second Master Lin left the main courtyard where the second lady was, he went straight to his beloved concubine, Angua. When he arrived, he happened to meet the maid beside Angua applying moisturizing gel to her. Her skin was snowy, delicate and lustrous. The Second Master Lin's heart was in a flutter and his eyes fluttered. Coughing twice, the master and servant duo realized that it was someone coming in. Second Master, why did you come over? Angua saw this and hurriedly put her clothes on. Only her hair was still scattered behind her, not tied up like a woman. This Angua's beauty was also ranked in the outside world. When she was still in the purser's house, she won the applause of the crowd with her stunning beauty and a handful of exceptional pipa skills. The latter was the second master of the Lina hit. First ransomed the body raised in the outside. And then after 2 years of pregnancy this only took back to the house. Became his aunt. Now the 2 daughters have been 9 years old and up. But Gua Auntie is still a look at the beginning. It seems that the years have not left any marks on her body. And she hadn't been mistreated by her main mother for being a concubine. Troubled in my heart, I came to sit here with you. Seeing this, the maid beside Angua, Xianlian, immediately lowered her head and left. As for Second Master Lin, he turned around and then sat directly on the bed and couch, scooping up Angua and holding her in his arms. Soft jade in his arms. His originally taut heart then calmed down. Said in a low voice, the good situation let one that stupid thing to spoil. If not for the noble consort and Guangji, I have long repudiated her. Keeping it is also an eyesore. This is something that Angua has heard countless times since she entered the mansion. But she never took it to heart. To be honest, she does not like the position of the mother of the house at all. As a wife, you have to be filial to your in-laws. You have to teach your children. You have to be exquisite externally. And you have to be both powerful and kind internally. At some point, the husband will have to lead the beautiful concubines back home. You can't be jealous. And you can't complain. If you give birth to a son or daughter, you will have to put it in your name and keep it. This kind of effort is not pleasing to the eye. She does not care to do it. It is better for her to live comfortably now. The second master's heart remembered her. So the food and clothing are all good. The daughter was raised in her room a few years ago, and her feelings have long been cultivated. And now she is being sent to Ronghatang to teach. And she is not worried about her turning against herself in the future. And these years also failed to regenerate a son. So in the eyes of the master mother is not too harsh. So every day she either thought about how to refine her pipa skills, or to take good care of her own good looks. Gradually, her place became Second Master Lin's place of distraction. Every time she came back, the two of them would stay in love for a long time. As a result, this favor is getting stronger by the day, and I have never seen Second Master Lin take a concubine into the family. It's hard for the mother. She works hard every day for the good of the family. Isn't it? The second master is relieved. I'll sing you a new song. Even if she didn't go out to inquire about the separation of the big house, there were quite a lot of gossip spreading to the family. Therefore, she thought she knew what Second Master Lin was angry about. Only, there were words and things. It was not her turn as a concubine to open her mouth to meddle. So, it was still the same sentence. The merchant girl doesn't know the hatred of the fallen country, but sings the back garden flowers across the river. Soon, in the courtyard, the sound of the pipa rang out. Suddenly, it was low and shallow. And suddenly, it was clear and melodious. It teased Master Lin Air that this heart was as itchy as a cat's claws scratching over it. Then, Xianlian heard some sounds of men and women in love outside the house. Seems to be used to the general. Glanced at the house. Went to their own house to stay. It wasn't until after Second Master Lin left in a refreshed state that she beat hot water and put it in a basin and brought it in. As soon as she entered the house, there was an ambiguous smell, and the bed and couch were in a terrible mess. Aunt Gua, who was reclining on it, had rosy cheeks and winking silky eyes, staring at Xianlian. She then said, "Where's the medicine?" Annie wiped her hand first. "The slave girl will go get it." Xianlian handed Aunt Gua the handkerchief, and then walked to the cabinet, taking out a porcelain bottle that was hidden in a secret compartment. She gently shook a pill out before recovering everything back. The pill was placed in the head of the water, and with a slight shake, the thing moistened open. Aunt Gua drank the water in one gulp, and then said without changing her face, "Wait for next month. After Mama Chiu returns from her family visit, you can go find her to buy some back." "Yes, slave girl knows. But Auntie, we've been taking this medicine for several months now. Does it really work?" "Don't worry. I know Mama Chiu's ability. Since she dares to make such a guarantee, she will definitely be able to help me achieve what I want." Then a hint of excitement came out of her eyes. The fact that she hadn't been able to have another child before was actually due to the fact that she had privately drank a lot of contraceptive herbs. Over time, it had somewhat injured her body. But now, her own daughter was also older, and she was quite pleasing to Rongkong Sheriff in Ronghatang. And the main mother, Wang Clan, had also lost the trust of the county princess and the second master Lin one after another. That's why she was now thinking of toning up her body. If there was a chance, it would be better to get a man in one go. I heard that when the big house was divided, it got a lot of silver money before it left. She gave birth to a concubine son, but the family property should also have a share of it. The more I think about it, the more it is a great cloud of lightness. The calm days of the West Courtyard. After many years, it is time to turn some waves up. Yaotai Pavilion. Lin Guifei nowadays, although not difficult, but also not comfortable. The actual power was taken away. The lower people do not dare to be reckless, but less than in the past that Hai sitting on the top, overlooking the concubines of the day. She has the heart of the gas can be no place to spread. For this reason, Qin He and Qin Lu are careful to serve. Do not dare to have a trace of negligence. Fear that the next punishment will be their own.